Chapter 1. Wen Yao, I thought you were understanding. A person scratched by an R-type mutant is akin to a ticking time bomb. They could mutate at any moment within half an hour. She cannot remain on the train, but she is our Vice Captain 1, and she was injured while protecting us. Do you have no conscience? How can you say I lack conscience? This mutant's toxin spreads rapidly, and its lethality is 1 against 100. Are we to disregard the lives of the other 97 team members? Inside a train traversing the snowy expanse of northern continent, two factions clashed vehemently. The subject of their debate, Wen Yao, sat silently in a corner, her long eyelashes lowered as she employed a blade to slice away the tainted flesh from her arm. Without anesthetics or any pain relief, the blackened blood and severed flesh fell to the ground, and she exhaled softly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, trickling down her delicate features before landing upon her boots. Fong Lanin could no longer bear the sight. She retrieved the last remaining bandages from the medical kit and approached, her eyes reddened. Vice Captain Wen Yao, her complexion pale, offered a reassuring smile. I am fine. After Fong Lanin finished dressing her wounds, she turned to Shen Yichuan. Captain Shen, what is your stance? Everyone turned their gaze toward the man leaning against the window. Dressed in a black tactical uniform, he was tall and imposing, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. His countenance was both cold and resolute, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. His expression was solemn, and he had remained silent, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Many supporting the idea of Wen Yao disembarking were apprehensive, especially given Shen Yichuan's long-standing partnership with her. Surely, with such deep camaraderie, he might prioritize her over the safety of the group. The train carriage fell silent. Upon hearing Shen Yichuan's name, Wen Yao could not help but look up. Though she understood he would not show favoritism, a flicker of hope emerged in her despair. Yet, Shen Yichuan did not meet her gaze. He dropped the bullet in his hand and addressed the group with a frigid tone. For the sake of fairness, let's vote. The glimmer in Wen Yao's eyes extinguished instantaneously. In this apocalyptic world where everyone feared for their lives, who did not wish to survive. The voting outcome was predictable, 89-7, with only 7 in favor of her staying on the train. Shen Yichuan approached Wen Yao and extended his hand. Wen Yao, disembark. Meeting his eyes, she sought to discern something within them, yet his gaze was dark, devoid of warmth, as if he bore no emotion whatsoever. The train halted, and Shen Yichuan led Wen Yao off. Outside, the biting wind whipped through the falling snow, chilling to the bone. He brought her to a relatively sheltered hillside and tossed her a bundle. Fire and 3 days' worth of food. This was a treacherous region, plagued by snowstorms and zombie hordes. The train faced significant delays, and a round trip back to base would take 3 to 5 days. Aware of her slim chances of survival, Wen Yao pressed, "What is your opinion?" "You haven't cast your vote." Shen Yichuan, gun in hand, dispatched several lingering zombies with a series of shots, his voice grave. "Does my vote hold more weight than the others?" Wen Yao gazed at the familiar features of the man before her and could not suppress her submission. But Shen Yichuan, it's not just Mu Shengsheng I am afraid to in the realm of duty. He had to abandon her, but what of personal feelings? She believed that even a hint of reluctance from him would compel her to willingly await her fate. But he did not waver. Instead, his brow furrowed. "You have already been infected by the R-type mutant toxin. There's a 1/3 chance of mutation. For safety's sake, you cannot stay on the train. Remain here and wait for my return." Wen Yao stepped forward. Shen Yichuan, confronted by her longing gaze, unexpectedly aimed his gun at her forehead. Suppressing his own tumultuous emotions, he declared with irritation, "This is an order." A chill crept into Wen Yao's heart as she forced herself to stifle her grievances and vulnerabilities. "When a mutant's severed limb scratched me, you protected others first. What do I mean to you?" Shen Yichuan's expression was complex, yet his tone remained icy. "In life-and-death situations, there is no time for sentiment. Do you not understand that there can be no personal feelings among base members? Mu Shengsheng is a newcomer as her trainer. I am naturally responsible for her safety. You have fought countless battles. Why must you hold a newcomer to such account?" "Wen Yao, I thought you were more understanding." Wen Yao's eyelashes fell, and despite her best efforts to endure, tears brimmed in her eyes, crystallizing in the frigid air. Time was of the essence. And Shen Yichuan did not linger, merely murmuring, "Try to survive, you are not so easily killed." Wen Yao watched his retreating figure, calling out, "If you find my family, please protect them." Yet, Shen Yichuan seemed not to hear her plea, his dark silhouette swiftly vanishing into the storm. 3 days later, within the borders of northern continent, a modified off-road vehicle traversed the icy plains. The man in the passenger seat, with dark skin, rolled down the window, craning his neck to survey the surroundings. "Wow, there's so many headless zombies here." The red-haired woman driving swatted him on the head, irritated. "Shut up. Have you never seen a headless zombie before?" The dark-skinned man protested. "I mean, who's so skilled to kill zombies with a knife and take out so many?" Clearly, a horde of zombies came, and someone hacked them down the snow, just stopped, and these are not yet covered, indicating they're fresh at that moment. A man in white seated in the back seat opened his charming, smiling eyes, displaying curiosity. He turned his head toward the window, his tone languid. "With a knife, huh?" Dahu, the dark-skinned man, noticed his boss' response and became animated. "Exactly. Nowadays, everyone uses guns who still uses a knife." Mingchen continued to smile, exuding an air of elegance. His skin was pale, and his facial contours were exquisitely perfect, his features strikingly breathtaking. When he smiled, he radiated warmth, captivating all who laid eyes upon him. His voice, melodious like a mountain spring, flowed effortlessly. "I recall someone who was adept with a knife." The driver, Maisha, chuckled. "You must be referring to Wen Yao from District 13 of Northern Continent." Dahu interjected. "Her knife skills are indeed exceptional under her leadership. She has seized countless resources from us in Eastern Continent." Before he could finish, Maisha slapped him again. Dahu, feeling wronged, rubbed his head. "What do I do now?" Maisha, uninterested in his lack of emotional intelligence, continued driving, but when she glanced back, she spotted a dark figure not far ahead. The figure dragged a silver-long knife, clad in tattered clothing, appearing as though it could collapse with the slightest gust of wind. Dida noticed too. The black uniform has a white insignia. Is it someone from the Northern Continent base? "Hey boss, he's still alive, should I take a shot?" No sooner had he spoken than he received another slap. Maisha slowed the vehicle, her expression serious. "A black uniform. That knife, is it Wen Yao?" Mingchen's gaze sharpened, his smile vanishing, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Stop the car." Chapter 2. What exactly does she like about Shen Yichuan? Wen Yao trudged along, dragging her trusty silver crescent blade, exhausted and bewildered. Her complexion was ashen, her lips tinged with a deep purple from the cold. Her once pristine black uniform was tattered and torn, her body bearing the scars of countless battles, with scarcely any unblemished flesh remaining. Over the past 3 days, she had slain over 100 zombies, her body now utterly spent. As she gazed ahead at the approaching horde of ravenous undead, she found herself powerless to retaliate. Shen Yichuan had not come. 3 days had passed, and her longing gaze had met only the void of his absence. A sudden wave of absurdity washed over Wen Yao, prompting her to ponder what it was she truly admired about Shen Yichuan over the years. Was it his cold-hearted indifference? Or perhaps his self-serving nature? And that unwavering resolve? That 89 votes of support, those were her comrades, lives she had protected time and again. As her beliefs crumbled before the specter of death, her long blade clattered to the icy ground, and her knees buckled, collapsing onto the frozen expanse. Her beautifully striking eyes widened, lashes frosted, and just before losing consciousness, she beheld the green-eyed zombie wolf charging towards her. In despair, Wen Yao closed her eyes, oblivious to the sudden eruption of flames that engulfed the zombie wolf, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Mingchen swiftly extinguished the flames in his palm and strode towards her. Maisha and Dahu hastened to follow, staring at the bloodied figure before them. Dahu inquired, "Is that really Wen Yao? What is she doing all alone out here?" Mingchen knelt beside her, lifting her curled form, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face. He gently tapped her cheek, calling out Wen Yao. Maisha examined Wen Yao's wounds. She has been bitten countless times, and her blood has frozen solid. She felt for her pulse and pressed against her heart, her expression falling into one of disappointment. With injuries like this, she shouldn't be alive, having yet to awaken her powers. Her physical condition was akin to that of an ordinary person. The mere fact that she had endured this long was a testament to her indomitable will. Dahu gazed at Wen Yao's left arm, which had turned a sickly black. It seems she is also infected with the R-type mutated zombie virus. If she succumbs, wouldn't she just become an R-type mutant? That is quite perilous. Ignoring the comments of others, Mingchen gathered her in his arms, commanding, "Let us go." Mayasha and Dahu exchanged glances. After years of following their leader, they knew his character well. He was often seen smiling, whether in joy or anger, even amidst peril. Yet today, in this moment, his lips were pressed into a thin line, his striking features shadowed with an ominous gravity, as if he were on the brink of madness. They dared not linger. Abandoning their mission for the day, they jumped into the vehicle, accelerating back. In the spacious back seat, Mingchen cradled Wen Yao close, his once immaculate attire now stained with her blood, red, black, and green, a chaotic mess. He had always favored white clothing, loathing any stains upon them. Yet now, drenched in her blood, he felt no reaction, caught in a sensation that was part anguish, part something else. A choking feeling as though someone had seized his throat. Why must she perish? Not long ago, she had sworn to kill him. Mingchen found himself grappling with this thought, gently brushing her hair aside, his fingers deftly removing the frost from her locks. "Wen Yao, if you dare to die, I will ensure that not a single soul remains in the 13th district of Beizhou that you have sworn to protect." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, yet his lips curled into a faint smile, his tone languid. "Oh, and what about Shen Yichuan? You do fancy him, don't you? Would you wish to witness him?" Tormented to the brink of despair, he alternated between caressing Wen Yao's soft hair, lifting her delicate chin, and resting his hand upon her alabaster neck. Finally, his hand fell, and he gazed up at the car roof, his dark eyes clouded with an unfathomable depth, as if some light had been extinguished within him. The black SUV sped across the snowy plains, heading eastward. Inside, Mingchen had staunched Wen Yao's bleeding and was warming her fragile form in silence. As her breaths grew shallow, he suppressed his impatience and inquired, "How much longer?" Mayasha, drenched in cold sweat, replied anxiously, "This is the fastest we can go. We're almost there." Dahu was stationed atop the vehicle with a machine gun, diligently firing at the encroaching zombies. Once the threat was neutralized, he climbed back inside, exclaiming, "There are just too many zombies around here." It seems this area was once a bustling urban district untouched by anyone so far. Next time, should we bring a team to explore? As he rambled on, he noticed the car had grown quiet, prompting him to glance at Mayasha nervously. She signaled him a hush. Dahu promptly covered his mouth, refraining from speaking further. As they drove on, the blizzard outside transformed into a chilling, icy rain, cascading over the corpse-laden remnants of the road. The distant moans of zombies echoed, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie dread. Mingchen lowered his gaze to Wen Yao's face, witnessing her life hanging by a thread. In the depths of despair, an urgent thought struck him. Without a moment's hesitation, he cradled the back of her head, lifted her chin, and pressed his lips against hers. Her lips were cold yet soft. Without a second thought, he bit his tongue, forcing it into her mouth, reaching deep to the back of her throat. Instantly, the metallic taste of blood flooded their mouths. Though Wen Yao lay in a stupor, the sudden stimulus elicited a soft, involuntary moan from her lips. Mmm. Weak and delicate, it sounded almost like a pained sigh, evoking boundless imagination. Dahu, hearing this, glanced into the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in shock. Not daring to utter a sound, he quietly nudged Mayasha. Mayasha shot him an irritated glance, but upon noticing his frantic gestures, she too looked up. The sight left her stunned. The man in the back seat, holding the blood-soaked girl, was locked in a passionate kiss, their lips entwined. With blood trickling down Wen Yao's porcelain cheek, mingling in her dark, tousled hair. The man's brow was furrowed, his grip firm on the delicate line of her jaw. The pronounced Adam's apple rising and falling slowly, exuding an undeniable allure. The entire scene was intoxicatingly seductive, leaving one yearning for more. Yet in an instant, the man's long lashes fluttered, and through the rearview mirror, His deep gaze met Mei Yasha's, dark and filled with an unmistakable menace, akin to a beast guarding its prey. Terrified, she quickly averted her eyes and pressed the button in front of her. The heavy metal partition rose, sealing the front and back seats into two separate, enclosed spaces. Dahu was utterly astonished, whispering in disbelief. "Do you think the boss is doing this because he couldn't have her alive, so now that she is about to die, he is making his move?" Mei Yasha replied. While she found this notion a bit far-fetched, she couldn't entirely dismiss it. After all, their leader's thoughts were often inscrutable. What seemed abnormal was sometimes the very essence of normalcy. Dahu exclaimed, "Wow, who would have thought the boss was this kind of person?" After his moment of astonishment, he pondered aloud, but why go through all this trouble? Why not just take her back and have his way with her? In the past, the boss had captured her numerous times, yet he treated it as though he were catching a mouse. Each time, he let her escape, and to add insult to injury, he allowed her to flee with resources. Maya glanced at him sharply and remarked, "If you could refrain from speaking so much, you might live an additional decade." Chapter 3. An unconventional request awakening from a bizarrely lucid dream. Wen Yao found herself disoriented. The dream had unfolded as a third-person narrative, chronicling the lives of Shen Yichuan and Mingchen. It was a saga set against the backdrop of a post-apocalyptic world teeming with awakened abilities. In this envisioned drama, Shen Yichuan, the resourceful leader, and Mingchen, a damsel in distress, were the protagonists navigating a tempestuous relationship amidst a landscape of growth and tribulation. Wen Yao, in contrast, was relegated to the role of a mere stepping stone in the male protagonist's ascent, meeting a particularly unjust demise. Despite years of unwavering dedication, she was falsely accused of collusion and met a torturous end in the confines of a dark dungeon, ultimately meeting her fate at the hands of Shen Yichuan. Her contributions were forgotten, her merits unacknowledged, and she was branded a traitor in the eyes of North Continent's 13th District. The narrative culminated with Shen Yichuan's ascension to the position of North Continent's overlord, vanquishing the malevolent villain, Mingchen, and establishing a reign of iron over humanity's last bastion. Mingchen, having weathered numerous trials alongside Shen Yichuan, eventually breached his stoic facade, becoming the object of his affection. The final scene featured Mingchen's radiant declaration, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Mingchen." Wen Yao was aghast at the sheer absurdity of it all. Was her unwavering loyalty, her deeply held beliefs, and her genuine affection merely a plot device to propel a trite romance? She awoke amidst the rhythmic drumming of rain against the window panes. The room was quiet, save for the clinking of medical instruments, and permeated by the scent of alcohol, suggesting she was recuperating in a hospital or laboratory. As her eyes fluttered open, she discerned a figure clad in white. The intense light caused her eyes to water. A deep, amused voice resonated above her. "Am I causing you pain?" Wen Yao surmised that she had been rescued and was receiving medical attention for a wound. Without hesitation, she shook her head. "Doctor, may I ask?" A chuckle interrupted her, laced with playful mockery. "Doctor?" Recognizing the voice, Wen Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Mingchen, the man, clad in a white coat, stood before her, his handsome features accentuated by a playful glint in his eyes. "It seems you're finally awake." Casually donning a pair of latex gloves, Mingchen remarked, "You're a fortunate one." Wen Yao was conflicted as she watched him tend to her wound. She had been abandoned by Shen Yichuan, only to be rescued by his adversary. Mingchen, the commander of the 14th District of East Continent, was a familiar foe, their relationship forged through countless battles. The 13th District of North Continent and the 14th District of East Continent were adjacent, and they frequently clashed. Every previous encounter had been marked by hostility, with Wen Yao defacing his attire and he, in turn, provoking her ire with his offensive remarks. Wen Yao's unwavering ambition had been to avenge Shen Yichuan's brother by ending Mingchen's life. Yet now, he was her savior. Moreover, she had glimpsed a vision of her aftermath in her dream. Mingchen had stormed North Continent, retaliating against the 13th District, resulting in a fierce battle. Shen Yichuan, leading the district's ability users, eventually overwhelmed him. Though he survived, his core was damaged. The loss of the core meant the depletion of energy, leading to the loss of abilities. As Shen Yichuan's forces invaded East Continent, Mingchen, unable to resist, expended his remaining energy in self-immolation. In the church, he laughed as he walked into the flames. Wen Yao was in a dreamlike state. She didn't know why Mingchen killed people in North Continent, or why he was willing to give up his life. Could it be because of her? She didn't know why he would sacrifice everything for herself. But if not for her, why was the time so coincidental, and the silver bracelet on his wrist before his death was clearly hers? It was given to her by her grandmother when she was born, and she and her cousin had one each. In order to find her cousin, she had been wearing this bracelet. Lost in thought, aren't you? Startled, Wen Yao found Mingchen scrutinizing her, his eyes radiating an alluring charm. Unsure how to navigate this sudden shift in their relationship, Wen Yao averted her gaze. Don't call me that. But when I first met you, you were a mere slip of a girl, wielding a sword that was far too large for you. He chuckled, releasing her arm and lifting her chin with a finger. You've grown into a beautiful woman. Wen Yao was unnerved by his words. Despite his act of kindness, she couldn't suppress her urge to retaliate. Avoiding his touch, Wen Yao retorted, You're not much older than I am. What should I call you then? Vice Captain Wen? Or Miss Wen? He leaned closer, his scent mingling with a metallic tang of blood. Miss Wen, would you be so kind as to remove your trousers? Chapter 4. How will you repay me? Wen Yao glared at him, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Mingchen remained unfazed, still exuding that nonchalant, alluring aura. What? Shall we leave your leg, wound, unattended? Wen Yao. She was clad in the base's standard-issue windbreaker, paired with black, tapered windbreaker pants. The injury was on her outer thigh, making it awkward to pull the pants up. To treat the wound, she'd have to remove them entirely. But being alone with him like this, stripping in front of him, Wen Yao found it difficult to accept. After all, they had been adversaries on opposing sides for so many years. Seeing her hesitation, Mingchen paused, then picked up a pair of scissors from his side. Hold still. He pressed his palm against Wen Yao's ankle and decisively snipped open her pant leg, cutting upwards. Only when her fair, delicate leg and the sticky, bloodied flesh were exposed did he put down the scissors, reaching instead for a vial of anesthetic. Although he showed no hint of impropriety, the intimate touch of his warm fingertips on her skin sent a subtle shiver through Wen Yao's senses. She found the atmosphere unsettling. To distract herself and regain composure, she reached for the silver moon blade beside her. Catching her movement from the corner of his eye, Mingchen injected the needle into her skin, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Wen, I'm treating your wound, yet you brandish a blade behind my back? Do you think that's appropriate? To treat your benefactor so cruelly is rather disheartening. Wen Yao lowered the blade. I apologize. I'm simply accustomed to wielding a blade. I had no intention of attacking you. Seeing this scene, Didahu, who was guarding the corridor, tugged at Mei Yasha's sleeve. Boss is in danger. Mei Yasha glanced back, then smacked Didahu on the head. You know nothing. This is called foreplay. Outside, the rain poured down urgently, while inside, a quiet stillness prevailed. The man was bent over her thigh, his movements professional and skilled, his touch gentle and meticulous. For a moment, Wen Yao almost had the illusion that he was a doctor. Were you a doctor before the apocalypse? Mingchen finished cleaning the wound and began to stitch it up. Hearing her question, he smiled casually. The apocalypse has been here for 7 years. I'm not that old. Then you were. Mingchen picked up the scissors. A medical student. Wen Yao nodded. He did look quite young now. It was normal for him to have been a student 7 years ago. However, she sensed that even if he were a doctor, he wouldn't be a proper healer, but rather a deranged killer masquerading as a physician. Mingchen finished treating her right leg and began to cut open the pant leg of her left leg. He had thought the anesthetic would suffice, but in the end, he discovered 2 more untreated wounds. One of them even had a piece of zombie's broken tooth embedded inside. Mingchen dropped his tools with a clatter and called Mei Yasha in. More anesthetic? Mei Yasha shook her head. This is an abandoned hospital base. Medical supplies were likely taken. We only found half a bottle that was usable. Mingchen frowned, looking annoyed. Mei Yasha didn't dare to speak. Wen Yao, seeing the situation, said calmly, just treat it directly. I can endure it. In this chaotic world, she had weathered many storms. Once, when she broke a bone, Shen Yichuan had crudely set it for her. Not only was there no anesthetic or proper medical tools, but she hadn't even had any mental preparation. She had simply fainted from the pain. Mayasha also said cautiously, "The wound needs to be treated as soon as possible, and this is a dangerous area. We shouldn't stay long. Get out." "Yes." When Mingchen sat down again, his face was devoid of any smile, his entire demeanor unusually gloomy. Wen Yao's complexion wasn't good either, but it was from the pain. The sudden lack of anesthetic caused sharp, stabbing sensations as the wound was treated, and by the end, she was numb. By the time it was completely finished, Wen Yao had her brows deeply furrowed and her eyes closed. Strands of her soft hair clung to her sweaty cheeks, and a drop of blood trickled from her bitten lip, making her already stunning face even more heartbreakingly beautiful, like a blood-red rose ravaged by the storm. Mingchen gazed at Wen Yao, his eyes darkening. He couldn't resist bending down, his fingertip tracing the drop of blood on her lip. Then, he gently smeared it across her cheek, leaving a vivid streak of red. Wen Yao fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes, her gaze misty and blurred. It took her a long time to finally emerge from the pain. Meeting his eyes, the man smiled, his breath tantalizing. "How is it? I saved you. How will you repay me?" Wen Yao recalled the events in her dream, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. The supporting character in the story could only subvert the plot by doing something that went against her persona. Since Shen Yichuan and Mingchen were meant to be a couple, since her destined ending was a tragic death in a dungeon, since they were all characters in a play, since their existence served that mindless, melodramatic script, then why not shatter it all? With the distance between them so close, Wen Yao's nose tingled with emotion. She suddenly steeled her resolve, tilted her head, and pressed her lips to the man's. The girl's lips were warm and soft. The moment she initiated the kiss, Mingchen's Adam's apple bobbed, and a jolt of electricity surged through him, numbing his heart. Never expecting this development, he froze. Wen Yao gave him a fleeting kiss, and seeing the man's smile fade slightly, she felt a bit panicked. Was that not what he meant? Or was he only after a bracelet? Wen Yao blushed, her hand touching her silver bracelet. "Then, how do you want me to repay you?" Mingchen continued to stare at her, his lips still tingling, as if he found it unbelievable. He didn't speak. Wen Yao lowered her gaze and explained earnestly, "This bracelet was a gift from my grandmother. My sister has one too. I want to find my sister, so I can't give it to you. In our 13th district base, resources are shared, and team members hardly have any personal belongings. Besides this bracelet, I only have this silver moon blade left, but it's my weapon for survival, so I can't give it to you either." Mingchenis Aelicious lowered, his gaze lingering on her moist, full lips. Suddenly, he chuckled, as if something had struck him as funny. He laughed for a long time, unable to stop. Wen Yao was already embarrassed, and being laughed at so brazenly made her feel even more humiliated. "Stop laughing." "All right, I won't laugh," Mingchen said, but he couldn't suppress the corners of his lips from curving upward. Since the famed Vice Captain 1 of the North Continent's 13th district is so pitifully poor, let's just leave this debt of gratitude unpaid for now. Wen Yao, she felt thoroughly insulted. Just as she was about to say something to salvage her dignity, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang. Dahu rushed in, looking flustered. "Boss, something terrible has happened. This hospital building is haunted." Mingchen suppressed his smile, his expression instantly displeased. "Haunted by what?" Chapter 5. Is it stimulating? Dahu shook his head, breathless. "It's not a ghost. It's a multitude of mutated zombies in the basement of this building. There are even types I've never seen before. Their lethality is astounding." The clanging noise grew ever closer, accompanied by the chilling screams unique to the undead, mixed with the torrential rain outside, sending shivers down one's spine. In the corridor, Mayasha let out a terrified scream. "Ah, they're breaking through the iron bars and coming up." Dahu pointed at the window across the way, shouting, "Boss, behind you." The window. Wen Yao turned to look, only to see a fully green, mutated entity pressed against the once dull glass. Its shape resembled a human, yet it was distinctly inhuman, oozing sticky black ichor. Its limbs twisted grotesquely, with bloodshot eyes bulging out, one of which dangled precariously, barely hanging by a bloody vein, utterly horrifying. Wen Yao's pupils dilated as she hurriedly grasped her silvery moonblade. Mingchen's expression turned serious as the leaping mutated entity crashed through the glass. He raised his hand and conjured flames. In the next instant, a fierce blaze enveloped the creature, which emitted a horrific scream before being reduced to ashes. Wen Yao stared in disbelief. So Mingchen had awakened his powers long before this moment? No. Given his sharp reflexes and the destructive force of his abilities, he must have awakened long ago. Why then? Had he only used guns and swords while sparring with her for so many years? Had she been treating him as a true adversary while he was merely indulging her in a game? Wen Yao was not oblivious to the potency of ability users, yet she had never witnessed such lethal prowess. Against agile leaping mutants like this, their team would typically require a dozen people working in concert for an extended period to vanquish one, yet he had incinerated it in an instant, before anyone could react. Maisha hurriedly pulled Dahu through the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang, and urgently reported to Mingchen, "Boss, dozens of various mutated entities are charging at us. Both staircases are blocked. There are R-type mutants too." Wen Yao was gripped by fear. The R-type mutant was a newly emerged advanced variant, whose weakness lay not in its head, but rather in its entire circulatory system. Even if dismembered, its severed limbs retained significant offensive capabilities. If bitten, the mortality and mutation rates were a chilling 100%. Even a scratch could lead to a mutation rate as high as 1/3, with no relevant vaccine yet developed. Dahu, his face etched with panic, turned to Mingchen. "What do we do, boss? We can't get out." He had wondered why no one had scavenged the abundant resources nearby, only to discover such terrifying mutants lurking within. Mingchen recognized the gravity of the situation. While it might be feasible for him to confront this multitude of mutants alone, he clearly lacked the stamina to engage them in a prolonged struggle. Each mutant possessed its own strengths, some with tough hides, others with swift agility, some with myriad tongues, and even a few capable of spitting deadly venom that could cause mutations. He could survive a skirmish with them, but the three of them would undoubtedly perish. As the sounds drew nearer, Mingchen did not hesitate. He approached the window and peered down, issuing a direct command. Out the window, their vehicle was parked just outside. Maisha instantly understood, leaping through the shattered window, landing on the car's roof, and swiftly climbing inside as she started the engine, calling out, "Boss, hurry." They were on the second floor, and without abilities, jumping down posed a significant risk. Dahu hesitated at the window for 2 seconds, but before he could muster the resolve, Mingchen kicked him down. "You fool. Get going." Ah, bang. At that moment, the corridor was already filled with the grotesque heads of mutated entities. Wen Yao sat helplessly on the hospital bed, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly, her heart racing. Logically, mutated zombies were scarce, typically appearing alone. She had no inkling of the perilous territory they had stumbled into, one teeming with such numerous mutants. Having lost considerable blood, she felt weak, her wounds freshly stitched. Now, she was in no condition to fight or flee, struggling even to rise from a bed. In this dire state, even a moment's delay from Mingchen could spell doom for her. Would he come to her rescue? As a swarm of mutated entities burst through the door, flooding in, Wen Yao despairingly shut her eyes. In a critical moment, she felt a cold, slimy substance brush against her arm, only to be swiftly withdrawn, and her body was suddenly lifted into a warm, expansive embrace. In that fleeting half-second, a wall of flames erupted, and the two leapt from the window. The wind howled past them, rain pelting their faces, and when Wen Yao released her grip on the man's neck and opened her eyes, they had already sped far away in the off-road vehicle. Mingchen held Wen Yao atop the vehicle, while behind them, grotesque, mutated zombies spilled from the shattered hospital windows, their bodies oozing pus, faces contorted in rage, rushing towards them with gaping maws. Above loomed dark, oppressive clouds, while below lay the crumbling ruins of concrete structures. The relentless downpour drenching the mud and withered grass, washing over the terrifying monsters that scurried about. This was the apocalypse, a seldom bright day, a world filled with bloodshed, danger, and death. Wen Yao gazed at the scene unfolding behind the vehicle, her heart racing for what felt like an eternity. It was only when Mingchen shoved her into the back seat that she snapped back to reality. Mingchen soon joined her, soaked from the rain, disheveled black hair dripping, a single droplet cascading down to splatter against his damp white cloak. He leisurely removed the outer robe, warming it with flames from his palm, the back seat quickly filling with mist. Noticing Wen Yao's gaze, he smiled. Is it stimulating? Chapter 6. He savored the kiss Wen Yao. So, while everyone else was nearly paralyzed with fear, this man was reveling in the thrill. Truly, he was Mingchen, undeniably perverse. Her gaze descended, only now noticing that her trousers had been torn apart at some point. Already tattered from being cut, the ordeal had transformed them into shorts. A pair of alabaster legs were exposed, marred by grotesque scars and swollen to an unsightly degree. Since the apocalypse, she had consistently worn trousers and long sleeves, never revealing her legs. This sudden exposure instinctively made her want to find something to cover them. But she scanned the back seat, finding nothing, and could only futilely tug at her windbreaker. Mingchen glanced over, casually tossing the white robe he held toward her. The warmed fabric instantly concealed her legs, covering her from waist to foot. The chilling sensation vanished, and Wen Yao offered him a grateful look. Thank you. Stripped of his outer robe, Mingchen was left in only his white shirt. Damp from the rain, the material clung to his skin, becoming somewhat translucent and revealing the distinct contours of his abdominal muscles. This, coupled with his ethereally beautiful features, added an intangible allure. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on Wen Yao with amusement, replaying the scene in the hospital in that kiss. Wen Yao's scalp prickled under the man's unwavering stare. Just as she was about to inquire, Mingchen raised a hand and tapped the partition in front of them. The metal barrier slowly descended, and Mei Yasha's voice echoed. Boss? Mingchen queried. Are you familiar with the R-type mutation virus? Mei Yasha, unsure of her leader's intent, responded meticulously. The R-type mutation virus is a novel zombie variant that emerged in the last 3 months. It is currently the most potent of all zombie viruses. Mingchen interrupted her. Does infection by this virus affect the brain? Mei Yasha, the biological departments of various bases are still researching this virus. Current results are inconclusive. Mingchen rested his fingers against his lips, his thumb idly tracing their outline. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Yao, as if genuinely lost in thought. I have a feeling this virus might affect the brain structure. Wen Yao. She mentally retorted that he was the one with brain damage. But considering that he had genuinely saved her twice, she refrained from voicing the thought. Instead, she tightened her grip on the garment around her and turned to gaze out the window. Observing Wen Yao's serene, yet sullen profile, Mingchen chuckled softly. He reclined back in his seat, his eyes sparkling with amusement and curiosity, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, in North Continent, at Base 13, Shen Yichuan emerged from the virus laboratory, clutching a research report. The researcher's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. A blocking vaccine for the R-type zombie virus is still under development. However, the mutation probability of its strain has been confirmed to decrease daily, with a significant reduction expected after 10 days. Complete safety, though, will require a month. 10 days later. From the moment the train resumed its journey to its arrival at Base 13, Shen Yichuan's mind had been in turmoil. He was consumed by anxiety and insomnia. How could he possibly wait 10 days? The supplies he had left her would only last 3. He immediately returned to his residence, and under the cloak of night, he convened several trustworthy team members and chose a modified vehicle to return to the snowfield. As the vehicle exited the garage, a dark figure darted toward them. The driver halted the car, and the door was opened. Shen Yichuan, already agitated, frowned at the petite figure outside, his tone harsh. What are you doing here? Go back. Mu Shang, her face an innocent facade, looked up at Shen Yichuan. Is Captain Shen leaving to find Vice Captain Wen? Shen Yichuan averted his gaze, his voice cold. I order you to return. Mu Shang stubbornly clung to the car door, her eyes reddening. If it weren't for me, Vice Captain Wen wouldn't have been scratched. I want to go with you. Fang Lanin, hearing this from inside the vehicle, scoffed. It's good that you know your hindrance. Don't get in the way here. Go back to sleep. Another person chimed in. Exactly. Don't make Captain Shen busy saving you, or we'll all suffer. Mu Shengsheng refused to give up. As the car was about to start again, she steeled herself, grabbed the door, and jumped into the vehicle. Shen Yichuan, unaccustomed to such defiance, raised his pistol at her. What are you doing? Mu Sheng closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. I want to go. If Captain Shen is truly angry, then just shoot me. Seeing that the car was already on the road, Shen Yichuan, not wanting to waste time, angrily tossed the pistol aside and turned away, refusing to look at her. Mu Shengsheng and Wen Yao were similar in height and build, and their facial features shared some resemblance. Observing her stubborn, tearful expression, Shen Yichuan felt a sudden ache in his heart. The image of Wen Yao weeping in the snow flashed through his mind. Wen Yao was not Mu Shengsheng, nor was she any of the timid, fragile members of the base. Over the years, except for the initial months, she had almost never shed tears in front of him. She was outwardly obedient, gentle in nature, and seemingly vulnerable, but in reality, she was more resilient than anyone. She hadn't cried when her bones were broken. She hadn't cried when she was bitten or scratched by zombies, and she hadn't even cried when they were trapped in a mountain of corpses, nearly unable to escape. But this time, he had left her in the snowfield, and she had cried. Why? Was it because he had protected Mu Shengsheng first, causing her to be injured? But if Mu Shengsheng had been scratched, she would have certainly died, while Wen Yao still had a significant chance of survival. Shen Yichuan stared out at the vast snowy night, his mind replaying the image of Wen Yao's tearful eyes and the words she had uttered with a trembling voice. But Shen Yichuan, not just Mu Shengsheng, I'm scared too. I'm scared too. How could you be scared? How is it possible? She was well-trained, skilled, sharp, strong, and composed. It was just a barren, icy wasteland. What could she possibly be afraid of? But the more he thought like this, the more he doubted. The more uneasy Shen Yichuan became, as if his heart were being thrown into a vat of boiling oil and agonizing torment. Finally, he could only close his eyes in anguish, silently praying for her safety. Chapter 7. Care for Fire? Upon traversing the most perilous and desolate urban ruins, they chose a relatively safe villa in the suburbs to rest. Mingchen entered first to secure the area, and after he eliminated 3 mutated zombies inside, Mayisha assisted Wen Yao in entering. Didahu, having sustained an injury to his leg from a previous fall, limped in with his weapon, struggling to retrieve daily necessities from the trunk. This modest villa, nestled behind the mountains, bore the marks of neglect, suggesting few had come to plunder its contents. Those who had likely fell victim to the mutated creatures, leaving the decorations largely untouched, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust. In the apocalypse, aside from the survivor zones, no place could be deemed safe. To better observe the outside, they decided to rest in a small hall on the second floor near the balcony. That evening, as Mayisha prepared food in the kitchen upstairs, she emerged halfway through and said to Mingchen, all 3 lighters are broken, and the matches are damp. Could I trouble you for a flame? Mingchen, now clad in a clean and tidy outfit, lounged elegantly on the sofa, exuding an air of relaxed composure, utterly devoid of any signs of distress. A far cry from a fugitive in a world gone awry. Noticing Mayisha approaching with 2 wooden sticks, he lazily raised a hand, and flames ignited the sticks in an instant. Thank you, boss, Mayisha exclaimed. Wen Yao, seated beside the sofa, was taken aback. Is this really happening? Mingchen, sensing Wen Yao's gaze, smiled and extended his hand toward her. Would you like to play with fire? Wen Yao averted her eyes, politely declining. No, thank you. How could such an attractive person harbor such peculiar tendencies? His eccentric behavior had indeed led her to misunderstand him in the past, prompting her to draw her blade each time they met. Yet, Mingchen remained unfazed, letting the flames dance at his fingertips, brushing against Wen Yao's hand. As she watched her fingertip catch fire, she gasped and withdrew her hand, only to realize that she felt no heat. The flames were not hot? With a bewildered expression, Wen Yao stared at her hand, while Mingchen found her reaction amusing, chuckling softly. Wen Yao tentatively touched the flame on her index finger with another finger, only to find that all 10 of her slender fingers were now adorned with small, flickering flames. Resembling candles, yet devoid of any warmth. Is it enjoyable? Mingchen inquired, his amusement evident. Genuinely intrigued, Wen Yao extended her hand toward Mingchen's clothing. Yet the flames failed to ignite it. Why is that? She wondered aloud, and as Dahu passed by, she playfully poked his arm with her finger. In the next moment, Dahu jumped, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Startled, Wen Yao quickly withdrew her hand, extinguishing the flames at her fingertips. "Are you all right?" Glancing at the smoking mark on his arm, and then at Mingchen, who was laughing heartily, Dahu suppressed his grievances and forced a smile. "I'm fine. My skin is tough. How could I possibly be hurt? As long as Miss One and the boss are happy, that's all that matters." Wen Yao felt a pang of guilt. "I apologize." Mingchen laughed heartily. "Ha!" Taking a deep breath, Wen Yao turned to the source of the commotion. "What just happened?" Mingchen replied nonchalantly. "He was just unlucky." Dahu, now far off, sighed silently. However, Wen Yao astutely pointed out, "You can control the temperature of the fire." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Wen Yao was genuinely surprised. In the North Continent, there had been no sightings of fire-type abilities, and she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Discovering that not only could one attack with flames but also manipulate their temperature was astonishing. 7 years into the apocalypse, with the ever-growing variety of mutated zombies and other altered flora and fauna, it was easy to foresee that they would only grow stronger. Gazing at Mingchen, Wen Yao couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she could awaken such powers as well. In her dreams, she had never managed to awaken any ability and was uncertain if she would ever have that opportunity again. Mayisha brought dinner, consisting of beef toast rolls and fresh milk-soaked cereal. In the apocalypse, such a meal could hardly be described as anything but a lavish feast. Yet, as Wen Yao savored the food, Mingchen looked at the porcelain bowl in his hands with disdain. "Why is there cereal in it?" Mayisha was puzzled, "But boss, you always wanted it before." Mingchen responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," and matter-of-factly stated, "But tonight I detest cereal." Wen Yao thought, this person is truly difficult to please. After so many years of apocalypse, he still carries himself like a pampered young master, fussing over the conditions of his meal. Wen Yao rather enjoyed the milk cereal, and after finishing the last bite, a slender hand reached toward her. "Finish this for me." Looking at the small bowl in Mingchen's hand, Wen Yao raised her gaze in confusion. Mingchen raised an eyebrow, his tone languid. "No food waste allowed." Who was wasting food here? The bowl was small, requiring only a few sips to finish. Wen Yao didn't mind the extra meal and quietly accepted the bowl. Chapter 8. Born in Chaotic Times. Where's the black and white? After dinner, Dahu and Mayisha took turns keeping watch on the balcony, while Mingchen reclined on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Wen Yao wandered to a small study nearby. She rummaged through the space and found an old notebook, along with a pen that barely functioned. Aware the human memory is limited, she feared forgetting the dream and seized the opportunity to document it. Initially, she speculated that the mysterious dream might have stemmed from her childhood obsession with melodramatic television shows, leading her to unconsciously craft such a storyline. However, upon further analysis, the clarity and depth of the dream were striking, entirely unlike a mere fantasy. It felt as if, during this perilous encounter, she had glimpsed a hidden truth, profoundly realizing that she was merely a supporting character in a grand narrative, bound by a predetermined fate. Returning to the small hall, Wen Yao settled on the carpet beside the sofa, pen in hand, and meticulously recorded the details she remembered. Shen Yichuan, in the future, would awaken a metallic ability, possessing formidable physical prowess and the capacity to manipulate metals. Nothing, not even the strongest fortifications, would stand against him. Even bullets from firearms could be controlled by his will. He was the quintessential male protagonist, invincible in his pursuits. Mu Shengsheng, on the other hand, would awaken a botanical ability, capable not only of influencing plant growth but also of wielding healing powers. For combat-oriented abilities, this would serve as a remarkably potent support. Furthermore, various mutated flora and fauna, as well as zombie variants, would proliferate and natural disasters would ravage the world in the next 2 to 3 years, shrinking humanity's habitable zones. Entire regions would succumb to sandstorms or be submerged by rising seas, leaving only a handful of survivor enclaves. As the night grew quiet, Wen Yao pondered, struggling to find rest. Just as she set down her pen to take a break, she suddenly noticed a head leaning close beside her, startling her and causing her pen to clatter to the floor. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Mingchen's gaze casually flicked over the notebook in her hand, fortuitously catching sight of the name Shen Yichuan. With his eyes lowered in a languid tone, he spoke softly near her ear, exuding an air of intimacy. "I was curious about what you're doing awake at this hour." Wen Yao closed the notebook and murmured, "I can't sleep. I'm writing a journal." Mingchen smiled, though his eyes were dark and profound. "Are you perhaps feeling disappointed?" "What?" Wen Yao looked at him in confusion, his features cast half in shadow and half in light by the moon, resembling a bewitching specter. "Disappointed. The one who saved you is not Shen Yichuan, but me." Mingchen reclined back, his throat moving as he spoke in a tone laden with unspoken meaning. Wen Yao averted her gaze, feeling a sense of loss as she lowered her eyes. "There's nothing to be disappointed about. I'm simply grateful to be alive." Mingchen raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then why do you appear so glum?" Wen Yao gently placed her notebook down. "Do I?" After asking, she suddenly realized how peculiar his question was. In a world rife with despair, people were preoccupied with survival. Was it dangerous? Was it safe? Would they continue to live? Who would concern themselves with trivial emotions like happiness or unhappiness? No one had cared about such things before, not even Shen Yichuan. Even she had not bothered to ponder this in the past. Yet being questioned so in the stillness of the night felt oddly unsettling, though not entirely unwelcome. Mingchen silently withdrew his gaze and fell quiet, closing his eyes once more. Outside, the rain had ceased, and the full moon emerged from the heavy clouds, casting a cool, silvery light upon the earth, as if a layer of frost had settled over the barren inferno, imparting an eerie beauty to the desolation. Wen Yao gazed out the window, reflecting on her recent experiences. Was she saddened? If she were to articulate it, she would admit that it was indeed quite sorrowful. The person she had cherished for so many years, during a crisis, protected others instead of her, while a teammate, willing to risk his life for others, had abandoned her at the brink of disaster. Soon, she would be branded a traitor, reviled by the survivors of District 13, ultimately subjected to torture, and met her end at the hands of Shen Yichuan in a dark dungeon. Perhaps she should understand their desperate actions for self-preservation. Perhaps she should empathize with the harsh realities of survival in such a world. Yet, her steadfast belief, which she had upheld for 7 years, her conviction of standing on the path of righteousness, had indeed crumbled amidst the swirling snow. What in this world is truly black and what is white? Wen Yao found herself increasingly perplexed. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the order among nations swiftly disintegrated, and after a period of turmoil spanning 1 or 2 years, humanity hastily re-established some form of order amidst the chaos. Based on clusters of survivors and armed factions, the remaining habitable land was divided into 4 continents: Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest, each containing a multitude of safe zones. Among them, the northeastern continents, being the most suitable for human habitation, boasted formidable combat capabilities, while the Southwest, with its harsh weather and treacherous geography, ranked second. In these chaotic times, human greed flourished. Conflicts arose not only between continents, but also between districts. However, due to the rampant spread of zombie variants and various natural disasters, human conflict was no longer about territory or power, but primarily about resource scarcity. The fierce rivalry between the neighboring District 13 of the North and District 14 of the East epitomized the most irreconcilable struggle for survival. Historically, the rulers of the North had been more compassionate, rarely resorting to violence against humanity except in cases of capital punishment, aiming primarily to save as many survivors as possible. In stark contrast, the leader of the East adhered to a survival of the fittest philosophy, believing that in the face of apocalypse, limited resources rendered the weak unworthy of sympathy, and their elimination was merely a means of conserving resources. One ruled with compassion, the other with an iron fist. Thus, the majority of survivors perceive the North as weak, yet ultimately victorious, while the East, akin to brigands, resorted to unscrupulous means, destined to fall to righteousness. Wen Yao had once shared this belief. She upheld her convictions, supporting the principles of her base, viewing herself as white and her adversaries as black. Mingchen had once jested, in chaotic times, where is there absolute black and white? Yet she had retorted, at least on this land, I am white, and you are black. The North is white, base 13 of the North is white, just humanitarian, a path towards light. But what was the outcome? The deserving were cast aside, while the wronged perished without recourse. Even Shen Yichuan, who prided himself on fairness and justice, ultimately sought to overthrow the rulers, sacrificing countless refugees to violently conquer the remaining human safe zones. Chapter 9. Obey, close your eyes, sleep with a maelstrom of emotions churning within her. Wen Yao drifted into sleep. Perhaps due to her tumultuous thoughts, she was once again visited by a dream. A vivid recollection of the time she and Mingchen were stranded in the desolate Songping Mountains half a year prior. It was her first encounter at close quarters. She had become separated from her unit, while Mingchen had been in hot pursuit, intending to eliminate her. Fate, however, intervened, and they both found themselves lost amidst the vast, snow-laden peaks. She had held a blade to his throat, intent on ending his life, but he, ever the cunning strategist, pointed out that she was unlikely to find her way out alone and suggested they cooperate to find an escape. Naively, she had fallen for his deceitful words. He swiftly located a path to freedom, only to turn on her and capture her with ease. Mingchen bound her hands and feet, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and unceremoniously deposited her in a desolate, lightless cave. Wen Yao had heard countless chilling tales about Mingchen. It was said that he derived pleasure from prolonged torment rather than swift execution, relishing in the slow peeling of flesh or the dismemberment and reattachment of limbs. In the dim confines of the cave, confronted by this erratic, ruthless, and treacherous fiend, Wen Yao was consumed by dread. Release me, she pleaded. Mingchen, clad in pristine white, crouched before her, his voice a languid echo of her earlier words. You see, that is the difference between you and me. We of the Northern Continent do not believe in driving our enemies to the brink of annihilation. Such magnanimity. The man chuckled, his slender index finger tracing the line of her jaw in a gesture that was both frivolous and mocking. So, little girl, do you now regret not plunging that blade? Wen Yao recoiled, spitting out a venomous retort. Despicable and shameless. Mingchen feigned disappointment as he gazed at his rejected hand. Abruptly, he reached for the fastenings of her collar. A shiver of apprehension ran down Wen Yao's spine as she struggled frantically. What do you intend to do? Mingchen leaned in close, his voice a slow, deliberate taunt. What does one do with a captured beauty dragged into a cave? Since I have already been branded as shameless, I might as well embrace the label. Wen Yao's voice rose in protest. Mingchen, at your service, he replied. As her struggles proved futile and her collar was completely undone, Wen Yao's pupils constricted, her expression a mask of disarray and horror. You might as well kill me. Mingchen remained unfazed, his breath hot against her neck. But I would be loath to do that. His fingertips traced the delicate bones of her collarbone, and as he saw tears welling up in her eyes, he chuckled, dabbing at her tears with a condescending air. What is this, Deputy One? Are you truly weeping? Won't that invite ridicule? To think, the formidable Deputy One, the commander of the Northern Continent's 13th District, reduced to tears before me. Enough now. I shall be gentle. Immobilized and in despair, Wen Yao could only close her eyes, resigning herself to the violation. She reasoned that her body was merely a vessel, no different from being bitten by a cur. And indeed, she was bitten. The man's moist lips enveloped her collarbone, his tongue tracing its contours. A sharp pain followed, and a single drop of blood trickled into her undergarment. But that was all. Mingchen released her, wiping the blood from his lips with a smile of gentle amusement. A minor punishment for a captive. Surely, that is not excessive? Wen Yao remained silent. Mingchen proceeded to untie her bonds. Today, I grant you a small lesson. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Remember that? As he spoke, Wen Yao swiftly turned, seized the silver blade, and held its edge to Mingchen's throat. Mingchen, unarmed, showed no fear. Such an ungrateful wretch, he chided, so quick to forget kindness. Wen Yao, too preoccupied to adjust her clothing, gripped the hilt of the blade, sweat beading on her brow. Today, you spare me, and I shall spare you for now. But the next time we meet, I shall surely kill you. Mingchen brushed a stray piece of grass from his person, his smile unwavering. Then I shall await that moment with anticipation. In this world, there is no absolute black and white. At least in this land, I am white and you are black. The next time we meet, I shall surely kill you. Ironically, their next encounter saw her not only unable to kill him, but also rescued by him. Her earlier threats had become nothing more than empty words. Wen Yao dozed fitfully, her sleep punctuated by fragmented dreams, until she was roused at dawn by a faint sound. The sound of boots trudging through the mud indicated that many people were approaching the dilapidated villa. Years of training had honed her senses. Her keen hearing and heightened alertness allowed her to quickly discern the sounds. She opened her eyes and instinctively reached for the blade at her side. Sensing her movement, Mingchen stirred, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence. He then gently stroked her hair. "Hush," he murmured. "Close your eyes and sleep. There are people approaching," Wen Yao whispered. "They seem to be entering through the back entrance. I can't see from the balcony here." Mingchen merely closed his eyes again, unconcerned. Wen Yao estimated that the approaching party consisted of a dozen or so individuals. In this post-apocalyptic world, one had to be wary of all encounters. At times, humans posed a greater threat than the undead. Concealing the blade behind her back, Wen Yao fixed her gaze on the stairwell. Soon enough, a gaunt, sharp-featured face peeked cautiously around the corner before quickly disappearing. "Boss," the voice called out, "there are people upstairs." Downstairs, the man known as Boss, a burly figure with a thick beard, furrowed his brow and kicked the speaker. "Who is it? Speak clearly." "A man and a woman. They're asleep on the sofa." The bearded man hoisted a cleaver onto his shoulder and asked gruffly, "Just two of them?" The skinny man nodded nervously. "Yes, just two." Murmurs arose from the group. Only two people daring to sleep in a villa in this danger zone? They must be from one of the bases. Another voice countered, "Impossible. The bases operate in teams. They wouldn't send just two people. Then they must be armed. We need to be careful." The bearded man gestured to several of his companions. "You go first, and you cover the rear. Let's go take a look." Chapter 10. Did I frighten my Miss One? Upon hearing the commotion, Mayasha vigorously shook Dido, who was fast asleep. "Someone's here." Dahu jolted awake, immediately aiming his machine gun at the base of the balcony. Mayasha, exasperated, slapped him again. "Inside. They're coming through the side door." By the time they both reacted and returned to the second-floor parlor, the dozen or so men below had gradually ascended. Aside from the two gaunt figures in the lead, the rest were burly and robust with swarthy complexions, each wielding a massive axe or cleaver. Wen Yao could discern their identity with a mere glance. They were wasteland marauders, often bandits, unaffiliated with any specific zone and unbound by local regulations. They typically operated in gangs of a dozen or several dozen, preying upon various districts. While these individuals lacked formal training, they were battle-hardened from perilous scavenging expeditions, possessing formidable strength. Most survivors or lone wolf base members would avoid encountering these marauders. As they dared defy the governance of continents and districts, they were invariably unprincipled, often engaging in indiscriminate killings, plundering resources and sexually assaulting women. In essence, they were a band of ruthless outlaws, devoid of humanity. Fortunately, none of them possessed firearms. If it were merely a matter of blade against blade, she was confident of prevailing. The burly, bearded man, observing that they were only a meager group of four, relaxed his vigilance. However, he refrained from taking immediate action, instead addressing the direction of the sofa. "Brothers, we've just slaughtered a wave of zombies and slain several mutated creatures. We're exhausted and need to rest here for a couple of days. If you're wise, you'll share some of your supplies." Mingchen's eyelashes drooped, and he remained silent. Beside him, Wen Yao sat up, surreptitiously concealing a knife, prepared for battle at any moment. Mayasha rolled her eyes, twirling her gun in her hands, and remained impassive. Dahu, on the other hand, shouldering his machine gun, honestly and kindly advised, "The first floor is spacious. You can go there. Don't disturb our boss." Seeing that all four of them were so composed, their group also felt somewhat flustered. The few standing at the rear whispered, "Why aren't they afraid? Could they have some backing?" What backing could they have? They're just relying on having a couple of guns. Look at the man in the middle. He looks like a refined, pretty boy who probably doesn't even know how to hold a gun. And the girl beside him, with her slender arms and legs, and so fair and beautiful. Could she possibly pose a threat? As their whispers circulated, the burly, bearded man's attention shifted to Wen Yao. The young woman was clad in a light gray tracksuit, sitting with her knees drawn up to her chest in a posture of helplessness and weariness. She appeared to be young, with fair and delicate skin and a gentle, beautiful countenance, a rare and exquisite beauty in peaceful times, and even more so in the post-apocalyptic world. Merely gazing upon her stirred the men's hearts, like beasts beholding delectable prey. They had been deprived of female companionship for far too long, let alone such a peerless beauty. Several men exchanged glances, and the burly, bearded man stepped forward to negotiate with Mingchen. "Brothers, we're all exhausted. We don't want to resort to violence. How about we strike a bargain? We'll share half a wild deer with you if you offer up 2 women for our dozen or so brothers to enjoy for a night. We'll return them afterward. You won't lose out." Upon hearing these words, Mayasha was instantly enraged, raising her gun and cursing at the men. "I think you're all courting death." The burly, bearded man completely disregarded the woman's words, continuing to address Mingchen. He perceived him as the leader, and only the leader had the authority to make decisions. "If that fiery one is out of the question, then I'll take the one beside you." Mingchen raised his eyelids, his peach blossom eyes curving into a gentle and amiable smile. "All right." Wen Yao, Mayasha, and Dahu exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering their weapons, prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Seeing that the man was so amenable and agreeable, the burly, bearded man was immensely pleased. He chuckled and instructed his subordinates. "A few of you go down and bring up the deer. You two, go and fetch that little darling." 2 men advanced with lewd gazes. Wen Yao had her knife ready behind her back, but before she could act, the 2 men suddenly burst into flames, both screaming in agony as they collapsed in front of the sofa. "Fire! Where did the fire come from? Why is it so scalding? Burning fire. He's an ability user." Mingchen, with flames flickering from his fingertips, leisurely rose to his feet. He sauntered forward, stepping on one of the men with his foot, his 2 flaming fingers plunging directly into the man's eyes, accompanied by sizzling sounds and thick smoke. The man's forehead veins bulged, and he emitted a pig-like shriek. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Ugh." His eyes were instantly reduced to 2 black sockets. Before the man could even raise his hand to cover his eyes, he fainted from the excruciating pain. As for the other man, Mingchen did not spare him either. He straightened up, his leather shoes stomping on his head, instantly distorting his face and splattering his brains. In a fleeting 2 minutes, everyone present was aghast. The remaining dozen or so men were gripped by terror. The 2 gaunt men in the lead even vomited on the spot. He's a fire-type ability user. His physical strength has also evolved. He can crush a person's head. "Run, run." The group scrambled down the narrow staircase, some even leaping from the 2nd floor in their panic. Mayasha drew her dual pistols, pursuing them and firing, killing 2 more. "Let's see if your legs are faster or my marksmanship is better." As Dahu was about to step forward to deliver a few more shots, Mingchen placed his hand on his shoulder. Dahu turned his head. "Boss?" Mingchen smiled, casually stating, "Give me the sniper rifle." Dahu hastily retrieved the sniper rifle. Seeing Mingchen heading towards the west balcony, Mayasha and Dahu quickly followed, putting away their guns. Wen Yao lowered her knife, her gaze sweeping over the gruesome corpses on the floor. She silently wiped the sweat from her palms and followed them to the balcony door. By this time, the sky had brightened considerably. From the balcony, one could see the low, dark clouds pressing down on the barren grassland. On the vast, boundless prairie, 8 or 9 men were desperately racing for their lives. Some stumbled in the mud, others were tripped by those in front, while still others had just managed to get to their feet. The scene was utterly farcical. Mingchen rested the sniper rifle on the railing of the balcony, aiming the barrel at them. With a deafening bang, the most robust man among them collapsed to the ground. It was their leader, the burly, bearded brute. The others, hearing the gunshot, ran even more frantically. Before long, the remaining men had tumbled and scrambled over the small hill. Mingchen straightened up, wiping his hands with a nonchalant air, though his expression betrayed a hint of regret. This guy missed the mark. It'll take a while for him to die. Mayasha immediately offered flattery. Boss's marksmanship is impeccable. At this distance, only Boss could hit the target. Dahu expressed confusion. But boss, why did you only kill him? Mingchen turned his head, meeting Wen Yao's gaze, because he looked familiar. Mayasha placed her hands on her hips. The strong draw their blades against the stronger, while the weak draw their blades against the weaker. If we don't eliminate these dregs, more survivors stranded in the dangerous zones will meet their demise. Boss is still too merciful. Wen Yao watched in silence, saying nothing. Mingchen walked to her side, his eyes curving as he leaned closer. What's wrong? Did I frighten my Miss One? I told you to close your eyes and sleep soundly. Chapter 11. Why are your ears so red? After the tumult of the hunter's turmoil had subsided, the villa returned to a state of serene tranquility. As night fell, Dahu stood guard on the balcony. Mayasha busied herself in the kitchen, while Wen Yao approached the door of Mingchen, gently knocking and inquiring, "May I come in?" A languid voice soon echoed from within. "Beckoning, come in." However, upon entering, Wen Yao was greeted by a haze of steam. As a mist dispersed, she found Mingchen reclining in a white bathtub. His gaze meeting hers with a smile. "What brings you here?" In the stillness of the night, the expansive European-style bedroom was devoid of any distractions, save for a dusty carpet and a pristine white bathtub. Due to damage to the villa's electrical system, the room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by a few flickering candles beside the tub. The gentle glow cast a soft, warm light over the man, whose upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles that glimmered faintly in the candlelight. He held an empty wine glass between his fingers, within which a cluster of flames danced brightly, resembling a fiery rose. It was a curious sight. Amidst an atmosphere that suggested imminent danger, he appeared utterly at ease, indulging in a luxurious bath as if on vacation. Wen Yao lowered her gaze. "You're bathing. Yet you want to come in? Perhaps I should return later." Mingchen, however, instructed, "The clothes are on the cabinet by the door. Please fetch them for me." Wen Yao retorted, "Why don't you get them yourself?" Mingchen replied nonchalantly, "I forgot just now, and my arms aren't quite that long at the moment." With that, he set down the wine glass and shot her a teasing glance. "Miss Wen, you owe me 2 lives." Though exasperated, Wen Yao complied with a good-natured sigh, retrieving a stack of clothing she had never seen before, brand new, and it seemed to be the 3rd outfit he had changed into that day. After all, he had donned a different set after the morning's bloody incident, another after lunch when he spilled oil, and previously he had been in a white coat at the hospital, making one wonder if he possessed some kind of spatial ability to conjure so many garments. Silently, she placed the clothes on the cabinet beside the bathtub. Yet before she could turn away, Mingchen pointed to his shoulder. "Look, what is it?" she asked, puzzled. Mingchen grinned. "Do you see it?" Wen Yao's eyes fell on the gruesome scars, bewildered. "What about them?" He casually indicated here, here, and here. Wen Yao, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with his antics, found the atmosphere quite unsettling. Mingchen gazed at her, his voice low and tender, laced with ambiguity. "These are all marks you've left on me. Don't you find them endearing?" At a loss for words, Wen Yao frowned, scarring isn't difficult to remedy. "Why do you keep them?" Mingchen pondered, his finger tracing the edge of his eye, "to one day offer them for your admiration. And look, here's your opportunity." Wen Yao was momentarily sympathetic, but his words extinguished any flicker of compassion she held. Truth be told, he had certainly earned every scar he bore. The candlelight reflected off the water surface, obscuring the details, yet she did not perceive this as a suitable environment for a serious conversation and resolved to speak with him later. Just as she turned away, she heard his laughter, carefree and uninhibited. "Did you see something? Your ears are quite red." Wen Yao could no longer contain her exasperation. "Mingchen, Where was her knife? Outside the door, Dithahu caught wind of the exchange and peeked inside, his flashlight illuminating the scene. Upon realizing the boss was bathing and that Miss Wen appeared to be flirting, he quickly extinguished the light and closed the door, declaring, "You two carry on." I saw nothing. Wen Yao took a deep breath, ignoring Mingchen's continued banter, and stormed out. Mingchen, amused by her flustered demeanor, allowed his laughter to gradually fade. Half an hour later, Mingchen emerged from the room, impeccably dressed, while Maisha had prepared dinner, the table adorned with a candle and 4 neatly arranged plates, resembling a romantic candlelit dinner. As the evening progressed, Dithahu and Maisha resumed their vigil, while Mingchen, appropriately subdued, inquired of Wen Yao, "What did you wish to discuss earlier?" Chapter 12. The moon rises in the west tonight. Wen Yao, initially too angry to speak, hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I've come to a realization. It was because I was infected with the R-type zombie virus that my teammates abandoned me in the snowy wilderness." Mingchen had anticipated this reason. Although he did not press her further, upon hearing her mention it now, a slight smile graced his lips, albeit with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Wen Yao continued to speak calmly. "If we were to switch perspectives, had it been Shen Yichuan infected with the R-type virus, I can't claim I would handle it better. However, after 7 years of camaraderie, I could never abandon him, nor would I remain composed and devoid of emotion." Mingchen lowered his eyelashes, urging her, "Say something I want to hear." Wen Yao replied, "What I mean is, I am not the same as him. Since our paths diverge, there is no need for collaboration." Mingchen looked at her, somewhat incredulously. "What?" Wen Yao's voice softened. "I will not return to North Continent's 13th district." In her dreams, the focus had always been on Shen Yichuan and Mu Shangshan. She could not see the specifics of what transpired during the days Mingchen rescued her. Yet, she was certain she would not mutate in a few days. Mingchen would send someone to ensure her safe return to North Continent's 13th district. After that, she had grown distant from Shen Yichuan, no longer adhering to his every word, leading to disagreements on various matters. At times, she even found herself speaking in favor of the Eastern Continent, which ultimately became one of the pieces of evidence labeling her a traitor. If she was destined to be wronged, then she might as well embrace betrayal entirely and not return. While one might not be able to conquer, one could always evade. She aimed to distance herself from the protagonists and alter that tragic ending from her dreams. Mingchen's gaze lingered on her, his eyes deep with scrutiny, as if attempting to ascertain the truth behind her words. "The moon rises in the west tonight?" Had this stubborn, steadfast individual, who vowed to protect North Continent's 13th district, suddenly gained clarity? Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes, her tone slightly wistful. "May I join your Eastern Continent?" She had contemplated the idea of not joining any base and becoming a benign wanderer. However, being alone and lacking any awakened abilities posed a significant risk. It was not merely encountering formidable mutated zombies that terrified her. Even a run-in with a band of rogue hunters could spell disaster. Thus, prior to awakening her abilities, she needed to find an organization to shelter her, and her best option at present was the Eastern Continent's 14th district base. Noticing that he remained silent, Wen Yao continued to explain, "You saved my life twice. It seems only fitting that I repay you by becoming your deputy." Mingchen chuckled at her words. "I do not lack subordinates. The Eastern Continent's 14th district is not short on capable individuals." Wen Yao furrowed her brow, slightly confused by his remark. "What I can do for the commander of North Continent's 13th district, I can equally do for you. What I could offer Shen Yichuan, I can also offer you." Observing her earnest demeanor, Mingchen stifled a laugh, yet his lips curled into a mischievous smile. He tilted his head back, massaging his temples. "But I'm certainly not the spineless Shen Yichuan, nor do I require you to do anything for me." Wen Yao fell silent. So, was this a rejection? Indeed, if Shen Yichuan was viewed as a spineless fool in his eyes, then her abilities would surely rank even lower in his estimation. Wen Yao nodded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "All right." Mingchen couldn't help but chuckle. "Were you agreeing to?" "I do not lack subordinates, but I lack." Before he could finish, Wen Yao stood up, brandishing her weapon, Interrupting him, they have stood guard all night. It is my turn now. With that, she swept aside the curtain and stepped onto the balcony. Mingchen could only stare, somewhat bemused, at her unwavering demeanor. North Continent's snowy wilderness. By the time Shen Yichuan returned with several teammates, every trace had been concealed beneath a blanket of snow. He had spent an entire day and night searching for their whereabouts, yet all he could find was a headless zombie. Not only had he failed to locate Wen Yao, but there wasn't even a scrap of her clothing to be found. Report, Captain Shen. Nothing found to the west. Nothing to the east either. The north side is a glacier. There is nothing. Shen Yichuan's brows knitted tightly, his expression grave, a chilling aura emanating from him. This is impossible. Wen Yao had always possessed exceptional physical resilience, and given her years of rigorous training, her chances of mutating after being infected with the R-type virus were less than 1 in 3, perhaps even less than 1 in 5. Even if, for the sake of argument, she had died and transformed into an R-type zombie, without any living targets, it would merely wander in circles, resorting to feeding on nearby zombies. However, upon inspection, the zombies' bodies on the ground bore no signs of having been consumed, and there were only a few scattered wandering zombies nearby, indicating that no mutated entity had ever come to prey upon them. The team members exchanged glances, and Fan Lanin approached, her face etched with disappointment and sorrow. Could it be that vice captain when froze to death and was buried by the snow? One of the team members speculated. Could she have been devoured by a horde of zombies or zombie wolves? Perhaps she fell into the glacier? Or maybe she encountered rogue hunters and was taken away. After all, Vice Captain Wen is quite beautiful. Shen Yichuan refused to believe it, even hesitating to entertain such thoughts. Who was Wen Yao? Throughout the years, no matter how arduous, painful, or unbearable the circumstances, she had never faltered, nor had she ever complained. She was so determined to find her sister, so desperate to reunite with her family. How could she possibly perish so easily? How could she not hold on until he returned? With tears welling in his eyes, his lashes coated with frost, Shen Yichuan stared despondently at the snow-covered ground and hoarsely commanded, "Continue searching. If she is alive, we must find her. If she is dead, we must find her remains. Spare no suspected limbs. Bring them back for DNA testing." Understood. Chapter 13. Would you like to sleep with me for a while? Once the team members dispersed, Shen Yichuan crouched before the lifeless bodies of the headless zombies, gently caressing the frozen and hardened severed neck. The cut was smooth and even, revealing the exceptional skill of the one who wielded the blade. It must be Wen Yao. She cannot be dead. She must be nearby, so clever as she is, perhaps hiding away, waiting for him to find her. Shen Yichuan's hand turned cold and swollen from the frost, and suddenly, he was reminded of Wen Yao and the silver moonblade. Back when the base was first established, resources for firearms were scarce, and everyone resorted to knives and axes. Once he acquired a suitable firearm, he had the silver knife he once used forged to fit her size, carving a moon symbol on the hilt, which led her to name it the silver moonblade. As firearms became more widespread, everyone practiced shooting. Only she struggled with her aim. Despite his repeated admonishments, she reverted to wielding the silver moonblade. Over the years, she became the foremost knife wielder in the northern continent, to the point where mentioning the silver moonblade would evoke thoughts of her, and, conversely, mentioning her would bring to mind the blade. Reflecting on those past moments, Shen Yichuan's hand trembled as he withdrew, suddenly grasping a handful of snow, squeezing it tightly into a ball, and uncontrollably reddening his eyes. The following day, they departed from the villa, heading towards Base 14 in the eastern continent. During the journey, Wen Yao pondered over Mingchen's refusal to allow her to join the eastern continent. After much contemplation, she concluded that perhaps he did not trust her. After all, she had sworn to defend Northern Continent District 13 for many years, and such a sudden betrayal would be seen as absurd. He might even suspect her of intending to infiltrate as a spy. Wen Yao felt troubled. If she could not find an organization, would that not lead to a quicker demise? Mingchen, who had stayed up all night with Wen Yao, was now resting with his eyes closed against the chair's back. Up front, Didahu, while driving, asked Maisha, "This area is a city. There shouldn't be any mutated beings, right?" Maisha retorted, unable to hold back. Can't you see this is a survivor zone? With so many people on the street, if there were zombies, we would have caught their scent by now. At her words, Wen Yao turned her gaze towards the window. As the off-road vehicle moved slowly, her eyes swept across the city, ravaged by the apocalypse. This city, once a thriving tourist hub situated on the hilly plains at the junction of the eastern and northern continents, quickly became a gathering place for survivors after the calamity struck. However, it did not belong to either continent, but stood independently, akin to an autonomous region, plagued by chaos and rampant crime, with murders and robberies commonplace. Aside from the desperate indigenous residents, most were hunters seeking refuge. At that moment, outside the car window, the streets were filled with noise. Gangs were brawling in public, while some wielded knives to commit murder and theft, and the weak, elderly, women, and children cowered beneath steel shelters or concrete awnings, shivering in fear and despair. Wen Yao gazed on with indifference, her expression numb. Mingchen seemed to have rested enough, lifting his eyelids to glance at Wen Yao, tugging at her sleeve with a smile. "Would you like to sleep with me for a while?" "Wen Yao." She turned to respond, but suddenly noticed several familiar figures outside the window behind Mingchen, causing her pupils to constrict and her expression to darken. "Stop the car." At her command, the other three in the vehicle were taken aback. Dahu quickly slowed down and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Mayasha looked on in confusion, unsure of the situation. Having spent the past 2 days together, they found Wen Yao to be a calm and reserved individual, one who usually spoke softly and had never exhibited anger. But now, her serious demeanor and the fierce glint in her beautiful eyes suggested a sudden eruption of emotion. Mingchen furrowed his brow, signaling Dahu to halt. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop in front of a dilapidated concrete building. Once the vehicle was still, Wen Yao swiftly opened the door, gripping the silver moon blade, and dashed back. Mingchen and the others followed suit, ensuring her safety. The city was still draped in a light drizzle, the rain and mist casting a gray hue over everything. Dressed in a pure white dress, Wen Yao brandished her gleaming silver blade, disregarding her injuries as she ran through the chaotic streets. The moment she appeared, she drew the attention of most passers-by. In this drab, filthy, and decaying city, the sudden emergence of a fair-skinned, beautiful girl was utterly jarring. "Look over there. Where did this pretty girl come from? Wearing a dress? Who dares to wear a dress in these times of hardship? Let's go take a look." As she hastened forward, a myriad of curious gazes fell upon Wen Yao, some even cautiously approaching. Yet, she paid them no mind, focusing solely on the crumbling concrete path, making her way to the intersection where the off-road vehicle had just passed. Scanning her surroundings, she searched for the 4 individuals she had glimpsed earlier. "Hey, little girl, what are you looking for?" A scruffy middle-aged man blocked her path, leering at her. Wen Yao glanced up at him, and the man, who had been brimming with crude intentions, suddenly froze, all his lewd words caught in his throat. What was happening? She appeared to be nothing more than a delicate, beautiful young girl, yet her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 14. The impeccable swordsmanship. The assembly was intrigued by Wen Yao's sudden appearance, though whether out of a sense of unease or a wariness of the long blade in her grasp, none dared to approach. They clustered in small groups, maintaining a respectful distance as they murmured amongst themselves. Wen Yao was certain of what she had seen. She rounded a bend, advanced a few paces, and, at last, identified her quarry, a quartet of men, their arms adorned with black tattoos. Bearing the marks of a recent skirmish, they bore wounds upon their necks and limbs. One was perched upon a tricycle, while 2 others struggled to hoist a large sack of pilfered grain onto the vehicle. The last served as a lookout, vigilant against any attempt to reclaim the stolen goods. Concealing her blade behind her back, Wen Yao advanced at a deliberate pace. The lanky sentinel, catching sight of her, seemed to perceive no threat and emitted a dismissive whistle. Wen Yao responded with a smile, her radiant visage akin to the first bloom of a flower upon a snow-capped mountain, a vision of pure and captivating beauty. The man was momentarily stunned, before his grin turned even more lewd. "Well, it looks like someone wants to keep Big Brother company." Crack! Before his crude jest could be completed, a spray of crimson heralded the severing of his head, which tumbled into a nearby puddle eyes bulging in a grotesque tableau of death. A collective gasp swept through the onlookers. Good heavens, where did that girl come from to strike down a man like that? Did you even catch her drawing her blade? Was it really her who did it? She was the only one standing there, wasn't she? Who else could it be? Remarkable, isn't it? She looks like she couldn't hurt a fly, yet she lops off a head as if it were a mere melon. Unbelievable. As Mayasha hurried to the road's entrance, she chided Dahu, striking him lightly on the head. Hurry up. The boss will have your hide if you can't even keep an eye on someone. But before the words had even left her mouth, both were blinded by the glint of the silver blade. Wen Yao had already dispatched 2 more men with swift, decisive strokes, her swordsmanship utterly devoid of extraneous movement. Before anyone could react, 2 more heads rolled into the gutter, the cloying stench of blood permeating the humid air, painting a scene both macabre and surreal. This time, not only the passers-by, but Mayasha and Dahu were left utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, Dahu managed to swallow hard. With skills like that, even without any special abilities, how many of these people could even stand a chance against her? Mayasha remained silent, forced to concede that the swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. The speed, power, and precision of her strikes were astonishing. The ability to decapitate 2 grown men in a single second was a feat few in the Eastern 14th District could claim. Perhaps it was Wen Yao's reserved demeanor and gentle appearance that had been so deceptive, leading them to believe she was a fragile girl in need of protection. With 3 of their comrades felled in the blink of an eye, the man astride the tricycle was utterly cowed by Wen Yao's murderous aura. Abandoning the corpses and their ill-gotten gains, he wiped the sweat from his brow and pedaled furiously, fleeing down the road in a desperate bid for survival. Wen Yao gave chase for a few steps, but as the distance widened, she simply raised her hand and hurled her long blade. With a piercing whoosh, the silver blade sliced through the fine mist, arcing through the air before plunging into the man's back, piercing his heart. His lifeless body tumbled from the tricycle, which continued to roll until it crashed into a concrete wall, shattering into pieces. Her eyelashes beaded with moisture, Wen Yao, ensuring all 4 men were dead, slowly approached to retrieve her silver blade. In those brief minutes, the passers-by had witnessed her prowess, and the earlier lewd glances were replaced by looks of awe. As she approached, those who had been blocking her path hastily retreated, fearful of incurring her displeasure and meeting a similar fate. As Wen Yao retrieved her blade, her gaze fell upon Mingchen at the end of the road. The man, immaculate in white, stood untouched by the grime of the city, holding a transparent umbrella, his refined air utterly incongruous with the squalor and chaos around him. As they met, Mingchen tilted the umbrella to shelter Wen Yao. What deep-seated grudge drove you to pursue them so relentlessly? Still caught in the throes of her emotions, Wen Yao remained silent. Mingchen reached out to wipe a drop of blood from her face, noting the hatred in her eyes. He then wiped the blood from his fingertip onto her sleeve. If someone has truly upset my Miss One, leave it to me. A swift death is too good for them. Wen Yao simply stared at him, speechless. She averted her gaze and said, I apologize for delaying you. Back in the vehicle, Wen Yao told Mingchen, I didn't kill them without cause. They deserve to die. She recounted the events of 2 months prior when Shen Yichuan had entrusted her with a small task, to lead a 12-strong team to procure seeds for crops in this city. On their journey, they encountered mutated zombies, and 2 of the female team members suffered leg injuries, unable to continue. She left a male team member to watch over them, while she led the rest to collect the seeds. But when she returned with the team, all that remained in the dilapidated shack was the corpse of the male team member. The 2 injured women had vanished. As night was falling, the others urged her to prioritize the mission, warning that the area was too dangerous to linger. But she refused to give up, searching with her team from dusk until dawn. Eventually, they found them beneath a makeshift shelter beside a concrete building, their bodies barely covered. 4 men stood nearby, and it was clear what the 2 injured women had endured that night. She immediately subdued and bound the 4 men and went to examine the women's injuries. Tragically, one had already succumbed to her torment, while the other, though still alive, was covered in wounds and ultimately died on the journey back to the base. As Northern Continent regulations forbade vigilante justice, she was forced to bring the men back for trial, despite her anger and hatred. However, the men were cunning. During a rest stop, They broke free and murdered the team member who was guarding them. She had been consumed by remorse for the past 2 months, repeatedly begging Shen Yichuan to allow her to return and execute the 4 men herself. But Shen Yichuan had refused, scolding her for her indecision and sentimentality. He argued that had she abandoned the 2 women immediately, the mission would not have been delayed and the guard would not have lost his life. But how could she have done that? The 2 women had been with the base for 3 years, working alongside her for 2, and they were as close as sisters. Why should they have suffered such torment, dying in a dark corner, unmourned and unburied? And why should the beasts who had harmed them go unpunished? As she spoke, Wen Yao fought back tears. Turning her face to the window to hide her distress, she said in a muffled voice, "I apologize for my outburst." Chapter 15. Be My Companion. Mingchen gazed at Wen Yao's side profile, which bore an expression of grievance and sorrow. The smile on his face dimmed slightly as he lowered his lashes and remarked, "What is there to laugh about? You've shed tears in front of me more than once." Wen Yao remained silent, her tearfulness dissipating entirely. As the off-road vehicle traversed the ruins of the city, her expression returned to a calm demeanor. She turned to the man beside her and stated, "This is precisely why I wish to leave Beizhou." Mingchen raised an eyebrow in her direction, intrigued. Wen Yao continued, "It appears benevolent, yet is utterly heartless. When team members go missing, they are abandoned without a second thought. When injured comrades plead for assistance, they are left behind. Yet those who are undeniably guilty must endure a cumbersome interrogation before any action is taken, adhering to a rigidity bordering on absurdity." Mingchen listened intently, prompting, and Wen Yao turned to meet his gaze, her tone resolute. "I have taken lives without permission, thus I cannot return to Beizhou. There exists a prohibition on killing in Beizhou. Aside from legitimate self-defense, taking a life without consent is forbidden. Even those who commit heinous crimes must be apprehended and interrogated before execution, with violators deemed serious offenders." Mingchen paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. Such a stickler for rules. If you had not mentioned it, who would know you were the one who killed? Wen Yao regarded his amused expression in silence, believing her meaning was abundantly clear. Was it possible that, despite everything, he still refused to trust her? Mingchen, observing her expression from the corner of his eye, allowed a pleased smile to curve his lips. "I have stated before that I lack for capable individuals in the 14th district of Dongzhou. If you wish to join us, it is possible, but you must assume a specific role." Wen Yao looked up at him, inquiring, "What role?" Mingchen smiled, his eyes sparkling like blooming spring flowers. "My companion." Upon catching a glimpse of Wen Yao's surprised expression, Mingchen's smile broadened, and he leaned closer, repeating in his melodious voice, "If you wish to enter Dongzhou, you must be my companion." Wen Yao felt an inexplicable heat flood her cheeks. The proximity of his breath sent shivers down her spine, leaving her utterly flustered. Is it the only option? Mingchen remained noncommittal, his smile fading slightly as he returned to a languid posture. "Of course, you may refuse." As the off-road vehicle navigated the overgrown, dilapidated road, a vast expanse of ocean soon appeared on the horizon, flanked by towering skyscrapers. This city was far more modern compared to the derelict areas they had previously encountered, with buildings predominantly soaring to numerous stories, and the crumbling concrete structures were a rare sight. The gradually widening road, overpasses, and glass facades all hinted that before the apocalypse, it had been an exceptionally advanced metropolis. Nearby, the greenery along the roadside had withered away, and the occasional glimpse of lurking zombies added a chilling atmosphere. The battered asphalt was riddled with potholes, stained with blood and various gashes. In the distance, the deep blue sea mirrored the desolate, fog-enshrouded city, lending it an air of melancholy, as if it were a battle-scarred warrior. This was the Dongzhou district, a once thriving economic hub before the apocalypse. Thus, even 7 years after the world ended, its material resources and urban development were far superior to the other 3 regions. The outskirts were sparsely populated, with only a few sluggish zombies trailing the vehicle. It wasn't until they passed through a 30-meter-high barbed wire fence that the faint signs of human life emerged. Wen Yao turned her gaze out the window, observing the makeshift stalls beside the towering buildings and the forlorn survivors clad in tattered clothing. An inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over her. It felt as though primitive people had suddenly settled in a city. Throughout the journey, Mingchen had kept his eyes closed, but a casual glance caught the flicker of curiosity in Wen Yao's eyes, prompting him to lazily remind her, "We're nearing the base. Have you made your decision?" Wen Yao nodded in response, her thoughts lingering on the past 2 days spent in his company. Though he was undeniably peculiar and had a rather unconventional mindset, he was not as malevolent or terrifying as the rumors suggested. At least, he had shown her kindness. Returning to Beizhou was akin to walking into a dead end. Venturing out on her own with her current abilities was equally perilous. However, remaining by Mingchen's side, regardless of the role she played, would at least ensure her safety. And as long as she was alive, there remained hope of finding her lost family. All right, I shall agree. Though she felt that this method of aligning herself with him was a betrayal of her previous integrity, it was a necessary compromise. Mingchen placed his finger to his lips, his eyes sparkling with interest. After a moment, he nodded, "Very well. Then I shall, reluctantly agree. I merely wish to join you. Being your companion is not a necessity." "What do you mean by me reluctantly agreeing?" Before she could finish her thought, Mingchen interrupted, tousling her hair as he declared, "Little traitor, it's time to disembark." The off-road vehicle came to a halt, and Mayusha and Dahu exited first. Mingchen followed suit, while Wen Yao contemplated objecting. However, the current circumstances were not conducive to lengthy discussions. She resolved to address the matter once she stepped outside. But as she reached for her silver moon blade in the back seat, Mingchen shot her a glance that halted her in her tracks. Wen Yao peered outside the vehicle, noting that they had arrived at a spacious square adorned with buildings reminiscent of European castles, ancient yet exuding grandeur. A multitude of individuals clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with the Dongzhou base insignia, stood neatly nearby, evidently members of the 14th District's combat team. Having arrived at the Dongzhou 14th District headquarters, it would be rather impolite for an outsider to brandish a weapon. Thus, Wen Yao retracted her hand. Upon seeing Mingchen, a beautiful girl with chestnut curls stepped forward eagerly, inquiring, "Commander Ming, you've finally returned. How did the mission go? Did you acquire the sample of the mutated snow bear from Beizhou?" Chapter 16. It's still the commander who's the most dashing. Upon hearing this, Mingchen appeared nonchalant, his eyes smiling, and stated quite naturally, "I regret to inform you that there were some complications and the mission was unsuccessful." Fei Kuei's smile was radiant, and she had intended to inquire further, but before she could utter a word, her smile froze on her face. Because in the next moment, she saw a young woman in a white dress slowly step out of the vehicle. Complications? As soon as Wen Yao alighted, she noticed that everyone's gazes were fixed upon her, and she felt a sense of unease. Upon hearing Mingchen's words, she realized that his trip to North Continent had also involved a mission, and it seemed that he had failed the mission due to saving her. She felt rather embarrassed. Wen Yao felt somewhat guilty. Mingchen, sensing her unease, placed his hand on her head and ruffled her hair affectionately. A gesture of reassurance and protection. "Is Dr. Lin here?" Observing this action, Fei Kuei's brow furrowed even deeper. "He's in the third-floor lounge." Mingchen smiled at Fei Kuei and then turned to Wen Yao beside him. His voice and actions were unbelievably gentle. "Let's go." Wen Yao smoothed her ruffled hair and gave him a strange look. After the two of them departed, Fei Kuei turned her gaze to Mei Yasha and Dahu, inquiring, "What's going on with Commander Ming? He's neglecting the mission and bringing a girl back?" Mei Yasha shrugged. "You've known the boss for more than a day or two. When has he ever been logical in his actions?" Dahu also shook his head, looking rather simple-minded. "I only listen to the boss's orders." Fei Kuei felt puzzled. Although Commander Ming was naturally easygoing, he was not one to be drawn to women. Unlike other commanders, he was not surrounded by beauties. How could he suddenly bring back a beautiful girl? Curious, she also turned around and followed them. Amidst the gazes of the guards, Mingchen led Wen Yao into the lavishly decorated main building of the villa. From the spacious and lofty hall to the spiral staircase to the second floor, Wen Yao couldn't help but look around. Since the advent of the apocalypse, almost all technology had regressed, and a significant portion of the area lacked even water and electricity. Even the surviving modern environments, after being ravaged by zombies and left unrepaired, were quite old and dilapidated. Even within their 13th district base, there were many damaged buildings. However, the interior of this ancient castle villa was so pristine that it was a sight to behold. The various ornaments and furnishings in the living room were spotless. The corridors and stairs were covered in red carpets. The surrounding walls were adorned with world-renowned paintings, and there were even green plants and potted plants along the way, making it seem like a sight that could not be seen in the apocalypse. Most importantly, in an era of scarce electricity resources, the entire villa was brightly lit, and there were even elevators operating normally from the second floor upwards. It must be said that Mingchen was living in the lap of luxury as a commander, which explained his poor reputation. Mingchen, unaware of Wen Yao's thoughts, noticed her surprised expression and asked her with a smile, "Do you like it here?" Wen Yao's thoughts were drawn back by the man's voice, and she realized that the elevator had arrived. She quickly followed him inside. "It's all right." The elevator arrived at the 3rd floor of the East Wing, where they entered an office. The doctor inside quickly stood up upon seeing Mingchen and said respectfully, "Commander Ming, you're back?" Mingchen nodded. "Give me the key to the adjacent pharmacy." Linzeren picked up the keychain on the table. "Commander Ming, what kind of medicine do you need?" "I'll go get it." "That won't be necessary." Mingchen winked at Linzeren, his eyes filled with a captivating smile, and his tone was meaningful. "For personal items like condoms, it's more appropriate for me to retrieve them myself." Upon hearing these words, not only did Wen Yao frown and look at Mingchen, but the people in the corridor outside also paused slightly. Linzeren was momentarily stunned by the man's smile. When he realized what the words meant, his face flushed red, and his astonished gaze slowly shifted to the young woman beside him. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and stunning beauty, looking gentle and obedient, even though she was wearing a blood-stained white dress. It did not conceal her captivating beauty. He wondered where he had picked her up. Bringing back a delicate girl was one thing, but taking her to his place and brazenly asking for condoms was the height of audacity. Linzeren sighed inwardly and respectfully handed the keys to Mingchen. Mingchen took the keys and turned to leave. Wen Yao didn't know anyone else, so she had no choice but to follow his footsteps closely. When they reached the pharmacy, Wen Yao looked at the man's back, her heart filled with complex emotions. "Are you sure this is what you mean?" Mingchen moved the medicine cabinet and replied perfunctorily while searching for something. Otherwise, Wen Yao was speechless. He was getting condoms, so he was going to take her too. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, the laws of survival had reverted to the law of the jungle. A partner naturally referred to a sexual partner who satisfied one's physiological instincts. Except for some bases in the North Continent that prohibited personal relationships between members for the sake of management and were generally celibate, people in other places were quite open. And when it came to matters between men and women, it was quite chaotic. It was said that many powerful figures in the East Continent would directly capture and force themselves upon anyone they took a fancy to, without any consideration or reason. Thinking about it this way, it seemed reasonable for him to take her to satisfy his physiological needs since she had agreed to be his partner. Mingchen took a small rectangular box, and, after leaving, he entered the elevator again and took her to the top floor on the 5th floor. It was clear that this was his private domain. Wen Yao followed him down the narrow corridor, her heart pounding heavily with each step. By the end, her palms were sweating, and her heart was almost leaping out of her throat as she watched the man push open a hall door. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to do it now? Can we wait a little longer?" Mingchen turned his head and glanced at her. "Are you nervous?" Wen Yao didn't know how to explain. She didn't even know why she was so nervous. She wouldn't be nervous when facing enemies, and she could remain calm when facing zombies. But why was she so uncontrollably flustered when it came to something that clearly wouldn't threaten her life? Mingchen entered the room first. Seeing her standing outside the door, hesitant to enter, he raised his eyebrows slightly and teased in a drawn-out tone. "You agreed so readily just now. Are you regretting it now?" Chapter 17. So you've been coveting me for so long. Before Wen Yao could respond to the question, Mingchen bypassed her, casting a glance down the corridor behind her. Confirming that no one was following, he composed his expression and said, Come in. I need to give you an injection. Wen Yao was taken aback by his abrupt statement. However, Mingchen did not afford her any time to react, directly grasping her sleeve and pulling her through the door. The door closed gently behind them, cutting off the corridor's light, while the interior remained shrouded in darkness. The dimly lit hall exuding an eerie, ambiguous atmosphere with its vintage decor. Wen Yao cautiously leaned against the door, still reeling from the tension, her mind momentarily blank as she stammered, "What injection?" At that moment, Mingchen was retrieving a syringe from an aluminum case. Pausing at her question, he smirked languidly and replied, "What do you wish it to be?" Wen Yao lowered her eyes, her face flushed crimson, yet she feigned calmness and asked, "Is it a virus vaccine?" Mingchen responded with a nonchalant "Mm," handing the aluminum box to her. Wen Yao cautiously glanced at him before accepting it, noting the white label affixed to the silver box, which read, R-type zombie virus blockade vaccine sample. Wen Yao was taken aback. The East Continent Base's biological department had developed a vaccine for the R-type virus? Hadn't this variant only emerged about 3 months ago? Their speed was astonishing. Her eyes reflected her shock, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. "So you weren't. You want to get the vaccine?" Mingchen placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The biological research headquarters in the East Continent had only just developed it, and Dr. Lin had received only one sample, which he treasured dearly. "You mustn't tell him I took it. Otherwise, he'll surely curse me behind my back." Wen Yao was at a loss for words. Why hadn't he mentioned this sooner? Mingchen donned white gloves from a silver tray and inserted the needle into a glass vial the size of a thumb. In the silence, Wen Yao scanned the surroundings. Failing to find any light switch, she inquired, "Why don't you turn on the lights? Can you see in the dark?" There's no electricity. The lower 4 floors were brightly lit, and the corridor was also illuminated. How could it be that this room had no power? To alleviate her unease in the darkness, she asked, "Is the circuit breaker broken?" There isn't one. Mingchen extracted the liquid, placing the small vial on a shelf before igniting a candle on a nearby gilded candlestick with a flicker of flame from his fingertips. In an instant, the dim candlelight illuminated the area by the door, casting elongated shadows of the two onto the carpet. "This is where I reside, and I prefer candles to electric lights." When Yao realized he was somewhat eccentric, and many of her questions were suddenly clarified, Mingchen approached with the syringe, instructing, "Unbutton your top." At this point, Wen Yao felt there was no room for distrust. She unfastened her buttons, revealing her shoulder. Mingchen leaned slightly, swabbing her skin with an alcohol pad before inserting the needle. The proximity allowed her to distinctly perceive his scent, an indescribable aroma that mingled crispness with a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance. As she felt the sharp sting in her shoulder, she asked, "Is the newly developed sample reliable? Are there any side effects?" Mingchen replied, "It's unclear. We shall find out by testing it on you." Wen Yao was taken aback. So, she was merely a guinea pig? Before she could withdraw the needle, he had already injected the small amount of liquid into her. Mingchen held her hand, glancing at her as he withdrew the syringe, his smile imbued with an alluring ambiguity. Any side effects, no matter how intense, are preferable to becoming a zombie and dying. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, the newly developed blockade vaccine was a rarity, typically reserved for replication and research purposes. Yet here he was, administering a full dose of the finished product he had taken from someone else's painstaking efforts. If the scientists dedicated to their research were to discover this, they would surely be driven to madness. The warmth of his fingertips lingered on her skin, and as she fastened her collar and buttoned her shirt, she murmured a soft, "Thank you." So he had merely intended to administer the vaccine, and she had misconstrued his intentions. As she watched Mingchen incinerate the syringe and vial, she assumed the matter was concluded. However, as he leisurely removed his white gloves, he remarked with a smirk, "So, you've been coveting me for quite some time, haven't you?" Wen Yao looked perplexed. "What? Is it not so?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her flushed cheeks. "What were you anticipating just now?" Wen Yao inhaled sharply. Was that anticipation? He was the one who led her to misunderstand. Yet now he was reversing the roles, playing the victim. "How can it not be? Your face is so red." He chuckled softly, his voice low and magnetic, the rhythm of his breath fluctuating as if this were a particularly amusing matter. Wen Yao could no longer tolerate his perverse demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and reached for his collar. In her haste, her hand slipped, and she ended up yanking his shirt open rather roughly. As she beheld the contours of his abdominal muscles and the 2 buttons that had fallen to the floor, she felt as if she had been scalded, immediately releasing her grip. It was over. Mingchen only glanced at the buttons that had ceased their bouncing on the floor before lifting his gaze to Wen Yao, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as if to say, "I knew it all along." Wen Yao was disinclined to hear another word from this shameless man and promptly covered her ears. Before Mingchen could utter anything further, a knock echoed from outside the door. Commander Ming. Chapter 18. You hurt me. Mingchen cast a glance at Wen Yao, a smile flickering in his eyes as he turned towards the door. "She's getting dressed. Please wait a moment." The people outside fell silent at his words, and Wen Yao's attention was momentarily diverted, causing her to lower her hand. She belatedly felt a sense of oddity. She considered herself a composed individual, rarely revealing her emotions, yet found herself inexplicably losing control in the presence of this man. After some contemplation, she attributed it to habit. After all, they had encountered each other countless times in the icy wilderness, always in similar circumstances. Even now, as time had passed, she struggled to alter her response. She gathered her composure, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "So, are you saying that your request for me to be your partner is merely a facade?" "It is genuine." Mingchen, dismissive of the need to tidy his shirt, approached the door and opened it. A man in uniform stood outside, who, upon seeing him, respectfully reported, "Subject 067 situation is somewhat unusual. Director Fei requests your presence." "Let's go," Mingchen said, casually pulling Wen Yao's wrist. She looked up at him in confusion. Before she could voice any questions, he had already dragged her out. Yen, observing the two, one flushed and the other disheveled, quickly lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Wen Yao felt immensely uncomfortable, desperately trying to retract her hand. By the time they reached the elevator, her patience wore thin, and she pinched Mingchen's arm. Expecting him to release her, she was taken aback when he not only held on tighter, but also feigned a wince, lifting her hands above her head and pressing them against the wall. "You've hurt me." The elevator doors chimed open, and Yen glanced at the entangled pair, feeling somewhat awkward. "Perhaps I should step out first, Commander Ming?" Mingchen turned to him with a smile and nodded. "I apologize for the inconvenience." As the elevator doors closed again, Wen Yao could no longer hold back her frustration. "Mingchen, are you out of your mind?" After struggling again, she exclaimed, "Let go." Mingchen held her hands firmly, leaning closer with an air of indifference. "How heartless you are. Just a moment ago, I saved your life, and now you resort to violence and anger. That's precisely because of you." As their proximity diminished, nearly their noses brushed against one another, their breaths mingling, Wen Yao's unfinished sentence was abruptly silenced. Her chest heaved, her cheeks aflame, and her gaze met the man's dark, profound eyes, making her heart race inexplicably. Mingchen maintained a smirk, his breath gentle yet teasing, though his words were unexpectedly earnest. "You have been vaccinated. The probability of mutation is 0. You are now safe. My Isha is in room 2024 on the 2nd floor. Have her drive you back to the North Continent, and tell her it's my instruction." Wen Yao regarded him with an increasingly peculiar expression as Mingchen, using one hand, pressed a button beside him. "Of course, if you wish to stay, then your identity must solely be as my partner. Do you understand?" Once the elevator returned, he released her hands and stepped inside. Wen Yao followed suit, stepping out on the 2nd floor with a flushed face, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. At that moment, a few individuals passed through the castle corridor, likely the captains of the 14th District Base or distinguished researchers. Judging by their attire, upon sighting the enchanting figure in a white dress, they couldn't help but glance over, with some audacious enough to whisper among themselves, "Hey, do you know who that is? I've met everyone residing in the castle, but I've never seen this beautiful girl before. Let us go strike up a conversation." Before the young man could take a step, he was pulled back by a companion. "Are you insane?" That's the girl Commander Ming brought back. I witnessed it myself this afternoon. Who? Commander Ming? I thought he favored Miss Wei. How unexpected. Wen Yao paid no heed to anyone, raising her gaze to the door numbers nearby, then followed the spacious, curved corridor in search of room 2024, where Mingchen was located. As she walked, she mulled over Mingchen's recent words. It appeared that his bringing her back to the Eastern Continent base was not a mere whim, but rather to administer this vaccine to her. Now that she was safe, he was offering her a choice, to return to the North Continent or to stay, entirely at her discretion, demonstrating respect for her autonomy. As for why he wanted her to be his partner, it likely stemmed not from selfish motives, but rather from her identity. Their connection might be shallow and insignificant, yet the divide between the 13th district of the North Continent and the 14th district of the East was profound. How could she, a deputy commander of an opposing faction, smoothly join the Eastern District as a team member? Even if she could, how could she gain their trust? The only feasible path was to first become his partner and remain by his side. After all, no one could interfere with the personal life of a base commander. Could they? This choice might very well be a turning point in her fate. In her dreams, she returned to the North Continent, but now she resolved to stay. North Continent. Shen Yichuan jolted awake from a nightmare, momentarily disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. A throbbing headache compelled him to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Mu Shengsheng quickly unscrewed a bottle cap and handed it to him, expressing concern. Captain Shen, please drink some water. Shen Yichuan, in a daze, called out Wen Yao's name. Only when his vision cleared did he firmly press his lips together, inhale deeply, and close his eyes once more. Perhaps it was due to the events on the snowy plains that he was reluctant to see Mu Shengsheng. If not for her, Wen Yao would not have been injured. She wouldn't have been scratched by the remnants of R-type mutants, nor would she have been harmed by him. Have you found her? Shen Yichuan asked in a hoarse voice. He had gone several nights without sleep, barely resting, and even when exhausted to the point of fainting, he was plagued by nightmares, all centered around Wen Yao. Mu Shengsheng, somewhat disheartened, capped the water bottle and reported, "No, we've searched everywhere possible, only finding an empty package." Then the snowstorm intensified, and Captain Shen, you fainted again. We didn't have enough supplies, so we decided to return. But don't be too pessimistic, perhaps. Perhaps Vice Captain, one was rescued by a kind-hearted person, although she herself didn't believe her words. In the vast, desolate North Continent snowfield, who would appear? Even if someone did, in such perilous times, how could there be any benevolent souls? At this juncture, Shen Yichuan could hardly say anything. Time had elapsed, and with no sign of her, they had to consider the group's welfare in return. In this apocalyptic world, life and death were uncertain. It was not unusual for anyone to perish, Wen Yao was no exception. He lowered his eyelashes, raising a hand to rub his temples. Perhaps it was the influence of those dreams, but the usually composed and calm Shen Yichuan felt as if a part of his heart had been hollowed out. Regret ignited like a flame, beginning to burn in some hidden corner of his soul. Chapter 19. Humans in Petri dishes. The East Continent 14th District's biological research edifice was erected amidst the ruins on the outskirts of Port Bridge City. For miles around, the landscape was a desolate panorama of shattered buildings and leveled debris, encircled by a formidable 30-meter-high, electrified fence. A solitary warning sign, emblazoned with the stark words "Danger, Keep Away," and a prominent red exclamation point, stood sentinel beside the sole entrance. As a black sedan approached, the armed guards flanking the gate receded to allow passage. Only upon the vehicle's arrival at the central, circular edifice did they resume their defensive posture. The driver brought the car to a halt, and Feng-Yen alighted first. He then proceeded to open the rear door for Mingchen, who emerged with deliberate slowness, pausing to smooth the creases from his sleeves. Feng-Yen, inwardly agitated, remarked, "Director G, perhaps we should hasten inside. The situation was already precarious when I left to summon you. I fear it has only deteriorated since." Mingchen, ever composed, responded with a faint smile. "What is the cause of such anxiety? The laboratory possesses robust protective systems. Surely Director Fei is aware of this." Feng-Yen refrained from further comment as they entered the edifice in tandem. The interior was a testament to technological advancement, with floors of polished, azure-tinged surfaces. Each successive mechanical door demanded both fingerprint and facial recognition for access. Upon entering the elevator, He Fengyan selected the 18th floor. As the doors parted, a cacophony of deafening thuds reverberated through the air, accompanied by an unsettling bestial screech and the rustling sounds of vegetation erupting from the earth. He Fengyan's countenance betrayed his apprehension, and he quickened his pace. Yet, Mingchen remained unhurried, pausing to examine the contents of the adjacent culture flasks. A series of metallic cages lined the left side of the corridor, each containing human figures clad in prison garb. Some languished against the bars, eyes closed and heads bowed, while others stared blankly, their gaze filled with fear and bewilderment. To the right, culture flasks of varying sizes housed humans submerged in a viscous, blue-green fluid. Some possessed piscine tails, others sprouted wings, and still others bore antlers. Some exhibited cracked and peeling skin, while others had crimson eyes and drooled a foul-smelling saliva. These were the failed experiments, the aberrant specimens devoid of intellect. At the far end of the corridor, within the laboratory, several scientists in white coats wore expressions of abject terror. "What do we do?" one exclaimed. "The research chamber door won't hold the mutant." Sparks crackled from the electrified grid surrounding the research chamber, which contained a biomorphic monstrosity standing over 2 meters tall, its eyes crimson and its skin tinged green. The creature's hands were like bestial claws with sharp nails, and its fingers could transform into retractable tendrils. As the tendrils snaked through the gaps in the electric grid, the scientists erupted in renewed shrieks. "Tendrils! The tendrils are coming through the grid. Director Fei, press the red button." Fei Qianjiang, paralyzed by terror, remained rooted to the spot, his black pupils reflecting the approaching thorny vines. Just then, a surge of flame engulfed the tendrils, causing the charred remnants to retract instantly. The laboratory personnel turned in unison, their faces alight with relief. "Director G, Captain He." Fei Qianjiang turned, his eyes still wide with fright. He steadied himself against a nearby lab bench, adjusted his fractured glasses, and spoke with lingering trepidation. "Director G, thank heavens you've arrived." The moment that mutant awoke, it was like this catching us completely off guard. Mingchen inquired, "If it's a failed experiment, why not simply terminate it?" Fei Qianjiang demurred, "Because I discovered something unique about it." Mingchen raised an eyebrow. "Unique?" One of the researchers chimed in, "Yes, it seems to be capable of speech. It's not a complete failure." So Director Fei hesitated to activate the termination system. Upon hearing this, Mingchen turned his attention back to the monster behind the electric grid and approached it. As if sensing his presence, the creature recoiled, its blood-red eyes darting back and forth, warily observing the man in the white coat. Mingchen offered a smile. "Greetings." His cordial greeting to the monster, coupled with his gentle demeanor, lent an unsettling air to the scene. The monster remained motionless, seemingly still fearful, yet it bared its teeth in a show of defiance, muttering, "Kill, kill, kill humans." Mingchen mused, "Indeed, it is different. It experiences fear." He continued, "However, such a hazardous entity should be eliminated immediately. Otherwise, it might escape, which would be most unfortunate." With that, a wisp of flame emanated from his fingertip, instantly enveloping the monster in a fiery net. After a harrowing shriek, the creature dissolved into a pile of black ash. Fei Qianjiang frowned. But, this research outcome had been a source of joy for him. After all, the study of the wood-type ability awakening agent had finally made some progress. He had intended to confine it for further study and use the monster's blood to conduct several sample analyses. Unexpectedly, it had been incinerated in such a manner. Mingchen turned back, his eyes meeting Fei Qianjiang's. "Did you hear me, Director Fei?" Fei Qianjiang wiped the sweat from his brow, not daring to object further. "Understood." Mingchen walked among the rows of display screens, scanning the data. 6 months and no progress? Fei Qianjiang appeared somewhat embarrassed by the question and lowered his head to explain. "Firstly, the number of mutant samples is insufficient. Secondly, the elemental crystal is merely molecular in size, making it highly volatile and exceptionally difficult to extract. Even if extracted, Adjusting it to a specific concentration for experimentation is a Herculean task, not to mention the success or failure of the experiment itself. Mingchen nodded, patting Fei Qianjiang on the shoulder with a smile. Don't trouble yourself with the samples, Director Fei. Just focus on developing what I require. Fei Qianjiang shuddered involuntarily and nodded earnestly. I understand. On the return journey, Mingchen and He Fengyan walked together once more. Unlike their arrival, as they passed one of the cages, a disheveled woman suddenly lunged forward, screaming at Mingchen with all her might. Mingchen, may you suffer a most wretched fate. Chapter 20. The fire at your fingertips is hot, but the heart is cold. He Fengyan frowned slightly, while Mingchen slowly turned to gaze at the woman in the cage. The woman gripped the metal bars tightly with both hands. Her teeth clenched as she hurled insults. Mingchen, you are a born evil. You have killed your brother and mother, devoid of all humanity. Now you use living beings for genetic mutation experiments. You will surely face divine retribution. Without a word, He Fengyan approached the cage and pressed the electric shock button. In the next moment, the woman screamed and quickly collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, no longer daring to touch the bars in front of her. Mingchen's smile remained unchanged, as if intrigued by the scene, and he slowly crouched before the cage. Even in a half-squat, he exuded an air of elegant nobility. Is that how you curse me? The woman weakly struggled, but her body could not support her. Her disheveled hair obscured half her face, and her dark eyes glared fiercely at the hypocritical smile on his face. You demon. God will punish you. You will face severe consequences. Is that so? Mingchen lowered his gaze and chuckled softly, his tone gentle, as if whispering to a lover. Then I eagerly awaited. As they exited the research building, Mingchen smiled and asked He Fengyan, Captain He, do you also believe that I am a born evil? This question left He Fengyan somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, They misunderstand Commander Ming. He's a kind man, and all he does is for humanity to better adapt to the apocalyptic environment. Mingchen's lips curled slightly, his gaze icy. Is it possible that you are merely a disciple of the devil, blinded to the truth? He Fengyan was at a loss for words. Facing a man whose emotions were inscrutable, yet whose methods were ruthlessly fierce. Mingchen did not press further. He raised his head slightly, his slender, beautiful eyes narrowing as he gazed at the remnants of the sunset in the distant sky. The deep blue-purple night sky was tinged with an orange glow, merging the western horizon into a dim hue of pink. Kind-hearted, yet when he drew his knife against those people, there was not an ounce of compassion in his heart. Sometimes when taking a life, the fire at his fingertips is hot, but his heart is cold. Perhaps the woman was right. He was indeed a born evil, a monster birthed from countless sins and slaughter, a creature that had transformed into madness step by step, treading upon the bones and blood of kin. When Mingchen returned to the 5th floor of the ancient villa, he encountered Mayisha in the corridor. Upon seeing him, Mayisha reported, Miss Wen has chosen to stay. Currently, only the 5th floor remains vacant, so I have placed her in the suite next to yours. Mingchen was taken aback. She stayed? Mayisha nodded. However, she seems to be unwell. She has a high fever of 40 degrees that won't subside. It appears to be quite serious. I was just about to go downstairs to find Dr. Lin. Mingchen furrowed his brow. Bring up some medicine and tools. Mayisha exclaimed, Huh? There's no need to disturb Dr. Lin. I will take care of her, Mingchen replied. Mayisha fell silent, aware that her boss was knowledgeable in medicine. Yet, she had never witnessed him use his medical knowledge to care for anyone until he met Miss Wen, realizing that he was indeed skilled in many areas. Not only could he inflict torment, but he could also provide care. The rooms on the 5th floor were all luxurious suites, each featuring a bedroom, living room, dining area, and viewing balcony. At that moment, Wen Yao was curled up in bed, covered with a silk blanket. Due to the fever, her skin flushed with a rosy hue, and damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, her breathing becoming erratic from the pain. The girl's sleeping face was serene and soft, inexplicably alluring. Mingchen pulled down her blanket and pressed his palm against her forehead, feeling the scorching heat. He turned to the bathroom to fetch a towel and basin of cool water. After wringing out the wet towel, he placed it on her forehead. Mayisha returned with the medical kit. Do you need me to stay and help, boss? Mingchen gazed at the unconscious Wen Yao, his eyes unwavering. No need. Mayisha took the hint and departed. Mingchen approached the toolbox on the cabinet by the door. A fever of 40 degrees, unconsciousness. It was not difficult to deduce that this was a side effect of the R-type zombie virus blockade vaccine. However, it seemed more severe than he had anticipated. Physical cooling was ineffective, and he would have to administer an injection to reduce the fever. After preparing the medication, Mingchen returned to the bedside. Looking at the beauty steeped in pain, he lowered his eyelids, his long, fair hand resting on the buttons of her collar. One by one, he unfastened them. As he reached the third button, Wen Yao unconsciously turned, her bare skin brushing against his fingertips. Delicate and soft, it was a fleeting touch. Mingchen's gaze darkened, and he gently pulled her sleeve to reveal her shoulder, soothingly murmuring, "Don't move." Wen Yao turned her body, the blanket tugged down her waist, exposing her smooth shoulder to the light. After being wiped with an alcohol swab, the silver needle pierced her skin. Already suffering from the fever, this sharp pain was an added torment, eliciting a soft whimper from her, her voice gentle and delicate, like a sweet murmur in a dream. Bear with it. It won't hurt once it's in. Mingchen initially thought nothing of it, but after such visual and tactile stimulation, he inexplicably felt a tightening in his throat. After administering the injection, he set the syringe aside. Just as he was about to leave, Wen Yao, who had been in a deep sleep, suddenly furrowed her brow, her lips moving as if murmuring something. He couldn't quite catch it. What are you saying? Wen Yao's eyelashes fluttered, and she shook her head slightly. Don't. No, don't. I haven't done anything yet, he chuckled. Cold. Mingchen then pulled up the blanket and gently tucked her in. You are not afraid of the cold winds of the north. How could you fear the chill of the east? The beauty in her dreams furrowed her brow, shaking her head slightly. Before long, tears welled in her eyes, droplets flowing into her hair. Mingchen raised his hand to wipe away her tears, but unexpectedly, his hand was grasped. Don't leave me alone. Her soft voice trembled, on the verge of tears, conveying profound sadness. At that moment, Wen Yao's actions matched her delicate appearance, fragile and helpless, unreservedly revealing her emotions. Mingchen's smile faded. After a long pause, he extended his other hand to gently stroke her soft hair in comfort. Since you have chosen to stay, then be my little princess. Chapter 21. The moon she once looked up to in the stillness of the night, within the lavish private suite of a 5-story castle villa. A grand vintage bathroom was surrounded by a circle of flickering candles, their warm glow dancing wildly in response to the sound of cold water cascading down. A man, his robust back pressed against the icy porcelain tiles, felt droplets of water mingling with beads of sweat trickling down from his brow. He tilted his head back slightly, his pale and alluring Adam's apple moving languidly. Finally, a deep, resonant sigh escaped his throat, the sound rich and prolonged. He turned off the shower, his long, damp eyelashes fluttering open to reveal his peach blossom eyes. After a moment of stillness, he slightly tilted his head, his gaze settling on the candlestick beside him. Due to the splattering of water, one candle had become soaked, and with a faint hissing sound, the fragile flame flickered briefly before extinguishing, leaving behind a half-burnt wick and a wisp of delicate smoke. You extinguished so easily, how disappointing. The corners of the man's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of crimson seeping into the corners of his eyes. The candlelight cast sharp shadows on his striking features, rendering his beauty both sickly and mad. He lazily raised his hand, reigniting the extinguished candle with the flicker of the flame at his fingertip. The following day, on the 4th floor of the castle villa, in a warmly decorated suite, a young lady sat before her vanity mirror, listening intently to the maid's report while adorning herself with pearl earrings. With natural chestnut curls framing her face and a delicately pointed chin, her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, with fox-like eyes that slanted enticingly, a petite nose, and plump, rosy lips that would elicit compliments from anyone who beheld her. The pink Chanel-inspired short skirt she wore complemented her aristocratic bearing, making her the epitome of a noble woman. If there were any flaw, it was the pallor of her complexion. The maid, observing Miss Wei's demeanor, spoke cautiously, according to Captain Mei. The girl brought back by Commander Ming seems to be his companion. Upon Commander Ming's return yesterday, he immediately sought out Dr. Lin for contraceptives and then took the girl to the 5th floor. When they emerged, the girl's cheeks were flushed and Commander Ming was disheveled, with 2 buttons missing from his attire. Miss Wei, frustrated after struggling to insert the pearl earring for what felt like an eternity, threw it to the ground with a sharp crack, shattering the pearl. Another maid hurriedly bent to retrieve the pieces, while the speaking maid fell silent. Miss Wei stood abruptly, turning to glare at the bowed maid, her tone icy, and then, "Why did you stop?" The maid, frightened, quickly knelt, her voice trembling. "Miss Wei." Miss Wei bent down, gently pulling her up, forcing a slightly friendlier smile. "Do not be afraid. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just tell me what you've learned." The maid, still timidly glancing at Miss Wei, dared not defy her. After Commander Ming left the room, he was called away by Captain He. When he returned, he went back to the 5th floor. All right. It was Captain Mei who arranged for the girl to stay there. After Commander Ming returned, he went directly to her room. And I don't know if he wore her out to the point of fever or if he caused her injury. In any case, Captain Mei even personally went down to fetch a medical kit. Miss Wei felt a tumult of emotions. She was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. The man who had once been her moon, pure and radiant, untouched by the world's grime, had now returned with another girl, so casually sharing his bed with her. Had Commander Ming always been drawn to women? Has Commander Ming ever brought other women back before? She inquired of the maids. The maid replied, "While Commander Ming has not previously brought other women home, it is said that there are no men in this world who are entirely indifferent to women." Aunt Rome entered, carrying a tray, and noticing the young lady's pallid complexion, kindly advised, "Miss Wei, you have hardly eaten since yesterday afternoon. Please have something." "I want to eat. Take it away." The 2 maids stepped aside as Aunt Rome approached, urging her, "Miss Wei, please listen to your father. If a man truly cares for you, he will make his feelings known. If he does not, no amount of power or leniency will change that. The reason Commander Ming treats you with such regard is likely because—" Enough. Miss Wei, already irked, felt this comment only added fuel to the fire. She slammed her hand on the vanity, startling Aunt Rome. "What are you making such a fuss about?" a middle-aged man's voice sighed, helplessly from outside. Fei Qianjiang stepped inside, waving to Aunt Rome and the maids. Once they had departed, he casually placed a thermos on the table. "I have warned you before not to hold unrealistic expectations of that man. He is far more complex than he appears, and certainly not someone you can easily manage." Miss Wei stared at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes gradually reddening. "Let's not forget, my dear girl, that even I, your father, have never fully understood him throughout the years." Fei Qianjiang spoke earnestly. "In our base, there are numerous battle teams, each filled with valiant young men who admire and adore you. Why must you stubbornly cling to one? It's as if you're choosing to hang yourself from a single tree." Miss Wei, unyielding, retracted her fingers from the vanity. "But I want the best. I've always had the best. Why should I settle for less when it comes to choosing a man?" Fei Qianjiang attempted to speak further, but Miss Wei had already lost patience with his lecturing. Resolutely, she stood and stormed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Hearing the loud bang, Fei Qianjiang shook his head and let out a deep sigh. When Wen Yao awoke, she had no idea what time it was. The fever had subsided, but her throat was parched and her body felt weak, her limbs heavy and listless. She only recalled seeing Mei Yasha caring for her in a daze after she had fallen ill, thanking her before slipping back into unconsciousness, lost in a long, dream-filled slumber that felt endless. As Wen Yao turned over and opened her eyes, a soothing, low voice broke the silence. "You're awake?" Chapter 22. Such lavish treatment? Wen Yao lifted her gaze to find Mingchen seated on a solitary armchair near the bed. The man exuded elegance in his posture, his demeanor refined and noble. His slender, pale fingers delicately held a porcelain-white coffee cup, while an open vellum codex rested upon his crossed knee. He was attired in a white shirt complemented by a cool gray waistcoat and trousers. Perhaps to accentuate this ensemble, A pair of silver-rimmed spectacles perched upon his prominent nose, lending an air of cultivated depravity to his otherwise aloof and abstemious persona. Wen Yao was taken aback. She genuinely suspected that his wardrobe rivaled that of a woman. Mingchen set down his coffee cup, closed the book, and placed it aside. He regarded her with a languid expression. Have you reached a decision? Never to return to the northern continent? Wen Yao nodded. Indeed. Wasn't Mei Sha tending to me last night? How is it that you're here? Mingchen procured a water pitcher from the adjacent tea table and poured a glass of tepid water, which he then offered to her. I returned last night at 9 o'clock. Wen Yao was momentarily surprised and hastily sat up, belatedly accepting the glass. Mingchen continued. After Mei Sha departed, I personally administered an antipyretic injection. Subsequently, I bathed and changed my attire. Wen Yao, parched, drank as she looked at him, unsure of his intent. And to monitor your condition, I have been here until now. It is now 6:30 in the evening. Nightfall approaches. Although aware that he was deliberately seeking recognition, Wen Yao was nonetheless touched. In the 13th district of the northern continent, she had never experienced such attentive care while ill. She had never even had 2 days off. She was subject to Shen Yichuan's directives, fulfilling various tasks, and tending to her teammates and their daily lives. Even with severe injuries, she would remain alone in the base dormitory. Shen Yichuan would occasionally visit, but rarely. He considered companionship useless, arguing that his presence would not accelerate her healing. He believed that his time was better spent on more valuable pursuits. In his view, power and practical worth always superseded everything else. Wen Yao, clutching the glass, recalled her dream from the previous night, her mood inexplicably declining. She seemed to have dreamt of Shen Yichuan again. Despite consciously resolving not to dwell on the past, her dreams persisted in conjuring his image. Mingchen, observing Wen Yao's wan appearance, reached out to touch her forehead, confirming that her fever had subsided. He then rose leisurely. The sun is already set. You may rise now, little sleepy head. New clothes are in the wardrobe. Change yourself. With these words, Mingchen politely excused himself. Wen Yao watched the man's departing figure. She suspiciously opened the wardrobe, surprised to find it filled with 2 entire rows of clothes, mostly white or blue-pink. Among them were a pristine white bridal gown, a white and blue porcelain qipao, an orange floral sundress, and a lavender, diamond-studded puff-sleeve princess dress, all beautiful and opulent, with a distinctly girlish appeal. Wen Yao was momentarily disoriented. Was this still the apocalypse? In a world where survival was a struggle, such attire seemed ostentatious. Were these elaborate, beautiful dresses truly suitable for slaying zombies and battling monsters? Wen Yao had always worn the base's standard black combat uniform. Even when she wore something different, it was limited to sportswear. It wasn't that she disliked beautiful clothes, but there were no suitable occasions or conditions for wearing them. As a result, her first reaction to these dresses was discomfort. Frowning, she ultimately chose a simpler sky blue dress. Wen Yao emerged from the room after tidying herself. Mingchen, seated on the living room sofa, glanced up, his gaze ascending from her ankles. The sky blue fabric accentuated her ethereal beauty, her skin as white as curd. The only shortcomings were the lack of accessories and the fact that the waist ties hung loosely at her sides, making the princess dress resemble a loose nightgown. Mingchen couldn't help but say, "Come here." Wen Yao approached. "What is it?" "Turn around." Mingchen then raised her hands and wrapped the loose straps around her waist. Wen Yao looked back, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Mingchen tied the straps into a perfect bow at the small of her back, then met her gaze, his peach blossom eyes curving slightly. "How can you not even wear a dress properly? You're the one who—" Wen Yao glanced at the bow in the living room mirror, admiring its symmetry. "I don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder." At 7:30 in the evening, the dinner hour had passed. Mingchen led Wen Yao to the second-floor dining room. Wen Yao was once again surprised as she looked at the menu next to the dining table. "Can we order dishes?" She had spent 7 years in the Northern Continent training camp, where she had consumed fixed nutrients for almost every meal. Not only were there no dishes to choose from, but there was hardly any normal food at all, mostly nutrient solutions, protein bars, or compressed food. Mingchen asked her, "What would you like to eat?" After many years of the apocalypse, Wen Yao had not seen a menu in a long time. looking at the colorful menu paper. She had a dreamlike feeling of being in another world. Can I order anything? Mingchen's lips curved slightly as he nodded. It's past the dinner hour, so everything is made to order. You can order anything. Is the treatment so good? After Wen Yao finished ordering, Mingchen added a few dishes. When the steak was brought up, just as Wen Yao was about to pick up the knife, he took the steak knife before her. Wen Yao had no choice but to withdraw her hand and instead pick up a small spoon to scoop up the cream cake. While cutting the steak, Mingchen instructed, I put away the silver moon blade for you. You're not allowed to take it out again. Wen Yao paused briefly, then quickly understood his meaning. Understood. There were more than 300 base commanders in the 13th district of the Northern Continent, and she wasn't particularly famous as a deputy commander of a small team. However, there were too few people using cold weapons these days, and her swordsmanship was quite good, so the silver moon blade had some fame in the 4 continents. Flaunting the silver moon blade would be like wearing the identity of the Northern Continent commander on her face. Wen Yao took a sip of water. Cream from a small cake was on the rim of the glass. Mingchen saw it and reminded her, your face and the glass. Chapter 23. Do not gaze at me like a puppy upon hearing this. Wen Yao turned her gaze towards Mingchen, who was seated before a solitary plate of steak. The man possessed an admirable physique, and his movements with a knife and fork were both graceful and dignified. In stark contrast, her own dining arrangement was a chaotic mess, and her manner of eating was rather casual, akin to a country dog visiting the city. Human beings are products of their environment. During her time in the Northern Continent, merely surviving without succumbing to starvation was considered a remarkable feat under such harsh conditions. Who would concern themselves with the aesthetics of dining? Wen Yao silently reined in her demeanor, raising a hand to wipe her face, only to discover that her sleeve had also been smeared with cream. As she attempted to clean her sleeve, she found her fingers equally sullied. Mingchen paused in his cutting of the steak, clearly taken aback. Wen Yao grew more embarrassed and hurriedly took a napkin to clean herself, murmuring an apology. Mingchen said nothing, instead organizing the disarray of utensils before her. I will need to leave Gangxiao City for a period of time. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao immediately set down the napkin, her expression turning earnest. Is there anything you require of me? She exhibited an air of readiness, as if she had already secured her position. Meals were certainly not free. In these times, resources were scarce, and no base would sustain idle individuals, particularly in the influential Eastern Continent. Mingchen had merely intended to inform her of his itinerary and was not expecting such a reaction. He raised an eyebrow. What can you do for me? Wen Yao replied, confidently, anything within my capability. My physical condition is excellent. Any minor injuries will heal in a couple of days, and the ailment from last night has nearly dissipated. However, I will require a cold weapon. A knife or a sword will suffice, as I am not particularly adept with firearms. Mingchen found her response amusing, lifting his gaze to observe Wen Yao. The young woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her skin reminiscent of distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her clear, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality. Clad in a clean dress, she appeared pure and lovely, resembling an innocent heiress unfamiliar with the world. A stark contrast to the fierce demeanor she had displayed when fighting alongside Shen Yichuan. Do not look at me like a puppy, Mingchen stated as he placed the sliced steak before Wen Yao. I have already expressed that I am not Shen Yichuan. There is no need for you to do anything for me. I will be away for approximately a month, and during this time, you have but one task. You are the puppy. Wen Yao silently dismissed the man's words, reminding herself that they were no longer adversaries, but rather bound by a hierarchical relationship. She needed to amend her previous displeasure towards him. Even if she found her employer unpalatable, one must endure for the sake of sustenance. Mustn't one? With a good-natured tone, Wen Yao inquired, what is the task? Mingchen replied, focus on your recovery. Wen Yao was perplexed. Does this mean I need not do anything? Leaning back languidly, Mingchen's eyes sparkled with amusement. Indeed, you need not do anything. I have informed the housekeeper of this villa to attend to your needs. Feel free to direct any request to him. Wen Yao furrowed her brow deeper. I do not require anything. Mingchen continued, additionally, Doctor, Lin will come in a couple of days to remove your stitches. Though she did not fully comprehend, Wen Yao's attitude had shifted, and she obediently replied, "Understood." Mingchen noticed this change and smiled, asking her, "Were you always like this?" You listened to whatever Shen Yichuan said?" Wen Yao found nothing contentious in this. He was the captain, and I was the vice captain. His rank was higher than mine. Naturally, I had to follow his orders. "Very well," Mingchen mused, tapping his temple thoughtfully with a finger, a smile playing on his lips. "From now on, you shall only heed my commands." Wen Yao felt an inexplicable sense of having boarded a ship from which there was no return. Wen Yao's days in the ancient villa unfolded in tranquility and serenity. In this apocalyptic world, if her previous existence in the northern continent was a struggle for survival, then her current situation resembled a leisurely retreat, transforming hardship into ease. The room she occupied was a luxurious suite, equipped with opulent amenities that would rival a five-star hotel even before the onset of the apocalypse. The sole distinction lay in the fact that some smart devices were non-functional. The television could be powered on, but its interface was garbled, and the sound crackled, clearly lacking a signal. With the advent of the apocalypse, all broadcasting stations capable of receiving signals had been damaged, and people were too preoccupied with survival to expend energy and resources on repairing such trifles. After several days, Wen Yao experienced no discomfort beyond an adjustment period. During this time, two maid-like girls visited, claiming they were sent by Mingchen to care for her. But she politely declined as she required no assistance. Previously, in District 13 of the Northern Continent, as the vice commander, she had to engage in every task herself, managing the daily affairs of the entire squad. It was a stroke of luck that others did not burden her further. For the first time in many years, she found herself with ample free time, experiencing the sensation of living freely, unconstrained, unburdened by hunger, and no longer needing to remain perpetually vigilant. This feeling was akin to being released from 7 years of imprisonment, an exquisite comfort. One afternoon, Wen Yao moved a chair onto the balcony, contemplating her future plans while gazing at the scenery. She recalled from her dreams that the Eastern Continent was the first to develop the ability Awakening Agent. It was said that with this special agent, combined with training, even the most ordinary individuals could awaken extraordinary abilities. What she needed to do now was to remain in the Eastern Continent, the epicenter of advanced research and abundant material resources, waiting for the development of this special agent and seeking opportunities to acquire the most potent version. The limitations of the human body are evident. Even with a decade of rigorous training, significant progress remains elusive. To achieve a breakthrough, the only path forward is to alter one's genes and awaken extraordinary abilities. Chapter 24. What grievance is this? Wen Yao was not particularly skilled in social interactions. During her stay in the ancient castle villa, she had spoken to no one apart from Maya and butler Zhou. The others seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards Mingchen, at most casting furtive glances in her direction, yet none dared to approach her. However, for the past few days, every time she dined in the second-floor restaurant, she felt the piercing gaze of a girl upon her, sharp and scrutinizing, tinged with disdain, and ultimately, rife with hostility. Wen Yao could not fathom how she might have offended anyone upon her arrival. Yet, piecing together snippets of conversation from the other patrons, she gleaned that the girl was named Fei Kawai. Her father, Fei Qinjiang, was a renowned biology professor in the 14th district of Dongzhou and one of Mingchen's most pivotal researchers. Consequently, Professor Fei's family were esteemed guests within this grand castle villa. Whether it was his cherished daughter or his ineffectual son, both were deemed deserving of residence here. In a world fraught with scarcity, they continued to indulge in the luxuries of life, a privilege unattainable for ordinary individuals, not to mention survivors or refugees. Even illustrious commanders with commendable achievements were not afforded such ease, while the family of Professor Fei basked in comfort. Their status was unmistakable. After reflecting on this information, Wen Yao concluded that regardless of the reasons behind the animosity directed towards her, she could not afford to offend them. Thus, she approached butler Zhou and requested that her meals be delivered to her room thrice daily, opting to avoid the downstairs altogether. Fortunately, butler Zhou was exceedingly accommodating, even inquiring if she felt unwell. However, the matter was far from resolved. One day, as the castle maid delivered her meal, Wen Yao found herself lost in thought while gazing at the dishes before her. The food appeared fine, yet the rice was laced with a sedative. Such a ruse might deceive an ordinary person, but it was no challenge for her. As one of the foremost candidates for commander in the 13th district, her senses had undergone rigorous training. She could discern the delicate texture of the grains merely by touch. To indicate that the food was compromised would inevitably reveal her exceptional nature. With Mingchen absent from Gangxiao City and the base, it was prudent for her to maintain her anonymity. After much contemplation, she resolved to consume only a few bites of the vegetables, feigning a lack of appetite. That evening, a plate of pasta was presented to her, and it too was evidently amiss. Wen Yao thought to herself, "What is wrong with these people? What grievance do they hold against me?" Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor, Fei Qiuwei looked up. "What did you say? She didn't eat the food?" The maid timidly nodded. Fei Qiuwei pondered. Could she have noticed something? The maid shook her head. "The drug powder is colorless and tasteless. It is impossible for anyone to detect it." Fei Qiuwei replied, "Then we shall wait. I refuse to believe she will skip dinner as well." She then turned to another female commander, Captain Liu. "If my plan succeeds, can you ensure her safe departure?" Liu nodded. A sudden surge of zombies has erupted in the western suburbs of Gangxiao City, including hundreds of mutated zombies that are particularly formidable. Everyone has been dispatched to confront them, leaving only Luo, Xianying, and me to guard the villa. Luo, Xianying will secure the southeast gate, while I will watch the northwest side. When the time comes, we can exit through the northwest gate, where my people will be waiting. Upon finishing, she inquired, "But Miss Wei, that girl was brought back by Commander Ming. Now that Commander Ming is absent from the base, are you certain you want to proceed with this?" Fei Qiuwei affirmed, "As long as you do not speak of it." Lu Li quickly retorted, "What kind of man is Commander Ming? Even if I remain silent, he would still discover the truth." Fei Qiuwei contemplated for a moment, then confidently asserted, "Commander Ming would never hold me accountable." Lu Li had resided in the castle villa for many years and was aware of this fact. When Miss Wei first arrived with Professor Fei, she was merely a young girl, spoiled and naive, embodying the rebellious spirit of adolescence. She had broken a cherished painting of Commander Ming's, pilfered important document from his office, and, during holidays or birthdays, unabashedly solicited gifts from him. The most outrageous incident involved her releasing a prisoner, claiming he was an old classmate from elementary school, which ultimately resulted in the deaths of 2 researchers. Yet, even for such grievous offenses deserving of execution, Professor Fei merely had her acknowledge her mistakes, and she faced no repercussions. In fact, these events became the very currency of her audacity. Naturally, this was the reason she felt emboldened to act with impunity in the castle villa. After all, the clemency afforded by Commander Ming was uniquely hers. A nearby maid, observing the composed trio, cautiously reminded them, "But Butler Zhou instructed us to take good care of her." This was a personal directive from Commander Ming before he left. Perhaps we should refrain from taking any rash actions. Lu Li, however, dismissed the concern. In this day and age, there are plenty of useless women who are cast aside after being toyed with by men. While the girl may be beautiful, it was hardly a matter of grave consequence. Listening to Lu Li's words, Fei Qiuwei felt a surge of indignation at the thought of that girl tarnishing her idol, further solidifying her resolve to have her removed. "You two go up and see if she has fainted." Chapter 25. To feign or not to feign. At this juncture, within the confines of the 5-story vestibule, Wen Yao was ensconced at the dining table, her chin resting pensively upon her palm, grappling with a weighty conundrum. To feign a swoon, or to abstain. She had already surreptitiously disposed of the pasta into the lavatory, feigning its consumption. Should she fail to feign a syncope presently, her deception would soon be unveiled, potentially precipitating suspicion and an unavoidable confrontation. Yet, she stood alone, devoid of kin or allies in this eastern continent. What recourse did she possess to confront them, save for her tenuous acquaintance with Mingchen? Wen Yao doubted her influence extended that far. Having spent 7 years within the confines of the 13th district base, she was not oblivious to the high regard in which researchers were held across various continents and districts. Esteemed professors, in particular, enjoyed a status nearly commensurate with that of the base's commanding officers. Should a direct conflict arise between herself and this Miss Wei, the latter's influence and authority could lead to her apprehension. Therefore, it was prudent to conceal her strength for the time being. With this rationale, Wen Yao acted accordingly. Concealing a miniature blade within her palm, she reclined on the sofa, feigning unconsciousness. Her weight was not protracted. Two maids entered, binding her hands and feet with hempen ropes. Subsequently, they deposited her into a black sack. Evidently lacking in formal training, their binding technique was amateurish, the ropes loose enough to be severed with minimal effort. Even without the blade, the maids conveyed her to the corridor, where Luli straightened herself from the wall she had been leaning against. "Leave it to me," she stated. With that, she hoisted the black sack onto her shoulder. Outside the manor's western gate, Fei Kuei was already awaiting by the sedan. Upon beholding Luli, she expressed surprise. "Miss Wei, why have you come down as well?" Fei Kuei adjusted her meticulously styled chestnut curls, offering Luli a coy smile. "I grew weary of remaining within the villa and desired a breath of fresh air." In truth, she harbored concerns that Luli might renege on her promise. Hence her personal supervision. She would not rest until the interloper was cast beyond the city limits. Luli dared not defy this capricious young mistress. She tossed the black sack into the truck bed, then opened the passenger door for Fei Kuei. Having completed these tasks, she entered the driver's seat and ignited the engine. Twilight was descending, with dense clouds gathering overhead, casting a dim light upon the glass curtain walls, adding an oppressive and somber tone to the fallen metropolis. As the vehicle surged into motion, Wen Yao severed the ropes binding her hands and emerged from the black sack. Her petite form crouched at the edge of the truck bed, straining to overhear the conversation transpiring in the cabin. Luli steered the vehicle toward the city outskirts, tentatively broaching the subject with Fei Kuei. "Perhaps we could simply abandon her within the city? She's merely a young girl, and Hong Kong Bridge City is vast, encompassing several districts. She's unfamiliar with the locale and would struggle to find her way back. Moreover, even if she were to return, Commander Ming, with his fastidious nature, would likely reject her. Certain areas of the city are quite chaotic. Abandoning a defenseless young woman, there would likely result in her being preyed upon by unscrupulous men within days." Fei Kuei expressed displeasure at this notion. "So, Captain Liu pities this girl?" Luli retorted. "I merely believe that life is arduous for everyone. There's no need to pursue such a merciless course. The city outskirts teem with zombies. Abandoning her, there would likely result in her demise within half an hour." Fei Kuei remained unconvinced. "Leave her outside the city," she insisted. She harbored no desire to grant her any chance of survival. To be devoured by zombies was the ideal outcome, she mused inwardly. Wen Yao, having overheard this exchange, was taken aback. It seemed that her presence was resented, and they sought to consign her to death beyond the city walls. Having painstakingly made her way to the Eastern District and gained access to the city, she could not allow herself to be cast out so easily. As the vehicle decelerated at an intersection, Wen Yao swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the vehicle and leaped off. As the automobile sped away, she rolled to a halt. Night had fully descended, but the city was illuminated by scattered streetlights, preventing complete darkness. Wen Yao brushed the dust from her dress, clutched her small blade, and retraced her steps. The vicinity was a survivor enclave within the city, primarily inhabited by non-combatants such as the elderly, women, and children, comprising both original residents and refugees from other regions. Due to its proximity to the Eastern 14th District main base, the area was subject to the control of combat teams. Consequently, a semblance of social order prevailed, with minor squabbles occurring, but no open lawlessness tolerated. Wen Yao's gaze swept over the adjacent stalls, arranged before an abandoned office building, with a toppled traffic light pole to the left and a dilapidated streetlight to the right. The stalls were rudimentary, consisting of sacks spread upon the ground, displaying a motley assortment of goods: canned meat, shovels, clothing, salt, and pots. The stall holder, a woman in her 30s, clad in tattered garments, cradled an infant in her arms. The child slept fitfully as the mother tended to her stall, humming a lullaby to soothe the infant. Wen Yao approached. "Hello," she greeted. The woman nodded. gesturing toward the items on display. See if there's anything you need. Wen Yao picked up a large shovel, nearly as tall as herself. How much for this? The woman held up a number of fingers. 5 silver coins. Wen Yao pondered, then extended her small blade. Could I exchange this for it? In the post-apocalyptic world, barter was common, alongside gold and silver coins. Provided both parties consented, the intrinsic value of the items was immaterial. While Wen Yao's blade was small, it was new, well-crafted, and possessed multiple functions. If the stallholder found it useful, she might agree to the transaction. The woman responded, "Let me take a look." With the woman cradling a child, Wen Yao felt no apprehension about her absconding and handed her the blade. After a moment, the woman nodded in agreement. Wen Yao claimed the large shovel. As darkness descended, she felt insecure without a formidable weapon. Unable to acquire bladed weapons or axes, a shovel would suffice. Having wielded the silver moon blade, she was accustomed to handling implements with handles. Wen Yao continued her return journey, but had not taken more than a few steps when the woman called out, "Young lady." Wen Yao turned back, and the woman advised, "If you're alone, avoid that route. A section of it has 3 consecutive broken streetlights, making it dangerous at night. Take the other path, it's wider, and combat teams occasionally drive through it, making it relatively safer." "Thank you," Wen Yao responded. The woman waved in acknowledgement before resuming her efforts to soothe the infant in her arms. Wen Yao surveyed the scene, a mixture of emotions stirring within her. She recalled Shen Yichuan and his criticisms of her acts of kindness, which he deemed foolish. He was calm, rational, and strategic, yet he failed to comprehend that acts of kindness in dire circumstances were the most heartwarming. Chapter 26. All your hair has been shorn. Wen Yao was shrouded in a burlap sack, her memory of the path hazy, and soon the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. By the time she finally navigated her way to the vicinity of the ancient castle villa, it was well into the late hours of the night. The rain fell heavily, and through the blurred curtain of water, she gazed at the European-style street lamps in the distance. 2 black sedans were parked before the grand arched gate, and several researchers in white coats emerged from the vehicles, attended by individuals in dark uniforms who held umbrellas for them. Moments later, the cars departed, and the researchers gradually dispersed. Wen Yao observed silently, uncertain if it was safe to return. She had only recently arrived at the Eastern Zhou district base, and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. The intricate relationships among these prominent figures eluded her understanding. Generally, the base was heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate a living person. Yet, Miss Wei had accomplished just that, boldly declaring her intent to cast Wen Yao beyond the city limits. This suggested that her influence was considerable, and returning so recklessly might lead to her own entrapment. She resigned herself to the thought that no one in this world could be trusted. As raindrops clung to her lashes, she silently wrung out the water from her clothes and turned away from the ancient castle villa area. Upon returning from the garden district with supplies, Butler Zhou was startled by the alarming news relayed by 2 maids and hurried to the 5th floor. Upon entering the room, he discovered that the girl was indeed missing. Noticing Butler Zhou's grim expression, one maid reported, "It was Miss Wei who instructed Captain Liu to take her away." "But did you see this happen?" Butler Zhou inquired. The maid nodded, but quickly clarified, "However, they are Miss Wei's people, and I dared not intervene." Butler Zhou's expression grew darker. The maid timidly asked, "But if Commander Ming returns, he shouldn't blame Miss Wei, right?" Butler Zhou was uncertain, for Commander Ming had expressly instructed him to care for the girl prior to his departure. Yet, if Miss Wei was indeed responsible, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Miss Wei had caused many troubles in the past, yet somehow always emerged unscathed, leading everyone to instinctively believe that as long as she accepted responsibility, all would be well. The girl had been taken by Miss Wei's orders, and they had no authority to obstruct her. Commander Ming never held Miss Wei accountable. Thus it stood to reason that they would not incur his wrath either. So, surely, there would be no repercussions, right? In Port Bridge City, in the Northern District, this area leaned toward the outskirts, having once been a university town with vast expanses of land. Therefore, when the apocalypse struck, it naturally transformed into a training camp for warrior teams. Wen Yao, drenched like a drowned rat, had inquired about directions all day before finally arriving on foot just before nightfall. During her journey, she had used a shovel to incapacitate a young man and subsequently relieved him of his backpack. It wasn't entirely her fault. The young man with the yellow hair had attempted to provoke her, and when she struck him with the shovel, her stomach coincidentally growled. As a result, not only did he injure his leg, but he also lost his provisions. At this moment, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. The rain had ceased. Yet the ground remained muddy, and the surrounding individuals were bedraggled, most without umbrellas, soaked to the skin. Wen Yao held a shovel in one hand and clutched her tattered backpack in the other, gnawing on a piece of dry bread. Her once pristine white dress had become a murky gray, utterly soiled. Standing in a long queue, she was accompanied by the yellow-haired young man, who had a fawning expression. "Auntie, could you please return my backpack?" Wen Yao ignored him, maintaining a stoic demeanor as she moved forward in line. The young man limped alongside her. "There's really nothing of value in that bag. The contents are unappetizing, some even expired." Wen Yao took another bite of bread, remaining silent. The young man, scratching his head, furrowed his brows. "I've been starving for 3 days. That bag contained my last bit of food. If you take it, I'll be left with nothing. Oh, my dear aunt, I swear by heaven, I have no ill intentions towards you. I merely asked why you were alone. I was being kind, and after you struck me, you went and took my bag. Is this how you treat someone who means you no harm?" A bystander shoved him. "Where do you think you're standing? Don't cut in line." The young man quickly shuffled back into the queue. "I'm not cutting in. I've been following this young lady all along. Just ask her." Having finished her bread, Wen Yao pulled a bottle of mineral water from her bag, took a few sips, and then stowed away. The young man craned his neck, watching intently, torn between the desire to seize it and the fear of doing so. Wen Yao retrieved a bag of small buns from her bag and offered it to him. "Are you from Portbridge City?" The young man accepted the bread, nodding earnestly. "Yes, my name is Qiuji. I'm a local, a native resident. I've lived here for over a decade, and since the apocalypse, I've been surviving in this area." Wen Yao inquired. "Do you know what the requirements are to join this training camp as a trainee?" Qiuji looked astonished. "You don't know that and still came to stand in line." Wen Yao's voice was soft yet possessed an underlying firmness that commanded respect. "Just answer me." Qiuji replied, 10 gold coins." Wen Yao asked, "Do you have any gold coins?" Qiuji, taken aback, spread his hands in disbelief. "My bag is with you. You've taken everything from me. How could I possibly have any gold coins?" Wen Yao stated, "Without gold coins, one cannot enter." Chapter 27. A life devoid of purpose. After some deliberation, Qiuji conceded. "It's feasible, but without payment, it's straight to Camp F." Noticing the young woman's naivete as an outsider, he eagerly elaborated, hoping to safeguard his backpack. The Eastern Continent's 14th District training camps are categorized into A, B, C, D, and F. Camp A is for prospective commanders. B is advanced training, C is intermediate, and D is for beginners. Camp F, however, barely qualifies as camp. There's no training. It's pure, unadulterated exploitation. Entry to Camps A, B, and C requires rigorous selection, while Camp D is open to the public for a fee of 10 gold coins, granting basic safety and instruction under training officers. Camp F, on the other hand, offers only sustenance in a chaotic survival environment. Inmates endure perilous off-site labor, such as mining, scavenging, or serving as subjects in experiments. In essence, they're cannon fodder, undertaking the most arduous tasks for meager compensation, constantly facing mortal danger. Yet, there's a glimmer of hope. Exceptional performance or acts of valor earn silver or gold coin rewards from the overseers. Accumulating 10 gold coins grants escape to Camp D. The training camp structure in the Eastern Continent mirrored that of the Northern Continent, save for a more ruthless screening process and blatant disregard for human life. After digesting this information, Wen Yao declared, "We're going to Camp F together." Qiuji retorted, bewildered, "If you desire to go, then proceed on your own. Why must you drag me along? Camp F is hell, requiring daily excursions beyond the walls. I have no desire to perish." Wen Yao countered, "You resided in Portbridge City for over a decade, enduring the apocalypse for 7 years. After all this time, you're on the brink of starvation. Do you perceive this as a success?" Qiuji, taken aback, bristled. "Do you comprehend the current state of affairs?" The apocalypse has constricted humanity's domain. Who knows when we'll all meet our end? Why should I aspire to success or a better path? Survival alone is an achievement. Wen Yao arched an eyebrow. Her countenance, though smudged with grime, remained captivating. And how do you subsist? By preying on the weak, the elderly, and the infirm? Qiuji faltered, momentarily speechless. Wen Yao returned his backpack. If you possess any semblance of mettle, confront the zombies outside rather than wallowing in petty self-interest. A life such as yours is devoid of purpose. Clutching his reclaimed backpack, Qiuji retorted, "You impudent little chit. What gives you the right to lecture me? Whether my life holds meaning is none of your concern." The word business was left unspoken as the girl with the shovel glared back at him, forcing him to swallow his words. The widespread zombie outbreak, coupled with the relentless evolution of mutated flora and fauna, had steadily diminished humanity's territory and depleted resources. Consequently, all human settlements were in dire need of warriors capable of venturing beyond the walls to scavenge resources and defend against the undead. This gave rise to the so-called base training camps. These camps witnessed daily deaths and constant recruitment, survival of the fittest, meritocracy, and the supremacy of the strong reigned supreme. Ascending the ranks not only conferred glory and respect, but also granted access to superior resources. Graduates of Camp A, for instance, were entitled to reside in the opulent villas of the 14th District's headquarters, enjoying top-tier amenities and cutting-edge medical and weaponry resources. Wen Yao's objective was to acquire an Esper awakening agent, a goal that didn't necessarily hinge on Mingchen. She felt indebted to him enough already, and seeking resources through him after he had saved her seemed excessively opportunistic. It would be more fulfilling to ascend through her own efforts, a feat she had accomplished in the northern continent and could replicate in the eastern continent. As darkness enveloped the sky and a gentle rain began to fall, a woman in uniform sat behind a dilapidated wooden table inside a concrete building, flanked by armed guards. Next, she announced, pen in hand. Wen Yao stepped forward through the puddles. The woman glanced up, then scrutinized her more intently. Observing the raggedly dressed but undeniably beautiful young woman, she inquired, "Camp D?" Wen Yao replied, "I lack the gold coins. I'm going to Camp F." The woman, initially reluctant to interfere, was moved by the young woman's apparent innocence and striking beauty. Camp F is chaotic, primarily populated by men, some of whom are criminals. Your safety cannot be guaranteed there. Perhaps your family could gather enough gold coins for Camp D? Wen Yao frowned. "I'm a newly arrived refugee. I have no family." The woman paused, then suggested, "Perhaps you should seek refuge in the city's survivor residential area. It's relatively safe there." The Eastern District lacked refugee shelters, and the survivor residential area provided neither food nor lodging. Sustenance required money. Typically, it was inhabited by the families of training camp members, meaning survival in the secure zone was impossible without a wage earner, unless one resorted to selling oneself. Wen Yao shook her head. "I'm going to Camp F." The woman ceased her attempts at dissuasion and resumed her paperwork. "Name?" Wen Yao hesitated. "Xiu Yao. Age? 22. Previous occupation?" Wen Yao fabricated a past. "I used to run with hunters, but my companions perished. I wandered here with the refugees." The woman cast another pitying glance at her and tossed her a set of coveralls scavenged from corpse. "Go on, turn left." Wen Yao, eyeing the drab, foul-smelling work clothes, asked, "Are there no weapons?" The woman replied, "Camp F doesn't provide weapons. You'll have to find or seize them. The shovel you're carrying is quite serviceable. Don't lose it." "Very well, thank you." Chapter 28. The Bloodsea Rose Garden. A fortnight elapsed, and a polished ebony sedan entered the urban expanse of Portbridge City. By this time, night had already descended, the moon ascending in the east, and the stars beginning to gleam. As darkness enveloped Portbridge City, it appeared somber and frigid. The towering edifices seemed merely ornamental, devoid of any radiance, save for the faint, melancholic glow emanating from the scattered street lamps. "Shall we return to the old castle villa, Chief?" inquired Dai Dahu. The man reclined in the back seat, his fingers massaging his temples, his eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing the question, he responded languidly, without opening his eyes, as if roused from slumber. "What is today's date?" Today is April 8th. Daifo paused, then nodded in affirmation. Very well, Chief. I shall turn around and proceed to the rose garden. The night was profoundly dark, with somber clouds gathering in the inky firmament. A cool breeze swept through a rose garden resembling a sea of blood. As countless blossoms swayed erratically, the white curtains on the top floor of the church fluttered gently, casting spectral shadows from the candlelight within the uppermost chamber. The spacious attic was brilliantly illuminated. At the center, atop a circular altar, rested a transparent ice coffin, within which slumbered a man of unremarkable appearance, but possessing a gentle and amiable demeanor. Upon the jade steps outside the ice coffin lay another figure, a man clad in a white shirt and black trousers. His languid, almond-shaped eyes were closed, and his lips were vividly colored, accentuating his almost demonic handsomeness. His features were sharply defined, and in the absence of others, he did not smile. With his superficial facade stripped away, his expression appeared morose and coldly aloof. It was the anniversary of his elder brother's death. Mingchen had merely intended to sit here with his brother for a while, but unexpectedly, he had fallen asleep. He had a dream reminiscent of his childhood. The scenes were fragmented, a series of vignettes depicting his past. As a young child, he would return home from school to find his father engrossed in research in the basement, while his mother, with a perpetually cold expression, would sip bitter coffee while fixating on the television. The immense villa was desolate and cheerless. Only his brother showed him kindness, attending to his needs, assisting him with his studies, and imparting moral guidance. His brother possessed a kind heart, favored the color white, and often smiled. As a youth, he invariably wore a pristine white shirt and neatly pressed trousers, resembling a miniature adult, bearing the responsibility of caring for his younger sibling. His brother would often kneel before him, smiling as he said, "No parents in this world do not love their children. Father loves you, and mother loves you too. Father is merely preoccupied with work, and mother is simply quarreling with father. They both love you, little Aiken. Do not dwell on it." However, the benevolent deception shattered like a mirror, transforming into frigid corpses and cruelly blood-stained blades. His brother perished on the table in his father's laboratory. His mother, driven to madness, repeatedly stabbed him with a dagger. "You little bastard, you little wretch. It's all your fault. You killed your brother. Do you have no heart? He was so good to you. Do you have no heart?" The room was dimly lit, with faint rays of light piercing through the gaps in the curtains. The frenzied woman clutched the young boy's neck, stabbing him repeatedly, splattering her contorted face with blood, obscuring her features. The young boy, pinned to the frigid floor tiles, coughed up blood, his exquisite eyelashes adorned with droplets of crimson. His face was ashen, and he moved his lips, uttering a mournful and anguished cry. "Mother." When Mingchen awoke from his nightmare, all the candles in the church's attic had been extinguished. Outside the window, violet lightning rent the sky, its stark white light illuminating the rose garden, and the distant rumble of thunder gradually approached. The sky was overcast and indistinct due to the rain, creating a sense of disorientation, blurring the distinction between dawn and dusk. He felt a throbbing headache and rose to retrieve a transparent umbrella from the desk before descending the stairs. As he emerged from the rose garden, the tempestuous wind caused the branches and leaves to thrash wildly, and the thorny brambles swayed, piercing the man's pale hand. Observing the droplet of crimson blood, Mingchen's eyes flickered. His slender, well-defined fingers extended from beneath the rain-beaded transparent umbrella and plucked the rose. Upon returning to the old castle villa, Mingchen alighted from the car and smiled as he inquired of the hesitant Zhou, the head butler. "How is it? How is Miss Yao's recovery progressing?" Butler Zhou had not anticipated that the chief would inquire about this matter upon his return and was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Mingchen turned his head and prompted, "Well?" Butler Zhou lowered his head and replied, "Truthfully, Miss Yao has disappeared. I went to the garden to oversee the transportation of goods that day, and when I returned, she was gone. I later learned that Miss Wei had taken her away." Mingchen continued to gaze at him with a smile, remaining silent. Butler Zhou grew inexplicably anxious, his suit sleeves wrinkling as he clutched them. Miss Wei had intended to send her out of the city, but somehow lost her along the way. Consequently, I instructed Captain He to search for her, and we have scoured all areas of Portbridge City, but to no avail. Butler Zhou concluded, surreptitiously glancing up to gauge the man's expression. However, he was cognizant that, most of the time, it was impossible to discern the chief's emotions from his countenance. Mingchen's expression remained unchanged as he softly inquired, "When did this occur?" Chapter 29. Seemingly possessed by a demon a fortnight prior, Captain He conducted a thorough search across all districts, yet to no avail. Fearing Miss Wei's displeasure, I ceased the search. Having uttered these words, Mingchen ascended the stairs, leaving Zhou, the butler, in a state of trepidation, uncertain whether to feel relieved or more anxious. After careful deliberation, he discreetly followed to ascertain what was amiss. Upon reaching the 4th floor of the villa, Mingchen spotted Fei Kuei before entering his office. The young woman's countenance was delicate, her smile radiant. "Commander Ji, you've returned?" Mingchen reciprocated the smile, extending the roses he held towards her. "What are you doing here? Waiting?" Fei Kuei was taken aback. She was aware of the commander's habit of plucking a rose from the rose garden upon his return, which he would then use for flower arranging. However, never before had he offered the rose to her directly. This gesture overwhelmed her with a sense of unworthiness, and she blushed as she reached out to accept it. I came to apologize to you, Commander. During your absence, I made another mistake." Without further inquiry, Mingchen pushed open the door to his 4th floor office. "Let's talk inside." This was not Fei Kuei's first time in this room. She promptly followed him, engaging in conversation with a cheerful demeanor. "Were you gathering live mutant specimens again, Commander?" Mingchen responded with a soft affirmation. He proceeded to his desk, gently placing a box he carried upon it. He carefully opened it, revealing a brand-new, silver handgun, petite and exquisitely crafted. He extracted it, cradling it in his hand as he examined it. "I recently acquired this pistol from the Eastern Continent's 1st District Armory. Would you care to try it?" Fei Kuei's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'd love to." Her expression was exuberant, her steps light and graceful. Alas, before she could approach, the man lowered the gun's muzzle and discharged a shot in her direction. Bang! A scream and a gunshot echoed simultaneously as the bullet pierced the young woman's thigh. Crimson blood blossoming like a macabre flower upon her pink skirt. Caught completely off guard by the gunshot, Fei Kuei cried out in agony, collapsing to the floor. The searing pain in her leg contorted her delicate features, and tears streamed down her face. "Calm, Commander Ji." Her voice was choked with sobs, her joy replaced by anguish. Mingchen remained fixated on the gun in his hand, offering a dispassionate assessment. "The feel is quite satisfactory. What do you think, Miss Wei?" The young woman lay prostrate on the floor, unable to rise, her mouth agape in despair and helplessness, her elbows supporting her weight as she wept uncontrollably. Mingchen advanced, the sound of his leather shoes clicking rhythmically against the floor. Fei Kuei's eyes widened in terror. She attempted to retreat, but she was paralyzed. All she could do was shake her head, tears streaming down her face. "No." The man, his expression still bearing a semblance of a smile, crouched before her, his posture exuding elegance, yet his actions were devoid of mercy. His pale, slender hand grasped her beautiful chestnut curls, abruptly yanking her head upward with a brutality that betrayed any pretense of tenderness. Not only did Fei Kuei endure excruciating pain in her leg, but her scalp also felt as though it were being pierced with needles. Never had she witnessed this side of Commander Ji. Her eyes were filled with shock, bewilderment, and a profound sense of horror. In the past, he had been gentle, courteous, and refined. No matter what mistakes she committed or what trouble she caused, he had always dismissed them with a smile, even offering her kind words of comfort and concern, as if he were an older brother. He had never even spoken harshly to her. Yet now, in an instant, he was transformed, as if possessed by a demon. Fei Kuei sobbed uncontrollably, her eyes and nose reddened, her body trembling like a frightened rabbit. Mingchen clutched her hair, forcing her to raise her head, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Yet his eyes were filled with a chilling indifference and loathing. "What do you amount to, that you would presume to act on my behalf?" As he spoke in gentle tones, a flame flickered from his fingertips, turning several strands of the young woman's hair into wisps of black smoke. Fake away, pampered and sheltered since childhood, had never been subjected to such torment. Her body trembled violently, her tears falling like a broken string of pearls. Overwhelmed by terror, she stammered incoherently. "Please, don't." Zhou, the butler, and several maids, having heard the gunshot, rushed to the scene. What they witnessed caused them to gasp in horror, barely daring to breathe. Commander Ji had always been so indulgent towards Miss Wei, hadn't he? What was happening now? Not only had he shot her, but he was also manhandling her with such cruelty. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Fei Kuei cast a desperate glance towards the doorway, her eyes pleading for help. But she had forgotten that her tormentor was not some common criminal, but the very master of this ancient villa. Who would dare to rescue her now? Mingchen, however, paid no heed to those outside, as if repulsed by her touch. His smile vanished, and he casually tossed her to the ground before slowly rising to his feet. Fei Kuei's head struck the tiled floor, causing a gash on her forehead and rendering her unconscious. The rose slipped from the young woman's grasp, now lying in a pool of blood. A delicate petal detached, floating briefly upon the crimson tide before being crushed beneath the man's leather shoe. Mingchen returned to his desk, leisurely wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Zhou! His face etched with terror and perspiration, responded in a trembling voice. "Yes, Commander. What are your orders?" After wiping his hands, Mingchen meticulously cleaned his silver handgun before returning it to its original position. He then instructed, "Have her taken away and examined by Dr. Lin. We mustn't allow her to be truly injured." Turning to Butler Zhou with a smile, he added, "Otherwise, Director Fei might find fault with me." His tone was amiable and gentle, filled with concern, as if he were not the perpetrator of the deed. Butler Zhou responded, "Yes, sir." The maids standing behind trembled with fear, barely able to maintain their balance against the corridor wall. Mingchen encountered He Fengyan as he exited, who, despite being off duty, had rushed over from within the villa upon hearing the gunfire. Witnessing the maids carrying the person away, even the usually composed He Fengyan could not conceal his shock. "Director Ji, why would you strike such a young girl? If Director Fei were to find out..." Mingchen chuckled. "My apologies. I was simply a bit incensed." Despite his words, his serene countenance betrayed no hint of remorse. He Fengyan remained silent, privately acknowledging Mingchen's ruthless and unhinged nature, as if nothing were beyond his capabilities. Mingchen turned to He Fengyan, a curve gracing his lips. "Now that you're here, Captain He, might I trouble you with a task?" He Fengyan felt a shiver crawl down his spine at the request. As his subordinate, he had no right to refuse. "Director Ji, simply give the order. Gather several teams and accompany me to search for someone," Mingchen stated. He Fengyan lowered his head expressionlessly. "Very well, I shall see to it immediately." As He Fengyan turned to leave, the smile vanished from Mingchen's face, his dark eyes revealing a chilling coldness and murderous intent. Given Wen Yao's capabilities, she would not be easily abducted. Her cooperation in leaving the ancient castle villa stemmed from her sense of isolation and fear of confronting the villa's inhabitants directly. Her prolonged absence suggested that she had detected hostility and, lacking a sense of security, had decided against returning. The gleaming black sedan sliced through the city's nocturnal landscape. In the back seat, the man lowered the window, peering through his fingers at the bleak, abandoned structures. From the passenger seat, He Fengyan voiced his concern. "Director Ji, where should we begin our search?" Before the cataclysm, Port Bridge City was a sprawling metropolis with 4 districts, each containing countless streets and alleys. He had already scoured potential locations when Miss Yao first disappeared, but the task was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Despite the efforts of numerous teams over 2 days and nights, they had found not a single trace. Now, half a month later, if she were deceased, the humid environment would have caused her remains to decompose beyond recognition. Just as He Fengyan resigned himself to the impossibility of the task, the man in the back seat withdrew his hand, smoothed his attire, and declared with conviction, "North District, search the training camp." The North District was the most chaotic region, and the training camp was a brutal arena where survival was a constant struggle. Surely, A defenseless young woman would meet a swift demise there. However, Mingchen offered no explanation, adding Camp F. He then requested that the commander of Camp F provide him with a roster of recruits from the past fortnight. Feng remained unconvinced. It was highly improbable that the young woman would be found in the training camp, let alone the hellish Camp F. That would be akin to throwing a lamb into a den of wolves. The thought sent a chill down his spine. A gentle, introverted young woman, possessing such delicate beauty, would be in grave danger if she were merely lost in the city. But if she had fallen into the clutches of Camp F, having served at the 14th District base for many years, Feng had come to understand Mingchen's character. Beneath the veneer of gentleness and benevolence lay a man who was anything but kind. He was known for his vindictiveness, and regardless of whether the woman was found or not, the night would undoubtedly be stained with blood. With a sense of foreboding, Feng directed the driver to head towards the North District, falling silent thereafter. Mingchen, meanwhile, lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Given the perils outside the city, Wen Yao would not have chosen to drive back alone. Therefore, she must still be within Portbridge City. Her resilience would lead her to the training camp. While she might not be subjected to direct abuse, the harsh living conditions, poor food, and constant threat of zombies and mutated creatures would undoubtedly take their toll. Where was the poor girl now? Was she injured? Mingchen's thoughts swirled, his anxiety and frustration mounting as he massaged his temples. Chapter 31. Then Slay at Camp F was constructed from several abandoned factories. Within its confines, there were no training grounds, merely dormitories and a mess hall. The dormitories housed a dozen individuals in cramped quarters, and the mess hall served only rudimentary meals for breakfast and dinner. The inhabitants of this camp either departed the city at 7 each morning, returning at 5 in the afternoon, spending the entire day scavenging, or they accompanied larger groups on buses to more distant locales, sometimes remaining away for several days. Wen Yao, once the most promising commander-in-training in the 13th District of the Northern Continent, now found herself akin to a max-level veteran returning to a novice village, navigating the environment with effortless skill. From being the object of covetous gazes to inspiring awe in all who beheld her, she accomplished this transformation in a mere fortnight. During this period, she commandeered an industrial garage, fashioning a rudimentary yet secure abode within the camp, and also forged bonds with 3 companions, or, more accurately, 3 acolytes, forming a makeshift team. One evening, Wen Yao and her companions were delayed in their search for a missing tricycle, resulting in their inability to return before the city gates closed at nightfall. They were compelled to spend the night in a small, dilapidated shack by the roadside. Inside the dust-laden dwelling, a bonfire crackled merrily. Ji gestured toward the pile of scrap metal on the tricycle outside the door, inquiring of Wen Yao, "Boss Yao, how much silver do you reckon this load of junk will fetch?" Wen Yao, seated beside the fire, poked at the firewood with a pair of tongs, replying, "Regardless of the amount, I take 7, you 3. Ji retorted, "Hey, how come you're even more miserly than yesterday?" Beside him, Jin Yuan nudged Ji, advising, "Brother Ji, don't haggle with the boss. Look at how many zombies we encountered today, all dispatched by the boss alone. What can we do besides standing guard?" Another girl, Bei Xiaoduo, chimed in softly, "If it weren't for the boss, we'd be dead already. How could we still be alive?" Ji, seeing the 3 girls united against him, reluctantly nodded, "All right, fine. Just you wait. I'll slay more zombies next time to show you." Wen Yao disregarded their banter, setting down the tongs and proceeding to count the silver coins in her possession. After much deliberation, she realized that she had only accumulated a meager sum over the past fortnight. 100 silver coins were required to exchange for a single gold coin. So how long would it take to amass 10? It seemed that cheap labor was indeed cheap, utterly worthless. As Wen Yao pondered, she suddenly detected movement in the bushes outside the shack. She seized her iron blade and ventured out, discovering a slow-moving, crippled zombie. The zombie, catching her scent, lurched toward the doorway. Given the zombie's sluggish pace, Wen Yao summoned Bei Xiaoduo and retrieved the iron shovel from the ground, handing it to her. "You deal with this zombie for practice." The iron shovel had once been her weapon, but after acquiring a more manageable iron blade, she had given the shovel to Bei Xiaoduo. Bei Xiaoduo, gazing at the zombie's ghastly form, trembled as she clutched the shovel. I still dare not. The zombie was merely a crippled, ordinary specimen, one of the earliest to emerge, possessing a terrifying appearance but negligible offensive capabilities. Wen Yao failed to comprehend what was so frightening. Just use the shovel to strike its head. It'll be over in one blow. Xiao Ji could no longer bear to watch. How about I do it? Wen Yao declined. No, let her do it. Bei Xiaoduo had originally come to Camp F with her boyfriend, relying on him for sustenance for the past 2 years. However, 3 months prior, her boyfriend had met an untimely demise, turning her into a communal plaything for a certain group, subjected to daily beatings, kicks, and wanton humiliation. Wen Yao had intervened, assaulting those individuals and rescuing Bei Xiaoduo, allowing her to accompany them in order to foster her growth. Yet, Bei Xiaoduo remained delicate and timid, invariably hiding behind others at the mere sight of a zombie, never exhibiting any courage. As the zombie drew nearer, Bei Xiaoduo, terrified, dropped the shovel and retreated backward, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm truly sorry, I really can't. Wen Yao sighed, tossing aside the iron blade and retrieving the iron shovel. However, she did not slay the zombie. Instead, she deftly circled behind it, seized its neck, and dragged it into the shack, throwing it to the ground before stomping on the back of its head. The zombie emitted a piercing shriek as it writhed and struggled, its body oozing foul-smelling pus, its limbs flailing wildly, presenting a grotesque and macabre spectacle. Bei Xiaoduo shrieked incessantly in terror, while Shen Yichuan rose to her feet, uncertain of Wen Yao's intentions. Wen Yao, her foot planted on the zombie, addressed Bei Xiaoduo. I won't be with you for long. If you can't learn to overcome your fear, even with my assistance, then you'll be relegated to being a plaything for those men to trample upon at will. Tears streamed down Bei Xiao's face. No, I don't want to go back. Wen Yao handed her the iron shovel, kicking the zombie toward her in the process, then slay it. The zombie, rolling over, lunged at Bei Xiaoduo, baring its fangs. At the critical moment, Bei Xiaoduo emitted a cry and, with her eyes closed, began striking the zombie's head with the shovel. She continued until the zombie's brains were splattered and it lay motionless, whereupon Bei Xiaoduo slumped against the wall, utterly spent and gasping for breath. Wen Yao watched silently. Kicking the zombie aside, was it difficult? Chapter 32. If I had your looks, I would make a living off my appearance. Bei Xiaoduo initially nodded, then shook her head, her gaze shifting to Wen Yao, fear still lingering in her eyes. Nonetheless, she grasped the other's intent. Thank you. I am less afraid now. After they regrouped, uncertainty about their safety prevented them from sleeping. Xiao Ji glanced at Wen Yao, pondering something, and inquired, Boss, what kind of person were you before? Your skills suggest you're no ordinary refugee, are you? Not important, Wen Yao replied, curling her knees and tracing circles in the dirt with a stick, her petite form evoking an image that belied her fierce prowess in combat against zombies. Xiao Ji was momentarily speechless before continuing. By the way, did the captain of Camp D take a liking to you? He is tall and handsome. Why didn't you pursue him? If you were with him, getting to Camp D would just require a word from him, rather than laboriously accumulating coins like this. Shen Yichuan chimed in. It seems it's not just Camp D. The captain of our Camp F and the one from Camp C also appear to have an interest in our boss. Xiao Ji dismissed the idea. Camp F is out of the question. He is over 30, too old. And the captain of Camp C? He is too flashy. I've heard he has been with many women. They aren't worthy of our boss. Bei Xiaoduo, now regaining her composure, joined the conversation. What about Captain He? Who guards the city? He is young and capable. Xiao Ji pondered. If I recall correctly, he is the commander from the Castle Villa district? Quite impressive, certainly wealthy and resourceful. Given Wen Yao's recent influx of admirers, they unanimously concluded that her exceptional beauty ensured she would not endure the hardships of life in the lower-tier Camp F for long. Wen Yao regarded Xiao Ji seriously, as he remarked earnestly, I'm serious. With a face like yours, it's as if heaven has bestowed you with a privilege. Why subject yourself to such suffering? If I look like you, I would thrive solely on my looks. Any of these heroic warriors would gladly dote on someone devoted, allowing me to live comfortably without worry. Wen Yao ignored him, returning her focus to her doodling in the dirt. Suddenly, she paused, her expression turning grave. Listen. Xiaozhi looked up. Puzzled, listen to what? Bei Xiaoduo and Jin Yuan exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Yao snapped her stick in two, standing up and brandishing an iron knife. A horde of zombies is approaching. There are at least hundreds, possibly thousands. The moment those words fell, panic seized the trio. Bei Xiaoduo and Jin Yuan's eyes widened in terror, while Qiuzhi could hardly believe his ears. What? Don't scare me like that. Yet, the sounds of commotion grew nearer, the cold wind howling through the trees, accompanied by the eerie cries of zombies and the unsettling crunch of breaking branches. Wen Yao surveyed her iron knife with trepidation. If only she had the silver moonblade, she could handle hundreds of zombies. But with this clumsy, dull iron knife, she could only take down one or two at a time. Even if she managed to defend herself, her companions would be doomed. This was a conservative estimate. If there were powerful, mutated zombies in the horde, she would also be in peril, given her injuries had yet to heal fully. Bei Xiaoduo, Flicktinet. Quickly shut the window, then let us close the windows tightly and barricade the door. Hiding inside? Wen Yao replied, That's useless. They're strong enough to break in. A mere glass window would shatter easily. A chilling howl echoed from the distance, sending Bei Xiaoduo into a tremor, on the brink of tears. What do we do? With no time to ponder, Wen Yao swiftly opened the door and instructed the three of them. Qiuzhi, ride the tricycle and take them away, heading in the opposite direction of the zombie horde. Qiuzhi quickly hopped onto the dilapidated tricycle, while Jin Yuan disregarded the pile of scrap metal on top and urgently pulled Bei Xiaoduo up. Once they were all moving away from the horde, Wen Yao followed with her iron knife in hand. Unfortunately, the opposite direction was no sanctuary either. Even without the horde, there were scattered lone zombies. The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, loomed over a full moon, casting a silvery frost-like sheen over the vast grasslands, an exquisite nocturnal landscape marred by grotesque zombies peering from the underbrush, disrupting the serene beauty with their horror and repulsion. Bei Xiaoduo screamed and cried in fear, while Jin Yuan clung tightly to her. Qiuzhi, gripping the handlebars of the tricycle, swayed nervously from side to side. Boss, save us! Wen Yao kept pace beside the tricycle, dispatching a zombie with a swift strike to its head. Watch out! Over here, boss! Qiuzhi exclaimed. Panic etched on his face as Wen Yao swiftly struck another zombie down. After eliminating the nearby zombies, she glanced back. At this speed, you 1T outrun the horde. Qiuzhi protested. It's not me. It's them. They're too heavy. Jin Yuan retorted. How heavy can we be? It's the scrap metal weighing us down. Bei Xiaoduo, too frightened to articulate her thoughts, merely sobbed into Jin Yuan's shoulder. Qiuzhi continued. It rained a couple of days ago, and the ground is all muddy. The wheels are stuck. Wen Yao urged. Leave the tricycle behind. You three run ahead. Just flee when you see zombies. Bei Xiaoduo clutched Jin Yuan tightly. I'm scared. Jin Yuan, holding a pair of iron pliers, though less frantic than Bei Xiaoduo, was equally apprehensive. It's so dark. I'm scared too. Qiuzhi glanced at the two of them, picked up his trusty iron rod from the tricycle, and anxiously asked, Should we run? Wen Yao, without pausing in her efforts. How could such incompetent allies exist? Chapter 33. This garment has yet to be laundered as they hesitated in turmoil. A crimson-eyed zombie lunged towards Bei Xiaoduo's back. Instinctively, Wen Yao reached out to shield her, but in the next instant, her garments were torn asunder. Flesh and blood inverted by the zombie's sharp claws, the scent of iron wafting through the air. Pain contorted her brow, yet she summoned every ounce of strength to eliminate the clawed abomination. Bei Xiaoduo's cries grew more desperate, while Qiuzhi's pupils reflected Wen Yao's agile figure. And Jin Yuan tightly closed her eyes. The horde of zombies drew nearer, their howls echoing ominously, their collective footsteps resonating like the march of a giant, shaking the very earth beneath them. Cold sweat trickled down Wen Yao's forehead, her shimmering eyes now aflame with indignation. Her usually gentle temperament could no longer contain itself. If you won't flee, then await your demise. I shall no longer concern myself with you. In the midst of this dire predicament, Qiuji's eyes suddenly lit up. Car lights. Over there. Someone is coming. Hearing Wen Yao's declaration of abandonment, Shen Yichuan grasped Bei Xiaoduo and pulled her from the vehicle. Following Qiuji's lead, the two girls hurried towards the direction of the headlights. Qiuji had already taken a few steps when she turned back to assess Wen Yao's injury, then retraced her steps to reach out to her. Can you run? Shall I assist you? Before Wen Yao could respond, another zombie, hunched and slithering from the underbrush, emerged, a long-tongued fiend, its fetid red tongue lunging towards Qiuji. Quick as lightning, Wen Yao brandished her iron blade. However, due to its dullness, rather than severing the elongated tongue, it became ensnared, leaving Wen Yao contemplating discarding the weapon. Yet, something damp had coiled around her ankle. Looking down, she discovered the head of the long-tongued zombie lying on the ground, though devoid of a body and limbs. It remained alive. In this stalemate, Bei Xiaoduo, having distanced herself, turned back in fright. It seems our leader cannot escape. Shen Yichuan, unwavering in her resolve, retorted, what does it matter? She's formidable. Returning would be tantamount to seeking death. Qiuji, armed with an iron rod, anxiously watched the struggle between Wen Yao and the long-tongued zombie, caught in indecision. Leader. Suddenly, the roar of an engine approached, a blinding light illuminating the scene. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, and the distant horde of zombies fell in waves, with the long-tongued creature beside Wen Yao exploding in a shower of gore. Qiuji shielded her eyes from the glare, squinting to discern the source. Over a dozen military vehicles encircled their location. Men clad in black uniforms disembarked, wielding firearms. Within moments, they formed themselves into orderly ranks, their imposing presence commanding respect. Qiuji gazed at the insignia on the vehicles, bewildered. By heavens, is this the might of the 14th District's task force? Shen Yichuan and Bei Xiaoduo, having followed the military vehicles back, stood frozen in awe at the grandeur unfolding before them. Bei Xiaoduo whispered, Are they from the task force? Shen Yichuan, her excitement barely contained, replied, It must be. They have come to rescue us. We are saved. After dispatching the head of the zombie, Wen Yao finally lifted her gaze, momentarily taken aback by the magnificent scene. An inexplicable feeling washed over her, as if these individuals were notorious criminals whose notoriety had summoned such formidable figures for their capture. The armed contingent aligned themselves, forming two ranks directed towards Wen Yao, creating a path through the throng leading to a black modified off-road vehicle. He Fengyan, brandishing a pistol, was the first to exit, his expression impassive as he reported, Commander Ming, we have located the individuals. Following him, another man emerged, strikingly handsome and garbed in white, rendering him conspicuously prominent amid the sea of black-clad figures. From the moment he appeared, he captivated the attention of all present. Qiuji and her companions, unaccustomed to such high-caliber individuals, were momentarily at a loss, absorbing the man's unparalleled elegance and the surreal impression he left against the dark backdrop of the night. In these times of struggle, where survival was a daily battle, his immaculate appearance spoke volumes of his esteemed status. Mingchen furrowed his brow slightly, disregarding the onlookers as he strode toward the ragged girl wielding an iron blade. Wen Yao, taken aback by Mingchen's approach, stammered, Why are you here? Otherwise, who would it be? Mingchen replied, lowering his gaze to pluck away the weeds from her hair and brushing the bloodstains from her face. As he observed the zombie's viscous residue on his fingertips, he intended to wipe it away, only to find himself smearing the dark substance further across his pristine skin. Realizing that her grimy attire had sullied his alabaster hands, Wen Yao felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. I apologize. I spent the entire day digging coal yesterday, and this garment has yet to be washed. Mingchen sighed, retracting his hand as he suppressed his distaste for the filth. Come, let us depart. Chapter 34. Is coal mining fun? Mingchen walked ahead, while Wen Yao followed closely behind, wielding an iron knife. The juxtaposition of these two starkly different individuals created a scene that was almost surreal. Not only were Qiuji and the others taken aback, but He Fengyan also frowned, his expression one of disbelief. He had initially thought that this girl was merely a pretty face brought back by the commander to keep him company, but to his surprise, she appeared to be quite formidable. After getting lost in Gangxiao City, she had ventured alone to Camp F. Now, in the dead of night, she was engaged in a fierce struggle with a long-tongued mutant creature, displaying unwavering calmness and resilience. Not only was she unafraid, but her face bore no trace of fear whatsoever. She could even use a mere rusty iron knife to strike down the creature's head. This young lady possesses quite a remarkable spirit. Mingchen slowed his pace significantly. Yet even so, Wen Yao struggled to keep up. She too felt perplexed. Ordinarily, long-tongued zombies were non-toxic. So why was her ankle devoid of sensation? Had she been ensnared? Or were the long-tongued zombies of the east different from those in the north? Holding the iron knife, she scrutinized her ankle with confusion, bending down to tap and pinch it, yet it remained unresponsive. Her wounds still bled profusely, and beneath her tattered clothing, her flesh lay exposed, but she seemed to feel no pain, only a fixation on the numbness of her ankle. Mingchen observed Wen Yao's peculiar state behind him, his expression inscrutable. He couldn't help but gently call her name, Wen Yao. He often playfully teased her, calling her by various names, but had never addressed her with both her name and surname. Wen Yao paused momentarily, then hopped over on one leg, gripping her iron knife. "I'm here." Unexpectedly, the man stepped forward, snatched the iron knife from her grasp, and tossed it aside. He then bent down and lifted her into his arms, his tone gentle yet husky as he inquired, "Do you not feel any pain?" Wen Yao was completely taken aback. By the time she registered what was happening, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace, starkly contrasting with her own filthy and odorous state. The man exuded warmth and comfort, his scent fresh and clean, imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and wood. She instinctively pressed her palm against his shoulder, leaving behind a distinct mark of 5 fingers on the white fabric as she withdrew her hand. Mingchen cast a glance at the imprint on his shoulder. When Yao retracted her hand, apologizing, "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Mingchen smiled. "Is coal mining fun?" Wen Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. The question itself was loaded. Coal mining was not her desire. Camp F was tasked with searching for various useful resources. Given the prolonged apocalypse, food and other necessities had undoubtedly expired. Thus, they sought coal mines, iron mines, and other resources, making coal mining an unavoidable task. Although necessity drove her, it was not something she particularly enjoyed. Mingchen said nothing further and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, carried her to the vehicle. After gently placing her in the seat, Wen Yao turned to gaze out the window, where Qiu was casting her a bewildered look. Shen Yichuan and Bei Xiaoduo approached, with Shen Yichuan asking Qiu, "Did they take the boss away?" "Why'd they take the boss?" Qiu remained in a daze. "To be precise, it's not taken away, it's carried away. Furthermore, the man who carried her away seems to be the commander of our East District." That commander ruled over the 4 districts with a reputation that resonated throughout the entirety of the continent. Qiu stiffened his neck to turn around, exclaiming, "So that's why the boss has always been so picky. Turns out she is the runaway wife of Commander Ming. I've underestimated her. I always sensed she was no ordinary person, but I never imagined she was this extraordinary. Incredible, truly incredible. The boss is amazing." Only then did Shen Yichuan realize that everyone else had boarded the vehicle. Although the zombie tide had been largely subdued by gunfire, they had been left behind. She quickly turned to Qiu, saying, "What should we do? It seems they have no intention of taking us along." Qiu recognized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that such a grand display was solely for the purpose of the commander retrieving his beloved, leaving them, mere insignificant figures, entirely overlooked. As the vehicle was about to depart, Qiu waved his hand frantically. "Hey, wait, boss, Yao Mei, Xiu Lauda." Mingchen had left in haste, neglecting to bring a medical kit. He was currently tearing fabric to temporarily bandage Wen Yao's injured arm, casually inquiring upon hearing the commotion. "That blonde kid seems to be calling you quite affectionately. Who is he to you?" Wen Yao leaned against the glass, gazing at them outside. "Just 3 good-for-nothings." Mingchen raised an eyebrow. Wen Yao turned to Ji Mingchen, suggesting, if possible, could you give them a ride as well? After all, they accompanied me. Without me, they would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 35. Upon further reflection, Ji Mingchen gazed at Wen Yao. Though her face was grimy, her eyes sparkled with clarity and hope. He then turned to He Fengyan in the passenger seat and instructed, "Go." "Understood," He Fengyan replied, exiting the vehicle and casually signaling for a car. "Commander Ming has ordered to take those three into the city." As Wen Yao watched Qiu Ji and the others board the vehicle behind them, her attention returned to her own hands. The wound on her arm was hastily bandaged with white fabric, yet the material was still saturated with crimson blood. She stole a glance at her injury before lifting her gaze to Ji Mingchen, who sat beside her. His white attire was now soiled from holding her, and a piece of his sleeve had been torn off in the absence of anything to wrap her wound. Evidently discomfort, he frowned slightly, rubbing his temples as if suffering from a headache. This man, who was more fastidious than any woman, relished changing clothes and could not abide any dirt on them. His dwelling was immaculate, a paragon of cleanliness to an almost absurd degree. Yet now he was soiled because of her. Wen Yao found it difficult to articulate her feelings in that moment. Since their encounter that evening, she had felt as if she were in a surreal dream. And even now, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Why had Ji Mingchen come to find her, rallying so many people in the process? From what she had observed, it seemed as though a significant portion of the 14th District's base had been mobilized. She had never considered herself an important figure throughout her past missions. She had encountered numerous dangers and had always found ways to resolve them herself. Even Shen Yichuan, who showed her a modicum of concern, would never go to such lengths merely to find her. As she regarded Ji Mingchen's disheveled appearance, she felt an urge to clean him up. However, upon looking at her own grimy hands, she resigned herself to doing nothing. Perhaps it was the disarray of his attire that soured his mood, for throughout their journey back, Ji Mingchen remained silent, leaving Wen Yao anxious and uncertain about being a burden. Once their convoy entered the enclosed perimeter of barbed wire, Wen Yao finally spoke up. "Thank you for bringing me back. The south gate of Camp F is nearby. You can stop here, and I shall return to the training camp on my own." Ji Mingchen propped his elbow on the car window, resting his chin in his hand, and turned to her, his expression one of disbelief, as if she were being absurd. What is it?" Wen Yao asked, perplexed. Ji Mingchen lowered his eyelashes slightly. "I searched for you with this many people for an entire day and night, and now you wish for me to let you go. Do you think that is appropriate?" Wen Yao fell silent, realizing that perhaps it was indeed inappropriate. After all the effort expended to locate her, it was unlikely that he intended to release her so easily. She decided to let it go, for she did not view herself as a significant character. After some internal deliberation, she finally inquired, "Then why did you come to find me?" Ji Mingchen replied, "What kind of question is that? Your partner lost you. Should he not search for you?" Wen Yao's expression turned quizzical as she discreetly glanced at the driver. Leaning closer to Ji Mingchen to whisper, "Did you not say that we were merely pretending to be partners?" Ji Mingchen instinctively shifted away from her, maintaining a distance between them. Feeling a bit embarrassed by his evident disdain, Wen Yao refrained from getting any closer and instead reminisced, "That day, when you brought me back, you said I had a choice." Ji Mingchen then closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Think it over more carefully. Wen Yao pondered the dialogue from that day. "So when you said I could be your partner, was that also a lie?" "It is true," he responded. "Have Maya Shah drive you back to Beizhou. However, if you choose to remain, your role can only be that of my partner. Understand?" It was indeed genuine. She could only be his partner. Throughout their exchange, it appeared no words had suggested pretense. Could it be that he had deliberately said such things because of her identity? Wen Yao quietly asked. Before Ji Mingchen could respond, the vehicle slowed, and a voice from the adjacent car questioned He Fengyan, "Captain what should we do with these three?" He Fengyan turned his gaze towards Ji Mingchen, who briefly looked at Wen Yao and then replied nonchalantly, "Send them to Camp D." He Fengyan hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding, "Understood." Chapter 36. I am here upon returning to the ancient castle villa. Ji Mingchen swiftly carried the injured individual to the 5th floor before making his exit. Shortly thereafter, Steward Zhou arrived with several maids, and Dr. Lin hurriedly followed. Dr. Lin respectfully tended to her wounds, while Steward Zhou directed the maids to fetch towels, medicine, and basins of water in a flurry of activity. An hour later, the wound on Wen Yao's right arm was bandaged and the bruises on her leg, a result of being ensnared by a zombie-esque long tongue, were patiently treated by the maids. Mingchen returned after changing into clean clothes. Droplets of water trickling down his neck, his damp hair still shedding water. It was evident that he had just taken a shower. He leaned languidly against the doorframe. His peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed as he inquired of Linzeren, "Is the injury treated?" Linzeren nodded. "Though the arm injury appears severe, it is merely superficial. The bleeding has been controlled and bandaged. As for the ankle, it was ensnared by a D-type long-tongued mutant. This type of zombie has mutated further, and the mucus from its tongue possesses mild toxicity, causing numbness in the affected area. However, it is not serious. With regular medication, recovery will occur in 3 to 5 days." Mingchen straightened up and smiled at Linzeren. "Thank you for your efforts." Linzeren felt a shiver run down his spine from the smile, and could only respond with a wry grin. "It is my duty." Mingchen instructed a few maids. "Please assist her with a bath." Upon hearing this, Wen Yao swiftly shook her head. "I do not need assistance. I can wash myself." Mingchen replied, "You have injuries. It is inconvenient for you to bathe alone." He then turned to Linzeren, who was about to leave. "Dr. Lin, what do you think?" Linzeren was speechless. "What does this have to do with me?" After a moment, he reluctantly acquiesced to Mingchen's words. "Commander Ming is right. Miss Yao has injuries and requires care." Seeing Wen Yao still resisting with her gaze, Mingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Then perhaps you all should step outside. I can manage." Wen Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did he intend to personally assist her in bathing? Was he serious? As the maids began to leave, Wen Yao clutched her clothes tightly. Her expression flustered, her voice tinged with urgency. "Please, let them help me instead." After all, she was still a girl. Mingchen was amused by Wen Yao's flustered demeanor and, after a moment, benevolently nodded. "Very well, but be cautious not to get your wounds wet." He did not genuinely intend to assist her in bathing. He understood that she was accustomed to self-reliance. If she bathed alone, she might worsen her injuries. So he had to phrase it this way to gain her consent. Mingchen exited with Linzeren, and in the castle corridor, he cheerfully asked, "By the way, how is Miss Wei's condition?" His tone was filled with concern, as if he were not the one who had fired the gun. Linzeren was well accustomed to the man's hypocritical smiles and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, playing along. The bullet penetrated her thigh, but did not damage the bone. She underwent a minor surgery, and the wound has been bandaged. With our medical technology, recovery is merely a matter of time. Additionally, there's a slight bruise on her forehead, but it is only superficial. A bit of ointment will suffice. Mingchen continued to smile. "That is a relief. It truly is worrisome." Linzeren thought to himself, "It is hard to see where your concern lies." Mingchen patted Linzeren's shoulder, his smile gentle. "You have worked hard these past few days, Dr. Lin." Linzeren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead once more. "It is my duty." In the medical room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Fei Kuei sat dazedly on the sickbed. The girl wore a blue and white striped hospital gown, her chestnut curls tousled and unkempt, a bandage affixed to her forehead. Her expression was vacant, her reddened eyes brimming with tears, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. News from the research building had been sparse, and Fei Qianjiang only learned of the incident that evening, prompting him to rush back from the research building. Now, with a hand on his forehead, sitting beside the bed, he could not help but scold her. "I see you have grown reckless. Do you truly believe yourself the mistress of this ancient castle villa? Commander Ming personally brought you back and had Captain Mei arrange for your care on the 5th floor, instructing Steward Zhou to look after you. Yet you dare to meddle? What possessed you to wade into such murky waters?" Previously, Commander Ming had often been lenient with his pampered daughter, primarily due to the valuable information she possessed and her repeated successful experiments. However, now, after 6 months without any progress in the research on the ability awakening serum, even he found himself bowing to that man, while his thoughtless daughter chose to provoke danger herself. Fei Kuei lowered her head in silence, tears dripping onto the bedding. Nearby, Fei Boke fiddled with a model airplane, appearing nonchalant. Observing his sister's state, he scoffed. What's the reason? Isn't it just jealousy? Sis used to think of herself as the lady of this villa, only to have Commander Ming suddenly bring back another girl. Fei Qianjiang felt a pang in his heart upon seeing his daughter like this, and pointed at Fei Boke. Get out. I asked you to come see your sister, not to make snide remarks. Chapter 37. Perfectly deceptive Fei Bokai was unsurprised by his father's favoritism towards his sister. He rolled his eyes and casually tossed aside the mold in his hand. If she wants to go out, let her go. Who cares to see her? The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Fei Qianjiang turned to his daughter in the hospital bed, his tone tinged with disappointment. Let this be a lesson for you, to awaken your senses. You are still too young to comprehend that the most terrifying individuals in this world are those like Commander Ming. It is not the cold-faced ones who are hard to deal with, nor the irritable ones, but those devoid of emotion. Whether they wear a cold expression or show anger, they reveal their weaknesses, allowing others to speculate on their thoughts. But Commander Ming, he does not. He smiles at everyone, radiating warmth, as if he is intimately familiar with everyone around him. Yet, this is precisely how he conducts his killings, stripping the flesh from the living in the same manner. His smile serves as a mask, rendering him noble and immaculate, perfectly deceptive. Wen Yao emerged from her bath, adorned in a pure white lace nightgown. After drying her damp hair, it fell softly and lustrously around her. Her stunningly beautiful face now resembled a pearl, polished and gleaming, a stark contrast to her disheveled appearance when she returned from scavenging. When Mingchen returned from his outing, he found Wen Yao seated at the writing desk, pen in hand. Upon hearing his footsteps, she hastily set down her pen and looked up. It's so late. What brings you here? When he returned tonight, it was already the early hours of the morning, and after such a commotion, it was now around 3 or 4 o'clock. With dawn approaching, she hadn't anticipated that he would still come. Mingchen approached the desk, leaning against its edge, and nodded in acknowledgement. Give me your hand. Confused, Wen Yao raised her gaze, not quite understanding, but extended her left hand nonetheless. Mingchen raised an eyebrow with a smile. Let us switch to the other hand. Wen Yao inhaled sharply, retracting her left hand and extending her right. Mingchen fell silent, bending down to grasp the delicate silver bracelet encircling her slender wrist. As their proximity increased, Wen Yao felt an inexplicable tension and couldn't resist stealing a glance at him. But this glance only served to unsettle her further. Unlike his usual impeccably dressed self, Mingchen was dressed casually tonight, with a loose-fitting shirt barely buttoned at the collar, revealing glimpses of his porcelain skin and defined abdominal muscles through the rumpled fabric. Looking upward, she beheld his strikingly handsome features, his long brows and eyes, the corners of his lips subtly upturned, and his relaxed demeanor exuding an air of languid elegance, akin to an enchanting white spirit. Even someone as steadfast as Wen Yao, who prided herself on not being swayed by appearances, felt her heart quicken inexplicably. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the silver bracelet was deftly removed by him. This left Wen Yao perplexed. The silver moon blade has already been confiscated by you. This bracelet lacks any distinctive features. What do you want it for? Mingchen offered no reply, instead adjusting the size of the sliding silver bracelet before slipping it onto his left wrist. The cool silver against his fair skin appeared not only harmonious, but also exuded an air of refined beauty, despite its somewhat feminine design. Wen Yao could not help but exclaim, "This is a silver bracelet my grandmother gifted me, a treasured memento." So, he truly had taken a liking to her bracelet? In that moment, she genuinely wondered if there was something amiss with this man, with his wealth. Could it be so difficult to craft his own gold or silver bracelets? Why resort to taking her old one? What was more troubling was that he brazenly flaunted it, raising his elegantly knotted hand before her, as if to show off. Isn't it beautiful? Wen Yao's expression turned complex. She had no desire to engage with him. Mingchen's lips curved into a smile. What is the matter, Miss Wen? Just look at how many times I've saved you. Wen Yao took a breath. I can repay you in other ways. Ji Mingchen sensed her slight displeasure and, adopting a more conciliatory tone, gently proposed, "For now, let me keep it safe. I will return it to you later. I travel more than you do. If I ever encounter your sister, I will ensure she returns safely to you." At his words, the embers of her indignation extinguished, and her sparkling eyes lifted, tinged with curiosity. She had merely spoken offhandedly, not expecting him to remember it. Ji Mingchen slowly lowered his hand, retrieving the red velvet gift box he had casually placed nearby, and gently opened it. Inside lay a crystal bracelet, crafted from alternating blue and white crystal beads, with a slightly larger blue crystal gem set upon a platinum base, exquisitely made and undeniably valuable. Ji Mingchen took the bracelet and, pulling Wen Yao's left hand closer, patiently fastened it onto her wrist. Wen Yao felt a bit uncomfortable under his touch. "What is this?" "A return gift," he replied, having secured the bracelet. "Wear it at all times, and do not remove it unless necessary." Wen Yao remained silent as Ji Mingchen explained, "The platinum base is embedded with a positioning chip, allowing me to know where you are. You tend to wander off. If you get lost again, it will be easier for me to find you." Wen Yao looked down, her fingers brushing over the crystal beads on her wrist. Such a thin metallic base could hold a positioning chip? It made her ponder whether the technological advancements in the East were far superior to those in the North. After Ji Mingchen stood upright, he suddenly recalled something and addressed her. "I may not have much time to accompany you in the next few days, so stay at the villa to recuperate. If you need anything, contact Butler Zhou." Wen Yao felt a bit bewildered upon hearing this, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "All right." Watching the man's leisurely retreating figure, she furrowed her brow. What did he mean by not having time to accompany her? Did she not need his company? Upon returning to the elegantly vintage-decorated living room, Ji Mingchen settled into a classical European-style armchair. He ignited the nearby candlestick with the flame from his fingertip, then lifted his alabaster wrist, examining the silver bracelet under the soft, golden candlelight. The bracelet, not particularly shiny and somewhat aged, took on a nostalgic charm in the dim glow. Reclining against the sofa, he gazed at the silver bracelet for a moment before lowering his hand, turning the piece thoughtfully as he recollected his first encounter with Wen Yao amidst the snowy mountains. She had been wearing this silver bracelet, wielding the silver moonblade. In the biting cold and swirling snow, the girl's lashes frosted over, and as she swung the blade, the silver bracelet chimed delicately against the hilt, a melodic sound amidst the howling northern winds. Remembering that otherworldly, beautiful scene, Ji Mingchen's lashes fluttered down, and the corners of his lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Chapter 38. Director Fei need not stand on ceremony the following evening. Ji Mingchen returned to the castle villa from the biology research building and coincidentally ran into Linzeren while entering the elevator. With a smile, Ji Mingchen greeted him. "Dr. Lin, where are you headed?" Linzeren appeared flustered upon seeing him and replied nervously, "To the third-floor ward." Ji Mingchen inquired, "Is Director Fei still on the third floor?" Linzeren nodded. "He was still there when I left. Miss Wei's injuries are not severe, but her mental state has been troubling. She has been plagued by nightmares at night and appears dazed during the day. Professor Fei is quite worried and has been keeping watch over her." "I see." Ji Mingchen's lips curled into a smile. "I'll accompany you to take a look." Linzeren hesitated, wanting to express that his presence might exacerbate Miss Wei's condition. But as Ji Mingchen was a high-ranking official, he dared not speak. The two arrived at the third-floor ward together. Fei Kewai was sitting on the bed, dressed in a hospital gown, clutching a teddy bear. Upon catching sight of the man following Dr. Lin into the room, she instinctively recoiled, her pupils contracting as if she had encountered a demon from hell rather than a handsome, aloof man. Fei Qianjiang, standing by the bed, quickly rose and bowed respectfully, addressing him, Ming Commander." Ji Mingchen smiled and nodded, his demeanor affable. "Director Fei need not be so formal. We are all on the same side. Please, sit and speak." Fei Qianjiang dared not sit, mustering the courage to ask, "What brings you here, Ming Commander?" Ji Mingchen's lips curved into a gentle smile. "I heard from Dr. Lin that Miss Wei is not doing well, and seeing that Director Fei has been here, I couldn't help but come and check on her. Fei Qianzhang glanced at his daughter, who was clearly terrified, and nervously said, "It is merely my unworthy daughter's recklessness that has caused you such concern, Ming Commander." Fei Qiawai, clutching her teddy bear, looked up at that moment, inadvertently locking eyes with the man, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers. He was tall and strikingly handsome, with a smile that was meant to be warm and kind. Yet, the depths of his dark eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. With just that single glance, a shiver ran down Fei Qiawai's spine as she instinctively averted her gaze, anxiously turning to her father, tears welling up in her eyes. Dad. Dad. However, that devilish figure smiled at Fei Qianzhang, his demeanor graceful and voice filled with concern. "She does seem a bit unwell. Dr. Lin, please take another look. If Miss Wei needs anything, feel free to ask," Butler Zhou. While others may not have understood this exchange, Fei Qianzhang immediately grasped the underlying meaning and quickly replied, "No need. My daughter is just being a bit temperamental. She is not seriously ill. I will return to the research building first thing tomorrow morning." Mingchen smiled politely at Fei Qianzhang. On the evening that Fei Qianzhang felt reassured enough to return to the research base, Mingchen ordered the removal of Fei Qiawai. The young girl, still in her hospital gown, with her beautiful chestnut curls cascading down her back, looked pitiful with tear-filled eyes. Two maids assisted her into a black van, and she nervously glanced at the white-clad man in the passenger seat, her voice trembling. Ming Commander, where are you taking me?" With a playful finger resting on his chin, Mingchen's expression was gentle as he replied, "Miss Wei, you seem a bit downcast. I am taking you out for a change of scenery." Having suffered a gunshot wound and endured a cruel hair-pulling, Fei Qiawai was now convinced that this devilish man had no good intentions for her outing. Tears streamed down her face as her heart raced uncontrollably with fear. "But if Dad comes back and finds I'm missing, he will be very worried." Mingchen chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Don't worry when Director Fei returns. They will ensure you get back safely." As the van door closed and they drove into the encroaching darkness of the night, they soon arrived at a low, flat building. Mingchen led the way, while Feng Yin instructed the maids to assist Fei Qiawai inside. They walked down a dimly lit concrete corridor, the two maids trembling in fear, yet dare not utter a sound, while Fei Qiawai wept silently. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, Feng Yin glanced at the guards, who quickly understood, and one hurriedly pushed open the roll-up door. As the door slowly ascended, a woman, hanging and bruised from beatings, came into view. A large light bulb hung from the ceiling of the cement building, casting a dim, yellow glow over the woman, whose head hung low with disheveled hair. Resembling a ghoul from hell, her tattered clothes were soaked in blood, and her body bore no uninjured flesh. Thick blood oozed down the fabric, pooling on the ground with a faint dripping sound. Such a grotesque, bloody, and cruel scene startled the two maids into screams, while Fei Qiawai turned pale, her features contorted in horror, nearly collapsing. Mingchen turned to relish their expressions, his smile unwavering. "Do you recognize her, Miss Wei?" Fei Qiawai's tears flowed relentlessly, her expression one of anguish and despair, her voice breaking. "It's Captain Liu." Mingchen's lips curved upward in satisfaction as he extended a rose branch toward her, reminiscent of their encounter at the castle villa. However, having learned from her previous experience, Fei Qiawai dared not accept the deadly rose. She shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with fear, her trembling body instinctively retreating to the side. "From now on, you shall come daily to supervise her punishment." Mingchen paid no heed to Fei Qiawai's reaction, casually tapping the rose on her shoulder twice. The soft petals brushed against her clothing, falling to the ground to be crushed, as the man chuckled contentedly. "After all, this Captain Liu is in this ghastly state because of you, is she not?" Chapter 39. A rose for her. Mingchen remarked that in just 2 days of absence, he had completely vanished, not even residing in the castle villa area. Through Butler Gu, Wen Yao learned that Mingchen spent only a few days each month at the castle. The Eastern District 14, with its expansive territory centered in Gangxiao City, is indeed several times larger than Northern District 13. In today's world, each human settlement functions as an ecosystem. As the ruler of this vast domain, Maintaining the normal operation of this ecosystem keeps him quite occupied. He must devise battle plans to counter the surging hordes of mutated zombies outside the city, while also attending to the internal survival infrastructure and the progress of various scientific research endeavors. An overwhelming array of responsibilities demands his oversight and decision-making. This revelation surprised Wen Yao. She recalled their previous encounter at the northern border, where Mingchen appeared carefree and reckless, dealing with zombies with casual blows, showing little concern for resource competition, which often left her and Shen Yichuan seizing the advantage. This led her to believe that as the son of the Eastern District Lord, he was merely a second-generation figure, lackadaisically enjoying his position without genuine dedication to his territory. She never anticipated that the survival area he governed was not only technologically advanced, but also remarkably orderly. During Mingchen's absence, Wen Yao kept herself occupied. Aside from recuperating, she revisited her recorded dreams and ventured to the downstairs dining hall to discreetly gather information about the ability awakening agents from the commanders present. Given the sensitive nature of the subject, she could not inquire directly, but instead sought to glean details through casual conversations. From the fragmented dialogues, she discerned that the ability awakening agents were still in the initial research stages, with very few finished products that were not available in the markets. Currently, they were stored in the Biological Research Building of Eastern District 14, exclusively distributed to the top commanders of elite teams. In simpler terms, the research was arduous, and the final products were rare, with only a handful of fortunate individuals among thousands of distinguished commanders and team members receiving them. The competition for this qualification was fierce, akin to an army navigating a narrow bridge. In a world where survival is precarious and resources scarce, awakening one's abilities as early as possible is paramount. The earlier one awakens, the greater the advantage, and the higher the likelihood of survival until the end. Having grasped this situation, Wen Yao felt compelled to return to the training camp. Considering the rarity of these agents, she doubted Mingchen would readily bestow one upon her. Although he held considerable power, crucial decisions would inevitably prioritize the greater good. After 2 days of rest for her numb leg, as Dr. Lin had predicted, it was indeed fine, allowing her to walk without issue, albeit with a lingering, tingling sensation. After breakfast that day, Wen Yao decided to take a stroll. However, upon exiting the elevator on the second floor, she unexpectedly encountered Mingchen. The tall man was dressed in his usual attire of a white shirt and black trousers, with the only distinction being a rose in his hand. The vibrant green leaves and the striking bloom accentuated his pale skin, rendering his already handsome face even more captivating. Wen Yao had never considered terms like beautiful, stunning, or exquisite could apply to men until she met Mingchen. His enchanting aura harmonized perfectly with his masculine vigor, creating a visage devoid of flaws. Even if his gender were to change, his beauty would remain unparalleled, transcending traditional notions of attractiveness. Caught off guard by the sight of this rose-bearing man, Wen Yao momentarily lost her composure. Mingchen, upon noticing her, displayed a hint of surprise, bending slightly as he extended the rose towards her, inquiring, "Where are you headed?" Instinctively, Wen Yao accepted the flower, replying, "Just out for a walk." "Then let us go," he said. She looked up, asking, "Where to?" With a gentle smile and a slight bow, Mingchen responded, "Aren't you feeling cooped up and in need of change of scenery? I shall accompany you." As they drew closer, the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. A delightful blend of earthy aromas mingled with the rich scent of roses, captivating her senses unexpectedly. Wen Yao felt inexplicably nervous, as if enchanted, her thoughts faltering. To distract herself, she asked him, "Aren't you busy? How do you have time today?" Mingchen, in a languid tone, replied, "Quite the coincidence. I happen to be free today." Exiting the spacious hall of the castle villa, Mingchen and Wen Yao approached a sleek black car. He Fengyan, standing beside the vehicle, glanced at his watch before meeting Mingchen's gaze. "Commander Ming, have you obtained the research materials?" Before he could finish, Mingchen winked at him, asking, "Captain He, the weather is lovely today. Would you care to join us for a stroll?" He Fengyan's attention shifted to Wen Yao. The serene girl in a white dress holding the rose, exuding a gentle and pure aura. Great. Now the day's business would go unaccomplished. He glanced at the overcast sky, uncertain what was lovely about the weather. Yet, given Mingchen's stature, he could only bow his head respectfully and say, "Commander Ming, please feel free to give your orders." Mingchen smiled warmly. "Then let us enjoy a walk together, Captain He." Once settled in the spacious back seat, Mingchen turned to Wen Yao, asking, "Where would you like to go?" Chapter 40. Hobbies are quite unique. Wen Yao initially intended to take a leisurely stroll in the castle villa area, never anticipating that the individual accompanying her would drive her out for a scenic ride. Not only was there a chauffeur, but an assistant was present as well. She had no objections, as she had no pressing matters to attend to. In the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern districts of Portbridge City, she had only explored a mere fraction of the vast expanse, and there were many places she had yet to discover. It would be delightful to broaden her horizons. Of course, her primary interest lay in the supernatural abilities, and the most likely places to encounter various abilities users would undoubtedly be on the battlefield. During the early days of the apocalypse, when powers began to awaken, abilities users were a rarity across the 4 continents. Aside from the visions of the future she had experienced in her dreams, she had only encountered 2 abilities users thus far. One was a wood abilities user from the Northern District, and the other was Mingchen. Contemplating this, she inquired, "Could we visit the vicinity of the southwestern city wall?" Portbridge City is not only an international metropolis, but also an ancient capital. The southwestern city wall, a formidable defensive structure established over 3,000 years ago during ancient conflicts, was once a renowned tourist attraction before the apocalypse. However, following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, its robust architecture and defensive capabilities turned it into the first line of defense for Portbridge City. As the power grid was constructed, many zombie hordes were deliberately lured to this location for extermination, leading to its current reputation as the zombie slaughterhouse. Numerous elite teams vigilantly guard this area, tirelessly eliminating the relentless tide of zombie mutations. Wen Yao had learned about the southwestern city wall from Camp F and had long desired to see it, though she had yet to find the time or opportunity. Her lighthearted suggestion left not only Mingchen astonished, but also drew glances from the chauffeur and Yifuan. It was evident that Commander Ming intended to take the girl on a delightful outing. But her response was to express interest in the southwestern city wall, a place notorious for its gruesome battles and the relentless slaughter of zombies. A normal person would avoid such a location at all costs, yet this young girl wished to explore it. Her peculiar fascination was indeed striking. Yifuan silently averted his gaze, contemplating how remarkable it was that someone like Commander Ming would take an interest in her. Sensing the varied reactions from those around her, Wen Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that the southwestern city wall was a crucial battleground for the base team in District 14. Yet she remained uncertain if it was a place she could visit. If not, then so be it. With a gentle remark, Mingchen smiled at the chauffeur and instructed, "Let us proceed to the southwestern city wall." "Understood," the chauffeur replied. The southwestern city wall, located on the outskirts of the city, took 3 hours to reach by car. Upon disembarking, Wen Yao was immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood, accompanied by the distant, anguished cries of zombies, the crack of gunfire, and the splattering of thick plasma. The electrified barrier surrounding Portbridge City had a small gap here, and a multitude of zombies surged toward the arched walls, creating a dark, ominous wave that seemed to overflow. The members of the elite teams stationed atop the walls were tasked with shooting them down and subsequently incinerating their bodies with oil and fire to prevent any potential infections from spreading to other living beings. The sky was heavy with rolling clouds, and low rumbles of thunder echoed in the distance. Below the towering walls, the zombies piled up in a relentless tide, the sound of gunfire deafening. Occasionally, agile, mutated creatures would poke their heads over the edge of the walls, causing the soldiers to hastily unleash a barrage of gunfire in response. "Damn it, Captain Lee, keep your eyes peeled. I'm watching, but it's moving too fast. I missed several shots. What on earth? Has it mutated again?" The peril of the apocalypse loomed constantly, And the relative peace within the city relied entirely on the sacrifices made by these elite teams on the front lines. They redirected the zombie hordes to this location for execution, allowing sporadic search teams venturing outside the city a moment of respite and enabling the survivors within the city to avoid confronting the terrifying and bizarre zombies, thereby securing a sanctuary to live and thrive. In such a desperate and tragic apocalypse, it was these individuals who bore the weight of humanity's survival for the dwindling number of survivors. As Wen Yao observed the team members diligently guarding the walls, sweat glistening on their brows, she felt a sense of familiarity. Once, she too had been among their ranks. Although District 13 in the north had no towering southwestern city wall, it had a similar river embankment, which served as a defensive stronghold. At one point, Shen Yichuan's team had been dispatched to that outpost, where resources were scarce. She was among those who wielded melee weapons, often sustaining injuries due to the inherent dangers of close combat. She could still vividly recall the scenes from that time. The river below the embankment frozen solid, zombies trudging across the thick ice, the sky shrouded in gray, and countless snowflakes cascading down. She would sit in the back, enduring the cold and pain, watching the team members come and go, each time hoping that Shen Yichuan would spare her a glance or show concern for her well-being. Yet throughout that prolonged 6-month period, despite her numerous injuries, he hardly ever acknowledged her struggles. He always believed in her strength and resilience, convinced she could endure. Reflecting on those moments now still stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Was she not weary? In pain? Cold? The north wind howled, her wounds frozen in agony. Yet she had grown accustomed to it all. Humans are creatures of habit. Throughout those years, she had acclimated to the cold, the pain, and the countless yearning glances that could not summon the man's concern she so desperately desired. Chapter 41. Spectating and merriment moved by the scene. Wen Yao subconsciously turned her head. Noticing her movement, Mingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Wen Yao shook her head. Nothing. As Captain Li came over for a drink, he happened to see the two abrupt white figures. Wiping the sweat from his face, he quietly asked Feng Yin beside him, Captain He, why is Commander Ming here? Before Feng Yin could speak, the man in white turned around leisurely, responding with a smile. Just here to spectate and enjoy the spectacle. Wen Yao was convinced by the answer. In the following time, Wen Yao went wherever she pleased, with Mingchen following along, giving her free rein. If any zombies approached, Feng Yin would promptly eliminate them with his gun. Not only did Wen Yao not lift a finger, but Mingchen also remained composed, unperturbed by the danger. The two seemed out of place in the grim and grimy battlefield, as if they were merely strolling for leisure. Wen Yao's gaze swept across the soldiers guarding the city walls, expecting to witness the battle between mutants and zombies. However, after walking along the long wall, she didn't spot a single mutant. Their weapons were all guns, various types of advanced firearms. Could it be that there were no mutants among these people? Hadn't the Eastern District successfully developed mutant awakening agents? If such a thing existed, there would certainly be mutants in this elite guard team, even if few in number. Slightly disappointed, she retracted her gaze and looked at Mingchen. She knew that as the apex predator of the Eastern 14th District, he must possess absolute information authority. But she wasn't sure if she was entitled to inquire about it, given her status. As a former member of the Northern 13th District base team, her identity was sensitive to begin with. If she were to inquire about the other base's secrets upon her arrival, she might be suspected of espionage. After weighing the options, she suppressed the doubts in her heart. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by the patter of raindrops. Seeing this, Feng Yin quickly handed over the transparent umbrella he had picked up, as if struck by a thought. Mingchen suddenly lowered his head and said to Wen Yao, I'll entrust you with a small task. Hold the umbrella for me. Accustomed to the young master's antics, Wen Yao expressionlessly took the umbrella from Feng Yin and opened it. All right. A cold wind howled on the city wall, and the rain splashed on the puddles, creating ripples. Wen Yao walked beside Mingchen, holding the umbrella. Just as she was about to give up and return, she suddenly noticed a few people collecting rainwater not far away. They weren't simply using buckets to collect rainwater. Rather, they could control the rainwater around them, directly channeling it into the buckets. Watertight mutants. Wen Yao's eyes lit up. Engrossed in the sight, she didn't realize that the umbrella in her hand had shifted. The umbrella, which had been sheltering Mingchen, had moved to the side, exposing him to the rain. He couldn't help but look at the focused girl beside him, following her gaze before retracting his own. Then, he parted his thin lips and murmured, "Darling." Hearing the tender, lingering call, Wen Yao turned her head. "What is it?" A bit dazed, she turned around and noticed that his hair and cheeks were spattered with raindrops. The water reflected on his flawless face, coupled with his magnetic, low voice, created an inexplicably alluring and seductive aura. "You've got me wet." Wen Yao felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly moved the umbrella back. "Sorry." Mingchen's eyelashes fluttered and raindrops slid down his brow. "Never mind. Give me the umbrella." "I really didn't mean to." Wen Yao handed him the umbrella. Mingchen smiled at her, took the umbrella, and seeing that she was about to run out into the rain again, he quickly pulled her back, tilting the umbrella towards her. "Come here." Wen Yao gazed at the umbrella sheltering her. "I don't have to." Before she could finish, the man interrupted her. "No rain, and don't get your dress dirty either." Fine, this man wasn't just a neat freak himself, but he was also extending his obsession to her. Chapter 42. Not an escort, but a playmate descending the city walls. Wen Yao was lost in contemplation, pondering what she had just witnessed. The elite squad possessed individuals with abilities, yet she only observed a hydrokinetic whose power seemed non-combative and of negligible force. Why was this the case? Was the research in its nascent stages, yielding only such innocuous activators, bearing numerous minor injuries? Wen Yao was still excused from duties by Mingchen, who insisted she focus on recuperation. The difference was that Mingchen remained at home as well. Initially, Wen Yao's perception of Mingchen had improved, viewing him as a responsible base commander. She assumed he would be occupied with various tasks, even when not on missions. However, after a week, she realized this was not the case. He seemed remarkably idle, with a plethora of hobbies. He cultivated diverse flora on the castle terrace and kept a large flock of doves and various bird species. His daily routine consisted of watering plants, feeding birds, and sleeping, often exceeding 10 hours a day, leading a comfortable and leisurely existence. Wen Yao was often astonished by his indolent demeanor, marveling at how someone could live so carefree and at ease after so many years since the apocalypse. Although his position as the master of District 1 afforded him the power and resources, she felt he need not indulge in such trivial pursuits, wasting precious time. Most importantly, he not only relaxed himself, but also encouraged her to partake in these seemingly pointless activities, such as helping him water flowers, feed doves, watch the sunset on the castle terrace, play chess in the game room, and even build with blocks. Regarding the block building, Wen Yao could scarcely describe her shock upon seeing the toy room. Indeed, Mingchen, the powerful and influential figure, possessed a children's toy room within his luxurious castle suite. It was a genuine toy room, filled with the kind of toys children played with before the apocalypse. After so many years, Wen Yao could not even recall their names, but they were all colorful and gaudy. At the center of the toy room, a long table was piled high with blocks, all different colored geometric shapes that could be freely combined to form various objects. It was quite simplistic, the kind of thing a child over 5 would likely disdain. One afternoon, Mingchen announced he would take her to see his secret base. There, she witnessed the handsome man in the white shirt gleefully toppling and rebuilding the blocks for a full 3 hours. Eventually, Wen Yao's gaze shifted, and the man finally ceased his amusement with a hearty laugh. Mingchen, aside from his other qualities, was fond of smiling and skilled at flirting. Wen Yao initially assumed he had chosen her as his companion because he coveted her beauty. However, after several days, she realized her role was not to be an escort, but a playmate. It became increasingly clear that Mingchen was somewhat eccentric. On another bright day, Wen Yao, clad in a pure white dress, stood by the stone balustrade on the castle's top floor, feeding the doves. After the doves fluttered away, she clapped her hands and leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. The view from the castle's top floor was exceptional, offering a unique panorama of contrasting architectural styles. On one side stood the dilapidated high-tech buildings of a fallen modern city, while on the other was a castle built upon ruins, along with a rose-filled estate and an ancient bell tower church. The two scenes were starkly different, like two distinct worlds separated by time, creating a jarring contrast. At that moment, the setting sun cast a golden veil over the swaying crimson roses, while verdant vines climbed the side of the bell tower church, some entwining the black Roman numerals on the clock face. The sunset reflected the blood-red and emerald-green hues on the ground, and the ancient walls of the church were mottled, creating a scene that appeared dreamlike and exquisitely beautiful. Wen Yao found the scene vaguely familiar, and after a moment's reflection, she realized it resembled the great fire in her dream, the one where Mingchen self-immolated while wearing silver bracelets. Wen Yao could not help but turn back, looking at the languid man in white reclining on the chair. Sensing her gaze, Mingchen raised his eyelids to meet her eyes and smiled, inquiring, "Have you finished feeding them?" The memory of the dream, which seemed to foreshadow events, had faded somewhat, and Wen Yao was now unsure of its veracity. Recalling his tragic end in the dream, she sat down on the chair next to Mingchen, unable to resist saying, with so much time, "You could be doing something useful." Mingchen lazily rubbed his temples, raising an eyebrow. Such as? Chapter 43. A matter of faith. Wen Yao pondered for a moment, then suggested, perhaps it's about striving for greater strength, or eliminating more zombies, or even ensuring the well-being of the city's surviving population. Mingchen chuckled. "Firstly, I have no need to become more formidable." Wen Yao was taken aback. No need to become more formidable? She knew that abilities were tiered, but due to the scarcity of ability users in the current world, her understanding of abilities was limited, making it impossible for her to deduce his level. It seemed that ability levels could only be discerned from a superior perspective. Was his ability already at its zenith? Mingchen's tone was leisurely and utterly self-assured. "Secondly, without me, they would all perish. I need not exert myself further on their behalf." Wen Yao was rendered speechless. His arrogance was undeniable, yet impossible to refute. "Thirdly," Mingchen continued, tilting his head slightly, "if this world is destined for annihilation, should we not indulge in momentary pleasures and engage in more captivating pursuits?" His dark, fathomless eyes met hers, his expression still one of amusement. His exquisite eyes curved in a smile, reflecting her and the afterglow behind her, seemingly conveying a sense of enjoyment. However, Wen Yao couldn't shake the feeling that there was an unusual sentiment lurking in his eyes, not one of carefree optimism, but rather of pessimistic despair. Why, she wondered, did she detect such melancholic emotions in the eyes of a man who was perpetually smiling and jesting? She was about to inquire when Mingchen closed his eyes once more. After a moment of silence, Wen Yao finally spoke, "While you may not desire it." "I certainly do." "Desire what?" Mingchen inquired. Perhaps it was due to a few days of relaxation, but she had momentarily forgotten the man's identity and voiced her aspirations. "I wish to become strong, to become more formidable." Mingchen reached out and ruffled the hair on her crown. "Why is it that a young lady like you is always so fond of violence?" Wen Yao disregarded his dog-like gesture. "It's not that I relish violence, but rather that this world offers no respite. In the past 7 years, humanity's sphere of survival has been shrinking annually, and mutations occur in the mutated entities almost daily. If we do not become more formidable, will we not inevitably face death? Even without the apocalypse, humans will eventually meet their demise," Mingchen said with a smile. "That's different," Wen Yao countered. "How so?" Mingchen questioned nonchalantly. "Is it not all the same in the end?" As a man's thoughts were unusually lucid today, Wen Yao seized the rare opportunity to engage in a proper conversation with him. She explained in a gentle tone, "Natural death is beyond human control. However, the length of life in this apocalyptic world is something we can strive for." Mingchen remained silent for a moment before lazily propping himself up and turning to face her. "I've always been curious." "Curious about what?" Wen Yao asked, puzzled. "I've been curious about what you live for," Mingchen replied, his smile fading slightly as a rare hint of seriousness flickered in his usually playful eyes. Back in the 13 districts of North Continent, she had lived a life of hardship and toil, yet she had remained innocently and stubbornly alive. clinging to what she believed to be right and never giving up. Like a small blade of grass in a rock crevice, she was resilient, tenacious, and possessed an indomitable vitality. It was hard not to wonder why. Was it all for her so-called belief in standing on the side of righteousness? Caught off guard by the question, Wen Yao was momentarily stunned. What had she been living for all these years? The apocalypse had descended when she was only 15 years old, still a sophomore in high school. Initially, she had simply wanted to find her lost family, her sister who had become separated from her during their escape. Later, she had failed to find her sister, but had fortuitously encountered Shen Yichuan and, together with him, had luckily escaped into the Linha City safe zone base. Subsequently, because she admired Shen Yichuan and desired his approval, she had accompanied him in daily training, progressing step by step until she had passed numerous assessments and become one of the elite members of the base's training camp. During those years, she had gradually developed other goals due to her pursuit of Shen Yichuan, namely to protect her teammates in the 13 districts of North Continent. If I had to say, she said, I would say it's faith. Mingchen raised an eyebrow, as if finding the word peculiar. Faith? Wen Yao nodded. Yes, faith. Mingchen chuckled and leaned back into his original position. And what is your faith? Shen Yichuan? Wen Yao suddenly sat up. Can you not be so condescending? Mingchen smiled dismissively. Fine, not Shen Yichuan. His words lacked conviction. In the past, whenever she had encountered Mingchen, she had always been by Shen Yichuan's side, carrying out his orders. She had been like a little shadow, inseparable from Shen Yichuan, and her first thought in any situation had always been to seek him out. Wen Yao fell silent for a few seconds, her expression darkening. You're not wrong, she admitted. He was indeed my role model and my faith. I want to stand alongside him, to be seen by him. Mingchen listened silently, his tone casual as he remarked, perhaps out of some unknown emotion. That's a pity. It seems he has never acknowledged your feelings. Are you gloating? Wen Yao retorted. It seemed that he never had anything nice to say whenever Shen Yichuan was mentioned, just as it had been in the past. However, she could once take a knife to him to vent her anger, but not anymore. Seeing that the conversation had reached a dead end, she suddenly lost the desire to speak to the man. She got up and left. Night had already fallen, and only a faint red glow remained from the sunset. The deep blue sky was scattered with stars. If this were not the apocalypse, if one could ignore the devastation on the ground, the scenery would be desolate and breathtakingly beautiful. Mingchen shifted his gaze from the girl's departing figure. When he saw a white dove fluttering its wings, he leisurely raised his hand and crooked his finger. The dove, as if captivated by the exquisitely beautiful man below, obediently landed on his slender, jade-white index finger and chirped twice, tilting its head. Mingchen retracted his hand and stroked the dove's feathers while saying to it, Shen Yichuan is a fool, isn't he? The dove cooed. Upon hearing the dove's chirps, Mingchen's hand, which had been stroking its feathers, suddenly clenched into a fist, as if strangling the dove's neck. His beautiful eyes, filled with starlight, narrowed slightly, and his breath remained soft as he asked, I'm asking you a question. The dove trembled all over, its feathers almost standing on end. Coo! Mingchen finally smiled contentedly. Good. As soon as he released it, the dove, as if startled, quickly flapped its wings and flew away, its departure a stark contrast to its leisurely arrival. This time, it flew in a panic, almost colliding with a glass building in the distance. This beautiful man was not a stunning rose, but rather a highly poisonous poppy. Chapter 44. She turned out to be such a good person in the northern defense line of Linha City, located in the 13th district of Northern Continent. The relentless tide of zombies nearly breached the fortifications. Several battle teams engaged fiercely for 3 consecutive days and nights. It was only when Shen Yichuan, gripping his sniper rifle, obliterated the last mutated creature that the battle finally drew to a close. The man, with a strikingly handsome visage, his brows furrowed tightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, gazed at the heaps of corpses beyond the city walls. Rising swiftly from his cover, he commanded the nearby personnel, Go set a fire, quickly. Mu Shangshang nodded and hurriedly trotted away, but before long, she returned, visibly anxious, asking, The lighter is frozen. Do you have a spare? Upon hearing this foolish question, Shen Yichuan's brow twitched, and a surge of irritation coursed through him. Why would I have one? Go to logistics. It seemed that Mu Shengsheng only then grasped the situation and dashed toward the tents in the rear. Shen Yichuan watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Clad in black work attire with her hair tied in a high ponytail, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Yao, who once dressed similarly. However, unlike Mu Shengsheng's flustered demeanor, Wen Yao exuded calmness and decisiveness when wielding her silver moonblade. She would never make such elementary mistakes. What kind of person was Wen Yao? This was a question Shen Yichuan had never bothered to ponder. Yet, in recent days, her past often invaded his dreams. Reflecting on those fragments, he suddenly realized what an extraordinary person she truly was. Wen Yao was not as extroverted as Mu Shengsheng, nor was she particularly eloquent. In contrast, her nature was profoundly reserved, often acting silently without uttering a word. In their past partnership, a mere glance from him would suffice for her to understand his intentions, and a single gesture would prompt her swift response. She was gentle and meticulous, yet composed, always contributing quietly to the team. It was only when she was no longer present that everyone recognized the myriad tasks she accomplished that others simply could not. Fan Lanin approached, gun in hand, traversing the snow from a distance, calling, "Captain Shen, it's time to go." Shen Yichuan snapped back to reality, nodding with a cold expression. Fan Lanin had never particularly liked him, and noticing the fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Captain Shen, are you reminiscing about Vice Captain Wen? You're not the only one. Everyone has been thinking about her lately. I always felt she was too silent, too modest. There's a saying, the crying child gets the candy. Yet she was the one who never cried." In truth, Shen Yichuan should not have acted as he did that day. Everyone was in poor spirits, and the decision to vote had likely left Wen Yao's heart shattered, even if she had survived. Shen Yichuan had no desire to hear more. Closing his eyes and cutting her off with a cold voice, how long ago was that? What significance does it hold to discuss it now? Was there a better way to resolve the situation then? If given the chance to relive that moment, he would not regret his decision. Fan Lanin observed the man's resolute back, pursing her lips into silence. The mention of that day brought forth the vivid image of Wen Yao, crying amidst the wind and snow, an image that haunted him relentlessly. Many nights, he dreamt of her that day, her beautiful lashes heavy with frost, her spirit utterly despondent as she tentatively stepped forward. Yet, she did not dare to hope for too much. Merely gazing at him helplessly, tears brimming in her eyes. At that moment, he had thought her melodramatic and naïve. But in hindsight, how could she be selfish and oblivious to the bigger picture? She was battle-hardened and an unparalleled swordswoman, yet she was also merely a young girl, inevitably harboring some dependency on him. What she sought then might not have been an escape, but simply his acknowledgement, a gesture of comfort, an expression of his concern for her. As nightfall descended and snowflakes began to drift down once more, Shen Yichuan glanced skyward, his heart suddenly seizing with pain. In the eastern continent, as night fell and dinner was served, Mingchen entered, surveying the array of dishes on the table. He inquired of Wen Yao, "Aren't you eating? Don't you like today's meal?" Wen Yao replied, "No. Who would be picky in a world on the brink of collapse?" Simply having food was a blessing. Sensing her subtle discontent, Mingchen raised an eyebrow. "Are you genuinely upset?" Wen Yao, perplexed by her own emotions, usually amiable and patient, found herself inexplicably venting frustration at this man. Previously, she had perceived this anger as a remnant of their adversarial relationship, fueled by Shen Yichuan's animosity towards him. Yet now, they were clearly not foes, but rather entangled in a relationship that could not afford to offend. Still, at times, she could not help but feel irritated with him. Regarding these naturally arising sentiments, Wen Yao was both baffled and at a loss. Not really. Mingchen, pondering her response, chose not to pursue the matter further. The two dined in silence within the opulent dining hall of the mansion. When they had nearly finished, someone knocked at the door. Yifengyan raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Commander Ming, we have a situation." Wen Yao and Mingchen looked up simultaneously. Mingchen turning to Yifengyan, asking, "What's the matter?" Chapter 45 of 10 shots, only one hits upon witnessing this. Yifengyan could not help but cast a glance at Wen Yao. It's still about the research base. Wen Yao set down her chopsticks, initially intending to rise and excuse herself. However, in the next moment, Mingchen placed his hand on her shoulder, halting her movement, and directed his gaze towards Yifengyan. Speak. Yifengyan then lowered his head to respond. The system programs of the research building have been subtly altered, and the engineers are currently investigating. However, the extent of the tampering is substantial. It may take 1 to 2 days to restore it. This situation is rather peculiar. I suspect it is the work of an insider. We have conducted individual inquiries, but thus far, there are no results. The individuals capable of silently manipulating the security systems of the research building are indeed formidable, and I am concerned. Commander G raised an eyebrow. What programs have been altered? Yifengyan recalled and answered. Most of it pertains to the security gate protocols. Mingchen chuckled softly. Interesting. It seems there are indeed those in this world who are utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Yifengyan inquired. What should we do now? Mingchen looked at Yifengyan, a smirk gracing his lips. Nothing at all. What they desire is merely the awakening agent for abilities. Let them steal it without concern. Yifengyan understood that this could expose the culprits. However, the awakening agent was exceptionally precious, and allowing it to be squandered seemed a great pity. Yet, seeing that Commander G had said nothing further, he could only bow his head in silence. Mingchen asked, Just returned from the research building? Yifengyan nodded. Indeed. For safety reasons, Director Fei and the others returned with me. Mingchen pondered for a moment before nodding. Understood. You may go. After Yifengyan departed, Mingchen's gaze returned to Wen Yao, whose eyes sparkled with clarity as she looked at him, appearing somewhat endearing. He then smiled slightly. I must visit the research building. Wen Yao did not comprehend why he felt the need to inform her of his itinerary each time he went somewhere. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, she could only nod. All right. Mingchen replied. What do you mean by all right? You shall accompany me. Wen Yao, who had just relaxed, prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Wasn't he heading to the biological research building? It seemed inappropriate to bring her along to such a critical scientific facility. However, the man seemed completely at ease, his tone languid yet gentle. Aren't you interested in the awakening agent for abilities? I will personally take you to see it. Her thoughts were far from hidden from him. Since the day she returned from the southwestern city wall, he had known what she desired. He had been waiting for her to ask, and now that she had, he would gladly share with her what she sought. However, Wen Yao was not one to easily express her desires or demands. Her prudence was almost excessive. Mingchen, contemplating this, retrieved a box from the nearby cabinet and extracted a silver handgun, casually handing it to her. Take this. Wen Yao, still somewhat dazed, gazed at the silver firearm he had offered, instinctively reaching out to accept it. Why are you giving me a gun? What else could it be for? Naturally, to ensure my protection. Mingchen stood elegantly upright, his long, pale finger lightly touching the center of the young woman's forehead. After the times you recklessly wielded a blade against me, I shall overlook them. But this gun is for you. You are not to aim it at me again, understood? His words implied that she was a reckless villain who indiscriminately harmed others with weapons. Wen Yao bit her lip, an inexplicable sense of guilt swelling within her. We were enemies before, but that is no longer the case. I would never harm you. Mingchen leaned slightly toward her, his handsome visage charming and his body exuding a refreshing fragrance. With Miss Wen's assurance, I find myself at ease. The mere touch of his fingertip on her forehead left a lingering warmth that remained long after, even causing her lips to tingle. Wen Yao's thoughts became a tangled mess as she silently followed Mingchen downstairs. Only after exiting the ancient castle villa, feeling the cool night breeze, did she regain her senses and explain, but my marksmanship is quite poor. I may not be able to protect you well. Mingchen opened the car door, allowing Wen Yao to enter the passenger seat. After she settled in, he circled around to the driver's side. Is that so? Just how poor are you? Wen Yao considered and replied honestly, of 10 shots, I missed 9. It was precisely for this reason that she had been reprimanded repeatedly by Shen Yichuan. During each practice session, she had been thoroughly chastised until he eventually gave up. deeming it a waste to have her use a gun and allowing her to rely solely on her silver moonblade. Of course, this had honed her exceptional swordsmanship. Mingchen's long, pale hand rested on the steering wheel as he started the car. No matter, practice at your own pace. Wen Yao was somewhat reluctant to practice shooting. She was uncertain whether it was due to her numerous failures that had instilled a sense of defeat in her, or because the constant scolding had fostered a deep-seated aversion and fear. Nevertheless, now that she was in Dongzhou, she intended to take her training seriously, for skills are never superfluous. The black sedan circled the villa district, soon coming to a stop near the rose garden. Wen Yao gazed out of the sea of roses illuminated by the moonlight, puzzled. Aren't we heading to the research building? Wait for me in the car. Chapter 46. Between Companions. No need for formalities. As Mingchen finished speaking, he stepped out of the car on his own accord. Wen Yao initially believed he had urgent matters to attend to and patiently waited for a few minutes. However, the man merely returned with a branch of roses. The rose branch was thorny, and as he plucked it barehanded, the sharp thorns inevitably drew blood from his fingers. The crimson droplets trickled down, staining his pristine white shirt, creating a strikingly poignant beauty. Alas, I made a mess. Mingchen glanced regretfully at the cuff of his shirt, then patiently began to extract the thorns from the rose branch. Once it was stripped bare, leaving only harmless leaves, he extended it towards her. Wen Yao. Oh well, she had grown accustomed to such things. As she put down her gun to receive the flowers, Mingchen explained, I upset you today, so I bring you a midnight rose as an apology. Do you like it? I'm not upset. Wen Yao held the rose branch, wanting to say it was unnecessary, but upon seeing the bloodied fingers of the man, she felt it would be inappropriate to voice that thought and instead asked with concern, Is your hand all right? Mingchen glanced down and nodded. It hurts a little. Wen Yao. Had she known, she would have refrained from asking. The man was too adept at climbing the ladder of self-pity, showing no humility whatsoever. However, having accepted the rose, ignoring it now would seem rather callous. With a soft sigh, Wen Yao placed the rose in the car window and reached for a cloth in front of her to clean his fingers. Mingchen smiled at her, extending his right hand toward her. Their vehicle was parked beside an ornate European street lamp, the dim yellow glow filtering through the sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows on the windshield. His elegant hand fell perfectly within this enchanting interplay of light and shadow, its delicate fingers pale and striking, like a work of art. Even the bloodstains on his fingertips became a mere embellishment of this masterpiece. Wen Yao, unable to meet Mingchen's gaze, focused intently on his hand, realizing that even his hands bore an alluring beauty. As she dabbed at the bloodstains, their fingers brushed against each other, transmitting an inexplicable warmth in the stillness of the car. Just as she held her breath and set the cloth aside, he unexpectedly tugged at her sleeve. Wen Yao looked up, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of his breathtaking visage. Mingchen's long lashes cast a shadow over his eyes as he pointed to the bloodstain on his wrist, his voice a soft, magnetic whisper, Be careful. You missed this spot. Wen Yao's mind went blank for a moment, and she quickly reached out to clean it. All right. From the moment the car restarted until they reached the biological research building, it took about half an hour. Wen Yao, who had never experienced motion sickness, suddenly felt as though she were dizzy, struggling to breathe. It was Mingchen who noticed her discomfort and kindly pressed the button to lower the window, providing her some relief. In the dead of night, the outer perimeters of the research building remained heavily guarded. Yet inside, there were not many personnel present. Wen Yao followed Mingchen closely, her silver gun at the ready. Although he had instructed her to protect him, the place appeared quite secure, rendering her protection unnecessary. They traversed a high-tech blue corridor, took the elevator to the 9th floor, and entered a monitoring room, where 3 walls were lined with screens densely packed with images. However, it was evident that 6 of the screens were malfunctioning, starkly black amidst the vibrant visuals. Wen Yao, unsure of Mingchen's intentions, adhered to her former role as deputy commander, refraining from unnecessary movements or distractions, quietly observing him as he manipulated the computers. The tall man stood before the screens, slightly hunched, his long, pale fingers dancing across the keyboard as the letters flickered on the screen. Soon, one of the broken screens crackled to life. Wen Yao. Impressive. Having forgotten much of what she learned before the apocalypse, she could barely comprehend the characters on the screen, only sensing that it was a sophisticated program. Such advanced monitoring repair work could only be accomplished by specific engineers in the 13th district of Beizhou. She never expected Mingchen to possess such skills. He was knowledgeable in medicine, computer programming, marksmanship, and possessed an elemental ability that rarely saw use. What kind of genius was he? And what could he possibly not excel at? As she watched the screens illuminating one after another, Wen Yao felt increasingly inadequate, in stark contrast to Mingchen's refined elegance. Her life over the years had resembled that of a rough-hewn brute. Apart from her proficiency with a blade, she felt incompetent. Once all the screens were activated, Mingchen straightened up, casually grabbed a disposable cup, filled it with water from the nearby dispenser, and offered it to Wen Yao. "Would you like some water?" Still lost in her admiration, she instinctively accepted the cup and took a sip. Yet, as she placed it carelessly on the table, Mingchen picked it up again, swirling his fingertip around the rim before taking a sip himself. Wen Yao, feeling an inexplicable warmth flood her cheeks, she couldn't help but remind him. "That's the cup I just drank from." Wasn't he a bit of a cleanliness fanatic? Leaning against the desk, Mingchen tilted his head slightly back, gazing at the screens ahead, responding with a casual hum, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Between companions, no need for formalities. Between companions, no need for formalities. So, he did it intentionally. Wen Yao was at a loss for words, redirecting her attention to the monitors. Most of the scenes were devoid of activity, with the few figures moving about being researchers clad in white coats. Nothing appeared amiss. In the quiet monitoring room, Mingchen suddenly inquired, "Do you know what the raw materials for the ability awakening agent are?" Wen Yao. Why was he asking this all of a sudden? She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head honestly. "I don't know." How could she? It seemed that this agent had been developed first in the Eastern District, with the other 3 districts gradually following suit. Mingchen leaned against the desk, his hands supporting him as he lazily gazed at the monitors, his beautiful peach blossom eyes illuminated by the screen's glow, their mutated organisms with specific attributes. Wen Yao looked at him in confusion. Not the mutated corpses, which were lifeless, but rather the infected flora and fauna that were still alive. Over the past 2 years, Director Fei discovered that within them existed a substance capable of inducing genetic mutations in humans. We named this substance elemental crystal, and it serves as the raw material for the ability awakening agent. Chapter 47. Intrigued by the prospect of awakened abilities? Mingchen queried, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Wen Yao's astonishment. His visage, bathed in the cool luminescence of the monitor, possessed a stark beauty, his features sharply defined, his captivating eyes seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure. Wen Yao's fingers tightened, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. "Why would you disclose such information to me so abruptly?" she questioned. She had encountered mutated flora and fauna, a common occurrence across the 4 continents, and they posed a threat to humanity. However, their numbers paled in comparison to the rampant zombie mutations, and they had yet to elicit significant concern from the various regional bases. What Mingchen was divulging was undoubtedly classified, a highly guarded secret. Possessing such knowledge and initiating research preemptively would invariably position their base as the epicenter of awakened individuals. A decisive advantage in combat prowess. Yet, he imparted this monumental secret to her as if it were mere casual banter. Mingchen merely responded with an unconcerned smile. "Was it not apparent that you harbored a keen interest? If there are matters you wish to comprehend, you need only inquire directly." As he spoke, he straightened his posture and advanced a few steps, employing the mouse to enlarge the surveillance footage. The monitor displayed 3 researchers, 2 male and 1 female, seemingly conducting experiments within the laboratory. 2 additional individuals clad in azure attire, presumably custodial staff, were also present. The scene appeared unremarkable. Wen Yao cast a glance at the magnified image on the screen, then shifted her gaze to Mingchen's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. His words resonated with her, causing her to pause. Mingchen had, in fact, alluded to this sentiment on more than one occasion during their return journey from a stroll along the southwestern city walls. He had mentioned it with a nonchalant air. However, she had dismissed it, remaining exceedingly cautious. Out of reverence for his position, she had never dared to directly probe him about the matter of ability-awakening elixirs, a top-tier secret within the Eastern Continent's 14th district. Little did she anticipate that he had discerned her intentions even then. Perceiving her reluctance to inquire further, he had refrained from explicitly exposing her curiosity. Instead, he had seized an opportune moment to escort her to the research facility, personally elucidating the subject matter. The man's attentiveness was indeed remarkably refined. Upon his return, Mingchen observed Wen Yao's stunned expression and raised his water glass to take a sip. The information I have shared with you today constitutes a highly confidential matter, currently known only to the Eastern Continent's 14th district base. I readily divulge it to you because you desire to know. However, refrain from divulging it to others, understood? Wen Yao promptly nodded, her visage grave. I shall most assuredly maintain utmost discretion. Mingchen's gaze remained fixed on a monitor as he casually inquired, "Do you aspire to awaken an ability?" In times past, Wen Yao would have hesitated to acquiesce, fearing the exposure of her ambition and the potential for unwarranted misfortune. However, given the man's evident trust in her, further concealment would be tantamount to disingenuousness. After a moment's deliberation, she nodded. "If it were within my grasp, most certainly." Mingchen offered a nonchalant nod. "Very well. I shall escort you to the laboratory anon." Was he implying that he would grant her an ability-awakening elixir? Such a prized commodity, coveted by countless combat team members and commanders, a treasure beyond monetary value, and he was willing to bestow it upon her so casually? Was he being earnest? Wen Yao had initially anticipated his acquiescence to her return to the training camp. Now, she was overwhelmed with astonishment, struggling to regain her composure. "Within your base, this is an exceedingly precious resource. My current capabilities do not warrant its possession. To bestow it upon me so directly would undoubtedly incite controversy." While she possessed limited insight into the circumstances of the Eastern Continent's various districts, she was cognizant that, in the Northern Continent, while base commanders wielded considerable authority, they were not absolute rulers, and arbitrary actions could lead to their removal through a vote of no confidence. Mingchen chuckled softly. "This is the Eastern Continent's 14th district, not your Northern Continent's 13th district. In many matters, my decision alone holds sway." Wen Yao. Ah yes, she had nearly forgotten that Mingchen was unlike other base commanders. He was the Eastern Continent's sovereign's only scion. If the sovereign were likened to a king, then he was a prince, a veritable aristocrat. Not only did he possess formidable capabilities, but his pedigree was also impeccable, affording him the prerogative to act audaciously and capriciously. The two remained in the surveillance room for approximately 10 more minutes. Mingchen cast a final glance at the monitor, timed his movements precisely, and straightened up. "Let us proceed to the 12th floor laboratory." Upon the elevator's arrival at the 12th floor, they were met with an absence of individuals. Only a desolate corridor and numerous office doors. The architectural design of the research edifice was intricate, the corridors virtually identical, and the doors indistinguishable, adorned with gleaming, mirror-like floors and silver metallic doors, devoid of any markings. Without guidance, one could easily become disoriented and lost. In the deserted corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoed. As they walked, Mingchen remarked, "The probability of naturally awakening an ability is infinitesimally small, virtually negligible. Outsiders believe that ability-awakening elixirs are the sole expedient means of acquiring abilities. In truth, even with the administration of such elixirs, they would remain unable to awaken their latent potential." Wen Yao raised her head, perplexed. "What?" Mingchen offered a smile, his voice clear and melodious. "You shall soon discover. We are about to witness a spectacle." He deftly opened a particular door, illuminating the interior. It appeared to be a laboratory equipped with computers, workbenches, and an array of medications and petri dishes. An entire wall was dedicated to medication cabinets. However, Mingchen disregarded the workbench area and instead ushered Wen Yao through a small door within the laboratory. It resembled a storage room, with stacks of cardboard boxes piled high. Once the small door was closed, the interior was dimly lit, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering through the small glass window in the door. Wen Yao felt as though they were engaged in clandestine activity and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Why are we hiding here?" In the darkness, Mingchen's gaze was profound. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "They have arrived." Wen Yao observed the curve of the man's lips, unable to comprehend the purpose of his enigmatic actions, likely another one of his diversions. After Mingchen spoke, he straightened up and peered through the glass window. Wen Yao frowned and followed suit. She could now discern the sound of footsteps, and, judging by the sound, there were 3 individuals approaching in the corridor. Wen Yao gazed at the laboratory bathed in azure light and whispered, "If we are observing them from here, can they see us?" Mingchen, no. Understood. One-way mirror glass. Within minutes, the metallic door was pushed open, revealing 3 researchers clad in white coats. Wen Yao recognized them. She had seen them in the surveillance footage that Mingchen had enlarged. She did not perceive anything amiss. However, as she pondered, the researcher who had entered last locked the door from within. The tall researcher at the front removed his white rubber gloves and tossed them onto the workbench, exclaiming with elation, "After lying dormant for an entire month, we have finally located this place." Chapter 48. The transformation of the living into monsters. The female researcher cautiously warned the others to lower their voices, fearing the presence of surveillance. The last researcher to arrive, a bespectacled man, confidently asserted, "No worries, the surveillance here has been disabled by me." The tall individual clapped the glasses wearer on the shoulder, expressing his appreciation. "You're the best. A genius from the top electronic department of a prestigious university before the apocalypse. With so many security door systems, it's likely that you're the only one capable of bypassing them across the 4 continents." The bespectacled man replied, "I owe it all to you and Xiaoxia. Without your protection, I wouldn't have made it in." The female researcher urged, "Enough chit-chat. We must focus on finding the awakening agents." She scanned the surroundings and lifted her gaze to see rows of medication cabinets, each secured with fingerprint locks. Gazing at the fingerprint locks, she produced a severed arm from her voluminous sleeve. Indeed, it was a bloody, dismembered hand. Only the transparent nylon bag encasing it prevented the blood from spilling forth. Wen Yao inhaled sharply at the sight of the gruesome limb. They were not researchers from the biological research building, but mere imposters who had killed real researchers. Realizing this, Wen Yao turned her gaze toward Mingchen. Yet, he maintained a smile, as if he were a spectator at a grand performance. Uncertain of what he awaited, she averted her eyes and peered out the small window once more. The woman pressed the severed thumb against the lock, and with a click, the cabinet door swung open. To her delight, she retrieved a labeled box. It was a water-type awakening agent. The tall man opened another cabinet door, and here, as a soil-type awakening agent. After rummaging through the cabinets for some time, they found only these 2 types of awakening agents, leaving them disheartened. Why are there only these 2? Surely more were developed? The woman mused aloud. Even if they're the lowest tier of abilities, they're far superior to ordinary humans. Not only do they possess mutated genetic traits, but they can also evolve in the future. After her proclamation, the 3 selected an awakening agent each. "Let us not delay any further. We should inject them right away." Entering this research building was easy, but exiting will likely prove difficult. As the woman prepared the syringe, she glanced at her watch. 2 hours had passed since the security door was compromised. "We need to hurry," she urged. The woman injected herself with the water-type agent, and the tall man imitated her, injecting the soil-type agent into his wrist. Within a glass-walled room, Mingchen observed this scene, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Fools." Wen Yao shot him a glance, feeling that at this moment he resembled a villain, the kind who relished in the demise of others, capable of smiling in a disturbingly deranged manner. The remark was neither too loud nor too soft, instantly alerting the 3 outside. The quick-witted woman approached the small door, questioning, "Who is there?" A handgun slipped from her sleeve, which she deftly grasped. Seeing this, Wen Yao tightened her grip on her silver handgun. The atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. These three individuals appeared formidable, likely of at least A-level commander status. And their professional movements suggested they could very well be S-level. Facing off against them, Wen Yao, wielding a weapon she was not skilled with, felt uncertain of her chances. However, the woman halted, the tall man calling out, "Enough of this. We need to leave quickly." Although she sensed someone was present, she deemed it unnecessary to investigate further and merely glanced back before turning away. But just as Wen Yao released a breath of relief, she noticed the woman's hand. It had turned a vivid blue and was shrinking. The tall man, unaware of the commotion behind him, turned to look, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in terror, awe. The bespectacled man, who had been opening the door, turned to see and fell to the ground in fright. "You're your face, what's wrong with my face?" The woman, still somewhat confused, reached to touch her visage, only to realize she had no hands. Where were her hands? Before she could ponder further, she collapsed forward. Not only had her hands vanished, but her legs morphed into a massive fishtail, ripping through her pants. Smooth blue-black scales fanned out at the tail's end, resembling a genuine fishtail. Moreover, blue-black scales began to cover her face, her eyes shifting in hue from bloodshot to crimson, then to a deep scarlet. Her blood-red irises suddenly expanded and burst, two black dots embedded within the crimson, creating a terrifying visage. She seemingly wished to speak, yet could only produce a strange rustling sound. The entire transformation occurred within a mere 3 minutes. "No, don't come any closer." The tall man was evidently petrified, retreating frantically. The astute, bespectacled man reacted first, dragging his companion aside, initially intending to grasp his hand. Instead, he clutched a handful of hair, turning to discover that the tall man had also mutated. However, his transformation was not into a fish-like creature, but into a grotesque rodent, his face resembling that of a mouse, with a long, pointed nose and arms covered in brown fur. His hands transformed into sharp claws. His eyes, too, were blood-red, and within minutes he had lost all semblance of intelligence, devolving into a complete monster. Wen Yao stared in shock at the horrifying scene of living beings morphing into monsters, her usually steady demeanor faltering. Why was this happening? Was the awakening agent a deception, or had they mistakenly chosen the wrong one? The once serene laboratory now harbored two bizarre and terrifying creatures, leaving the remaining bespectacled man trembling in fear, having failed to open the door after several attempts. As the two monsters lunged at him, he rolled away, firing at them. Bang! Unfortunately, it was too late. One of the rodent-like monsters bit off his leg with a sickening crunch. The bespectacled man screamed in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, panting against the wall, despair and terror etched across his face. Mingchen watched this scene with a smile, then lowered his gaze to the stunned Wen Yao, asking, "Would you prefer to watch him be devoured alive, or should we spare his life?" Wen Yao looked up at Mingchen, finally grasping why in her dreams he had played the role of the villain, and why the rumors surrounding him were so fearsome across the 4 continents. He truly seemed to be no good person, but rather a deeply unsettling one, the kind that sent shivers down one's spine. He admired both exquisite flowers and the dying struggles of men, wearing the same smile for both. Chapter 49. Element Carriers. He is a top graduate from a prestigious university, majoring in electronics, and is destined to be an exceptional engineer, Wen Yao remarked. "I take your word for it," Mingchen replied, opening the door. Just as the monstrous fish was about to engulf the bespectacled man, a brilliant burst of flames surged forth, instantly reducing the creature to drifting ashes. The rodent-like monster, which had been shot yet still clinging to life, met a similar fate. The bespectacled man, eyes wide with panic, recoiled, casting fearful glances at the man in the white shirt. The sight of a severed leg, its bones stark against the floor, trailed a gruesome stain of blood. Mingchen casually clapped his hands and approached the man, crouching down with a smile. "Sir, did you find the recent performance of the animal kingdom to be thrilling?" Gazing at the extraordinarily handsome man with a warm smile, the bespectacled man's expression morphed into one of greater terror than when facing the monster itself. "Why you?" You are Ji Mingchen. Ji Mingchen chuckled softly, his tone gentle and courteous. Ah, so you recognize me. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Wen Yao, who had followed with her gun raised, stood silent. The villainous persona was unmistakable. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, the bespectacled man was drenched in cold sweat, his forehead throbbing with veins. His body taut, as if on the brink of fainting. "Do not come any closer. Please, let me go." Before Ji Mingchen could respond, the alarm in the research building suddenly blared, the blue and white ceiling lights shifting to a flashing red. Chaos erupted in the corridor. "Quick! Level 12, Laboratory 036. A group of researchers, accompanied by a squad of armed guards, burst through the door, their synchronized footsteps encircling everyone in the lab. Upon spotting Ji Mingchen, the lead researcher raised a hand, and all guns were directed at the struggling, bespectacled man on the floor. The duty researcher questioned, "Commander Ming, what brings you here?" Ji Mingchen did not answer directly, but instead commented, "Isn't your response time a tad sluggish?" The researcher bowed his head in immediate apology. "Commander Ming, forgive me. The alarm for level 12 sounded first, and upon my arrival, I discovered that the alarm system had been tampered with, causing a misalignment in the protocols." Ji Mingchen gazed at the man on the ground, a smile playing on his lips. Quite clever. Employing a diversion, he rose slowly, pointing at the man on the floor. "He is an excellent engineer. Take him and see to his injuries." Two armed guards swiftly lifted the man from the floor. Ji Mingchen added, "If he is willing to cooperate, provide him with a wheelchair and have him assist in upgrading our security system. However, if he is uncooperative," he chuckled merrily, as if sharing a delightful jest, "then take him to level 18. I am quite curious about what intriguing transformation a high IQ genius might undergo." The researcher paused momentarily before quickly responding, "Understood." The unconscious, bespectacled man was carried away, and the scene of the murder was promptly cleaned by arriving staff, restoring everything to its original state, even sweeping away the ashes on the floor. Once the laboratory door was closed again, Ji Mingchen turned to Wen Yao. "Why the silence? Have you been startled?" Wen Yao gently shook her head. In the past, at such a moment, she would have condemned his cold-heartedness. But now she understood that the lines between good and evil are not absolute. These three individuals were no ordinary foes, having stealthily infiltrated the heavily guarded biological research facility, likely having assassinated countless researchers to unlock their way here. "Why did they become monsters?" Wen Yao inquired. "They are not monsters, they're mutants. Anyone who fails to awaken their abilities will transform into a mindless mutant rather than an ability wielder." Wen Yao glanced at the laboratory table, where an overlooked vial of reagent lay. She picked it up and examined it closely. "So, using the ability awakening agent carries significant risks?" Ji Mingchen casually powered on a nearby computer. "It's not quite accurate to say that. The currently researched ability awakening agents have minimal risks. Their transformation is merely due to elemental incompatibility." Elemental incompatibility? Indeed. The potential for humans to awaken certain abilities is predetermined from birth. Elemental crystals possess distinct attributes, which correspond to elemental carriers inherent in a human body. These carriers also have attributes. Only by matching the elemental crystal with the appropriate carrier can one induce genetic mutations, evolving into an ability wielder rather than a mutant. Wen Yao listened, her understanding wavering, as this was entirely new knowledge to her. She gazed at the extraordinarily attractive man, momentarily feeling as though she were being elevated by his brilliance. He had personally escorted her to the heavily fortified biological research building in Eastern Zhou, District 14, revealing such significant secrets while patiently explaining their latest research advancements and the principles behind the ability awakening agent. These were notions she had never dared to contemplate before. Faced with such candor and trust, Wen Yao decided to express her curiosity openly. Is the elemental carrier a type of substance? Before the apocalypse, science had already reached significant heights, elucidating human anatomy and the trace elements it contained. What, then, was this elemental carrier? It was something she had never encountered or heard of. If it was inherent to everyone, why had no one in the scientific community ever discovered it? Ji Mingchen appeared amused by her inquiry, chuckling softly with a light breath. If it were a substance, it would have been discovered long ago. Elemental carriers are not substances and cannot be extracted. As for what they are, it is challenging to explain, somewhat akin to a magnetic field. However, you may simply understand it as attributes. The computer powered on, and the information Mingchen spoke of unfolded on the screen like a 3D animation. The concepts were abstract, yet the vivid imagery rendered them easily comprehensible. Elemental crystals are natural substances, and elemental carriers exist inherently within the human body. There are 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Every individual is born with an elemental carrier, which constitutes their primal attributes. The purpose of the ability awakening agent is to combine specific concentrations of elemental crystals with these carriers, activating the primal attributes to achieve genetic mutation, resulting in comprehensive evolution of the body. Fascinating. Due to perspective limitations, Wen Yao had not gleaned such detailed knowledge from that dream. She vaguely understood that in the later stages of the story, the ability awakening agent would become widespread, ushering in the end of the ability awakening era and the commencement of the era of ability wielders. In this new epoch, all surviving humans would possess abilities, with once ordinary individuals either evolving or being entirely eliminated. Wen Yao's eyes brightened. So, does that mean if we identify one's primal attribute and then administer the corresponding ability awakening agent, they can awaken that type of ability? Chapter 50. She must be insane. Mingchen retrieved a clean, disposable syringe from the drawer of the nearby laboratory table. Indeed, Wen Yao pondered, the elemental carrier is not a substance. It has never been discovered by previous science. How should we detect it? Give me your hand, Mingchen instructed. Wen Yao hesitated momentarily but complied, extending her hand obediently. Mingchen, tall and poised, leaned against the laboratory table, grasping her wrist and rolling up her sleeve to reveal her fair elbow. His warm palm enveloped her delicate, cool wrist, the transference of heat inevitably evoking a hint of ambiguous thoughts. His hands were strikingly beautiful, with prominent knuckles and long fingers. The excessive pallor of his skin lent a soft pink hue to his knuckles, and the faint blue veins on the back of his hand were subtly visible. Moreover, as he slightly bent forward, a refreshing fragrance emanated from him, enveloping her in an invisible cocoon. In the depths of the night, within the confines of an empty laboratory, the atmosphere was charged with an undeniable tension between the lone man and woman. Wen Yao fought to quell her errant thoughts. Yet the man's presence was so palpable it was impossible to ignore. Her gaze fell upon his long lashes, the defined bridge of his nose, and further down to the collar of his shirt, the porcelain-like skin, and his lean, powerful waist, a perfect blend of proportion and strength. Insanity. She must be insane to entertain such chaotic notions. Unable to suppress a soft gasp, Wen Yao exclaimed, Mingchen, don't. However, the source of her turmoil merely raised his gaze to her, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with sincerity. Noticing her discomfort, he withdrew the syringe from her elbow pit and released her wrist. It's just a blood draw, what's the issue? Wen Yao's breath was already somewhat erratic, and upon hearing his low, soothing tone, she hastily averted her gaze and shook her head, her ears flushing crimson. Nothing. It was only when the man turned away that she managed to extricate herself from the disconcerting sensation. As her rationality returned, she marveled at the absurdity of her thoughts. What was happening? Why was she experiencing such inappropriate feelings towards him? Had their interactions always been this way? No, certainly not. Previously, they had encountered each other on the battlefield, where life and death hung in the balance. She had always been on guard, wielding her weapon against him, with no time for such frivolous thoughts. What of others? Dr. Lin had previously held her ankle without inciting any feelings, and Shen Yichuan had treated her injuries without evoking a reaction. Why was it that Mingchen elicited such a profound response? Wen Yao found herself at a loss, caught between acknowledging the allure of this enigmatic man and confronting her own peculiar inclinations. After depositing her blood into the testing apparatus, Mingchen turned, offering her a cotton ball. Here for the pain. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, he maintained his distance, merely extending his hand towards her. Wen Yao, having emerged from a horde of zombies, feared not this trivial pain. Initially, she intended to assert that she was not in pain. Yet, to do so would only complicate the explanation for her overwhelming reaction. Reluctantly, she accepted the cotton ball, applying it to the injection site while diverting the topic. Will a blood test reveal the attributes of the elemental carrier within? The testing apparatus on the laboratory table was of impressive caliber, one she had never encountered before. The black screen displayed a flurry of indices, all incomprehensible to her. Mingchen's gaze was fixed on the computer screen adjacent to the apparatus. Moments latte. He straightened and smiled. Congratulations. Wen Yao inquired, what? Was her elemental carrier exceptional? Before she could voice her curiosity, Mingchen's next words doused her enthusiasm like cold water. You belong to the water element. Water abilities are relatively weak in the early stages. The elemental crystallization is easily extracted, and our base is not in need of water ability awakening agents at present. Therefore, you can now become an ability user. Wen Yao was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Why water? She recalled that in her dream, water abilities were notably weak. Due to their disadvantage in early upgrades, the subsequent era of ability users had seen a dearth of powerful water elementals. When discussing strength, the mind first conjured images of fire, lightning, and dark elementals, among others striking categories. Wait a moment. If there were only 5 types of elemental crystallization, did that imply there were only 5 types of abilities in the world? If so, where did the lightning, dark, and light abilities from her dream emerge? Mingchen replied, elemental crystallization is a natural phenomenon. Indeed, there are only 5 types corresponding to 5 primary abilities. However, this does not mean there are only 5 abilities in total. Wen Yao tilted her head to regard him thoughtfully. Does primary correspond to secondary, implying the potential for secondary abilities to awaken? Quite astute, Mingchen remarked, retrieving a thumb-sized vial from a nearby cabinet. However, an ordinary person can awaken only one ability in their lifetime. Dual ability users require innate talent. To date, I have only encountered 2. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wen Yao asked, what about you? From the earlier conversation among the 3 individuals, it appeared that only the earth and water ability awakening agents had been developed thus far, and Mingchen was a formidable fire elemental user. How had his ability awakened? Was it through a natural awakening, an occurrence so rare it was negligible? At her question, Mingchen's gaze lingered momentarily before he lowered his eyelashes and smiled gently. I'm unlike anyone else. Wen Yao lifted her gaze to meet his, observing his relaxed posture against the laboratory table, his head tilted slightly downwards. The corners of his enchanting eyes subtly curved. Yet, the depths of his dark irises seemed to conceal an unfathomable depth. For some reason, in that fleeting moment when he bent his head and smiled, she perceived a hint of sorrow in his expression. Was it merely an illusion? Mingchen did not elaborate further, instead focusing on preparing the syringe, bringing her hand to administer the water ability awakening agent. Wen Yao was not distrustful of him. However, the earlier scene had been so startling that as the syringe approached, she instinctively recoiled. Does this agent have any side effects? Will I transform into a monstrous fish? A failed awakener, as you just described? Mingchen lifted his gaze to meet hers. Wen Yao quickly extended her hand again. I apologize. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just a bit. Mingchen chuckled as he grasped her hand. Do not fear. As the needle pierced her skin, he teased, if you turn into a monstrous fish. Wen Yao watched as the transparent blue agent was slowly injected into her skin, her heart racing with apprehension. Her thoughts momentarily disregarded as she followed his lead. What if I become a monstrous fish? Is there still hope? Once the injection was completed, Mingchen withdrew the syringe and pressed an alcohol swab to her arm. No hope. Wen Yao gasped. What? Chapter 51. A fleeting notion of exploitation? Mingchen pivoted to tidy the detritus on the laboratory bench, prompting Wen Yao to shadow him closely, her apprehension palpable. What is the likelihood of this ability awakening agent transforming someone into a monster? Approximately 0.05%, he replied. Wen Yao experienced a modicum of relief. That probability seems exceedingly low. Observing the furrows of concern etched upon her brow, Mingchen's interest was piqued. Do you recall the lotus pond behind the Rose Garden Chapel? He inquired languidly. Wen Yao deliberated for a moment. Yes, why? The picturesque pond, visible from the castle's rooftop terrace, now seemed an odd point of reference. Mingchen suppressed a chuckle. I hadn't quite finished my thought. Should you transform into a monstrous fish, I would house you in that pond, ensuring your status as the world's most contented monster fish. What are your thoughts? Wen Yao retorted, how very considerate of you. The levity of the jest served to dissipate the tension. Wen Yao scrutinized Mingchen, and observing his effortless composure, surmised that her own condition was likely stable. While his character might be questionable, his sincerity towards her seemed genuine. He had, after all, rescued her on multiple occasions and provided assiduous care. Now, he had escorted her to the heart of East Continent's research hub, meticulously elucidating the nuances of the ability awakening agent. Such investment could hardly be a prelude to transforming her into a monstrous fish. To monitor for any anomalies, they remained in the laboratory for an additional half-hour before departing. By the time they returned to the ancient castle villa, the hour was late. Save for a few sentinels bearing arms, the dimly illuminated villa district was deserted. Under the melancholic veil of night, the European-style street lamps cast dappled shadows from the sycamore trees along the shaded lane. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Wen Yao trailed in Mingchen's wake. Throughout their return, Mingchen remained taciturn, allowing Wen Yao's thoughts to roam freely in the quietude. She found herself inexplicably drawn to memories long dormant, yet never fully extinguished. Had Mingchen's benevolence only manifested upon her arrival in East Continent? It seemed not. Even in their adversarial encounters, he had shown her a certain leniency, feigning aggression while often allowing her to escape, much like a cat toying with a mouse. He had never truly sought to harm her, yet she had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Even his tolerance she had perceived as a disrespectful and mocking jest. She had deemed him perverse, idle, and derelict in his duties, fueling her anger and aversion, prompting her to meet him with hostility. Even now, under his protection in his territory, she often found herself bristling with indignation and discontent. Wen Yao had previously struggled to understand the source of these emotions. Upon reflection, she realized they stemmed from a sense of mortification, a reluctance to confront the crumbling of her beliefs and acknowledge her own errors and failures. She had displaced this anger onto him, her former adversary, selectively ignoring his acts of kindness and harboring distrust, suspecting ulterior motives. Even his offhand remark of what a pity she had interpreted as gloating, only to receive a peace offering of a broken rose. Indeed, she mused he was right. She was rather ungrateful. As they approached the main entrance of the castle villa, Wen Yao impulsively tugged at the sleeve of his pristine shirt. Mingchen halted, tilting his head and inclining his frame towards her. What is it? Beneath the sycamore's canopy, her eyes shimmered. The soft glow of the European lamps illuminated her delicate features and the white dress, casting a radiant aura around her. Wen Yao wished to express her apologies and gratitude, but the words felt awkward and out of place. She could only gaze at him, her thoughts trapped in her throat. After a moment, Mingchen's lips curled into a teasing smile. Why do you gaze at me so? Do you contemplate taking advantage of me? The last vestige of remorse evaporated. Wen Yao gestured towards the silver bracelet on his wrist, condensing her thoughts into a simple query. When might I expect the return of my bracelet? Mingchen raised an eyebrow, placing a hand in his pocket as he straightened. His exquisite eyes narrowed, and his magnetic voice held an alluring quality in the silent night. We shall see. Back on the 5th floor of the castle villa, before parting at the elevator, Mingchen inquired, by the way, are you experiencing any headaches? Wen Yao turned back. Mingchen explained. There are pathological reactions to the injection of the ability awakening agent. These reactions vary from person to person, but the most common are headaches, fever, or prolonged unconsciousness, lasting approximately 3 to 7 days. This is contingent on the individual. Would you require my presence? Wen Yao paused, quickly grasping the implication. After several days of leisure, he was likely preparing to depart again, hence the question. She had a general understanding of the physical reactions to ability awakening, which amounted to little more than a bout of illness. There was no need for his constant attention. As the administrator, even the ruler, of such a vast survivor zone, his presence would be an imposition. No need. I can manage on my own, Wen Yao replied. Mingchen offered no argument, instead casting a gentle smile. Very well. Should you require anything, consult Dr. Lin. Upon returning to her room, Wen Yao placed the silver handgun and rose stem on the coffee table in the sitting room. The juxtaposition of the weapon and the flower against the transparent glass created an unexpected aesthetic. Wen Yao lowered her lashes and picked up the handgun. Though not an expert in weaponry, she could discern that it was a new, high-end model. Despite its compact and elegant design, it could hold a substantial number of bullets. The grip was comfortable, well-suited for a woman's hand. After handling it for a few moments, she noticed intricate carvings on the gun's surface, a rose on one side and a small sun on the other. Typical of Mingchen's possessions. Exquisite and beautiful. Wen Yao set the gun down and examined the injection site on her elbow. Water-based ability. She was about to become a water-based ability wielder. This prompted a memory from her childhood, when her grandmother had taken her to a mountain seer. The seer had declared that the young girl's chart was heavy with water, indicating high intelligence and comprehension, which would inevitably lead to academic success. Her grandmother had been overjoyed. Now, more than a decade later, she was on the cusp of awakening a water-based ability. Mingchen had stated that the properties of elemental carriers were predetermined at birth, implying that she was inherently water-attributed. Could there be a connection between this and the seer's reading of her chart? Could it be that science inevitably converges with metaphysics, and metaphysics with theology? Chapter 52. What brings you here? The day following the injection of the ability awakening serum, an intense pathological reaction ensued. Initially, it manifested as a severe headache, which soon escalated to a high fever, ultimately leaving her in a state of debilitating pain and weakness, confined to her bed. Wen Yao had never experienced such a grave illness. There were moments when she genuinely believed she might perish. Of course, she was not alone in her suffering. The two maids attending to her were equally alarmed. Ever since the incident involving Miss Wei, they had become acutely aware of Miss Yao's significant standing in the eyes of the Governor Ming, and thus dared not be negligent. During Wen Yao's delirious fever, the maids repeatedly summoned Dr. Lin. Dr. Linzeren was nearly driven mad by their incessant calls. Yet, he could not refuse to tend to the governor's woman, so he found himself repeatedly dragged to the 5th floor. By the 8th summons, he could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "I said there's nothing wrong. If I say there is nothing wrong, then there truly is nothing wrong. Who is the doctor here, you or I?" The maid, chastised into silence, eventually spoke up, "Dr. Lin, it seems you have a nosebleed." Linzeren, taken aback, wiped his hand across his face and indeed found it stained with blood. Panic flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly wiped away the blood, explaining, "I've just been feeling unwell lately. Don't overthink it. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he fled the small hall. As the maid watched Dr. Lin's hasty retreat, she initially felt bewildered. However, upon returning to the room and seeing the feverish and unconscious Miss Yao, realization dawned upon her. In a warmly decorated bedroom, the stunning beauty writhed in agony, her cheeks flushed and forehead beaded with sweat, occasionally gripping the sheets and emitting soft moans of distress. This scene could provoke even the most stoic of men. Indeed, even a woman might feel a rush of blood at the sight. "What did Dr. Lin say?" asked the maid, wiping Wen Yao's perspiration. The other maid, standing by the door, pondered. "Dr. Lin said there is nothing to worry about, and we should no longer seek him." In the North Continent, at the foot of Songping Mountain, amidst a swirling snowstorm, countless emerald green vines suddenly burst through the thick layer of snow, surging upwards with alarming speed to assault the intruders. Mingchen, facing the impending onslaught of vines, remained unfazed. With a subtle lift of his hand, the vines around him ignited in flames. The vines emitted a strange, piercing hiss as if they could feel the searing pain and began to retract into the snow. Seizing the moment, Mingchen swiftly grasped the thickest vine, yanking it from the ground. The commotion startled his companion, Tahu, who instinctively aimed his machine gun at the mist. Mayasha furrowed her brow and stepped forward. As the mist dissipated, a giant green mantis emerged, its size several times that of a human, its blood-red eyes and thorny appendages creating a chilling sight. While the bizarre mutated flora and fauna were not inherently terrifying, their rarity and immense size rendered them unsettling. As the vine mantis succumbed to its injuries, Mayasha approached, spraying it with a freezing mist before collecting it into her spatial storage. Mingchen, his eyelashes dusted with frost, casually removed his white gloves, evidently pleased with the day as a smile graced his lips. "Let us depart," he declared. Once in the off-road vehicle, Mingchen reclined lazily in the back seat, tilting his head to catch the snowflakes drifting past the window. The heavy snowfall on the North Continent evoked memories of Wen Yao. In previous years, he would seize opportunities to meet her during such weather, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief nap, Dahu interrupted. "There's a vehicle on the bridge ahead." Turning to Mingchen, he inquired, "Shall we wait? It might be someone from the 13th base of the North Continent." Mingchen lifted his eyelids and glanced at the scene beyond the windshield, where a military-green modified off-road vehicle slowly traversed the only bridge over the ice-covered river. Intrigued, he raised an eyebrow. "No, let us pursue it." Though puzzled, Dahu obeyed, recalling the vehicle's owner. Historically, Mingchen had targeted that group for Wen Yao's sake. However, now that she was in the East Continent, what purpose did he have in confronting them? Despite his confusion, he dared not question further and accelerated to pursue the vehicle. Shen Yichuan had no pressing tasks that day, and whenever he found moment, he would lead a small team back to clear the area of zombies. He was uncertain of what he hoped to find. Perhaps it was a glimmer of hope or a longing for the familiarity of Wen Yao's presence. After all, Stomping Mountain held too many traces of her existence. Today, they had fortuitously encountered a formidable wave of zombies, necessitating a 5-hour escape. Now, the team appeared exhausted. Shen Yichuan, having taken over from Feng Lanin at the wheel, wore a grim expression, fatigue etched into his features as he gazed at the dimming sky, his dark eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment. The remaining members remained silent, the vehicle enveloped in a heavy stillness, until Feng Lanin, nearly dozing in the passenger seat, caught sight of the modified off-road vehicle in the rearview mirror. Startled awake, she gripped her gun tightly and warned the group, "There's a vehicle tailing us." The others in the back promptly turned to look, and as the distance between the two vehicles closed, someone recognized the modified off-road vehicle and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's Mingchen's car." The previously despondent group instantly heightened their vigilance, aiming their weapons at the pursuing vehicle. However, since the other party did not initiate any aggression, they refrained from firing. After all, it was Mingchen. His companions were renowned marksmen, nearly never missing their targets. Even when facing hundreds, they would not have guaranteed success. Today, with only a handful of them, confrontation seemed unwise. Uncertain of Mingchen's intentions, they noted that they were not at the border between the East Continent's 14th District and the North Continent's 13th District, nor were they here to seize territory or resources. In the absence of clear conflict, even if they were adversaries, it was prudent to conserve their strength. As the two modified off-road vehicles gradually drew nearer, the military green one stood on high alert, while the black vehicle appeared far more relaxed. Mingchen, lowering the window, did not even draw his weapon. Shen Yichuan, already irritable, felt his temper flare upon seeing the grinning figure inside the other vehicle. Though he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, Shen Yichuan recognized that this was not an opportune moment for confrontation and could only ask, with a hint of irritation, "What brings you here?" Chapter 53, Captain Shen. "Do you think my new bracelet is beautiful?" Mingchen's peach blossom eyes curved slightly, his countenance radiant like blooming peach blossoms, and his magnetic voice was both clear and melodious. "Why does Captain Shen still seem to disdain me so? Today, I happen to be in a good mood and came specifically to greet a familiar face. Is this person truly unwell?" Shen Yichuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel with one hand, while his other hand clutched the gun, suppressing his temper as he replied, "A greeting is unnecessary. The day is waning. If you have no urgent matters, let us all conserve our energy." Mingchen chuckled lightly and suddenly raised his hand out of the window. The occupants of the car opposite swiftly aimed their guns at him, the atmosphere turning tense. However, the man held nothing in his hand. His fair, slender fingers fell naturally, and a silver bracelet slid from the cuff of his pristine shirt, gently swaying at his wrist. Snowflakes landed on the cool, white back of his hand, and combined with the silver bracelet, it added a unique beauty to his already exquisite hand. The armed team members in the back seat of the military green vehicle were momentarily dazzled by his gesture. Mingchen raised an eyebrow and turned to Shen Yichuan, lazily inquiring, "Captain Shen, do you think my new bracelet is beautiful?" The others exchanged glances. Dahu and Mayasha shared a look of understanding. It dawned on them that their leader had come to flaunt, and intentionally so. Shen Yichuan averted his gaze, suppressing his anger as he retorted, "Mingchen, if you are unwell, go seek treatment. Do not hinder me." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he slowly turned his head back, locking his cold gaze onto the distinctly knobby hand of the man across from him. The silver bracelet on that wrist appeared somewhat worn, seemingly ordinary. Yet he recognized it instantly. It was Wen Yao's intimate possession, her bracelet. He recalled a past mission when Wen Yao lost this silver bracelet in a moment of frantic escape. She had been despondent throughout the journey, repeatedly pleading with him to turn back and search for it, and out of helplessness, he had accompanied her. He had ultimately retrieved this silver bracelet, which left a lasting impression on him. Shen Yichuan's eyes fixated on the bracelet, and after a moment, he lifted his head, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "Where did you get that bracelet?" Fong Lanin, seeing the car nearly collide with the bridge railing, quickly reached out to steer it back. "Hey, Captain Shen, the car. Shen Yichuan decisively slammed on the brakes, bringing both vehicles to a gradual halt while maintaining parallel speed along the long bridge. The wind and snow howled on the bridge, and distant, scattered zombies growled. Mingchen, with frost and snow adorning his eyelashes, smiled gently. "TSK, I told you, you wouldn't believe me." Shen Yichuan gazed at Mingchen, unable to articulate his feelings. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline amidst overwhelming despair, and even facing this man, whom he loathed with a passion, he found himself halting all actions. Even his desire to kill diminished significantly. His dark, profound eyes were locked onto Mingchen, desperately hoping to glean any information about Wen Yao's whereabouts. "Wen Yao, she's not dead. She's alive. She?" These words felt as though they were forced through clenched teeth, his voice low and rich, laden with a suppressed longing, intertwined with days of accumulated sorrow and hopelessness. The team members in the back seat exchanged glances, gazing out of the car windows like a group of armed onlookers. In contrast to Shen Yichuan's tension, Mingchen appeared relaxed. He initially smiled softly, then raised the hand adorned with the silver bracelet, his fair fingers slightly bent, resting against his chin. "Guess." Dahu glanced at his leader, unable to suppress the tightening grip on his gun. He had to admit, their leader's ability to provoke was indeed impressive. The opposing man looked as if he might pop a vein, yet Mingchen remained utterly unfazed, as if a gentle breeze were caressing him. Shen Yichuan, enduring to the limit, could no longer restrain himself and pointed his gun at Mingchen's forehead, his voice nearly a roar. Mingchen, as he raised his gun, Mayasha swiftly aimed her two guns at Shen Yichuan's head, her movements quick and decisive, her tone unwavering. "If you dare pull the trigger, none of you will leave here alive." Fong Lanin, witnessing the escalating tension, hurriedly grasped Shen Yichuan's arm, whispering, "Captain Shen, please remain rational. They have not shown any intent to attack us. We must not act recklessly." The three individuals opposite were no ordinary characters. Mingchen had hardly made a move, his skills unknown, while the other two were undoubtedly S-level commanders, agile and unparalleled in marksmanship. Even with a few more on their side, they would not stand a chance. Mingchen regarded the tense atmosphere in the opposing vehicle with amusement. Only when Fong Lanin pressed down on Shen Yichuan's gun did he prolong his words. "Yes, She is still alive. I saved her life, and she wished to repay me, claiming she had nothing to offer. So, she gifted me her grandmother's commemorative silver bracelet. He smirked, glancing at Shen Yichuan, consider it a token of love. Observing the varied expressions of the opposing team, Didao couldn't help but stifle a laugh, until Mayasha turned and slapped him, forcing him to contain his mirth. Shen Yichuan lowered his gun, yet his tone remained charged. You're talking nonsense. What kind of person is Wen Yao? She spent 7 years by my side. How could I not understand her? The one she despises the most is you. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of the silver bracelet, Shen Yichuan, usually composed, felt a rush of emotion, his eyes reddening, his demeanor slightly disheveled, and the veins in his hand, gripping the car window, bulged prominently. If she is enduring humiliation at your hands, it must be because you are forcing her. You are the one forcing her. Beside him, Fong Lanin, sensing the charged atmosphere, felt apprehensive and tugged at Shen Yichuan's sleeve, but he abruptly shook her off. Where is she now? Tell me. The team members in the back seat also murmured, Captain Shen, please don't be agitated. We are outnumbered and exhausted. If we provoke them, we are finished. Mingchen continued to gaze calmly at Shen Yichuan, reveling in his disarray, his demeanor exuding a silent provocation. Shen Yichuan strained to suppress his anger, attempting to untangle the web of the situation. Mingchen was a twisted monster, reveling in bloodshed, capable of unspeakable acts. He recalled a time when Wen Yao had gone missing on Songping Mountain, nearly falling into his clutches. It was plausible that he had appeared in the Beizhou region to rescue Wen Yao, but certainly not out of compassion. He had always coveted her. The motives behind her falling into his hands and the grievances she would endure were all too clear. Chapter 54. I thought you never cared about her. Shen Yichuan paused momentarily to compose himself before lowering his voice. Mingchen, listen to me. Let her go. This approach will not win her heart. Her spirit is resilient, and your forceful methods will only backfire. Set a condition. Consider it a plea from me to return her. Mingchen's fingers remained poised under his chin as he calmly regarded Shen Yichuan, observing the man who had always been composed and unflappable, now revealing a semblance of desperate madness. Finally, he lowered his gaze and smiled slightly. Shen Yichuan, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. This time, he did not teasingly refer to him as Captain Shen, but addressed him by his full name, his smile considerably muted, as if genuinely taken aback. Shen Yichuan was perplexed by this man's erratic behavior, indifferent to the darkening sky and the increasingly still falling snow. The sky in Beizhou was perpetually overcast, the light waning, leaving the desolate wilderness cold and silent. In the dim light, Mingchen met Shen Yichuan's eyes, his usual mockery replaced by a rare seriousness. I thought you never cared about her. Shen Yichuan was taken aback upon hearing those words. A sudden panic gripped him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Mingchen continued. What kind of person Wen Yao is? Yes, you know and I know. She is intelligent, perceptive, resilient, and astute. No matter the situation, she always coordinates well with you. Whenever danger arises, she is the first to look to you. She trusts you, relies on you, and would do anything to protect you. But how have you treated her? Mingchen chuckled, as if it were a joke. Oh, you left her in the snowfield, in the frigid, icy mountains, amidst the endless night, surrounded by hundreds of terrifying zombies. You left her to fend for herself. Then she was bitten, her body marred, not a single inch of her flesh unharmed, and she nearly fell prey to the mutated zombie wolves. Shen Yichuan froze, his pupils constricting. She was injured? He bowed his head. No, that's impossible. She is so capable. She cannot be hurt. Those zombies she could clearly handle. Mingchen's words left Shen Yichuan stunned. While nearby, Fong Lanin could not hold back her tears, forgetting to urge Shen Yichuan to return home early. She turned to Mingchen. And then, how is Vice Captain Wen now? The other team members in the back had also lowered their weapons. And then, Mingchen seemed to ponder leisurely, patiently answering their inquiries amidst the biting northern winds on the icy bridge. I took her away, stitched her wounds, and later she woke up. When she did, she hardly spoke. No matter where we drove, she sat quietly staring out the window, neither opposing nor expressing a desire to return to Beizhou. Shen Yichuan remained silent. While Fong Lanin wiped her eyes, her voice choked. Vice Captain Wen must be disappointed in us. No one voted for her back then. Mingchen continued. During those 2 days of travel, she was obedient and docile, seemingly unfazed, but at night she would cry. He turned to Mayasha, who was in the passenger seat. You took care of her at night? You tell them. Seeing the weapons lowered, Mayasha also holstered her gun. Indeed. Miss Wen's condition was quite poor those 2 days. Every night she cried, saying she was cold, pleading not to be abandoned. Each time she cried, I would use a warm towel to dry her tears. However, Miss Wen is truly a strong and independent person. If I had not seen her vulnerable side, it would be hard to imagine her crying so sorrowfully. Mingchen turned his gaze back to Shen Yichuan with a smile. Did you hear that? Shen Yichuan's face turned pale, emotions crumbling. No, this cannot be. Wen Yao is not that kind of person. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't. Yet, even he found it hard to believe his own words. How could she not cry? In that blizzard, her eyelashes frosted, tears falling, instantly freezing. So, Shen Yichuan, what were you truly thinking? And what right do you have to demand her back? A cold, thin laugh escaped Mingchen, who seemed fatigued. He furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples. It's late. We should depart. Didahu quickly responded, starting the vehicle. Once the black SUV sped away into the vast snowy night, Shen Yichuan and the others gradually rolled down their windows. Fong Lani noticed Shen Yichuan's distress and switched seats with him, starting the car. As they drove, Shen Yichuan turned to Fong Lanin. Do you believe what he said? Fong Lanin recalled her previous encounters with Mingchen and replied, I find Mingchen somewhat inscrutable, but he seems different regarding Vice Captain Wen. Besides, what motive would he have to deceive us? Shen Yichuan, however, shook his head resolutely. No, I do not believe it. Wen Yao may feel sorrow and sadness, but her spirit is unyielding. She is at odds with that group of thieves from Dongzhou. She would never ally with Mingchen. She must have been coerced by him. Mingchen may have saved her, but her prolonged absence from the Beizhou base must be due to his confinement. At this point, Shen Yichuan's eyes reddened as he laughed bitterly. That Mingchen is a villain, having committed countless atrocities. How could he possibly be a good person? What benevolence is he pretending to show here? The other team members had never witnessed such a side of Shen Yichuan, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Fong Lanin, driving, couldn't help but glance at Shen Yichuan with pity, her tone respectful. Captain Shen, if what Mingchen said is true, then he has indeed saved Vice Captain Wen. Shen Yichuan slowly turned his gaze to Fong Lanin, noticing her tear-filled eyes, and frowned. At that time, all of us wanted to survive. Vice Captain Wen surely did too. In this world, what greater gratitude can there be than the gift of life? After these words, the light in Shen Yichuan's dark eyes dimmed to ashes, yet he still refused to believe. How could it be less significant? 7 years of camaraderie, of partnership, and the unspoken affection that lingered between them. Clouds loomed over the city. Cold rain fell mournfully. Countless tiny droplets drenching this cold world interspersed with shades of gray and blood red, creating ripples in the uneven ground. Countless people crowded into supermarkets, malls, and convenience stores, snatching up the scant available goods. Damn it, I got here first. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. Please, give me something to eat. My child has been starving for 2 whole days. He is about to starve to death. The splashing of feet in puddles. The desperate cries of the elderly and children. The angry shouts of men. All melded into a cacophony. Wen Yao wandered through this suddenly chaotic world, dressed in a white nightgown, her expression blank, as people rushed past her translucent form. Emerging from the supermarket with stolen food. Is the world real? And she merely a phantom? Or is this a dream? Chapter 55. The young Shen Yichuan, Wen Yao, found herself in a bewildering situation, uncertain as to how she had suddenly appeared here. Hadn't she been lying in bed, feverish and suffering from a severe headache due to the injection of the water element awakening agent? Was her soul wandering? Yet, she did not dwell on such thoughts for long, as her gaze was soon drawn to a breakfast shop across the street, now shuttered. The weathered red sign was one she recognized all too well. It was a breakfast shop she frequented before the apocalypse, located at the entrance of her neighborhood. From kindergarten through junior high, she had visited it nearly every day. The owner, a kind-hearted, plump middle-aged woman named Zhang, would always greet her warmly. Yao Yao. Up so early today? Yao Yao. Didn't your father take you to school? Yao Yao. Your new dress is lovely. As she stared at the familiar sign and rolling shutter, memories long buried began to resurface. This was Zhang's breakfast and Zhang's shop, marking her return to Qingzhou City, the small town where she had lived for 15 years before the world fell apart. The scene before her was set 7 years ago, just days before the outbreak of the zombie crisis. 7 years ago, Wen Yao's attention shifted abruptly as she spotted a girl amidst the chaotic crowd. The young girl's delicate face was pale, clad in a tattered blue and white school uniform, splashing through puddles with uneven steps, her eyes brimming with tears and confusion. She helplessly called out, "Sister, where are you?" In her frantic search, the girl was accidentally jostled by a crowd of people scrambling for resources, losing her balance and colliding with a nearby lamppost. Dazed, she held her head and approached a familiar middle-aged man at a convenience store. "Excuse me, sir, have you seen?" However, the once amiable man waved her off angrily. "Get out of my way." He pushed her to the ground, only to recognize her face moments later, panic and regret washing over him. "Yao Yao, what are you doing here alone? The city's defenses have collapsed. Qingzhou is about to fall. You must find your parents and escape." He tossed a few bags of instant noodles to her, the last shred of his kindness. Watching the vanishing silhouette of the bread truck, Wen Yao stood beside the girl on the ground. Memories flooded back, clarifying the events leading to this moment. When a zombie crisis erupted, she had been at school, unable to return home due to being a boarding student. Instead, she had fled with her cousin, stumbling towards home. After days of hiding, they finally reached their neighborhood, only to find the government announcing a withdrawal of city defenses, sparking chaos in Qingzhou. In the ensuing turmoil, she and her cousin had become separated. She had searched the vicinity of Zhang's breakfast for her sister all day. As the crowd thinned and all the shops were looted, she still found no trace of her sibling. Their apartment complex had been sealed, the iron gates locked, while horrifying zombies banged against the doors, their eyes filled with rage. Alone, with no home to return to and no familiar faces in sight, she could only watch as groups of survivors fled Qingzhou City in their vehicles. As dusk fell and a light drizzle began to taper off, the puddles reflected the remnants of the sunset and the ravaged streets. Suddenly, a group of young men on motorcycles sped through the street, one of them, a flashy-haired youth, stopping abruptly in front of the girl, whistling, "Hey there, pretty girl. Why are you all alone?" With a slick tongue, he was clearly no gentleman. Clutching her meager supplies, the girl turned to flee, only to be blocked by another motorcycle. A slender youth remarked, "Still wearing your school uniform? Huh? A bright student, I see." In the early days of the apocalypse, when moral order still lingered, the girl only sought her family, never anticipating the presence of nefarious individuals. With tears in her eyes, she felt utterly lost. In a stable world, she could have called for help or reported her plight, but now, all she felt was confusion and fear. Just as she resolved to make her escape, the tall youth on a motorcycle removed his helmet and said, "Are you too bored?" The flashy-haired youth turned back. "Brother Chuan, it's rare to see such a beautiful girl alone. Let us take her with us, shall we?" Another youth chimed in, "If we leave her here, she'll die anyway. Saving her would be a good deed." One of them slapped the shoulder of the youth. "Do you think you're a hero? Or are you just after her looks?" They were a group of young men, seemingly around 18 or 19, resembling students from some school, yet also appearing like street thugs. The one called Brother Chuan was tall and lean, dressed in a black jacket and cargo pants, his sharp features exuding a cold, mature demeanor that belied his age. Ignoring the banter of his companions, he dismounted his motorcycle and lit a cigarette. "Are you tired? If so, rest here. This seems to be the safest spot in all of Qingzhou City. We can continue our journey tomorrow morning." The flashy-haired youth from the nearby motorcycle followed suit. Pointing in the direction of the girl, Brother Chuan, with a cold glance, Shen Yichuan interrupted, "What about her? Are you not burdened enough without dragging along another useless one?" The flashy-haired youth fell silent, and the rest of the group, sensing Brother Chuan's disapproval, withdrew their predatory gazes. The girl clutched her scant food cautiously observing them. Noticing they had no intention of harming her, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she prepared to leave, she inadvertently caught sight of the insignia on the leader's sleeve, which bore a police academy emblem. They were not mere street thugs. They were students from the police academy. They were university students who would soon become police officers. Her eyes lit up as she focused on the badge, and observing the group heading toward a nearby commercial building. She hurried over and tugged at the sleeve of the lead youth, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. The others looked on in surprise, and one of the youths teased, "Oh, Brother Chuan, it seems she has taken a liking to you. Brother Chuan, why not take this little sister with you? She looks quite pitiful." Ignoring the comments of the others, the girl asked earnestly, "Can you help me? I'm looking for my sister," she asked nearby. Shen Yichuan turned to her, bewildered. "Why should I help you?" Chapter 56. "I will follow you." The girl's voice was soft and plaintive, her eyes glistening with tears. She appeared fragile, yet managed to convey an air of determination. "I've grown up here, and I've been around for the past couple of days. I know where it is safe and where it is perilous." As she spoke, she pointed towards a nearby commercial building. "For instance, that building has been sealed since noon, and there are more than a dozen zombies trapped inside." A group of young men, planning to ascend that very building, were instantly filled with dread. "Is that for real?" one exclaimed. She continued, "There are several zombies trapped behind that rolling shutter as well." One of the young men approached and knocked on the shutter, which elicited a cacophony of banging and the guttural growls of the undead from within. "Brother Chuan, she speaks the truth." Shen Yichuan's expression shifted slightly. He addressed her, "We do not have time to search for others. But if you can find a safe place for us to rest tonight, we can take you with us." The previously mentioned young man with the peculiar hairstyle chimed in, Yes, little sister. Qingzhou City has fallen. It will not be long before the zombie horde from the neighboring city arrives here. Staying here is akin to awaiting death. So why not come with us? We have received word that a safe zone has been established in Linha City to the north, and we shall set off tomorrow." Despite the comforting words, the young man's gaze was laced with ulterior motives. The girl instinctively took a step back, her eyes filled with wariness. Observing her tear-streaked face and hesitant demeanor, Shen Yichuan did not press her further. He extinguished his cigarette against the concrete wall and said to the group, "Let us move." Night had fully descended, leaving only the beams of their flashlights and the motorcycle's headlight to pierce the darkness. No one knew where the terrifying zombies might emerge from, nor did they know where malicious individuals might lurk. The seemingly tranquil night market was fraught with peril. With reddened eyes, the girl fought back tears and rushed forward, grasping the young man's sleeve once more, her voice trembling. "I will go with you." The girl, clad in a blue and white school uniform, followed the tall youths into the enveloping night, gradually disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Wen Yao, who had witnessed the entire scene, was suddenly beset by a splitting headache. In the next moment, the night market around her shattered and crumbled, and she found herself standing on a highway beside a gas station. Wen Yao entered the brightly lit gas station building. The girl was still there, though she appeared significantly thinner now, dressed in an ill-fitting thick jacket, curled up by the campfire, hugging her knees. She remained oblivious to the figure stealthily approaching her from behind. This was Lu Fide, the young man with the peculiar hairstyle, who had long harbored intentions towards the girl. However, Shen Yichuan had always been present, thwarting his plans until now. With Shen Yichuan momentarily occupied elsewhere, Lu Fide seized the opportunity. He grasped the girl's wrist, forcefully bringing her to the ground and covering her mouth, his eyes filled with malice as he attempted to tear her clothing away, growling, "Be still and don't scream. Do you understand?" Ugh! The girl struggled desperately, her hand reaching for the torch, only to have it pressed against the cold concrete, drawing blood. The thick jacket was torn, exposing the stuffing within. Just as her pants were about to be removed, an ominous shadow loomed over Lu Fide, and in the next instant, he was violently thrown to the ground. Shen Yichuan's expression was cold and stern. He discarded his cigarette and seized Lu Fide, delivering a vicious kick to his abdomen, causing him to writhe in pain and curse, "Damn it! Shen Yichuan, what the hell are you doing? Have I offended you?" Shen Yichuan cast a glance at the girl, whose eyes were still red and bewildered, and his anger flared anew as he kicked Lu Fide again. "I leave for merely a few minutes, and you dare lay hands on her. You truly cannot control yourself. The crackling campfire illuminated the scene as the others returned from their search for supplies. Witnessing the altercation, they exchanged glances filled with dismay. One person pulled the battered Lu Fide aside, whispering, "Brother Da, wasn't that a bit foolish? She is someone Brother Chuan has his eyes on. Why would you do this behind his back?" Lu Fide sat by the fire, grimacing in pain, poking the flames with his stick while muttering curses. He is interested in her, but he doesn't even approach her. What, does he plan to just keep her as a decorative vase? He is too shy to make a move himself, yet he forbids us from acting. Where in the world can you find someone like him? Shen Yichuan lifted his gaze, the firelight illuminating his dark eyes as he spoke in a deep, restrained voice, still simmering with residual anger. "Do you think everyone is as base as you?" Yes. I'm the beast, and you are the saint." Lu Fide scoffed, laughter tinged with incredulity in the end of the world. "And you still cling to your ideals of virtue and righteousness? What is wrong with violence? In this world, even murder goes unpunished." Before he could finish, Shen Yichuan abruptly stood, circled behind Lu Fide, seized him, and flung him onto the cold ground outside, barking, "Get lost." Lu Fide's expression contorted in pain as he surveyed the darkening sky. Incredulous, "You would cast me aside for such a woman? After all these years of camaraderie?" Those around them sensed the escalating tension and began to intervene, urging Shen Yichuan, "Brother Chuan, let it go." Dagu acted impulsively. Others helped Lu Fide to his feet. "Yes, Brother Chuan, let it slide. We will keep an eye on him, ensuring he doesn't trouble Sister Yao again, all right?" Chapter 57. Is this the water system? The girl sitting by the campfire looked up and saw Shen Yichuan's cold and stern face. Resolutely, he declared, "Let him go. If you share his mindset, believing that the apocalypse grants you the freedom to act as you please, or if you do not acknowledge me, you may leave together. Shen Yichuan disdained to associate with such filth. That evening, as the snowflakes gently fell, Lu Fide was expelled from their group due to this incident, leaving the others in silence throughout the night. The following day, Lu Fide succumbed to his injuries, and after being bitten by a wandering zombie, he transformed into a limping undead, wandering in front of the gas station. Shen Yichuan observed expressionlessly, then took the girl's hand and handed her the machete. "Go kill it." Having rarely killed zombies, the girl felt a twinge of fear, yet the man's words resonated within her. To avoid being bullied, one must overcome difficulties and fears and become strong. Thus, she seized a knife from his hand and struck towards the limping zombie. Dark red blood splattered across her face, and when she looked up, she met the man's appreciative gaze. From that day onward, and for many years to come, she lived for that gaze. In this chaotic world, he had lent her a hand, and thus, he became her hero. His strength and power became her faith. From Qingzhou City to the safety zone of Linhe City, their team of 7 or 8 dwindled to almost none, yet she and Shen Yichuan survived. When the Linhe City safety zone called for scavengers, hundreds ventured out to gather supplies, battling various zombies, and once again, she and Shen Yichuan emerged unscathed. Later, as the Northern Continent District was established, Linhe City was designated as District 13 of the Northern Continent. As one of the first trainers of the District 13 base, they completed countless arduous tasks. Eventually, after enduring numerous trials and tribulations, they were chosen among the first batch of commander candidates, and she continued to survive alongside Shen Yichuan. She became his best partner, his most reliable weapon. Regardless of the orders he issued or tasks assigned, she devoted herself to executing them flawlessly. He urged her to prioritize the team, and she did her utmost to protect every member. When he sought vengeance against the enemy Mingchen, she would strike at him without hesitation. For so many years, day after day, night after night, they nearly became one. His gaze was her guiding light. She had completely transformed into his shadow, inseparable and indistinguishable. When asked why, she claimed ignorance. When questioned if she had any selfish desires, she replied in the negative. Yet only Wen Yao knew the truth. She admired Shen Yichuan and harbored feelings for him. Alas, due to the timing of their lives, she could only suppress this humble affection. The only thing she could do was silently stay by his side, yearning for his acknowledgement, longing for a glance in her direction. In a strange dream, Wen Yao walked forward step by step, as fleeting images tore apart before her eyes. Eventually, she broke into a run, uncovering more memories of her past with Shen Yichuan. Countless moments passed where she stood quietly beside him, longing to ask, Shen Yichuan, do you care about me? Or perhaps, have you ever liked me? Yet, she could never muster the courage to voice her thoughts. Now, as memories flooded back in her dreams, she began to see clearly. In all those images, she had fought for him, shielded him from harm. Yet had Shen Yichuan ever expressed affection for her? No. Had he ever treated her with special regard? No. His only concern for her stemmed from their camaraderie as comrades. Nothing more. He would abandon Lu Fide, his loyal brother of many years, for her sake, and he would likewise forsake her for someone of greater importance. Prioritizing his own interests, his grand vision, his moral obligations above all. This was Shen Yichuan, an absolute egoist. Perhaps these memories had unearthed years of pent-up grievances and pain. For in the midst of countless shattered illusions, Wen Yao could not help but weep. Her eyes reflected despair, and she was lost, surrounded by a murky haze. Yet, the more she ran, the darker it became, until she found herself engulfed in profound darkness. Wen Yao pressed her hands against her head, her temples pounding as if her mind were being crushed. Aware it was a nightmare, she could not awaken. Wen Yao, wake up. Amidst the buzzing din in her ears, she vaguely heard someone calling her. The voice felt distant, as if from another realm. At the moment she collapsed, her eyes snapping open and turning around. The world suddenly transformed into tranquility and purity. She stood in a vast expanse of white snow, fierce winds swirling around her, with snowflakes landing upon her lashes. As the fog dissipated, she glimpsed a figure in the distance. The man's features were obscured, his tall figure clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers, a vibrant rose held in his hand. Just as her consciousness began to fade into chaos, the silhouette approaching her gradually became clearer. When the man raised his gaze, she beheld a pair of gentle, smiling, peach blossom eyes. In the third-floor hospital room of the ancient mansion, Lin Zurin intently observed the data on the screen. He then turned to Mingchen beside the bed and remarked, all vital signs are normal. There are no issues. Mingchen furrowed his brow. Then why is she still in a coma? Maisha leaned against the door of the ward. Equally puzzled, we have been gone for half a month. Does that mean she has been unconscious for a full half-month? There has never been a case of the ability awakening agent's pathological reaction lasting more than 7 days. Mingchen gazed at the girl, lost in nightmares and shedding tears, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. He had intended to use his sleeve to wipe her tears, but it became completely soaked. Reluctantly, he took a clean handkerchief to assist her, yet before long, that too was dampened. Is this the water system? Goodness, there's so much water. Mingchen set down the handkerchief and calmly analyzed. She must be trapped in a deep dream. We need to find a way to wake her. Lin Zurin tentatively inquired, what about electric shocks? Deep brain stimulation? Mingchen smiled gently at Lin Zurin. Sure, why not? Otherwise, Dr. Lin, would you like to give it a try? Interpreting the sarcasm, Lin Zurin replied, faced with someone ensnared in a nightmare and unable to awaken, they were prohibited from pinching or shouting at her, and deep brain stimulation was off limits. They had to gently rouse her. It was a miracle she would wake at all. Lin Zurin remained, raising his hands in surrender. To awaken a sleeping person, there are only a few scientific methods. Otherwise, Commander Ming, why not try a fairy tale approach and kiss her? Chapter 58. Welcome to the world of superpowers. Misha cast a surprised glance at Dr. Lin, finding it hard to believe that such words could come from him. Is this really effective? Lin Zurin, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity internally, yet outwardly maintained a facade of respect for his superior. Thus, he assumed a serious demeanor and absurdly remarked, whether it works or not is uncertain. But after all, both Snow White and Sleeping Beauty awaken this way. Upon hearing this, Mingchen raised an eyebrow, as if struck by a sudden revelation. That makes sense. I shall give it a try. The crowd present was left speechless. The strikingly handsome man indeed bent down, his fair, elongated fingers gently touching Wen Yao's cheek. After carefully brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair, he devotedly leaned in, planting an exceedingly tender kiss upon the girl's smooth forehead, and then playfully pinched her earlobe, saying, "Awake, little princess, no more slumber." Lin Ziren looked up at the ceiling, pondering how unlikely it was for her to awaken. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to leave, the girl on the hospital bed halted her sobbing. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled, and before long, she opened her eyes in a daze, her watery gaze reflecting a rare vulnerability and helplessness. Lin Ziren thought to himself, is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Misha could hardly believe her eyes. She is awake? The two maids exchanged incredulous glances, observing the strikingly handsome Commander Ming and the softly clad girl in her lace nightgown, momentarily lost in the tale of Sleeping Beauty. Wen Yao's expression was one of confusion. The vivid memories of her dreams flooded her mind, filled with unfulfilled expectations, anguish, and despair. Seeing that she had finally awakened, Mingchen lightly brushed away the tears from her cheek, his tone languid and playful. "At last, you're awake. Do you have any idea how long you've been in slumber? How can you be so delicate? Others who receive this superpower awakening serum only faint for a maximum of 7 days. Yet you..." Before he could finish, the girl on the bed suddenly stretched out her arms, embracing the man's neck. The unexpected action left Mingchen momentarily stiffened, while everyone else was equally taken aback. Wen Yao, still dressed in her white lace nightgown with short sleeves, felt her soft arms pressed against his bare skin, the sensation delicate and smooth. Mingchen felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat, uncertainly raising his hand but hesitating to lower it. "What are you doing? Embracing me right after waking up?" Typically, such teasing remarks would elicit a retort from Wen Yao. However, she was now overwhelmed by her emotions, her mind clouded with the disappointments from her dreams. Without uttering a word, she clung tightly to Mingchen, her silent tears staining his shirt. Soon muffled sobs escaped her, the pent-up grievances spilling forth in a heart-wrenching display of vulnerability. Seeing this scene, Misha felt it inappropriate to linger, promptly pulling the dazed Lin Ziren out. "Dr. Lin, you're needed over at Dahua's side." The two maids exchanged knowing glances and discreetly exited as well. Mingchen had never witnessed Wen Yao like this. During her time in Dongzhou, she had never cried in her sleep, and even when she did shed tears, it had only been a few reddened eyes. This was the first time he had seen her weep so heart-wrenchingly. He understood that the pain brought about by the superpower awakening serum would not cause her to cry like this. The only thing that could evoke such sorrow was the nightmare she endured during her slumber. She must have dreamt of Shen Yichuan again, with a complex mix of emotions. Mingchen lowered his gaze, his hand gently stroking her hair at the back of her head as he softly consoled. "Do not cry. Those were merely dreams." As Wen Yao's thoughts gradually cleared, she became aware that it was improper to take advantage of the moment. She quickly composed herself, ceasing her tears. Slowly releasing her hold on his neck, she inquired, "Where is this? Wasn't I sleeping in my room?" Mingchen straightened up, feeling the strain in his back as she finally let go. He glanced down at his shirt, now stained with her tears. "In the hospital, seeing that you hadn't awakened, I carried you down for an examination." Wen Yao looked at the various monitoring devices nearby and nodded. The room fell into silence, and for a while, neither spoke. Wen Yao turned to see Mingchen's expression still laced with incredulity. A sense of shyness surged within her. She lowered her gaze, seeking comfort in her own thoughts. "After all, you've seen me cry before." Mingchen casually grabbed a tissue, pressing it against the damp spot on his collar. Before long, the tissue was soaked through. "Indeed, I have." After a moment of sitting in stunned silence, Wen Yao felt something was amiss. She raised her hand to touch her arm, and then, with growing confusion, she lifted the covers to inspect her calves. It was then that she suddenly realized her skin was as smooth as jade. All her wounds, scabs, and even scars had vanished. Her body had changed. Seeing her reaction, Mingchen explained, "This is the sign of a successful superpower awakening. Once you become a superpower user, your physical qualities will evolve. and previous injuries will heal as well. After speaking, he discarded the tissue and smiled at her. Miss Wen, welcome to the world of superpowers. Wen Yao gazed at Mingchen, feeling her body indeed transforming. She could distinctly sense a newfound vitality coursing through her, her physical strength enhanced, and her senses sharpened. The sound of pigeons flapping their wings outside, the footsteps in the corridor, even the conversations of others in the square below the villa became remarkably clear. Previously, these noises were only discernible with intense focus, but now she could easily concentrate on any information she desired. The difference felt akin to someone who had not slept for 3 days and nights suddenly waking up refreshed. How extraordinary! Wen Yao, filled with excitement, extended her hand, consciously channeling the peculiar energy within her body. Soon, a faint blue whirlpool of water appeared in her palm. It was a sphere of water. She continued to concentrate, and the small whirlpool transformed into a tiny water ball, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball. However, she quickly felt exhausted. The energy within her seemed to douse itself. No matter how hard she tried to channel it, it felt as if she were pushing against 1,000 pounds of steel. Is this what water-based superpowers entail? Wen Yao decided to throw the water ball, curious about its cohesion, but in her enthusiasm, she forgot about the presence of another person in the room. Mingchen, intending to change his clothes, happened to be at the foot of the bed when the water ball struck his neck, splattering water onto his jaw and throat, with the rest trickling down. Feeling the coolness, he raised a finger to touch it, and upon seeing the glistening droplets, he slowly turned his head toward the culprit on the bed. What is this? Do you wish for me to be even wetter? Chapter 59. Clean it up. Wen Yao never anticipated that her actions would inadvertently cause such a mishap, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with remorse. I apologize, it was not my intention. Mingchen, seemingly contemplative, turned back and handed her a pack of tissues. You made the mess, so clean it up. Having caused the trouble herself, Wen Yao felt it inappropriate to refuse. She promptly slid to the edge of the bed and obediently took out a few sheets. Where should I wipe? Leaning towards her, Mingchen's voice was magnetic and clear. Wipe where it's wet. Wen Yao felt a tingling sensation in her ears, sensing the atmosphere was awry. She tentatively wiped the man's jawline, her gaze eventually landing on his prominent Adam's apple. His neck was fair and smooth, the curve of his Adam's apple exquisitely alluring, adorned with droplets of water that seemed to exude a subtle sensuality, rendering the sight strangely captivating. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out to wipe it away. To her surprise, upon the gentle touch of her fingertip, the protruding area shifted, as if playfully teasing her, gliding against her fingertip through the thin tissue. It felt almost alive, warm to the touch. Coupled with their proximity, a faint scent wafted from him, enveloping her senses. Wen Yao's palms tightened inexplicably, her eyelashes fluttering as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Mingchen regarded her intently, his long lashes casting shadows over his enchanting peach blossom eyes, their depths reflecting her silhouette as if brimming with unspoken affection. This man was akin to a seducer. She should not have gazed upon him. Wen Yao lowered her eyes, hastily wiping away the droplets on his neck before retracting her hand. However, Mingchen showed no signs of rushing away. His long, elegant fingers deftly undid 2 buttons of his shirt collar. Wen Yao's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the exposed collarbone and a glimpse of his chest muscle, as if scorched by an unseen flame. She swiftly averted her eyes, her voice faltering. What are you doing? This time, Mingchen did not require her assistance. He pulled 2 sheets of tissue from the pack before him and began to wipe the droplet from his own skin. Wen Yao thought to herself, he had not done anything wrong. It was entirely her fault for accidentally hitting him with a water balloon while he was simply passing by her bed. It was only reasonable for her to help clean up the mess. Yet, why did her mind swirl with disquieting thoughts? Mingchen nonchalantly wiped away the water droplets, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Fortunately, you are a low-level ability user. The water balloon posed no harm. If your powers were of a higher rank, wouldn't that be akin to committing murder against your husband? At the mention of husband, Wen Yao felt her ears flush with warmth, her composure momentarily faltering. Mingchen. Yes. Wen Yao furrowed her brows, her tone serious. Could you refrain from speaking like that all the time? Having finished wiping, Mingchen casually leaned against the window, neglecting to rebutton his shirt. He crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash can, raising his gaze as he lingered on his words. What have I done? Wen Yao understood that Mingchen was not intentionally flirting with her. They had known each other long enough to recognize his character and demeanor. He had a way of charming everyone, regardless of age or gender. Even the pigeons on the castle terrace, effortlessly captivating those in despair. With features that resembled a beguiling fox, every gesture of his sparked imagination, leading many to misconstrue his intentions as romantic. She recalled the advice from Butler Zhou, who had warned the new maid that every woman who had interacted with Commander Ming, from Miss Wei to the various female commanders of combat teams, often misinterpreted his actions as romantic interest, when in fact he held no affection for anyone. He was a man who traversed through a garden of flowers, untouched by any, inherently cold and detached, far less gentle and approachable than he appeared. It was crucial to maintain caution in their interactions and not be deceived by his exterior. Contemplating this, Wen Yao tentatively probed, "You don't actually have feelings for me, do you, MM?" At first, her identity was sensitive, and he had claimed her as his partner to divert attention. Later, he wanted her to recuperate properly in the castle villa, so he continued this charade. Wen Yao spoke without daring to meet his gaze, feeling an inexplicable nervousness and guilt. "If that is not the case, could you please refrain from making such suggestive remarks? It would be preferable to maintain a certain distance." All along, she had only viewed him as a benefactor, not a partner. If there were no romantic feelings, then the recurring physical desires felt oddly inappropriate, evoking a sense of guilt for having such thoughts about her benefactor. "Are you accusing me of seducing you?" Mingchen lowered his gaze to adjust his cuffs, and when he looked up again, his smile had softened. "Is that what you mean?" Wen Yao had not expected him to be so candid. "I'm not." Mingchen interrupted. "Miss Wen, this accusation is unfounded, is it not? You awoke and clung to me in tears, then turned your back on me, only to strike me with a water balloon. Now, you blame me for enticing you." Wen Yao found herself momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a retort. Mingchen's lashes fell, his smile inexplicably dimming, and he murmured, "Very well, let us maintain our distance." With that, he turned and exited the room without a backward glance. Wen Yao watched him stride away, her brow furrowing in confusion. Was he truly angry? Was it because she had dampened his shirt? Or was it rude of her to hit him with a water balloon? Perhaps he had no intention of flirting, and it was merely her overactive imagination that had led to this misunderstanding. Feeling a pang of regret, Wen Yao rubbed her forehead. "I'm sorry. I truly did not mean to." Crying had been an emotional outburst. Hitting him was an accident. And as for the misunderstanding, it stemmed from her discomfort with harboring inappropriate thoughts towards someone she considered a benefactor. If she could maintain a degree of distance, perhaps she would not spiral into such thoughts. Mingchen had intended to take a stroll to clear his mind, but upon reaching the end of the corridor, he spotted Mei Yasha and Dr. Lin. Dahua had incurred a minor injury on his return from Beizhou, and Mei Yasha was consulting Dr. Lin regarding precautions. Mingchen approached them, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Upon noticing the arrival of the esteemed commander, Lin Zurin abruptly halted his words, forcing a polite smile as he inquired, "Is there something you need, Commander Ming?" Chapter 60. Farewell. Shen Yichuan. Mingchen nodded slightly, then turned to Mayasha beside him, smiling as he inquired, "Mayasha, did you see that? She just cried while holding me." Mayasha was never surprised by the nonsensical remarks of the boss. She maintained a serious demeanor, nodded, and then turned to Lin Zurin, who was preparing to leave. "Dr. Lin, did you witness that?" Confronted with such a tedious question, Lin Zurin felt a profound sense of exasperation. He mused that Captain Mei might have caught the eccentricity from Commander Ming, and thus he maintained his professional smile, replying, "Yes, I saw it too." Mingchen slightly inclined his head. It seems it was not an illusion. Lin Zurin, as a doctor, once the most distinguished neurologist, he had refrained countless times from suggesting a neurological evaluation. Leaning against the office door, Mingchen raised his head slightly, his thin lips parting as his exquisite atoms apple gently rolled. The injection of the ability Awakening Agent induces a vivid dream, allowing one to revisit the most profound memories of their life. Linzeren was uncertain about Mingchen's intent, and Mayisha was equally in the dark. Nevertheless, they both felt compelled to maintain their serious expressions and listen intently. Mingchen's gaze was inscrutable, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he turned to Linzeren. So, she dreamt of Shen Yichuan. Linzeren, who dared not voice his thoughts, thought, "Her dreams are of no concern to me." The depth of her despair and heartbreak indicated that she had resolved to let go. Such tears could only arise from heartbreak or the loss of a beloved. Mayisha began to grasp the implication. So, what the boss means is, Mingchen winked at Mayisha. Thus, we must keep our encounter with Shen Yichuan and Beizhou a secret from her. Ensure that Dahua remains silent. Mayisha fully understood. Nodding earnestly, "I assure you he won't speak a word. If he dares, I'll promptly give him a dozen slaps." From the adjacent bed, the recently awakened Dahua exclaimed. Mingchen smiled at Mayisha and then stood upright, departing leisurely. During the time when Yao resided in the castle villa, he sensed her persistent melancholy. On their journey back to Dongzhou, she would cry at night. Though she could choose to stay, she left with a sense of insecurity. Later, he took her to every place she wished to visit, indulging her whims, yet she remained unfulfilled. When she received her sharp claws, her demeanor was remarkably docile, resembling a delicate porcelain doll devoid of overt emotions. Therefore, upon returning from Beizhou, he intended to share the news of encountering Shen Yichuan with her, to reveal to her that the man she had pursued for so many years truly cared, to tell her that even after losing her, the typically composed Shen Yichuan would find himself distressed by the sight of her bracelet. He had meant to convey this with a smile, but upon witnessing her weeping so tragically upon waking, he found himself at a loss for words. Now that she had let go, he merely wished to allow her that freedom. As Mingchen arrived at the elevator, while waiting for it to arrive, he picked a vibrant rose from a nearby vase, spinning it between his fingers. "Forgive my selfishness in concealing the truth. Forgive my base desire to possess you alone. Yet, love is always selfish, is it not?" The elevator arrived with a chime, and Mingchen smiled as he returned the rose to the vase, then slipped his hand into his pocket as he entered. When Wen Yao awoke, it was early morning, just after dawn. After Mingchen's departure, she wasted no time getting out of bed to wash and change clothes. Once she had composed herself and was ready to sincerely apologize to Mingchen, she discovered that he was seemingly absent from the castle villa. She knocked on the door of his suite for quite some time, only to be informed by butler Zhou that Commander Ming had long since left. Typically, he would inform her when he was going away for several days and when he would return, but this time he had left without a word. Was he truly angry? With no other options, she resolved to wait for his return to offer her apology. Back in her room, she opened a worn notebook, reflecting on the dream. The useful plot points in the dream were scarce, and she was uncertain about the timeline. However, it was evident that her awakening of abilities preceded Shen Yichuan and Mu Shengsheng by at least a year. In the early stages, her water abilities were weak, but that was manageable, as they could be enhanced. Thus, as long as she exerted herself to upgrade within a year, she could gain the advantage of being a slow starter. Wen Yao was elated by her newfound powers and spent the entire day on the rooftop of the castle villa, experimenting with her abilities. She discovered that no matter how hard she tried, she could only conjure a water sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which lacked cohesion. When she threw this sphere, it caused minimal damage, akin to a playful water fight, leaving the pigeons bewildered. By evening, dark clouds rolled in, and soon heavy rain began to fall. Gazing at the torrential downpour, Wen Yao had a sudden inspiration and decided to control the rainwater. While she was able to mold the rain into a baseball-sized water sphere, it still failed to inflict any real harm. Attempting to use such a water sphere for physical damage was less practical than picking up a stone. Ultimately, Wen Yao conceded that in the early stages, she would need to rely on weapons, be it a knife or a gun. As night fell, a strong wind swept across the rooftop, stirring the thick clouds above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. The rain intensified, transforming into large droplets that splashed against the ground, creating expansive ripples. Standing in the rain, Wen Yao gazed out at the magnificent storm and found herself momentarily entranced. The rain was icy and penetrated to her bones. Inappropriately, she thought of Shen Yichuan. She recalled the years spent in survival, steadfastly remaining in the 13th district of Beizhou, following in his footsteps, as well as the cold, unyielding words he had uttered amidst the falling snow and his resolute departure. She also remembered the gun he had pointed at her in the dream. In the dark dungeon, she endured relentless torment, transforming into something unrecognizable, a mere shadow of her former self, subjected to daily agony as she awaited his arrival, yearning for him to take her away. Yet, what had come was his gentle consolation, followed by a bullet that pierced her forehead. In that story, whether real or imagined, she had perished under the name of a traitor, dying in the coldest dungeon of Beizhou. The lightning illuminated the serene countenance of a young woman, rendering her features pale. Her beautiful brows only showcased tranquility and resilience. Upon recollecting this individual once more, her heart bore no waves of emotion, neither love nor hate. She had relinquished it all. Farewell, Shen Yichuan. Farewell to the man who had once extended a hand in her darkest hour, only to cast her back into despair. The next time we meet, we shall be adversaries. Chapter 61. Miss Wen, please maintain your distance. When Mingchen returned, he did not find Wen Yao. Upon inquiring, two maids informed him that she had gone to the top floor, where she spent the entire afternoon playing with water. When the heavy rain began, they called for her, but she did not come inside. Mingchen, who initially intended to leave her be for a couple of days, furrowed his brows and took a transparent umbrella up to the rooftop. By now, the night had deepened, and as Wen Yao prepared to turn back, she suddenly noticed an umbrella being positioned above her. The familiar warmth and fragrance of the man enveloped her, particularly striking on this cold, rainy night. She looked up, surprised to see the man in white holding the umbrella. "What brings you here?" she asked. Mingchen examined her face. Although her expression remained serene as ever, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled, showing she was not unhappy. "Is playing in the rain enjoyable?" he queried. Wen Yao observed his demeanor, uncertain if he was still angry. Yet, he always wore a smile, regardless of his emotions, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. She lowered her lashes and mimicked his words. "Not really. I was just admiring the scenery and lost track of how heavy the rain was." The two returned to the 5th floor of the ancient castle. Instead of heading to her own room, Wen Yao followed Mingchen to the entrance of his suite. Mingchen glanced sideways, noticing her quietly watching him, her body drenched, long lashes adorned with droplets, and her clear, beautiful eyes misty. Her wet dress clung to her form, perfectly outlining her proportions, and due to the thin fabric, glimpses of her skin peeked through, akin to a peach in the fog. Mingchen's gaze darkened slightly, and he instinctively lowered his lashes, his voice deepening. "You're soaked and still following me. What are you thinking?" Upon hearing his words, Wen Yao felt her throat tighten. Suddenly, Mingchen reached out, pinching the fabric on her shoulder and gently pulling her back. "Miss Wen, please maintain your distance. Otherwise, your allure is making me feel quite insecure." Initially intending to apologize, Wen Yao quickly retracted her soft words upon hearing this. It seemed he was not merely upset, but was returning the sentiments in kind. Very well. This suited her intentions perfectly. She nodded. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go change." Watching her retreating figure, Mingchen furrowed his brow. Was she really not angry or refuting anything? She simply walked away? That night, as Wen Yao closed her eyes to sleep, she felt as though something was glowing in the darkness, emanating a faint blue light. She had confirmed that the room's lights were off, and there was no illumination outside. After searching for a while, she discovered that the light originated from her own consciousness. Deciding to lie back and close her eyes, she focused intently. Soon, she saw countless blue light dots converging from all directions in the boundless darkness, ultimately forming a small blue orb, illuminating her inner world like a tiny lamp. Spirit essence? Oh, she remembered. Those with supernatural abilities possess spirit essence, akin to energy orbs, comparable to inner elixirs in the realm of cultivation. The enhancement of abilities relies on the absorption of energy through spirit essence. The more energy one collects, the more powerful one becomes, which is commonly referred to as strength. The reason she could only manipulate a small water ball was due to her current level being only 1, resulting in limited spirit essence, and thereby restricting her control over water elements. The dream centered around a melodramatic romance and did not elaborate much on how to upgrade. However, it seemed that Shen Yichuan and Mu Shengsheng's upgrades occurred after battles with zombies. Thus, upgrading should be related to slaying zombies. In the stillness of the night, Wen Yao reflected quietly, gradually forming a new goal in her heart after successfully awakening her abilities. The supernatural awakening agent could not be given to her in vain. She needed to leverage her advantages as an ability user within the shortest time frame possible. In a year, she aimed to practice marksmanship and upgrade before Shen Yichuan awakened his abilities. This way, when Shen Yichuan grew stronger and eventually became the commander of the Northern Continent's District 13, she would have the capability to stand side by side with Mingchen in battle. She had come to understand Mingchen's character. He was likely the type to fall victim due to excessive talk and underestimation of threats, neglecting many matters, and lacking the drive that Shen Yichuan possessed. In that dream narrative, if her role was that of a stepping stone for the male lead, then Mingchen was the formidable antagonist, spending his days waiting for the protagonist to strike back, thereby highlighting the protagonist's cunning and strength. Currently, Mingchen wielded strong fire abilities and held the advantage of being the base commander. However, in the future, Shen Yichuan would become a powerful metal user and assume the position of lord over the Northern Continent. That night, as Wen Yao drifted into sleep amidst her swirling thoughts, the following noon, she approached Mingchen while he was free and shared her thoughts with him. After months of continuous rain, this day was exceptionally rare, with heavy clouds parting to reveal golden rays of sunlight. On the castle terrace, the man rested his pale fingers against his lips, opening his eyes to gaze at the gentle beauty in a white dress standing beside him. In a languid voice, he asked, "What did you say? You want to go to Camp D?" As if basking in the sunlight, he squinted his enchanting eyes at Wen Yao and smiled. "It's a bit bright. Could you come over and shield me from it?" Wen Yao, he was like a lazy white cat, and following the natural progression of events, he might very well meet his end due to complacency. Obediently, Wen Yao moved closer to block the glaring light. "Yes, you previously asked me to recuperate in the castle. Now that I have healed, I need to return to the training camp. I have awakened my abilities and require growth and enhancement. If you ever need me, I hope to be of assistance." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the key point for me. Wen Yao nodded. "I owe you too much gratitude. It is only right that I repay it." She meant what she said. What she could do for the commander of Northern Continent's District 13, she could equally do for him. He had rescued her from peril, trusted her, and bestowed her with kindness. Therefore, she would do everything in her power to ensure his safety, at least preventing the tragic outcome of him playing with fire and burning himself in her dreams. To achieve all this, she had to grow stronger, at least stronger than his arch-nemesis, Shen Yichuan. Mingchen lowered his lashes, contemplating her words. Oh, it was not for him, but rather to repay the kindness owed. He then closed his eyes again, rubbing his temples. "This is District 14 of the Eastern Continent, so you must listen to me. Have you forgotten?" Chapter 62. Even I cannot temper Wen Yao found herself puzzled by his words. Did he mean to prohibit her from going? Yet, if he had no need for her, what purpose would it serve to keep her in the castle villa? Was she merely to be a decorative object, glimpsed at from time to time? Or was she to accompany him in playing with toys, tending to pigeons, and watering flowers? Mingchen waited for a moment, and upon receiving no response, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and his beautiful eyes curved into a smile. "Darling, you're blocking my light." Wen Yao inhaled deeply, shifting her stance as she could not help but retort. "Didn't you just say it was too sunny and ask me to block it?" Once she moved aside, the radiant sunlight cascaded down once more, shimmering like fragments of gold upon the man's fair face. His long lashes cast charming shadows, and his pale lips glimmered subtly. His face, already strikingly handsome, appeared almost divine under the bright glow, akin to a meticulously carved statue. Such a beautiful man seemed somewhat lacking in common sense. It was as if he had just remembered something and innocently declared, "I forgot." Wen Yao thought to herself, "Is your mind a basket of vegetables?" His thoughts appeared to fluctuate with time, and just as she resolved to find another moment to communicate with him, Mingchen promptly grasped her sleeve. Wen Yao turned to face the man whose eyes were imbued with tenderness. Mingchen lazily raised a hand, gesturing towards a nearby lounge chair. "Sit with me for a while." After obediently sitting down, she heard him casually lean forward, resting his forehead against hers, and asked, "Why do you wish to go to Camp D?" Wen Yao realized he had not truly listened to her earlier remarks. Thus, she patiently repeated her previous explanation. Camp ABC is not open to the public and requires an assessment for entry, while Camp D is accessible to newcomers and only requires gold coins. Although I have awakened my water abilities, my level is too low to be of much use. I still need to rely on weapons, and this time I plan to practice shooting. However, I'm accustomed to using knives, and my marksmanship is quite poor, akin to that of a novice in the basic training camp, making Camp D a suitable choice. After a moment of contemplation, Mingchen nodded. "All right." Wen Yao blinked in surprise. "Just like that, you agree?" The sudden ease was disconcerting. "I often find myself away from the castle villa. If you feel lonely and wish to visit the East Continent training camp, do so." The man's melodious voice resonated softly in her ear. "However, I have two requests." Wen Yao watched him quietly. At that moment, a pigeon perched on Mingchen's shoulder, diligently preening its feathers. It was evident that this pigeon, raised by Mingchen, mirrored his traits, pristine, beautiful, and fastidious about its plumage. "What are your requests?" Wen Yao inquired. Mingchen, holding pigeon feed, coaxed the bird from his shoulder to his palm, and then offered it to Wen Yao. "First, you must not get hurt. Second, you will return to the castle villa regularly for inspections." Wen Yao was bewildered as to why he handed her the pigeon, but seeing it tilt its head and gaze at her with its round, dark eyes, she gently stroked its head with her finger. But how can one avoid injury while at the training camp? Seeing her fondness for the bird, Mingchen placed it on her fingertip. The pigeon, the plumpest and most docile of the lot, settled comfortably in her hand. Engaging in close combat with zombies can lead to injuries, but if you practice shooting well, you will be safe. Wen Yao still felt it unrealistic. What if I accidentally get hurt? Mingchen reclined back into his previous position. In the 13th district of North Continent, if your base commander issues a command and you disobey, what would happen? Wen Yao understood. He was not jesting, but issuing a command. Lowering her gaze, she replied, there would be punishment. As squad commanders, they were obliged to follow their base commander's directives. Disobeying would inevitably result in penalties, which, although generally mild, could include confinement or being assigned more perilous and repugnant zombie clearing tasks. Thus, the same applies here. Mingchen smiled at her. "All right, I will do my best." Wen Yao's gaze fell upon the pigeon in her hand. Perhaps due to its plumpness or her years of hardship, her immediate thought was not to admire its beauty, but to consider how delightful it would be for soup. As this morbid thought crossed her mind, she quickly set the pigeon down. Here she was, indulged with a small pet, yet her mind wandered to violence. She felt a pang of guilt. The trainers at camps A, B, C, and D would provide standardized training uniforms, and meals were available in a cafeteria, leaving little need for personal items. So, for this outing, Wen Yao simply changed into a gray tracksuit and took the silver handgun Mingchen had gifted her, traveling light. She remembered the way and intended to go alone, but as she descended the stairs, Feng was already waiting at the villa's entrance. Upon seeing her, he promptly opened the back door of the car and respectfully stated, "Miss Yao, Commander Ming instructed me to escort you to the training camp." With the car and driver ready, Wen Yao accepted their kindness. "Thank you." At that moment on the castle terrace, a tall man in a white shirt leaned against the railing. A finely crafted metal cage rested on the platform, containing a beautifully feathered canary. Mingchen absent-mindedly tapped the cage, his calm, yet somewhat aloof gaze surveying below. It was only after the black car departed from the castle villa square disappearing into the shadows of the sycamore trees, that he lowered his lashes and turned to the butler, Zhou, offering a subtle smile. Zhou, having been summoned by the commander, had waited in uncertainty for quite some time, unsure of what was required of him. Mingchen casually rested his hands on the railing and sighed. I thought that by bringing her to the East Continent, I could have her by my side. Yet I did not anticipate. He glanced down with a smile. Even if she comes to the East Continent, we cannot be together every moment. Zhou could not help but look up at Commander Ming, noticing his expression of forlornness. He ventured, but as long as Commander Ming desires it, Miss Yao could remain at the castle villa to accompany you. Mingchen shook his head. The lavish life at the castle villa entices many, yet it cannot seduce her. Not even I can tempt her. Zhou was left uncertain whether the commander's words held any truth. In this world, who could resist Mingchen's allure? Even the pigeons on the terrace flocked to him. If he cannot entice her, then it seemed Miss Yao truly possessed an unwavering heart. If I insist she stays, she would comply. However, she would be unhappy, and I do not wish to see her discontent. Zhou felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This was indeed a predicament, and he was at a loss for what to do. Chapter 63. Irrelevant to love, yet warm Mingchen amused the canary in its cage for a while, gazing at the exquisite little bird with its beautiful wings. A smile graced his lips, and his every movement exuded unparalleled grace. Thus, I believe that while a splendid cage may confine a small sparrow, it is destined to be unable to contain a swan. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Butler Zhou lowered his head, utterly oblivious to the purpose of his summons. Did the gentleman merely wish to share his musings on life? Just as he contemplated whether to inquire, Mingchen turned to him with a smile. Her room must not be disturbed. Everything should be left for her, and it must be cleaned daily. She may venture wherever she pleases, though I cannot accompany her for now. I can at least ensure she has a home to return to. Butler Zhou replied, Understood, I am aware of this. Since Miss Wei's unfortunate incident, everyone in the Castle Villa district had comprehended the intentions of Commander Ming, and no one dared to neglect their responsibilities any longer. Driving from the Castle Villa district to the northern city area took approximately 1 to 2 hours. This place was sparsely populated, with most buildings being low-rise, and tall structures were rare. The training camp was still recruiting, although the line of applicants was not as lengthy as the day when Wen Yao had arrived. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Feng exited first and promptly opened the door for Wen Yao in the back seat. After she stepped out, he did not rush to re-enter the car, but instead turned to the young girl beside him. Come, I shall escort you inside and take the opportunity to greet the camp commander and the training officers. Although this young lady was quite remarkable, she was, after all, the apple of Commander Ming's eye. The training camp aimed to select and cultivate soldiers, operating under a stringent military system, where training officers were inevitably rigorous, and conditions could be harsh, which might cause her distress. As Feng stepped forward, Wen Yao remained rooted to the spot. He turned back, concern etching his features. What is it? Wen Yao replied. Thank you for your kindness, Captain He, but I can manage on my own. Feng furrowed his brow and clarified, This is not merely my kindness. It is the wish of Commander Ming. Wen Yao nodded. I understand. But my purpose in attending the training camp is to grow. If everyone defers to me out of respect for Commander Ming and refrains from being overly critical, how can I possibly develop and improve? Should I seek the respect and leniency of others, or a more comfortable lifestyle? I could simply remain in the castle villa to spend time with Mingchen, since I have chosen to come to the Eastern Continent's 14th District Training Camp. My goal is not to indulge in a life of ease. Feng expressed his concern, but Wen Yao asserted confidently, I have endured the trials of Camp F, and the orderly environment of Camp D is hardly daunting for me. Moreover, during my time in Camp F, I was battered and bruised, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Now, not only have I awakened my abilities and undergone physical evolution, but I also possess a certain understanding of the training camp and the entire Eastern Continent's 14th district. Transitioning from Camp D to Camp A is merely a matter of time. Feng gazed at the resolute young woman before him, suddenly at a loss for words. His regard for her deepening with admiration and respect. It was evident that someone who had occupied Commander Ming's thoughts for so many years was not a simple character. He then retrieved a heavy pouch of gold coins from the car and turned to present it to Wen Yao. Take this, to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Miss Yao should use the name Qiu Yao while she is out and about. Wen Yao looked at him in surprise. He Fengyan had only learned of her previous identity from Didahe later on. He smiled and explained, "Do not be alarmed. Only Commander Ming and his associates frequently travel to the northern continent. Few have truly seen the real Wen Yao, and a limited number of team members have already been warned by Commander Ming." Wen Yao paused, then nodded and accepted the pouch of gold. It seemed Mingchen was indeed quite capable. The pouch he Fengyan handed her was heavy, and upon opening it, she discovered it contained not merely a handful of coins, but rather a substantial quantity, easily numbering in the hundreds. Following the apocalypse, various communication devices had been rendered inoperable, and currency could not circulate electronically. As refugees scattered across the 4 continents, the prior forms of paper currency became impractical and difficult to unify. Consequently, the regions gradually transitioned to using gold coins as a stable form of currency. Of course, this was within the confines of secure ecological zones. In dangerous territories, the value of gold and silver coins often paled in comparison to that of food and weaponry. Wen Yao had primarily undertaken missions in perilous regions. Thus, she had never cultivated a habit of amassing such worldly possessions. In the face of genuine disaster and crisis, carrying such burdensome items was rather counterproductive. Therefore, she found no need for them now. Just before he Fengyan turned away, Wen Yao called out to him, producing 10 gold coins before his eyes and returning the pouch to him. He Fengyan was perplexed. In Gangxiao City, there are established markets. Gold and silver coins are indeed useful. Wen Yao replied, "I understand, but I do not require them. Moreover, should I find myself in need, I can earn through the tasks of the training camp. I am fully capable of being self-sufficient." He Fengyan was left speechless. Indeed, most individuals sought money to enhance their material conditions. Yet, for someone like Miss Yao, who descended from the apex of the food chain solely to pursue growth, it was evident that she held little regard for such mundane concerns. He Fengyan took back the pouch of coins, offering her a final piece of advice. Commander Ming's tasks are unique. He often ventures out and may not be present in the Castle Villa district. However, I'm always here. If you require anything or encounter difficulties, you are welcome to seek me out at any time. As he observed her thoughtful expression, reminiscent of a time long ago when her parents had sent her off to high school, a wave of nostalgia washed over Wen Yao. As the only child in a loving home, she had been cherished since childhood. From kindergarten to middle school, her parents escorted her daily. When she was accepted into a far-off high school requiring boarding, her parents had displayed the same anxious demeanor, constantly fretting over her ability to manage on her own, her reserved nature making her vulnerable to bullying, and whether she had sufficient funds, even returning to slip her extra money. While not from a wealthy family, she had experienced the warmth of a harmonious household, basking in the love of her parents, grandparents, and extended family for the past 15 years. Looking at this familiar scene, Wen Yao found herself at a loss for words, her heart swelling with emotions. She thanked the man in the black uniform, quickly gathering the 10 coins in her palm before turning away. Although her abilities rendered them unnecessary, hearing his words filled her with warmth. The sensation of having support and a foundation was markedly different from the solitude she had previously known. Mingchen may not be a good man, but in this cruel and frigid world, he brought her a sense of warmth, irrelevant to love, yet undeniably comforting. Chapter 64, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He Fengyan leaned against the car door, watching Wen Yao depart. The driver, observing the girl's slender silhouette, glanced at He Fengyan. "Captain He, perhaps we should discreetly inform the battalion commanders about Miss Yao, considering she holds a special place in Commander Ming's heart. Ensuring her well-being would provide peace of mind." He Fengyan shook his head, extinguishing the cigarette under his heel. "There's no need for such intervention. She possesses remarkable capabilities. Before long, she'll stand alongside Commander Ming. The training camp is merely a formality. Soon, she will evolve into a formidable warrior, operating on par with S-level commanders like us." After a half-hour wait, Wen Yao arrived at the training camp entrance, where the same woman was handling registration. The woman's surprise was evident upon seeing her. She remembered the pretty young girl vividly and scrutinized her clean, well-maintained attire. "Xiao Yao, you're actually alive." Wen Yao, while the words weren't exactly pleasant, she understood the sentiment in this world. "Yes, I am alive, and I've found my family. I'm heading to D camp this time." She offered a casual explanation and placed the gold coins on the worn wooden table. If F camp was a chaotic, lawless struggle for survival, D camp was its antithesis, rigorously organized and disciplined. Among the 4 camps, A, B, C, and D, freedom decreased with rank. Higher ranks held more authority and autonomy, while lower ranks were more restricted. However, D camp, as a preliminary training ground for warriors, offered the advantage of protection from senior trainers. High-ranking commanders devised strategies for dealing with particularly dangerous mutated zombies, sparing the novices from direct confrontation. Even the assigned tasks were within their capabilities and relatively safe. Most training camps in the safe zones followed a similar pattern, where rank dictated responsibilities, maximizing the survival rate of humanity. In North Continent, only F camp was absent, but this absence might explain the scarcity of resources held by the upper echelons. With limited resources, averaging them among the weak only exacerbated the shortage. Wen Yao pondered these issues as she walked, understanding why Mingchen could indulge in opulence while the North Continent's elite lived in relative deprivation. Though she respected life, she couldn't deny that East Continent's strength had a basis. In the resource-scarce post-apocalypse, East Continent's selection mechanism was more conducive to nurturing powerful individuals. It may not be humane, but aligns with human nature. After all, who would willingly struggle and level up, only to live in such hardship? People need something to look forward to. D camp's trainees were divided into numerous groups, each ranging from 30 to 50 individuals, overseen by 2 to 3 training officers, commanders, or team members with specialized skills and teaching aptitude. The training officer assigned to show Wen Yao around was a woman named Chun, around 30 years old, rumored to be a former Special Forces soldier. After introducing the various training facilities, Chun glanced at her watch. "It's almost lunchtime. Grab a meal. And remember that lunch break, including eating time, is only 40 minutes. After lunch, tidy up your dorm, and then we'll commence physical training this afternoon." Wen Yao understood. The suggestion to tidy up the dorm during lunch implied that the afternoon training would be exceptionally arduous, likely to leave her too exhausted to do anything upon returning. D camp's food was slightly better than F camp's, with 3 meals provided, but still rudimentary. Wen Yao found it difficult to swallow at lunchtime. Having been pampered by Mingchen in the opulent manner, she was now experiencing the harsh reality of adjusting from luxury to austerity. In the chaotic, dilapidated mess hall, sweat-soaked trainees poured in, group after group. Exhausted from a morning training, most were too drained to speak, focusing solely on devouring their food. Wen Yao sat quietly in a corner, eating slowly. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her. Looking up, she recognized a familiar figure. Qiuji still sported his blonde hair. Drooping his head, wearing a gray training uniform, drenched in sweat, looking wearied, as if he had spent a decade in prison. In contrast to his gloomy countenance, Wen Yao appeared serene and refreshed. The girl rolled up her sleeves, put down her chopsticks, and asked gently, "Qiuji?" Without asking why she was there, Qiuji, looking morose, complained, "I thought D camp, as a formal training camp, would be better, but it's even more grueling than F camp. We wake up at 5 and sleep at midnight, with virtually no rest. Everything is restricted, and we're trained to the point of exhaustion. These days, I've been living like a dog." Wen Yao lowered her head, smiling pointedly. "That's because I was there in F camp. On your own, you wouldn't even be able to get food. D camp, at least, provides security, and the food is distributed equally, no matter how hard or tiring. You won't be killed or starved to death." Qiuji, he was speechless. Fanning himself with his hat, he deflated. "I'm just saying, just venting. No other intention. My life is indeed much better than before. It may be bitter, but at least I can live with dignity, like a person." Seemingly remembering something, he took out 2 shiny gold coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Here, I can't owe you favors for nothing. I'll pay back the other 8 slowly." Wen Yao paused, looking up at him. The young man seemed flustered, explaining, "I didn't steal them, nor did I rob them. I earned them myself. I know you don't care, but I don't want to owe anyone. If you ever need anything, I'll go through fire and water, even to my death." Wen Yao said expressionlessly, "Is that so? Then why did you run faster than anyone when you saw the zombie horde?" Xiaozhi choked, quickly protesting. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I even went back to pull you, but those two ran first." Wen Yao said nothing. Sometimes, she thought, there was nothing wrong with it. Human nature is inherently selfish. Even Shen Yichuan, her partner of 7 years, and her comrades who had fought alongside her for years could abandon her to save themselves. What need was there to demand more from these ordinary, pitiful people? Wen Yao didn't need the money, but she didn't want to hurt his pride. She picked up the 2 gold coins and said to Qiuzhi, "All right, I'll take them." Chapter 65. If the mountain does not come to you, you must go to the mountain a day after the sky is cleared. Dark clouds rolled in once more, bringing relentless torrential rain. As a substantial influx of refugees entered Port Bridge City, an ocean of zombies amassed outside the city, situated along the coast. Port Bridge faced threats from sea monsters to the east and zombie hordes pressing in from the west, prompting heightened vigilance across all docks and defensive lines. In this tumultuous time, all commanders of the castle villa were deployed. Only Mingchen and Lin found a moment of respite amidst the chaos. Of course, Lin was not idle. As a leading medical doctor, he not only saved lives, but also engaged in pharmaceutical research, contributing to the development of various effective medicines and viral vaccines. Today, he had been engrossed in reviewing literature reports when Mingchen dragged him to the 4th floor office. Lin had initially assumed that the commander had a matter of importance to discuss, only to find himself watching the computer screen alongside Mingchen. Displayed on a large screen was a zoomable satellite map, with a moving red dot at its center, leaving a long trail of red behind it. The red dot was located in the northern suburbs of Port Bridge City, moving within a confined area, indicating it had remained active in this small zone for several days. Lin quickly grasped the situation, feeling a mix of disbelief and exasperation at the apparent absurdity of both Miss Yao and Commander Mingchen's decisions. One chose to endure hardship in a training camp despite having a comfortable life. The other, capable of employing numerous methods to keep people safe in the villa, was instead fixated on this screen, yearning for someone who was absent. Frustrated, Lin wondered when he would return to his reports. After standing for a full 2 hours, his legs numb, Mingchen finally withdrew his concentrated gaze from the screen, smiling at him with a soothing, gentle voice. "Dr. Lin, are you cursing me in your heart?" Lin managed a polite smile, playing along with the charade. "Of course not, Commander Ming. You are my superior, and I must respect you regardless." The man's striking features reflected the faint blue light from the screen, lending him an unintentional air of cold beauty. With a slight smile and lowered lashes, he lamented as if he were the most innocent party. "They have all left, and in this vast castle, you are the only one keeping me company, Dr. Lin." Lin, feeling far from honored, retorted awkwardly. "Not long ago, the 10th district of Northern Continent fell completely. It is currently the largest survivor zone, and the zombie tide has not only affected the remaining districts, but has also reached our 14th district at the border between the 2 continents. Therefore, everyone is quite busy." The implication was clear. It was only Mingchen who had the luxury of idleness. Seeing that his companion was reluctant to let him leave, Lin suggested, "Why not bring Miss Yao back to keep you company?" Mingchen leaned back in his chair, fingers pressed against his temple, shaking his head slightly. Since she chose to go to the training camp, she would not wish to return. After a moment of thought, Lin continued to propose ideas. "If the mountain does not come to you, then you should go to the mountain. Why not accompany her at the training camp, Commander?" Just as they were engaged in this idle banter, 2 individuals emerged from the elevators on either side of the 4th floor. Their expressions were urgent, and they rushed into the office. Fengyan and Mei Yasha exchanged startled glances before their faces turned serious, and they entered the office in silence. Mei Yasha was the first to speak. "It's bad, boss. The number of zombies outside the city is overwhelming. We can barely hold the southwestern wall." Fengyan glanced at Mei Yasha. "We captured 2 spies from the northern continent near the research base. It's unclear how they infiltrated, and their accomplices are still at large. All combat teams are preoccupied with defending the city, and I fear they might incite internal chaos. Mingchen turned his chair to face them, raising an eyebrow, his demeanor suddenly serious. Which situation is more dire? Yifengyan replied, hers. Yasha added, mine. If the southwestern wall falls, our 14th district will not be far from collapse. Yasha said, visibly anxious. Mingchen, with a languid grace, stood up, extending his long, pale hand to retrieve a gun from the desk, smiling at Yifengyan. Lock down all security doors at the research base. I will personally interrogate the captives upon my return. Yifengyan nodded. Understood. Linzarin watched Mingchen's back as he departed with the gun, finally exhaling in relief. At last, they had found something for the idle commander to do. In the car, Yasha drove, while Mingchen sat in the passenger seat, twirling the gun in his hand as he inquired. The southwestern wall has never been breached in all these years. Why is it on the verge of collapse this time? Yasha frowned deeply. There are simply too many zombies this time, coming in waves with bizarre mutations, and even giant zombies towering at 3 to 5 meters tall, causing the ground to tremble as they approach. Furthermore, the torrential rains have persisted for days, making it impossible to ignite the piles of zombies we've slain. Zombies, being lifeless, can reassemble and mutate after just a day or two of accumulation. They are exceedingly difficult to manage. Mingchen rested his hand against the window, deep in thought. Adjacent to the 10th district of Northern Continent are the 12th and 13th districts. We are separated from the 10th district by the 13th. He tilted his head slightly, his peach blossom eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. So why are these zombies circumventing us? Yasha seemed taken aback by this line of reasoning, glancing at her boss in surprise. Indeed, the 10th district had fallen. Yet no news had emerged from the 13th district. Instead, the more distant 14th district was bearing the brunt. Was the boss suspecting that individuals from the 13th district were behind this? However, Mingchen did not elaborate further, his lips curling into a pleased smile, his expression unfazed by tension or anger, exuding an air of leisurely ease. Now, that is indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 66, Sky Ablaze. Illuminating the warriors' eyes, a torrential downpour descended, the oppressive clouds above layered so densely that the sky resembled the pre-dawn gloom. As Mingchen alighted from a vehicle, an umbrella shielding him, the base of the city walls was revealed to be besieged by a mountain of corpses. Were it not for the valiant resistance of the warriors, the relentless horde of ravenous zombies would have undoubtedly scaled the fortifications. A pungent, fetid odor permeated the rain-soaked air, nauseating in its intensity. Dozens of S-class commanders orchestrated countless combat teams, their firearms erupting in a deafening cacophony. Amidst the deluge, every combatant was soaked to the bone, their vision obscured by the misty rain. They fought with a desperate intensity, a stark contrast to the comparative ease with which they had previously defended the city. God damn it! Has the sky sprung a leak? It's pouring like there's no tomorrow. In this downpour, what's the point of trying to ignite anything? It'll never catch fire. Even oil is useless. A soldier, glancing back from the edge of the wall, noticed the conspicuous white-clad figure, and his eyes gleamed with hope. Excellent. Commander Ming is here. He can control fire. If he can incinerate this mountain of corpses, it'll be a trivial matter. Amidst their expectant gazes, the man in white strolled to the edge of the wall. Uncharacteristically, he was without an umbrella, the rain drenching him, droplets cascading down his brow and temples, tracing a path along his jawline and throat before disappearing into his collar. This imbued his noble, aloof countenance with an alluring vulnerability. Ignoring the stares directed his way, Mingchen casually stooped, a black handgun in one hand while the other rested upon the bluestone bricks. In an instant, Inferno erupted, a radiant, crimson blaze engulfing the sloping mound of zombies, extending hundreds of meters beyond the city walls. The conflagration illuminated the faces of the warriors. The acrid scent of burning flesh filled the saturated air, mingling with the stench of blood and decay. The zombies still writhing within the fiery inferno emitted piercing howls, accompanied by the sizzling sound of burning fat. In short order, The deluge-fueled inferno consumed the piles of zombies and corpses. D-Camp, being a novice training facility for green recruits, prioritized safety by excluding them from external combat exercises during the initial training phase. The regimen primarily consisted of closed-environment physical conditioning, such as endurance and strength training, which for Wen Yao were mere fundamentals. She even observed that her physical prowess had more than doubled since her ability awakened. During the 30-kilometer runs, while others gasped for breath and collapsed in exhaustion, she remained unfazed. Her precision in cold weapon drills, where others struggled to cleave a single piece of wood, hacking clumsily even when fatigued, was akin to slicing radishes with effortless ease. In agility training, where others were left bearing red welts from the instructor's whips, she navigated the chaotic flurry unscathed. Within days, she had captivated everyone in D-Camp. Strength, speed, stamina, resilience, accuracy. She surpassed all others in every aspect. The rain fell heavily today. Wen Yao was the first to finish the 30-kilometer run, seeking refuge beneath a canopy beside the training field, wringing the water from her sleeves. The other trainees, failing to meet their targets, were still scattered across the worn, red synthetic track, their faces flushed, drenched in sweat and rain, panting heavily, teetering on the brink of collapse. The stragglers moved at a snail's pace, some even succumbing to unconsciousness. Amidst the downpour, someone shouted to Chun Kellen, reporting, "Instructor Chun, he's fainted. Drag him away. If he's not dead, he'll run again this afternoon." Yes. Chun Kellen, also standing in the rain, supervising them, noticed the overweight trainee at the rear on the verge of stopping. She strode forward, lashing him with her whip, roaring, "You piece of trash! Would you dare run this slowly if zombies were after you?" The overweight trainee yelped in pain and hastily quickened his pace. Chun Kellen retracted her whip, her gaze settling upon the girl quietly seated on the bench beneath the canopy. The girl possessed a fair complexion and delicate features, her slender figure adorned in the oversized gray training uniform, resembling a child who had pilfered her parents' clothing. Her alluring beauty and gentle demeanor suggested a fragile disposition, yet she was a formidable force. Chun Kellen approached her, offering a bottle of mineral water. "Since you chose to become a ranger, I presume you're unwilling to submit to the control of the 4 Continents districts? Why did you decide to join the Eastern Continent's 14th District Training Camp?" Wen Yao's skills were exceptional. To conceal her past identity as a commander from the Northern Continent, she claimed to be a ranger. Rangers were unaffiliated with any organization, and due to the scarcity of firearms, they primarily relied on cold weapons. They hunted in perilous zones year-round, lacking any sanctuary. Thus, their strength was comparable to that of combat team members. Moreover, her weapon of choice was the saber, making her story plausible. Wen Yao accepted the water, expressing her gratitude. "I used to have companions, but they're all dead. I'm the only survivor who made it here. In this world, one cannot survive alone for long." As Chun Kellen and Wen Yao engaged in conversation, a fair-skinned, delicate girl clutching her stomach slowly approached. Chun Kellen glanced at her, her expression instantly hardening, scolding. "What are you doing here? Have you finished your run?" Jin Yuan glanced at Wen Yao, who was drinking water. Her eyes filled with tears as she pleaded with Chun Kellen, reporting, "Instructor Chun, I have a stomach ache. Can I rest for a while?" Wen Yao turned her gaze towards them. Jin Yuan looked at her with pleading eyes. "I really don't feel well." Before she could finish, Chun Kellen stood up with her whip, striking the girl heavily on her frail back. "Get out. Tell the zombies you have a stomach ache and see if they'll spare you." Jin Yuan screamed in pain, forced to return to the track under Chun Kellen's coercion, running and weeping. Upon her return, Chun Kellen grumbled, visibly displeased. "This isn't the first time. She always claims to have a stomach ache during running training. What a coincidence. I despise those weaklings who feign helplessness to shirk their duties. Does she not realize what kind of world this is? She still thinks she's in high school gym class." Wen Yao shifted her gaze from Jin Yuan's retreating figure, silently taking another sip of water, saying nothing. Chun Kellen sat down and said to her, "With your abilities, there's no need for you to stay in D-Camp. Your timing is perfect. Participate directly in the D to C assessment in a couple of days." Wen Yao replaced the cap on the bottle. Didn't you say I need to obtain the assessment qualification first? Chapter 67. Why should one kneel when they can stand? Chen Yichuan shook her head and remarked, the assessment task is practical training outside the city. The so-called qualification for assessment is merely a test of whether one meets the comprehensive standards. Failing to meet these standards could lead to life-threatening situations, but I assure you, you have nothing to worry about. Aside from your shooting accuracy being slightly lacking, the rest of your skills are at least A level, if not S level. I can see that without any testing. Wen Yao looked at Chen Yichuan's seasoned demeanor with delight. She had initially been troubled by the fact that decamp did not allow them to go out and fight zombies. To her surprise, she would soon be transferred to C camp, where the training model was far less restrictive than that of decamp. They had missions rewards, and a significantly increased frequency of excursions beyond the city. She nodded at Chen Yichuan and smiled in gratitude, saying, "All right, I understand." After the morning training session concluded, they would have half a day of rest in the afternoon. Decamp offered very little leisure time. They only had this half day each month for free activities. During this rare opportunity, the trainers, who felt as if they were imprisoned, could venture outside the camp to visit family or shop at the city market. Wen Yao had no family to visit and nothing to purchase. Just as she pondered what to do, a fleeting thought crossed her mind about Mingchen. He had seemingly given her a directive to periodically return to the castle villa to check for any injuries. Though it was a rather mundane command, she considered returning after all. The villa was somewhat distant, and it would take a long time to walk back without a vehicle, so she would need to rent one with gold coins. With this thought in mind, she headed towards the dilapidated concrete dormitory building across the playground. At that moment, in one of the rooms within the dormitory, Wen Yao wept bitterly, applying medicine to her back while gasping and lamenting. I thought the legendary decamp would be wonderful, but this is what we get. We trainers are living worse than prisoners. After applying the medicine, she withdrew her hand and stared at the bloodstains on her fingertips, her expression shifting to one of deeper grievance. "Oh, I'm bleeding." With that, she tossed the ointment aside and could not help but burst into tears, exclaiming, "Why did they send us to D camp? It would be better to return to F camp. At least there, we weren't subjected to the whims of instructors who lash out at us for no reason." Bei Xiaoduo entered from the balcony after hanging up her laundry and, upon seeing Wen Yao's incessant complaints, sighed, "At least D camp has rules. No one dares to bully us here. You should be grateful." Wen Yao retorted, "But during my time at F camp, even before Qiu Yao arrived, I wasn't bullied much at all. That's because you were stubborn, always fixated on your deceased boyfriend, and refusing to heed their words, which led to your punishment." Bei Xiaoduo placed the basin beneath the bed, and the mention of painful memories made her eyes turn red. "But I don't want to listen to them, nor do I want to be humiliated. Why should one kneel when they can stand?" Wen Yao exclaimed, her frustration boiling over, seeing the disagreement between them. Wen Yao could not contain her anger any longer. "Fine, if you're so capable, but your courage is still less than mine. The assessment in D camp requires facing zombies in real combat. If you fail, you will be a prisoner here for life, suffering endlessly." Their argument ended on a sour note, with Wen Yao storming out in her clothes, only to encounter a man in the corridor below. Upon seeing her distressed expression, he approached and gently inquired, "What is wrong, sweetheart?" Upon seeing him, Wen Yao's eyes turned red with grievance. "It's that instructor Chun. I couldn't run away, and she whipped me with her whip. When will you get me into your group?" Fan Chia smirked playfully, reaching to unbutton Wen Yao's collar. "Where did she hit you? Let me see." "Hey, don't touch me, it hurts," she protested. His expression shifted as he heard her words, and he replied with a hint of disappointment, "Not in the mood today?" Wen Yao's eyes narrowed, her suspicion evident. "Can you promise me something?" As he playfully patted her backside, he leered, "This isn't entirely up to me. If Instructor Chen 1T let you go, I can't do anything about it. However, I do have a way to get you into C camp. I can register your name on the assessment list." Wen Yao was aware that C camp offered much more freedom and was not as stifling as D camp. Her eyes brightened at his words. "Really? But even if I secure you a spot, you 1T be able to complete the assessment. You can't fight those zombies." Fan Chia was eager and impatient. He pulled Wen Yao into a shabby guard room, pressing her against the wall while unfastening her clothes, whispering in her ear, "I have insider information. The 10th district of Beizhou has fallen, and a horde of zombies is surging towards the 14th district. The situation outside the city is extremely dangerous. Therefore, the assessment task has been modified by higher-ups, shifting from individual to group evaluations." Shen Yichuan's back was already injured, and his reckless handling caused her pain. Yet upon hearing his words, she bit her lip and forced herself to endure the agony. Asking with a coy smile, "What do you mean?" "It means I'll place you in a formidable team, and you can win just by lying there." Then, Shen Yichuan wanted to ask more, but his heavy kiss silenced her, and he gasped, "Darling, I fulfilled your request. Should you also meet my needs first?" Pushing him away, Shen Yichuan, with tears in her eyes, protested, "I have an injury on my back." Without saying a word, he pretended to be compassionate, kissing her lightly before flipping her over with a grin. "Just hold on. Make sure to call out loudly." Before long, the glass windows were fogged with moisture, obscuring the entwined figures within, while the torrential rain outside drowned out all sounds of distress. Wen Yao returned at a most inopportune moment. As she reached the stairway, just before ascending, she noticed the door to the guardroom on the first floor swing open. A man and woman stealthily emerged. The man, with a sun-kissed complexion and a robust physique, was fastening his belt as they exited. The woman, with disheveled hair and flushed cheeks, had several buttons on her clothing askew, trailing behind him with complaints, "I was already feeling uncomfortable, and now my knees are scraped." "This is all your fault." Wen Yao, having fortuitously stumbled upon this scene, could only think, "I seem to have interrupted something." After Shen Yichuan finished her grievances, she lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Wen Yao. The young girl, dressed in the same training uniform and with her hair tied back in a ponytail, stood tall with a gentle demeanor, her exquisite features softening her penetrating gaze. Shen Yichuan felt an unexpected wave of shame wash over her under Wen Yao's calm scrutiny. She nudged Fan Xie, signaling him to leave before awkwardly greeting, "Qiu Yao? What are you doing here?" Chapter 68. "Do you need me to undress for your inspection?" Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes, averting her gaze. "I came back to retrieve something." Shen Yichuan paused momentarily, sensing a hint of disappointment and coldness in Wen Yao's eyes. She hurriedly stepped forward, trying to ingratiate herself. "Since everyone is resting this afternoon, would you like to visit the market together? I'll go fetch Bei Xiaoduo as well. After all, we used to go together." "No, I have matters to attend to." Wen Yao's voice was gentle, yet devoid of emotion. Seeing Wen Yao's indifference, Shen Yichuan felt a growing unease and couldn't help but explain, "I'm not the person you think I am. My situation with Instructor Fan is merely because Instructor Chun has been targeting me. I just don't want to remain under her control anymore, so..." Wen Yao paused on the stairs, turning back to calmly retort, "Who do you think you are? A military officer would not single you out. Shen Yichuan, one may be temporarily weak, but one must discern right from wrong." Wen Yao chose not to elaborate further, turning to ascend the stairs, leaving Shen Yichuan at the bottom, her eyes reddening as she awkwardly tucked her fingers back into her sleeves. Having changed into a clean outfit, Wen Yao exited the training camp with gold coins in hand, only to find that the torrential rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. The desolate ground was strewn with withered grass and mud, and the distant low buildings were bustling with voices, creating a chaotic scene. She had intended to find a vehicle to the castle villa, but soon realized that transportation resources were scarce in these times, even with gold coins. Renting a vehicle proved challenging. Walking back would take her over 10 hours, a journey that would typically require just over an hour by car. Perhaps next time, she mused. Just as she decided to turn back, a strange black sedan slowly approached her. Unfamiliar with the vehicle, she thought she was obstructing its path and hurriedly moved aside, only to find the car seemingly playing a game, maneuvering to remain parallel with her. Wen Yao. Resolutely, she stood still. The black window rolled down, revealing a familiar, cool, handsome face. The car door opened, and the man smiled with a raised eyebrow. "Have you forgotten your own people just because I've changed vehicles? Get in." Wen Yao hesitated for a moment before quickly opening the door and sitting inside, glancing at the drenched man beside her. "What brings you here?" Before Mingchen could respond, the front passenger, Dito, interjected, "The southwest city wall was overrun with zombies. We almost couldn't hold it. The boss just returned after setting the fires. Mayasha, in the driver's seat, shot him a glare. They didn't ask you. So keep your mouth shut." Wen Yao withdrew her gaze, focusing on Mingchen, who appeared different today, his hair dripping with water, his white shirt clinging to him, subtly outlining his form. She had never seen him like this. Typically, he would avoid the rain with an umbrella. "How did you get so wet?" It was merely a casual inquiry, yet as soon as the words left her lips, he lifted his water-speckled eyelashes, his deep, dark eyes meeting hers, his voice smooth and teasing. "What did you say?" Wen Yao realized she was beginning to mirror his tone and instinctively looked away. "What I meant was, you usually carry an umbrella when you go out. How did you end up soaked today?" Mingchen's eyebrows arched slightly as he grinned mischievously. "What's wrong? Are you concerned?" Wen Yao. She admired his interpretative skills. Mingchen reclined lazily in his seat, explaining, "Today's circumstances were special. It wasn't convenient to use an umbrella." Wen Yao, not one for excessive conversation, saw the car start moving and succinctly stated, "I've been at Camp D these past few days. I haven't gone anywhere." After saying that, she symbolically rolled up her sleeves for him to inspect, adding earnestly, "So, I haven't encountered any danger or sustained any injuries. You can let me out now." The girl's skin was naturally fair, her hands indeed unblemished. Mingchen hadn't anticipated she would take him seriously. His gaze traveled from her fingertips to her porcelain arms, finally landing on her face. "You're only showing me your arms. What about the rest?" Wen Yao was taken aback, her expression slightly incredulous. "Are you suggesting that I should undress for your inspection?" At these words, Mayasha and Dahu exchanged glances, both internally marveling at how their boss was certainly playful. Mingchen chuckled softly, his tone light. "If you accompany us back to the castle villa, the maid can inspect you." Fearing she would object, he added, "I'll ensure you return by tomorrow morning." Wen Yao felt it unnecessary, but the vehicle had already driven far, and even if she got out, returning would be troublesome. As she settled quietly and gazed out the window, Mingchen's voice drifted to her ear. "Of course, if you prefer my personal inspection, that can be arranged. Always at your service, Miss Wen." Chapter 69. The unwavering responsibility of a husband. Mingchen's voice, low and magnetic, resonated with a gentle and melodious charm. The deliberate emphasis on words like personally and serve further intensified the already humid atmosphere in the back seat. What does she want? Why does this man always turn the tables on her? Wen Yao turned to reprimand him, but when her gaze met his alluring, beguiling peach blossom eyes, all words inexplicably lodged in her throat. Forget it. He's handsome, so he has his reasons. He has this personality and tone and seems to have a few screws loose. They are no longer enemies, so there is no need to engage him in every little dispute. Wen Yao averted her gaze and said nothing further. Upon arriving at the ancient castle villa, Mingchen first returned to his suite to change clothes, while Wen Yao was guided back to her original room by a maid. She had assumed that after her time at the training camp, her room would be cleared out, considering she had merely been temporarily residing here to recuperate. However, upon her return, she discovered that everything in her room remained untouched. Her clothes, her used cups, and even the pens and notebooks she had doodled with were all exactly as she had left them. The maid, noticing her astonishment, hurriedly explained. This was ordered by Commander Ming, who instructed that Miss Yao's belongings were not to be disturbed. "We are only responsible for dusting. Please rest assured." When Yao approached the desk and pulled out an old notebook from the drawer, gently flipping it open, the records inside were her safeguard against prying eyes. Aside from names written in universal script, all other significant information was inscribed in characters only she could decipher. Yet, there were no signs of anyone having touched them. No one had meddled with her clothes, her notebook, or anything else, even though she might not have cared, feeling indifferent about their disposal. No one had rummaged through her belongings. Not even Mingchen, the owner of this villa. In fact, Mingchen had never struck her as this kind of person. His character was in stark contrast to that of Shen Yichuan. If Shen Yichuan was perceived as a principled and honest individual, then Mingchen was akin to a cunning fox. He was ruthless in his methods, adept at manipulating hearts, and beneath his charming facade lay a master of deceit who would stop at nothing to achieve his desires. Yet, even this inherently crafty individual had stifled his curiosity, offering her ample respect, which was indeed unexpected. The sensation of returning to this room felt less like a return from the brutal training camp and more like being welcomed home from school. She recalled many years ago during her high school boarding days when her mother would always tidy up her room but never touch her belongings. No matter when she returned home, her cozy and beautifully arranged room always remained immaculate. Unfortunately, she hadn't experienced such warmth of home in a long, long time. Miss Yao? The maid, noticing that Miss Yao stood silently by the desk, couldn't help but call out to her. Wen Yao snapped back to reality, quickly placing the notebook down and looking at her. Are you hungry, Miss Yao? Why not take a shower and change your clothes? I'll bring you some fruit. It's still afternoon. Dinner hasn't started yet. Wen Yao nodded. All right, thank you. That evening, Wen Yao dined with Mingchen. Having endured the dismal fare at the training camp, her appetite had dramatically improved. Everything was a culinary delight. Moreover, the fruits that evening were exceptionally fresh and delectable. She devoured nearly a whole plate of plump, enticing cherries. After satisfying her hunger, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Mingchen, who was intently playing with his utensils. Extend your hand. Mingchen raised an eyebrow, puzzled yet complying. He set down his utensils and playfully extended his palm towards her. What's up? Want to play with my hand? His fingers were long and well-defined, and as he casually extended his hand, it fell perfectly within the glow of the candlelight, exuding an alluring sheen, presenting a tantalizingly inviting demeanor. Ignoring his teasing remark, Wen Yao retrieved 13 gold coins from her pocket and placed them in his outstretched palm. Mingchen observed her silent action, slightly raising an eyebrow. What's this for? Wen Yao explained, the first place in each training project in Camp D receives a gold coin as a reward. These are what I've earned over the past few days. Of course, 2 of them are from Ji, but since I protected him in Camp F, it's only fair that I return the favor. Mingchen quietly regarded her, finding her earnestness oddly endearing, as if she had returned from the training camp specifically to share her rewards with him. He lowered his gaze to the coins resting in his palm, still warm from her touch. For me? Wen Yao nodded. Yes, I'll give you everything I earn in the future. She disliked the weight of coins in her possession and found them unnecessary. Perhaps Mingchen wouldn't particularly value them either, but he seemed to take pleasure in material comforts, likely caring more about money than she did. Besides, given her debts to him, returning a little was better than nothing. In Beizhou, she possessed little personal wealth and had mostly shared the few gold and silver coins she earned with her fellow teammates. Now, however, aside from Mingchen, there was no one else of greater importance in her life. Mingchen retracted his hand, playfully flipping the coins in his palm. Really? You're giving them all to me? With a knowing smile, he looked up to meet Wen Yao's clear, beautiful apricot eyes, his mood evidently lifted. All right, between us, I'll handle the finances. You can leave them with me for safekeeping. The responsibility of a husband is an unwavering obligation. Wen Yao, I meant to give them to you, not to have you keep them for me. Yet this man seemed entirely oblivious, not only failing to understand her intent, but also placing the coins back in her palm one by one. After neatly stacking the 13 coins in her hand, he gently pushed them down, picking them up again one by one. Wen Yao knew he enjoyed playing, and she didn't stop him. However, when his cool fingertips brushed her palm, an inexplicable tickle coursed through her. The skin he had touched seemed to spark with a slight electric charge, sending a tremor up her arm to her heart, leaving her utterly flustered. Instinctively, she wanted to retract her hand, but Mingchen held her palm steady, his finger resting on a gold coin, gently pressing against her soft palm. The delicate yet firm pressure stirred boundless imagination. Chapter 70. Exclusively belonging to him, Wen Yao felt an inexplicable warmth rising in her ears as she gazed up at him. Her eyes collided with the swirling peach blossom depths of his gaze, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. His exquisite features were breathtaking, and the luster of his eyes exuded profound affection, as if enticing her to sink into their depths. Mingchen gently rubbed the last gold coin against her palm, his beautiful lips parting to reveal a low, magnetic voice that was almost hypnotic. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. What distinction is there? Wen Yao's heart jolted unexpectedly, and she hastily withdrew her hand, causing the coin to roll across the table before it came to a stop beside her. Although Mingchen had done nothing overtly inappropriate, his habitual flirtation left her feeling disconcerted. Why did his playful handling of a mere coin evoke such unease within her? Toxic. This man was indeed toxic. Wen Yao believed she could not remain under the same roof as him, for whatever he did would lead her to overthink. She refrained from responding to Mingchen, curling her numbed fingers as she stood. I shall return to my room now. Watching the girl flee in a flurry, Mingchen retrieved the solitary coin, chuckling softly as he gazed at the 13 coins resting in his palm. She had given him the silver moon knife, the silver bracelet, and now the gold coin. Soon, her person, her heart, and her love would all belong to him, exclusively to him. During the day, Mingchen had wielded his powers to incinerate countless zombies in the torrential rain, resulting in significant depletion of his spiritual energy. After dinner, he changed into a casual outfit and collapsed onto the lavishly adorned vintage sofa in the living room. Each time, he overexerted himself. He was met with a splitting headache, plunging him into fragmented nightmares, and this occasion was no different. The dark world within his consciousness gradually brightened, revealing a small villa complete with a garden. Rain dripped steadily, washing the cobblestone path and soaking a bundle of crushed roses. Get out! A woman's frenzied voice echoed within the house, followed by the sound of bags and cups being hurled outside. Hui, don't you have a woman outside? Why are you back? Get out! Get out! At the villa's entrance, a bespectacled middle-aged man was shoved outside by the enraged woman, seemingly igniting his own fury. He seized her hair, dragging her into the rain, pointing an accusing finger as he shouted, "Who should get out? I earn every expense in this house, including the money for you and the child. You do nothing at home, living as a wealthy lady. What right do you have to tell me to leave? Who are you? I am the pillar of this family." The woman fell upon the cobblestones, scraping her knee and bleeding as the rain mingled with her tears of despair cascading down her face. As the scene shifted, the rain before the villa ceased, and the desperate woman and the furious man vanished, replaced by a beautiful little boy resembling a porcelain doll. The boy, around 2 or 3 years old, was drenched in sweat, standing in the garden with a look of distress. On this scorching day in June, he appeared pale, on the verge of heat stroke. Before long, another youth, dressed in a white shirt and possessing delicate features, returned from outside. Frowning, he quickly took the little boy's hand. "What are you doing standing here? Come, let's go inside." The little boy pouted, his expression one of grievance as he whimpered, "Brother, Mommy won't let me in." The youth's expression grew complex. Yet he bent down to pat the boy's head, offering comfort. "Perhaps Mommy is just upset today. I'll talk to her." Peering through the crack of the door, the little boy's eyes were red as he watched the youth stand before the woman holding a coffee cup, speaking earnestly. "Mommy, can you please stop this? Little Aiken is just a child. What does he understand? Your conflicts with Daddy shouldn't involve him. He is innocent, and so am I." The woman immediately rose from the sofa, angrily smashing the coffee cup, and with a sharp slap, the youth's face was turned aside. "You are my son. How can you side with him? Your father insists on bringing him back. Now, do you expect me to take care of him too? Or are you all of the G family simply animals? Your father is an animal, and so are you, right?" Tears brimmed in the youth's eyes as he trembled. "But have I done anything wrong? Did little Aiken do anything wrong? As children, we cannot choose the families or environments we were born into. Why is it our fault? Why should we suffer for our father's mistakes?" The scene shattered amidst the youth's cries, and soon the little boy grew to 4 years old, still as exquisitely beautiful as a porcelain doll, while the youth who adored wearing white shirts had also grown taller. In a serene and warm study, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the little boy who sat on the floor playing with cards, while the youth leaned against the window, quietly reading. Suddenly, the little boy raised his head, holding up a card. "Brother, how you read this character?" "Sean, it means kindness." "What does kindness mean?" "It means to be a good person. We must strive to be good and kind. Do you understand?" The little boy pondered for a moment, then asked, "Brother, does Mommy dislike me?" The youth was taken aback by the question, but quickly responded with a smile. No, there are no parents who do not love their children. Daddy loves you, and Mommy loves you too. Daddy is just very busy with work, and Mommy is having a disagreement with him. Little Aiken, don't overthink it. The scene shifted once more, and the little boy was now 6 years old, while his brother had left for school in another city, leaving only him and his mother at home. One day, upon returning from school, he found the house in disarray, everything smashed to pieces. The woman, clad in a green velvet dress and her hair disheveled, sat amidst the wreckage, resembling a ghost. The bespectacled middle-aged man sighed beside her. Yin Che's condition is congenital. We couldn't save him, and I am deeply saddened. As he spoke, he pulled the recently returned little boy closer, adjusting his glasses. If you're truly upset, you can consider him our son. Chapter 71, he resembled a prince within this castle. Since then, the little boy became the biological son of the madwoman, who began to treat him with tenderness, providing him with freshly ironed clothes, preparing breakfast for him each day, and packing milk into his backpack. She started to love him as a mother would. However, she had one demand. He must, like his brother, frequently smile, enjoy reading, possess a kind heart, and wear a clean, tidy white shirt. Otherwise, the woman would immediately turn cold, sternly reprimanding or even tormenting him. No crying was permitted. He was to smile, yes, just like that. Only by meeting these expectations would she love him. Otherwise, he would not be her son. Understood? Speak up. Do not sulk like a mute every day. Who allowed you to touch these things? You are not allowed to play with that. The boy, naturally quiet and obedient, gradually learned how to win the woman's favor under her daily scrutiny and admonitions. He slowly adapted to become like his brother on days when his brother was absent. Like a shadow, like a monster, like a puppet devoid of any emotions. One day, he had hidden a piece of red building block he had found under the bed, only to be discovered by his mother. Instantly, the woman who had gently called him for breakfast transformed, throwing the milk from her hand. As the glass shattered on the floor, the boy's hair was seized, and with a vacant expression, he was forcefully slammed against the wall. How many times have I told you not to touch it? Not to touch it. Do you take my words lightly? After the boy's head was bloodied from the impact, the woman collapsed in emotional turmoil, weeping hysterically. That night, as spring rain drenched the blossoming flowers outside, the room remained dim and dark. The boy, cradling his injured head, quietly curled up in the corner of the sofa. Watching the argument unfold, the woman cried in despair, "He is nothing like him. He is not Yin Che. He is not him. He is not my son." The man, irritated, shouted back, "What madness is this? Do we not agree? He is your son now." "He is not. He is merely your experiment, a puppet, a monster. Our son is dead. He is the one who caused Yin Che's demise. It is him." The scene shattered abruptly like glass, sticky blood splattering across the boy's brow and eyelashes. Within the chaotic and disordered dream, Mingchen saw the madwoman wielding a dagger, stabbing the boy on the ground repeatedly. Then, he glimpsed numerous iron cages imprisoning women and children, the children drained of blood, lying as lifeless corpses on cold laboratory tables, while the women clutched the iron bars, driven mad. Cries and wails echoed, heart-wrenching, accompanied by the profusion of bright red blood spilling from the corners of the floor. The scene dimming gradually into darkness. Mingchen felt a splitting headache in the dimly lit vintage living room. His long eyelashes fluttered as he opened his alluring yet perilous peach blossom eyes. Once, Wen Yao, who had no conditions to enjoy life, found herself led astray by Mingchen, beginning to think that occasionally indulging in leisure was not so bad. After all, who knew when disaster would strike, or how long she would live? Thus, that night, after finishing dinner, Wen Yao went to bed, instructing the maid to wake her at 3. The soft bed, the smooth silk quilt, sleeping here felt worlds apart from the hard wooden beds of the training camp. That night, she slept soundly, and even when awoken at 3, she was reluctant to rise. After getting up, the maid served her breakfast, an unusual occurrence at this hour, evidently prepared by the restaurant chef who had been summoned to work overtime for her. Wen Yao intended to leave immediately after breakfast, but upon glancing out the window, she felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over her. The castle villa was exquisitely decorated. The room was illuminated by a soft yellow lamp, and the gentle breeze lifted the sheer pink curtains, creating a warm ambience. Outside the pitch-black window, there were no sounds of zombie monsters roaring, and the cool wind at dawn made her momentarily feel as if the years of dark suffering had merely been a dream, a long, terrifying nightmare of humanity lasting 7 years. At that moment, it seemed as if the apocalypse had not arrived, her family had not been torn apart, and she was simply an early riser heading to school. Wen Yao did not comprehend why these thoughts crossed her mind, nor did she understand the emotions stirring within her. After stepping outside, she did not descend the stairs but headed towards Mingchen's suite. The tall door at the end of the corridor was ajar, leaving a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Peering through, she saw the opulent European-style living room shrouded in dim light. All was dark, save for a few candlesticks beside the sofa, their flames flickering softly in the breeze, casting a faint yellow glow in a small circle. In the center of the gilded vintage leather sofa reclined a man of extraordinary beauty, clad in a white shirt, draped with a dark red velvet blanket. His hands hung naturally at his sides, and though his posture appeared casual, it was flawless, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, alluring and enchanting. The candlelight on the metallic candle stand, the blood-red roses on the transparent glass coffee table, and the gleaming gold coins in his palm, all served to adorn him. He lay there peacefully, like a prince within this castle. Wen Yao initially intended to greet him and leave, akin to how she would bid farewell to her parents before departing. However, as she stood gazing at the slumbering man, she found herself unable to move. Just as she resolved to turn and leave, the man on the sofa lifted his hand, causing the dark red blanket to slip to the floor. Without the blanket, the room felt oddly cold in the dim light. For reasons unknown, Wen Yao stepped inside, compulsively picking up the blanket from the ground and draping it back over the man. Unexpectedly, this gentle action prompted him to slightly open his eyes, the candlelit glow illuminating his peach blossom gaze as he looked at her, his eyes rich and beguiling. Wen Yao, taken aback by his awakening, calmly explained, "Your blanket fell on the floor. I came over to help you pick it up, nothing more." Chapter 72. Just hold on a little longer. Mingchen, however, paid no heed to the blanket draped over him. His eyes, resembling hooks, lifted to behold the gentle beauty who had intruded upon his private sanctuary. A subtle smile graced his lips as he pointed out, with an air of feigned nonchalance, standing at the doorway for 2 minutes and 36 seconds. When this hall could possibly captivate Miss Wen for so long. Thus, it became apparent that he had not been asleep at all. Wen Yao felt deceived and quickly turned to leave, only to find her bracelet ensnared by his finger, halting her retreat. Before she could utter a word, he met her gaze, his voice husky as he confessed, "I had a rather frightful nightmare." Wen Yao remained uncertain of his intentions, hesitant to look at his alluringly seductive demeanor, and kept her head lowered as he continued speaking. Mingchen made no move to touch her hand. Instead, he merely tugged at her bracelet with his thumb, drawing her gently closer. Then, with an air of elegance, he rose and asked, "So, darling, since you are here, might I implore you for a comforting embrace?" Wen Yao knew well enough that he was not one to speak earnestly. "You needn't be afraid." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, his throat shifting slightly as he leaned toward her, his expression innocent yet expectant. "You are not me. How could you know what I fear?" His voice, naturally alluring, and the warmth of his breath sent shivers through her. Unable to resist, Wen Yao lifted her lashes to glance at him. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss. Though he wore a smile, the corners of his eyes were slightly reddened, and his usually vibrant lips appeared pallid. Even his eyes, illuminated by candlelight, glimmered with a certain morbid beauty. It seemed he was genuinely troubled. Recalling the time she had awoken from a nightmare and clung to him in tears, she found it impossible to refuse him. After all, how could she deny him comfort when she had sought solace in his embrace without hesitation? With her thoughts softening, she asked, "How should we hug?" For reasons unknown, the mere thought of embracing him made her heart race with anxiety. She could not discern whether her feelings were of resistance or an instinctual yearning. It was perplexing, as if she were ensnared by some enchantment. Mingchen chuckled at her demeanor. If you can't even manage to hug me, what else would you have me teach you? Before she could finish her thought, he languidly opened his arms, feigning a teacherly tone. Come now, embrace me. Though the distance between them was minimal, he refrained from drawing her in, instead offering her a bait, enticing her to fall into his embrace willingly. Wen Yao hesitated between advancing and retreating. Part of her admonished that he was a cunning heartthrob, unworthy of her trust, while another part acknowledged the debt of gratitude she owed him. Offering a simple hug hardly seemed excessive. After a fleeting moment of indecision, she relented, extending her hands toward him, her arms encircling him as her palms met the fabric of his shirt. The material was of exquisite quality, smooth to the touch, and through the thin layer, she could feel the warmth radiating from his back. Mingchen cast a brief glance at the docile beauty nestled in his arms a low, warm chuckle escaping him as he pulled her closer, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. The moment her back met his hand, her heart raced, and her breath quickened. Having lived amidst the turmoil of battle, she had never found the leisure to share an embrace. Yet here, entwined with Mingchen, he exuded warmth and cleanliness. He sent a delightful blend of roses and an unknown herbal aroma, creating an enchanting atmosphere. The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows of their figures upon the floor, while the roses on the glass coffee table swayed gently in the night breeze. In the stillness, Wen Yao could hear the rhythmic pounding of her heart, each beat resonating in her ears. Struggling to suppress her errant thoughts, she gently patted his back and softly inquired, "Are you feeling any better now?" Mingchen lowered his gaze to the serene beauty in his arms, noting her lack of resistance. He subtly pressed her closer, his lips brushing against her hair, and, inadvertently, her ear. A smile graced his lips as he breathed yes. The unintentional contact sent a wave of electricity through Wen Yao, causing her to involuntarily clutch at his shirt. Can we let go now? Just a moment longer, he murmured. Wen Yao's body tensed, her mind blank as the distance between them shrank, his hands firmly holding her waist, the metallic clasp of his belt pressing against her. The warmth emanating from his body seeped through the thin fabric, enveloping her in an overwhelming heat. Finally, unable to endure, she gently pushed against him. Mingchen. Yes. With her polite push, Mingchen released her, effortlessly balancing between holding her tight and letting go, providing her with a sense of security. What is it? Am I making you uncomfortable? Wen Yao lowered her lashes, concealing her flustered confusion. It's getting late. I'm going to be late. Without granting him a moment to respond, she turned to leave. Yet Mingchen was quicker, extending 2 fingers to hook her bracelet, the warmth of his touch brushing against her delicate wrist. Wen Yao felt tingles shoot through her arm as she turned her neck to look back at him. In the dimly lit European-style living room, the candlelight danced upon his fair visage, casting sharp shadows that accentuated his features. With the corners of his eyes slightly upturned and his lips pallid, he resembled a vampire from a bygone era, standing amidst the candelabra and roses. With a languid grace, he withdrew his fingers from her bracelet, allowing them to glide across her wrist once more, before flashing her a radiant smile. Goodbye, darling. In that shadowy living room, the brilliance of the hallway light outside seemed almost blinding. Mingchen watched her retreating figure vanish into the glow, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He leisurely bent down to retrieve the coins that had slipped from his grasp, arranging them methodically upon the glass table before reclining back onto the sofa, the coolness of his throat rolling as he savored the lingering scent and thrill of the beauty who had just been in his embrace. Chapter 73. She is mortal. Not a saint. As Wen Yao stepped out of the ancient castle villa, the dawn had yet to break. She walked in a daze, and it was only after Maya Sha called her name 3 times that she turned back bewildered, glancing at the girl's flushed ears. Maya Sha pondered for a moment, but said nothing, merely explaining that Captain he had matters to attend to today, so she would accompany Hu to the training camp instead. Wen Yao nodded and took her seat in the back of the car. As the vehicle started, she pressed down the window, allowing the cool morning breeze to rush in, hoping to quell her tumultuous thoughts. It was truly strange. Mingchen had never acted inappropriately towards her, Even the embraces he offered were always preceded by his inquiry for her consent. Whenever she expressed discomfort, he would politely release her. Yet, why did her mind wander to such perverse notions? Was it the overly ambiguous atmosphere, or the way he affectionately called her baby? As she contemplated this, her hand instinctively brushed against her wrist, and she sighed softly. After all, she was but a mortal, not a saint. Harboring such thoughts about the opposite sex seemed only natural, especially when he was the kind of enchanting figure that could leave one breathless. Upon arriving at the gates of Camp D in the northern suburbs of the city, just as the light began to filter through the sky, Ma Yisha playfully slapped the sleeping Dahu awake and turned to Wen Yao in the back seat. "It's 5:15. Will you make it on time?" she asked. "If not, we can escort you in. No one would dare penalize you." Wen Yao shook her head, replying, "No trouble, thank you." With that, she hopped out of the car and jogged toward the training camp's entrance. At Camp D, the day began at 5, with assembly in the training field at 5:20. A minute's tardiness warranted 10 lashes. When Wen Yao arrived at the dimly lit training ground, Chen Yichuan glanced at her watch and smiled. "It's 5:21. Wen Yao felt a pang of disappointment. She had indeed been a step too slow. Just as she extended her hand to accept her punishment, Chen Yichuan merely tapped her palm and pulled her out of the line. "You don't need to train for the next 2 days. Cover for me and teach these fools a thing or two. After 2 days, you can directly participate in the assessment." Nearby, a trainer who had been late by 30 seconds and received 5 lashes protested. "Isn't instructor Chen known for her fairness? Why do I get punished for being half a minute late, while she gets a pass for being a minute late?" In response, Chen Yichuan swiftly delivered a lash, her voice sharp with anger. "Mind your tongue. She fought her way through hordes of zombies and has proven herself. What punishment does she deserve? Not everyone is as pathetic as you, unable to run 30 kilometers." Chastised by the fiery instructor, the young man bowed his head, resembling a quail, too intimidated to speak further. In Dongzhou, where strength reigns supreme, the same principle applied within the confines of the 14th District Training Camp. Thus, Wen Yao's treatment in Camp D resembled that of a top student in school, where teachers and the principal alike were particularly lenient. Over the next 2 days in Camp D, thanks to Instructor Chun, she did little beyond instructing other trainees and occasionally practicing her shooting skills, and time passed swiftly. On the eve of the assessment, Wen Yao returned to the dormitory after an evening of solitary practice on the field. Along the way, she inadvertently overheard some gossip. A group of men and women were gathered, discussing her at length. As a sudden figure of intrigue in Camp D, she had become the subject of much chatter over the past 2 days. However, the conversations invariably veered towards trivial topics concerning relationships. Some speculated about her connection with the camp commander. Others pondered how she had become so formidable within the Hunter Squad. And some even questioned the identity of the man behind her success. That night, she fortuitously learned from their discussions that she was merely pretending to be aloof, and her so-called strength was merely a result of various resources provided by a man. It became evident that in any era, those who attracted attention due to their looks or exceptional abilities were often the subjects of baseless rumors, which could become utterly ludicrous. This was true in middle school, at the Beizhou base, and even someone as fair-minded as Shen Yichuan had been subjected to whispers that she had slept her way to the top. Wen Yao walked past the group of chatterers with an impassive expression, and as soon as she departed, they resumed their discussions, oblivious to the fact that their words reached her well-trained ears. On the day of the assessment, Instructor Fan gathered the 100 individuals who had qualified for the evaluation in a designated area, calling out names and forming groups. Wen Yao learned from him that this assessment in Camp D would not be conducted on an individual basis, but rather in teams, due to the recent fall of the 10th District in Beizhou, making their operational area more perilous than before. The so-called assessment task entailed teams of 4 venturing out of the city for real combat, with the objective of returning alive within half a month. The team that secured a trophy would be deemed victorious, and each member of the winning team would earn the right to enter Camp C. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao cast a blank glance at Xiu Ji and Jin Yuan, as well as an unfamiliar, scruffy-looking man behind her. After laying out the rules, Fan Xie asked, "Are there any objections?" Someone inquired, Where are these trophies scattered about? Is there someone specifically placing them? Of course. They're left by the combat teams returning from further afield, Fan Xie replied, slapping the questioner on the head. What a foolish question. Next. Another person raised a pertinent question. We have 100 people, 25 teams. So how many trophies are there? Fan Xie smiled enigmatically. 10. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. 10 trophies meant that at most only 40 individuals could pass the assessment, leaving 60 as mere cannon fodder. And given the danger of the mission, survival was not guaranteed. Instructor Fan, what if we return alive within half a month, but fail to secure a trophy? Fan Xie replied, that would be considered a failed assessment, and you will continue training in Camp D. But if you return alive after half a month, regardless of whether you secured a trophy, you will be sent to Camp F. A heavy silence descended upon the group. Most of them had little to no real combat experience against zombies, and they had all struggled to secure their assessment qualifications, only to discover that the real challenge lay in the actual combat assessment, with a high probability of failure, a risk of demotion, and even the threat to their lives looming. Fan Xie surveyed the group, tapping his black tattooed arm, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Any more questions? If not, gather your weapons and belongings and board the vehicle. We depart. Wait. Chapter 74. These inanimate objects, surprisingly, serve as vessels of energy. Fan Xie turned his gaze towards the beautiful girl clad in a black jumpsuit and inquired, do you have a question? If Team A secures the banner while Team B does not, but during their return, Team B kills members of Team A and ultimately returns with the banner. How is victory determined? Miss Chiu, I had thought you wouldn't pose such a foolish question. A smirk danced on Fan Xie's lips as he regarded Wen Yao with an oily gaze. Rubbing his stubble, he explained to the group, in my Eastern Zhou, the victor reigns supreme. Regardless of the means or tricks you employ, as long as that banner rests in your hands at the final moment, you are the ultimate victor. In essence, this meant that they not only had to vanquish zombies and seize the banner, but also contend with other teams in fierce battles. Even if they were the first to secure the banner, their safety on the return journey was far from guaranteed, as numerous predators lurked, eager to snatch the banner away. The inherent selfishness and greed of humanity indicated that following such chaotic skirmishes, far fewer than 40 would likely survive to return and successfully enter Camp C. Under the urging of Instructor Fan, the group boarded the bus, which had the capacity to carry 100 passengers. The atmosphere was notably heavy, devoid of the elation they had felt upon earning their qualifications for the assessment. Once aboard, Wen Yao casually selected a window seat while noticing Jin Yuan approaching. Intent on sitting beside her, she quickly tugged at Qiu Ji, saying sit. Qiu Ji looked puzzled. Was it not more fitting for the group of 4 to have 2 girls seated together and 2 boys together? Wen Yao offered no explanation and handed a dagger to Qiu Ji. Qiu Ji raised the weapon in his hand. I have a weapon now. Wen Yao replied, I didn't say it was for you. Carry it for me. In this practical assessment, having no weapon was not an option. All participants could claim a dagger, colloquially known as a novice's blade. Although Wen Yao possessed a firearm, her confidence in her marksmanship was lacking, so she opted to carry an additional blade for safety. Qiu Ji made no complaints, silently accepting the dagger. Jin Yuan, awkwardly standing nearby, had no choice but to begrudgingly sit next to a disheveled man whose hygiene was akin to that of a vagabond. The bus departed the training camp, and soon it reached a deserted road, overgrown with weeds, where the occasional slow-moving or erratic zombie began to appear. Observing the scattered zombies trailing behind the bus, the passengers were fraught with anxiety, with some who had long resided in the safety zone even feeling nauseated at the sight. Everyone was tense and pale, except for Wen Yao, who leaned against the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The reason was simple. She was thrilled to discover that these zombies were unlike any she had previously encountered. For instance, to her left was a zombie covered in green pus, enveloped in a faint blue mist. To her right was a long-tongued zombie with a scarlet tongue, shrouded in a pale green haze. Every zombie was cloaked in this ethereal mist. Moreover, it was not merely the mist. Wen Yao could sense the energy contained within them. These lifeless beings were, astonishingly, vessels of energy. Since awakening her abilities, She had not encountered a zombie for several days, but upon seeing them now, everything clicked into place, and she understood the meaning behind Mingchen's earlier words. This was the world of the supernatural. It turned out that in addition to possessing spiritual essence, enhanced senses, and physical attributes, supernatural beings also had a different perspective from ordinary humans. It was not difficult to surmise that the spiritual essence of these beings, as energy containers, could absorb such energy and relied on defeating these zombies for progression. Once the entire team disembarked, Wen Yao, without a second thought, firmly grasped her handgun and shot a standard zombie that had approached the bus. Though her aim was still far from perfect, the close proximity and the zombie's sluggishness allowed her to hit its head, albeit just barely. With a resounding bang, the zombie's skull shattered, and the energy within it swiftly converged towards her in a luminous mist, flowing like a beam of light into her heart. Wen Yao was unaware of why she could perceive this. It felt as though time had slowed, and she distinctly saw the energy merge in her body before vanishing. Once she absorbed this energy and turned her gaze back to the zombie, it collapsed to the ground. Evidently, the energy could be absorbed by the killer, and upon doing so, she felt a warm current surge through her heart, invigorating her spirit. This was exhilarating. The arduous and exhausting task of clearing zombies had transformed into a unique method of energy absorption. As long as she continued to slay, she could steadily level up until her abilities were enhanced, akin to gaining experience points from defeating monsters in a game. There were rules, objectives, progress bars, and clear feedback. Nothing could be more motivating than such an enticing prospect. Reflecting on this, Wen Yao unexpectedly recalled a time many years ago when her rebellious cousin had taken her to an internet CAF to play games. Back then, she was an obedient student, baffled by her cousin's enthusiasm for gaming, often pestering her about what was so enjoyable. Unlike her academically successful self, her cousin was a gaming addict, and in response to Wen Yao's incessant questions, she would irritably point at the computer screen and exclaim, "Don't you find killing monsters exhilarating?" Little did she realize that years later, she would personally experience that thrill. The zombies were few in number, and soon the trainees, eager to hone their skills, dispatched them. As Wen Yao and her team made their way through the grass towards the distant mountains, Shen Yichuan hesitated, trailing behind. Throughout the journey, Qiu Yao had completely ignored her, rendering her uncertain about whether they wished to exclude her or were merely indifferent. She was apprehensive about being abandoned midway. She glanced back at Fan Xie several times, contemplating her options before ultimately returning to him and playfully grasping his hand, saying, "Instructor Fan, why not accompany me? I'm not very familiar with them either." Chapter 75. In the Eastern Continent, strength dictates reason. As an instructor, Fan Xie's task today was merely to drive them to this location and then return the bus, without any need to engage in combat. However, as he smoked and gazed at the silhouette of the girl ahead, an abrupt change of heart overcame him. No man can resist the allure of a beautiful woman, especially one as outstanding and gentle as she. The sheer desire to conquer such a captivating beauty was irresistible. From a moment that enchanting girl appeared at Camp D, he had been intrigued by her. Yet, due to their lack of interaction, compounded by the watchful eye of Chun Kellen, he had repressed his burgeoning feelings. Shen Yichuan noticed the intensity of Fan Xie's gaze fixated on Qiu Yao, causing a wave of discomfort within her. She tugged at his sleeve, urging stop staring. That night, upon their return, they had been met with stern warnings from the personnel at the headquarters of the 14th District, who held guns to their heads. It was imperative to keep the identity of that individual a secret within the training camp. Thus, Shen Yichuan could not directly inform Fan Xie of her identity, opting instead for a more indirect approach. She has a partner, and you cannot afford to offend her. Fan Xie, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled dismissively. My cousin is affiliated with the headquarters of the 14th District. Who could possibly be beyond my reach? In this current world, the concept of a partner held little weight. There were no certificates, no legal protections. Regardless of past relationships, one must ultimately submit to his desires. He playfully patted Shen Yichuan's rear and exhaled a ring of smoke. Come, let's have some fun. On the first day of the assessment, Wen Yao was entirely absorbed in her task of slaying zombies, disregarding everyone around her. Her marksmanship was lacking. She often failed during static target practice in the training camp. Thus, it was not surprising that she missed the moving zombies, which varied in speed and agility. Nevertheless, she paid little mind to it, as the sparse number of zombies in this area allowed her to practice her shooting amidst the dense thickets and rugged terrain. Shen Yichuan and Fan Shie's presence went unnoticed by her, but she soon realized that whenever she missed a shot, Fan Shie would dispatch the zombie she had aimed for with his own weapon. Once or twice, it could be deemed coincidence, but after the third, fourth, and fifth instances, her irritation grew. Those were her experience points. By the sixth instance, as she watched a zombie, almost hit by her, get shot in the head by the muscular man beside her, she couldn't help but frown and address him seriously. Isn't there a rule in Camp D that instructors do not accompany newcomers during assessments? Fan Shie, pleased to have finally captured her attention, raised an eyebrow and smirked, but Camp D has not stated that instructors cannot accompany newcomers. In the Eastern continent, strength dictates reason, and I believe Miss Chiu has no authority to dictate my actions. Feeling discomfort from his greasy gaze, Wen Yao instinctively shifted away, maintaining a safe distance and choosing to ignore him. At that moment, Qiuji emerged from the thicket, advising her, "The left side is a cliff. We cannot go there." An unkempt old man appeared from the other side, leaning on a bamboo staff, reporting in a weathered voice. "The right side is dense with shrubs. Passage is difficult, and there should be no banners." Wen Yao's primary objective was not to search for banners. She was indifferent to that. She pointed to the slope ahead, declaring, "Then let us proceed upwards." The mountain was overgrown with wild plants, leaving no clear path. To ascend, they would have to clear branches and foliage. A task Wen Yao entrusted to Qiuji and the old man. She took the responsibility of following behind, eliminating any zombies or threatening animals that might appear. As for Fan Shie and Shen Yichuan, one was overly talkative and bothersome, while the other was timid and prone to shrieking without taking action. Wen Yao considered breaking away from the two, yet they persistently followed her until darkness fell, leading the five of them to a dilapidated low house halfway up the mountain. This structure, once a cement farmhouse, had partially collapsed, accumulating dust and cobwebs, and the ground was littered with bones, uncertain if they belonged to humans or animals. After several hours of climbing, Qiuji, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, suggested, "Boss, it's getting dark and visibility is poor. Let's rest here for a while. I'm completely worn out." Wen Yao understood that nightfall would bring greater dangers and hinder their ability to combat zombies. She had no objections and found a stone slab to sit on, pulling out some dry bread from her backpack. As the men began to clear the house, Shen Yichuan, noting the dimming light, approached with a friendly demeanor, asking, "Qiu Yao, do you need water? I brought a few extra bottles, so if you require any." "I don't need any." Okay then." Shen Yichuan's smile froze, and she awkwardly turned away. Wen Yao zipped up her backpack, her expression neutral as she watched Shen Yichuan's retreating figure. Shen Yichuan was quite different from the timid and weak Bei Xiao duo. She possessed a certain courage and cleverness, adept at navigating social situations and ingratiating herself with others. While Bei Xiao duo had suffered greatly, Shen Yichuan had managed to stay relatively unscathed through her flattery and subtle maneuvering. When she encountered Bei Xiao duo and sought to align herself with them, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, claiming she had been bullied, often weeping with Bei Xiao duo. At that time, Wen Yao believed Shen Yichuan's behavior was a result of circumstance, that given the right opportunities, she would strive for her own dignity and survival. However, it became evident that some individuals truly could not rise above their circumstances. Chen's stern advice and rigorous discipline were perceived as personal attacks by her. Even the kindness she had shown was misinterpreted as a disdain for those who relied on men. She even spread rumors behind their backs. Chapter 76. They are quite well-behaved and have revealed everything that evening. Qiuji and his uncle's teammates took turns keeping watch, while Wen Yao rummaged through the dilapidated house to find a dusty bamboo mat, which she then cleaned using her water-based abilities. Unfortunately, her powers were currently limited to such trivial tasks. Once she had arranged her sleeping area, She listened to the sounds of insects and birds in the mountains, resting her head beneath the stars and moon. Wen Yao possessed exceptional survival skills and was highly alert to danger. As long as she had a knife by her side, she could sleep soundly even in the relative safety of a rural yard, let alone in a heap of corpses. She could adjust her state to ensure a good rest. Before sleeping, she closed her eyes and concentrated on sensing her spiritual energy. When the blue orb coalesced, she clearly noticed a change. It had transformed from a mere transparent sphere to one with a layer of blue liquid gently rippling at the bottom. Today, she had encountered only a handful of zombies, and due to the inefficiency of shooting them, she had only managed to kill a dozen. A mere dozen zombies provided only a small amount of energy. If given time to slay hundreds or thousands, this orb would surely fill up, likely leading to an upgrade. With that thought, all of Wen Yao's discontent evaporated, and she drifted into a contented sleep. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room on the -18th floor of the biological research base in Gangxiao City, two battered men leaned against the wall, barely clinging to life. Their waists were bound, and their hands and feet shackled to the metallic wall, rendering them utterly immobile, left with no recourse but to endure the torture. Across from them, a devilishly handsome man lounged on a black single sofa, casually toying with a gold coin and gazing indifferently at the pitiable captives with his cold, deep-set eyes. The man wielding the whip, having grown weary, approached with a frown and reported, "These two have some spirit. They seem unafraid of such lashings and refuse to divulge anything." Mingchen raised his hand, prompting the whip-wielding man to step back, dripping with sweat. The man on the sofa casually pressed the gold coin against his palm, then slowly donned a pair of white rubber gloves. Rising, he picked up a sharp knife and sauntered towards one of the captives. Upon reaching him, he smiled and lowered his head, pinching the captive jaw with the edge of the blade resting against the side of his head. His voice, low and melodious yet eerily gentle, resonated in the confined space of the interrogation room. "It seems you possess quite a bit of backbone." As he spoke, he chuckled softly, as if the situation were an amusing jest. "Let me personally test just how tough your bones truly are." Feeling the sharp blade begin to penetrate his skin, the man clenched his fists, terror filling his eyes as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Mingchen's fingers caressed the man's skin, his tones soothing as if coaxing. "Will you speak, or will you not? If you choose silence, I may have to peel it away." The man kept his eyes tightly shut, jaw clenched, still refusing to yield. Mingchen was not surprised. His gaze darkened, and he tightened his grip. The sickening sound of flesh tearing and the man's agonizing scream echoed simultaneously. The skin, connected to veins and flesh, was cruelly stripped away, blood seeping from the pink flesh, obscuring what had once been a human face. Mingchen's blood-stained white fingers lifted the disfigured jaw, his beautiful eyelashes fluttering as he smirked. His voice still laced with a soft, seductive tone. Then let me continue, so you can truly experience the exquisite pleasure of having your skin flayed away." The guard standing nearby could not bear the gruesome sight and instinctively covered his mouth, his complexion paling as he nearly retched. The skin fell to the ground, landing in the pool of blood, causing the captive to tremble with fear. His shackled hands pressed against the edges of the iron cuffs, leaving deep, bloody marks. His face contorting in agony as he hastily exclaimed, I'll talk. Desperation filled his gaze, his voice trembling. "Just give me a quick end, please." Upon hearing this, Mingchen smiled brightly, his white-gloved hand brushing against the man's bloodied face as if in affection. "Very good." Half an hour later, Mingchen exited the interrogation room, leaning against the sink as he lazily removed his gloves. He Fengyan approached from the laboratory and, noticing the situation, inquired, "How did it go?" In his absent-mindedness, Mingchen had forgotten that he had been holding a gold coin in his palm. As he casually removed his glove, the coin slipped from his grasp, bouncing on the floor before landing in a small pool of blood. Seeing this, He Fengyan disregarded the filth and hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, respectfully handing it to Mingchen. "Your Excellency, your item." "Thank you." Mingchen smiled as he accepted it, casting a regretful glance at the bloodstains on the coin. Turning on the tap, He patiently and meticulously washed away the unsightly stains before using the sleeve of his shirt to dry it. Once the coin was finally clean, he turned back to He Fengyan and replied, "They were quite well behaved. They revealed everything." He Fengyan was perplexed by Mingchen's recent obsession with an ordinary gold coin, but refrained from questioning further, merely nodding in agreement. "It seems the task of interrogation is best suited for you." With that matter concluded, Mingchen decided to visit Director Fei, as the wood-based ability Awakening Agent had been successfully developed. Moreover, Professor Fei had discovered that the frozen elemental crystals were in solid form rather than liquid droplets, making extraction seemingly more convenient. Upon hearing this, Mingchen raised an eyebrow, placing the gold coin in his shirt pocket before smiling. "It appears these mutated beings are best sought in the North Continent. I rather enjoy visiting there." The two men traversed several enclosed metallic corridors until they reached the main laboratory where Fei Qianjiang was located. At the entrance, in addition to the researchers clad in white lab coats, there were several members of the combat team, led by a tall, radiant girl in a light orange uniform shirt and crisp white trousers, wielding a black gun with an air of confidence. Surprised to see her there, He Fengyan frowned and asked Mingchen after he entered, "Captain Luo, what are you doing here?" The strikingly beautiful girl winked at him. "Guess." He Fengyan replied sternly, "This is a critical research area. It is not a place for you to wander freely. Don't be reckless." Luo Xuanqing, feeling embarrassed, retracted her smile. "Yes, this is a critical research area, so who has the privilege to enter freely? My presence here is undoubtedly due to directives from superiors." With that, she ignored He Fengyan and walked into the laboratory. He Fengyan attempted to grasp her sleeve, but failed, watching helplessly as she caught Mingchen's attention, ultimately deciding to follow her inside. Luo Xuanqing reported to Fei Qianjiang and Mingchen, "I have accounted for the numbers. There are 36 members in the Wood Element Combat Team, including myself, and we voluntarily wish to be the first batch of testers for this new experiment." Mingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at her. "Captain Luo, you wish to become a tester as well?" Chapter 77. The fate of the perverted hand is a severed arm. The researchers exchanged glances, and Fei Qianjiang adjusted his glasses. Offering a general explanation, the failure risk of the new awakening agent is approximately 3 to 5%, which is quite significant. The so-called testers are merely to identify the reasons for awakening failures and to accurately determine the success probability. Captain Luo should proceed with caution. Those who can become S-level commanders are not simple individuals, and there is no need to take such risks. If they become casualties, it would be a loss for the Eastern Continent's 14th District base. Luo Xiansheng, however, was unconvinced. It may take another month or two to identify the reasons, and I do not wish to wait any longer. Furthermore, there is a substantial monetary reward for voluntary testers. After all, people die for riches, just as birds perish for food. He Fengyan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows, and with a serious expression, he remarked, "Are you in dire need of money?" Luo Xianxing smiled and promptly replied, "Not particularly, but who would refuse more money?" Fei Qianjiang observed the expression on Commander Ming's face. Mingchen was leaning against the experimental table, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his pale skin. He casually pulled a gold coin from his shirt pocket, twirling it with an air of nonchalance. Seeing that he remained silent, Fei Qianjiang chose not to press further and instructed the researchers. "Then let us begin." After giving his orders, he turned to Luo Xiansheng with a polite reminder. "However, the testers will need to be temporarily confined in the research chamber after injecting the awakening agent for observation and study. I fear this may inconvenience Captain Luo." The girl, intrigued by the various reagents on the shelves, turned back to Fei Qianjiang and flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly whites. "It's a trivial matter. I've been confined before." He Fengyan's brow furrowed deeply, but due to the presence of others, he ultimately refrained from speaking. As the waning crescent moon descended behind the western mountains, the sun emerged from the east, casting a rare orange arc across the sky. On this fine day, just as dawn broke with a faint light, a chilling scream echoed through the small mountain courtyard, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Qiu Ji, who was on night watch at the door, was nearly dozing off when he instantly grabbed his weapon and rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Boss!" Shen Yichuan, who had been sleeping in the corner of the cement room, was also startled awake and hurriedly ran out, asking what happened. However, when everyone arrived at the small courtyard, they were left speechless. "Instructor Fan? Yao, what have you done? How'd his hand get severed?" At that moment, Wen Yao held a bloodied iron knife, her boot resting on Fan Shiye's chest. One of his arms had been brutally severed, and he was currently clutching the gaping wound. His forehead, veins bulging, and sweat rolling down his temples as he let out an agonizing wail. Phew. Damn it. Before he could finish his curse, the girl struck down again, her knife slicing through the air like a butcher's cleaver. The rough blade struck his remaining hand, landing on the still bleeding stump, causing his eyes to roll back in agony, rendering him speechless. Wen Yao released her foot, disdainfully kicking the man aside, as if he were a mere carcass. "What's the matter? What else could it be? I was peacefully asleep, and he was sneaking around me, trying to lay his hands on me." Fan Shiye was notorious in the training camp, a lecherous man who took advantage of his connections at the headquarters of the 14th District Base and his mediocre marksmanship to abuse his title as an instructor. Having preyed upon numerous girls, during this assessment, his greasy, disgusting gaze had been unrelenting, and his incessant displays of marksmanship on the way up the mountain made Wen Yao feel utterly repulsed. Initially, such a person was like a fly to her, merely an annoyance, hardly a true enemy, and not someone she felt compelled to confront. But now that he dared to extend his filthy hands toward her, she had no qualms about severing them. Qiuji glanced at the writhing man on the ground, then raised his gaze to the girl with a slightly furrowed brow, swallowing hard and shivering. Oh my, the fate of a perverted hand is a severed arm. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that when he had previously encountered the boss and made a lewd remark, she had been holding a shovel instead of a knife. Otherwise, he might have ended up not just with a limp, but a severed leg. Shen Yichuan watched this scene in horror, covering her mouth with her hand, trembling, unable to maintain her balance. The only calm presence was that of an unnamed older teammate who had risen early and was seated in the courtyard, carving bamboo strips with an iron knife. Upon hearing the commotion, he merely paused momentarily, glanced at the man on the ground, and then continued to carve, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Once Fan Shiye regained his senses from the pain, he looked at his severed arm, his emotions spiraling into despair. He raised his bloodshot eyes to Wen Yao and gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you know who I am? You dare to sever my arm. Just wait." Wen Yao passed the knife to Qiuji. "Clean it." Qiuji dared not say another word and quickly nodded before departing. Shen Yichuan, leaning against the cement wall, pale with fear and trepidation, whispered softly, He is an instructor. As trainees, should we not be forbidden from laying hands on an instructor?" Chapter 78. I have given her many opportunities in the early morning. A cool breeze swept through the mountains, and Wen Yao gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair at her temples. She then bent down to retrieve her silver spear, aiming its tip directly at Fan Shiye's head. This singular action sent a shiver of fear through Shen Yichuan, causing the man on the ground to awkwardly shuffle backward, his severed arm dragging across the earth, leaving a trail of crimson. In that moment, his gaze towards Wen Yao was devoid of the previous lust and grease typically associated with a man's look at a woman. Instead, it was filled with sheer terror, a primal fear of a formidable adversary that made his voice tremble. Don't kill me." Wen Yao softly echoed Fan Shiye's words. "In my eastern prefecture, the victor is king. Is it not the strong who are justified? Even my speed in drawing my blade is beyond your comprehension. Fan instructor, it seems your abilities are rather limited." With that, she lowered her spear, aiming it at the man's groin, and fired with a resounding bang. Back! A scream akin to that of slaughtered pig reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Hearing the gunshot and the agonizing cry, Shen Yichuan felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. She dared not utter another word, instead covering her mouth to suppress her overwhelming fear. Wen Yao spared Fan Shiye's life, knowing that his severed arm would inevitably lead to his death. The scent of blood from a living man would soon attract zombies, presenting yet another wave of energy when the time came to descend the mountain. Upon returning from cleaning his knife, Qiuji respectfully assisted in sheathing it, embodying the demeanor of a loyal subordinate. Nearby, an elderly man carving bamboo strips obediently placed them into his basket before rising to stand. Wen Yao picked up her pack and her gun, declaring, "Let us depart." Shen Yichuan, still shaken, glanced at the man on the ground who had fainted from the intense pain. Noticing that Wen Yao had not spared her a single glance, she felt tears welling in her eyes and approached, her vision blurred. However, before she could take 2 steps, the gleaming barrel of the silver gun was suddenly aimed at her forehead. Wen Yao's expression remained calm, her exquisite features now tinged with a chilling indifference. Shen Yichuan, out of respect for our past as teammates, I shall not take your life. If you truly possess any ability, return home on your own. Do not follow me. Tears streamed down Shen Yichuan's face, her expression one of sorrow and despair. But we were teammates. I do not require foolish companions like you, Wen Yao retorted. Recalling something, she offered a light laugh, directing her gaze at Shen Yichuan. Additionally, were you not the one who spoke behind my back, saying I sent she also relying on men? What is there to be so proud about? Now, the man you rely on, I can sever in 2 strokes. Yet can you do the same with mine? Only Qiu Ji, Bei Xiaoduo, and Shen Yichuan had seen the convoy from the Eastern Prefecture's District 14 headquarters. Qiu Ji had been preoccupied with preparatory training for the examination, while Bei Xiaoduo, timid and averse to conflict, was easily dismissed, revealing who had the leisure to indulge in such insipid gossip. Upon hearing this, Shen Yichuan's face turned ashen, and she could only weakly defend herself. Those words were not mine. You have misunderstood me. But Wen Yao chose not to engage further, gathering her belongings and leading the others up the mountain. Knowing Fan Xie had no chance of survival, Shen Yichuan stumbled forward, tears in her eyes, trailing after them for a stretch of the path. Perceiving their indifference, she pitifully clutched at Qiu Ji's sleeve, pleading softly, "Brother Ji, considering our past together, could you take me with you? Please do not leave me behind. I beg you, do not abandon me. I am afraid." Shen Yichuan, slender and delicate, with a charming visage marred by tears, presented a truly pitiable sight, easily evoking sympathy. Qiu Ji, though touched, understood that this team had no place for her, and thus he remained silent, brushing her hand away. The elderly man, wielding a bow, ignored her as well, continuing to forge ahead along the mountain path. It was Wen Yao who, pulling a steel knife from Qiu Ji's back, stepped down and positioned the blade across Shen Yichuan's neck. The moment the cold metal pressed against her skin, the girl screamed in terror, instinctively shrinking her neck and backing away. Wen Yao then sheathed her knife. Leave. As they ascended the mountain once more, Shen Yichuan did not follow. For the first part of the journey, her desperate cries echoed behind them, but gradually they faded into silence. Qiu Ji hacked at the errant branches with his knife, murmuring, "The boss may have spared her life, but she cannot survive alone, can she?" The elderly man at the forefront paused, his voice heavy with age as he shook his head. This young girl lacks the courage to confront hardship. She only seeks to take shortcuts and manipulate situations. Even if she is rescued for a time, she cannot be saved for a lifetime. Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes, nodding in agreement. I have granted her numerous chances. Once in Camp F, once in Camp D, and now during this assessment. I did not initially exclude her, yet she brought that loathsome Fan Xie along to further annoy me, while doing nothing herself. Wen Yao understood the despair and loneliness of being abandoned by one's team, and she was acutely aware that outside the safety zone, traveling alone was fraught with peril. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would not easily cast aside any teammate who chose to follow her, no matter their strength, bravery, or even cowardice. As long as they possessed integrity and a desire to strive for a dignified existence, she would extend them an opportunity to survive. Yet Shen Yichuan, devoid of self-respect and self-awareness, clearly did not merit such consideration. Upon reaching the mountain summit, the three began to search diligently. Qiu Ji spotted a triangular red flag near a collapsed power pole, partially buried in the sand and debris. His eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly unearthed it, waving it to Wen Yao in the distance. "I found it, boss. I found it." As she approached, Qiu Ji eagerly presented the flag to her, showering her with compliments. Among so many mountains, how did you know this one would have a flag? Wen Yao replied simply, I did not. Her primary objective was not to locate the flag. She had merely chosen this mountain at random, unaware that fortune would favor her in such an unexpected way. Qiuji continued his flattery. Truly, boss, you are the chosen one, blessed with extraordinary luck. Now that we have found the flag, shall we hasten our return? Who would have thought we could complete the 15-day assessment in just 2 days? You are remarkable. The bus is parked by the roadside. If neither of you could drive, I will take the wheel, and we can return to report our findings. He chattered animatedly, his face aglow with enthusiasm. But the serene girl, her gaze still lowered, replied, You both should return first. Qiuji's smile faltered, his expression freezing. Isn't the task of this assessment to retrieve the flag? Does the boss have other matters to attend to? Chapter 79. Because some do not wish for my injury, Wen Yao drew her knife from Qiuji's back, stating, That is your mission, not mine. With 15 days allotted for the assessment, her intention was to slay zombies for 14 days, leaving the collection of banners to be a mere afterthought. At a loss for words, Qiuji turned to the elder who was drawing his bow. Hero, shall we return? The man, appearing ragged and seasoned, exuded the aura of a wandering knight, prompting Qiuji to address him as such. However, the elder shook his head. I shall not return either. With both formidable individuals unwilling to leave, Qiuji felt trapped, much like a withered eggplant. With 13 days remaining, what shall we do now? He asked. Wen Yao replied, Kill zombies. The elder added, Collect banners. The two responded almost in unison, leaving Qiuji utterly bewildered. Wen Yao glanced at the elder, who appeared to be in his 40s, with graying hair and creased features, dressed in tattered clothing and wielding a heavy, crude bow. He seemed more like a dirty vagabond than a team member, having maintained a low profile over the past few days, only speaking twice, once when they abandoned Shen Yichuan and now. In a gravelly voice, the elder explained, the number of participants and the circumstances of each D-camp assessment vary. The rules are set by the instructors of each group, and this time it is Instructor Fan's turn. He is not a benevolent man. He delights in slaughter, and his standards are utterly unreasonable. If you possess the capability, young lady, feel free to seize other banners and distribute them reasonably among the others. Qiuji, puzzled, interjected why. Yet Wen Yao quickly grasped the elder's implication. The rationale was to ensure their survival. Human nature is inherently unpredictable, and in the apocalyptic world, it grows even darker and more unfathomable. Coupled with Instructor Fan's malicious rhetoric, it was likely that after their mutual competition, few would return alive. Indeed, the world of Dongzhou reveres strength, but does not condone the reckless brutality espoused by a petty man like Fan. Moreover, humanity's true enemies are not among themselves. If they resort to mutual slaughter, extinction is inevitable. As Qiuji retrieved the banner, he was torn between elation and despair. While he was pleased to be teamed with two exceptional individuals, he was also disheartened by their overwhelming excellence and their ambition to claim all the banners. Upon returning to the rustic farmhouse for rest, they found Fan Chia transformed into a dismembered zombie, and Shen Yichuan had succumbed to the fate of an ordinary zombie, drawn by the scent of blood. Wen Yao, wielding her iron knife, coldly dispatched the approaching zombies without a flicker of emotion. After gathering the energy from this wave, she suddenly recalled something and tightened her grip on the knife. Turning to Qiuji, the zombies do not require your intervention, but you have a crucial task. Eagerly, Qiuji leaned in. What is it? Wen Yao instructed, Protect me from injury. If danger arises, you must alert me and, if necessary, shield me. After a day of using a gun, she realized that wielding a knife felt far more natural. Consequently, she opted for close combat with zombies, aware that it would likely expose her to potential injuries. Initially reluctant, Qiuji considered the burden of enduring pain for another. However, given his leader's formidable status and the life debt owed, he acquiesced. I will shield you from any harm. Yet curiosity lingered, but leader, you previously showed no fear of pain or the bites of zombies. Why now? Wen Yao's expression turned stoic, prompting Qiuji to step aside, apprehensive. I mean no offense. I'm merely curious, he stammered. In the past at Camp F, She had faced countless zombies without trepidation, often sustaining injuries. And from yesterday until today, she seemed intent on evading harm, even instructing him to clear away branches that might scratch her arms. "I'm not afraid," Wen Yao responded casually, but her words faltered as her gaze shifted momentarily. Before the calamity struck, even a mere needle prick would evoke concern from her family. They would fret over her slightest bruise. However, over the past 7 years, she had conditioned herself to endure pain in the pursuit of survival, often escaping with wounds that others overlooked. Thus, when Mingchen issued his command, it had little impact on her. She regarded it as his peculiar way of teasing her. After all, injuries were an inevitable part of their perilous existence, and she believed he was merely conjuring a challenge to lighten the mood. Yet at this moment, Qiuji's innocent inquiry struck a chord within her. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves and the sun filtered through the mist, casting dappled shadows on the ground, everything felt serene. In the mountains, several kilometers from Gangxiao City, Wen Yao sensed her heart race slightly, her fingers grazing the knife's handle as she lowered her eyelashes, reflecting, "Because some do not wish for my injury." After years of turmoil, those who appeared benevolent towards her often held ulterior motives, fearing her strength, coveting her beauty, or seeking her utility. No one offered her genuine kindness without an agenda, save for Mingchen. Though he was irreverent and perhaps a bit eccentric, his demeanor towards her was unlike anyone else's. Chapter 80. Her entire belief in life is herself in the ensuing days. Wen Yao set aside her firearm and opted to wield a knife instead, having accustomed herself to cold weapons for many years. Even though this iron blade was not as convenient as her former silver moon knife, she handled it with remarkable skill, possessing exceptional physical prowess. Enhanced further by her awakened abilities and the healing of her wounds, she was brimming with energy. Soon, accompanied by 2 teammates, she ascended several hills, gradually locating other banners. To the other trainees, who were hesitant even to confront zombies, the trio from her team represented a formidable force. Occasionally, Wen Yao encountered members of other teams, most of whom recognized her. Even those unfamiliar with her had heard tales of Qiu Yao from Chun Kellen's group. They initially presumed that this young girl merely excelled in physical fitness and completing training tasks, believing that once faced with the battlefield and its myriad zombies, she would not surpass their capabilities. However, in the heat of actual combat, they soon realized she was a true powerhouse, far surpassing even their instructors. Her extraordinary outdoor survival skills were complemented by an unparalleled mastery of knife techniques, effortlessly dispatching zombies with the precision of slicing watermelons. One swift stroke, one severed head, never missing her mark. The girl's skin, as fair as jade, and her striking beauty made her appear, at first glance, to be an innocent and delicate young lady. Yet, once placed in her element, she transformed into a genuine warrior. Clad in unremarkable black combat gear, her decisive movements exuded the aura of a commanding officer. Within a mere 10 days, she had acquired 9 banners. Some were discovered by her team, while others were seized from those who engaged in futile squabbles among themselves. Her team expanded from 3 to 20, then 30, eventually reaching 60 members. People were perceptive enough to understand that none dared to confront her for the banners. Those unable to compete simply joined her. Initially marked by mutual slaughter, they had swiftly transitioned to aligning with her. After all, it wasn't that any single team had secured all the banners. Rather, none had. Even Qiuji, who had nearly exhausted himself, found his fortunes transformed by Wen Yao's prowess, becoming the focus of admiration for many. Some men clapped him on the shoulder, offering cigarettes and seeking insight. "Brother, what does your leader intend to do with so many banners?" Indeed, entering Camp C, a team needed only 1 banner, so her accumulation seemed excessive. Feeling flattered by their praises, Qiuji chuckled. "Curious to know?" The men's eyes sparkled in unison. "Absolutely." Qiuji shrugged. "To be honest, I have no idea." The men, slightly disappointed, dispersed. During a rest period, Qiuji approached Wen Yao with a hint of servility, cautiously inquiring, "Boss, what do you plan to do with all those banners? Will you trade them for gold coins when we return to the camp?" The assessment tasks came with rewards. Each banner corresponded to 10 gold coins. Thus, Acquiring banners not only granted access to Camp C, but also translated to accumulating wealth. More banners meant more coins. However, Wen Yao shook her head, turning to an older gentleman washing his bow and arrows by the pond. Elder, there are currently 74 survivors. Even if we secure the last banner, there will only be 10. How should we distribute them? The elder paused, a smile gracing his lips. You are quite remarkable. Please don't refer to me as elder, as I feel unworthy. Wen Yao replied, I hadn't considered this until you enlightened me. Initially, her focus was solely on upgrading her skills to slay zombies, indifferent to the fates of others. It was the elder's words that sparked an epiphany within her. Regardless of her circumstances or identity, she could steadfastly uphold her own path. This time, she would no longer fervently seek another's way, but would resolutely adhere to her own. Thus, she resolved to challenge the unreasonable assessment rules and establish a new set of guidelines. Dark clouds rolled overhead as rain lightly cascaded, dampening the girl's delicate brow and lashes. Gazing at the ripples upon the pond's surface, she was reminded of a question posed by Mingchen on the castle terrace. What do you live for? In a daze, she had responded, faith. Even now, she realized she continued to live for her faith. Yet her faith was no longer tied to the northern continent, nor to the 13th base or any individual. It was solely her own. Her entire belief in life was herself, the warmth and light she fervently desired amidst the cold, chaotic world. She was determined to become a true powerhouse. As long as she existed, so too would the light. Wen Yao and the elder deliberated on the distribution of the banners. The elder suggested they observe the group's behavior on the way back before making haste. The final banner was discovered by a female trainee, evidently convinced of Wen Yao's capabilities, presented it directly to her instead of handing it to their team leader, leaving the decision entirely in her hands. By the creek's edge, the weary group rested, utterly fatigued from their journey and battles with zombies. Only Wen Yao stood at the shallow bank, calmly selecting smooth pebbles from the water. These stones, polished by the rushing currents, glistened like jade, remarkably beautiful. Xiaoji, noticing this, inquired, Boss, what do you intend to do with those? Realizing her intent, he added, Oh, are you planning to use them for voting? Wen Yao shook her head. No, I simply find them beautiful. Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback. The overwhelming aura of his formidable leader had made him almost forget that she was merely a young girl, even younger than him by 2 years. Finding pleasure in lovely trinkets was not unreasonable. Wen Yao had no particular obsession with collecting. She was merely reminded of the time spent with her sister at their grandmother's countryside home, where her sister would often wade into the water to gather beautiful stones, playfully claiming they were fairy gems that could grant wishes. At that innocent age, she had believed wholeheartedly, treasuring them for a long while. The joys of childhood always evoke a sense of nostalgia. Seeing the stones, she casually picked up a couple. Chapter 81. The perfect score on the way back. Wen Yao, as the leading captain, held 10 banners in her hands while observing the performance of all the trainees. These individuals harbored various thoughts. Some were astute and perceptive, while others were obstinate and foolish. Some accused her of altering the assessment rules for personal gain, while others argued that without her, they would have perished at the hands of the zombies and thus should submit to the stronger. However, Wen Yao paid no heed to their opinions. In the lawless territory of Dongzhou, she was free to exercise her authority and create her own rules. Among the 60 or 70 trainees, she dealt with those who killed for glory, punishing them, and rewarded those who sacrificed themselves for others, establishing a sense of justice where none existed. Once aboard the bus, Wen Yao distributed the last banner to a small team. One group that had originally claimed the banner protested vehemently, demanding to know why it was given to another team. Why should we not have it? We found it first, and you took it from us. It's ours. As the words left the mouth of a stout trainee, a knife was suddenly pressed against his throat. Xiaoji, wielding the blade, tapped the hilt against his shoulder, saying, Be honest with yourself. Did you really find this banner? You knocked out trainees from other teams and seized their banner, yet you dare claim it as yours. Another member of the stout trainees group whispered. Instructor Fan said killing is permissible. We haven't killed anyone. We merely used some tactics to claim the banner. What wrong have we committed? An older trainee interjected. In an unsecured battlefield, a moment's inattention could lead to death. Striking them down is akin to murder. Wen Yao chose to ignore their bickering, quietly leaning against the bus door with her knife in hand, occasionally glancing regretfully at the wound on her arm, initially believing she had escaped injury. She later discovered a tear in her sleeve, revealing a red scratch that had bled profusely. The injury was fine and delicate, seemingly inflicted by thorns, perhaps unnoticed in her haste to combat the zombies. Suddenly, amidst the conversations on the bus, someone recalled Instructor Fan's absence and peered curiously forward. Hey, where's Instructor Fan? We haven't seen him. The bus fell silent. Logically, it should have been Fan leading them back. With another driver at the helm and no sign of him anywhere, the trainees exchanged glances, the realization dawning on them regarding Fan's fate. A female trainee tugged at Wen Yao's sleeve, whispering, Instructor Fan was indeed a despicable person, but as a camp instructor, and with his cousin being a high-ranking official in Zone 14, his death outside could be problematic. Wen Yao pondered this. In Dongzhou, there were no stringent laws against killing, provided the victim lacked merit or connections, or had committed crimes worthy of death. Yet, Instructor Fan's situation was complex. While he possessed some skill and had achieved minor accolades as an instructor, his cousin, Fan Lin, was reputed to be a formidable commander responsible for overseeing the prison in Zone 14. Wen Yao had acted hastily in her agitation, swinging her knife without considering the consequences. Now, reflecting on it, she wondered if she had indeed courted trouble. The female trainee continued. Those who have offended Instructor Fan in the past ended up as subjects in biological experiments, meeting a gruesome end. Wen Yao regarded her. Isn't his cousin abusing his power for personal vendetta? The trainee sighed. Well, who can blame him? He has connections and status, being part of the Zone 14 headquarters. In all of Dongzhou, he is considered superior. Wen Yao nodded thoughtfully, realizing that if it came to leveraging connections, she was not without her own allies in the Zone 14 headquarters. Upon returning to the training camp, they were met by Instructor Chun, who had always harbored disdain for the loathsome Fan Chia. She didn't bother to inquire about his absence and led the group to exchange their banners for gold coins. In total, 67 had returned, with 40 successfully entering Camp C, while 27 remained in Camp D for further training, resulting in a zero casualty rate from Camp F. This survival rate was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. Some small groups felt honored to enter Camp C and, feeling unworthy of the gold coins, offered their rewards to Wen Yao. After all, she had halted their reckless squabbling and self-destruction, ensuring the injured were treated and the team was unified under her guidance. She had imparted vital survival skills and strategies for dispatching living zombies. Within this large cohort, she was the backbone, the stabilizing force. Without her and the organization of the older man, many inexperienced newcomers would have struggled to return alive, let alone find the banners, as they had initially operated as disorganized individuals. They learned a crucial lesson about the necessity of teamwork in combat, a concept previously foreign to their level. Yet, they absorbed these insights from the capable young woman. If returning with the banner signified passing the assessment, then her performance was nothing short of exemplary, akin to a top student correcting their errors to present a flawless response. Wen Yao intended to share the coins with Qiu Ji and the older man. However, the older man waved his hand dismissively. Keep it. At my age, without any attachments, I have no need for such trivialities. Qiu Ji, watching eagerly, asked, if he doesn't want it, can we split it? Wen Yao replied impassively, sure. I'll take 90%, and you can have 10. Qiu Ji's face fell. Wait, boss. I've been working tirelessly for you, protecting you, and now I get just a fraction. Wen Yao, counting the coins, raised her eyes to him, recalling something. Aren't you still indebted to me for 8 coins? Consider this a settlement. Qiu Ji was momentarily speechless. Fine, I suppose that's fair. He thought to himself, with your connections, why would you need these coins? It's I who am truly impoverished. As the charming wife of a prominent official, she could easily acquire vast wealth. Why would she bother with such a meager amount? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Yao retrieved an additional coin from her pouch and handed it to Qiu Ji. Here, a token of sympathy. He accepted it without complaint. Thank you, boss. After completing the distribution like school children, Wen Yao had no intention of returning to the villa. Instead, she first went to the medical room to tend to her wound before preparing to report to Camp C. However, as she exited the medical room and had yet to turn the corner on the asphalt path, a cold gun was pressed against her head. Chapter 82. It seemed that Miss Yao missed Commander Ming quite dearly. The man did not even wait for her to react before he fastened the iron shackles around her wrists, binding her hands behind her back. Wen Yao could sense that this individual possessed remarkable skills. After struggling a few times, she found herself unable to break free from his grasp. Resigned, she turned her gaze to the unfamiliar man in the black uniform ahead of her. "Who are you?" The tall man, wielding a black gun, narrowed his eyes slightly at the girl, who remained remarkably calm throughout. In a steady voice, he replied, "I am more curious to know who you are, Miss Chiu." With that, he raised his hand and commanded sharply, "Take her away." After being forcefully shoved into the back seat of a car, Wen Yao's mind raced with thoughts. Judging by their attire, they were from the headquarters of the East Continent's 14th District, but why would they arbitrarily abduct her? Was it because she had killed Fan Chia, and those who failed to obtain the banner had reported her to Fan Chia's cousin? Or was it because her outstanding performance during this assessment had exposed her identity as the former commander of the North Continent? Perhaps it was a combination of both. If only she had been more cautious. With a tilt of her head, Wen Yao scrutinized the driver, attempting to ascertain whether he was Fan Chia's cousin. "Where are you taking me?" The thin man in the passenger seat glanced at her and, despite his impatience, answered her question, "With you shackled." "Where do you think you're going?" Wen Yao thought it quite likely that they were headed to the prison of the 14th District headquarters, where notorious criminals were subjected to severe interrogations within dilapidated, cement-walled buildings surrounded by iron fences. Fortunately, this location was not far from the Castle Villa area, allowing her a chance to return to the city while saving on travel expenses. However, the iron shackles were troublesome. Unlike ropes, she couldn't simply break free with physical strength, and with her hands bound behind her, she couldn't even draw her weapon. Realizing the futility of her struggles, Wen Yao resolved to conserve her energy and quietly observe the scenery outside the window, planning to devise a strategy once they reached the city. After all, many people at the headquarters of the 14th District would recognize her, and she could easily find a way to escape. Meanwhile, within the 4-story castle villa, two men were intently focused on a map displaying a red dot. As the dot swiftly moved from the northern outskirts toward the city center, Mingchen rested his chin on his hand, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. "Dr. Lin, look. As soon as she returns to the city, she heads this way." Fortunately, Lin Zurin had a rare moment of leisure and was in the mood to indulge Mingchen in this idle pastime. He adjusted his glasses, feigning seriousness as he observed the screen. "It seems so. She is indeed moving quickly, likely by car." Mingchen nodded lightly and moved the cursor on the screen, revealing the speed indicator, 56 kilometers h. This speed certainly indicates she is traveling by automobile. Lin Zurin stroked his chin, pretending to contemplate deeply. It must be a black sedan, he surmised, noting that most vehicles at the headquarters were black. Mingchen nodded thoughtfully. As the car drew near the Castle Villa area, he languidly stood up, casting a smile at Lin Zurin. "I appreciate your company today, Dr. Lin." With a polite smile masking his inner eye-rolling, Lin Zurin replied, "It was my pleasure." Before long, the car carrying Wen Yao arrived near the castle villa. As she gazed out the window, she fortuitously spotted He Fengyan, who stood by the roadside, smoking a cigarette while conversing with a girl beside him. Wen Yao's eyes brightened, and she quickly called out through the window, "Captain He." However, as soon as the words left her lips, a gunshot rang out. The man in the passenger seat fired through the seat beside her, shouting angrily, "What are you shouting for? Behave yourself." Startled, Wen Yao felt her hair disheveled, her pupils contracting in shock. Just then, a series of gunshots echoed from the rear, bullets striking the metal chassis with a cacophony of sound. The thin man in the passenger seat, bewildered, poked his head out the window and yelled, "Who the hell is shooting at our car? Are you insane? Don't you know that firing is prohibited in the Castle Villa area?" The driver promptly slammed on the brakes. Glancing through the rearview mirror, he saw the two individuals who had been conversing by the roadside rushing toward them. It was Captain He, his expression grave as he uttered something that was lost in the distance. Beside him, Captain Luo stepped forward, shouting, "Stop!" The driver, left with no choice, reversed the car and, suppressing his irritation, respectfully inquired, "Captain He, is there something you need?" He Fengyan, indifferent to him, pulled open the rear door and, upon noticing Wen Yao's bound hands, turned to her and asked, "Are you all right? Have you been interrogated?" Wen Yao, maintaining her composure, shook her head and replied honestly, "Not yet." The others exited the vehicle, and the tall driver tilted his head in confusion, asking, "Captain He, are these your people?" He Fengyan ignored him, and the man persisted, "This girl is no ordinary one. She dared to kill an instructor during the assessment. She killed my cousin. As the supervisor of the 14th District Prison, do I not have the right to question her?" Chapter 83. It seems you do not wish to see me at all. Be silent. You have no right to interrogate. The girl in the orange attire stepped forward, assisting Wen Yao out of the vehicle, then addressed the man nearby, "Hand over the handcuff keys." The man accompanying Captain Fan was somewhat intimidated by the situation. After all, both He Fengyan and Luo Xianying were prominent figures in the 14th District of Dongzhou. One was primarily responsible for overseeing the biological research building valued by Commander Ming, while the other managed the eastern port waters of Gangxiao City. When two powerful individuals demanded a person, even the most substantial reasons could not justify refusal. Though both were commanders, Captain Fan was merely a jailer, and in Commander Ming's eyes, his importance paled in comparison to theirs. The man tossed the keys to Luo Xianying, who adeptly caught them and swiftly unlocked Wen Yao's handcuffs. After carefully inspecting the girl's delicate hands to ensure she was unharmed, she turned to the two men and commanded, "Leave at once." He Fengyan cast a glance at Fan Lin and scoffed, "Do not think I am unaware of your cousin. He has been running rampant in the suburban training camp, using your name as a shield, neglecting duties, and his reputation has reached the city center. If such trash were in my hands, I would eliminate him with a single shot." Surprised that such family scandals had reached Captain He, Fan Lin could only lower his head and concede, "Captain He, you are right." Once the two men had departed in embarrassment, He Fengyan turned to Luo Xianying and noticed her holding Wen Yao's hand. He furrowed his brow, questioning, "What are you doing holding her hand?" Luo Xianying, taken aback by his remark, retorted, "What's wrong with girls holding hands? Are you jealous?" He Fengyan's brow twitched. "Mind your words." Wen Yao, being a person of few words and reserved nature, was particularly temperate when not in battle or significant situations. Thus, even though she did not know the exuberant girl beside her, she did not resist the gesture of holding hands. Luo Xianying was a fervent admirer of beauty, drawn to attractive individuals regardless of gender, especially with someone like Wen Yao, whose quiet demeanor and gentle appearance were particularly appealing to her. Therefore, not only did she hold Wen Yao's hand, but she also introduced herself with familiarity. "Miss Yao may not know me well, but I saw you during the days when Commander Ming brought you back. I am Luo Xianying, responsible for guarding the eastern port waters of the 14th District of Dongzhou. Unless duty calls, I do not usually reside here." The three walked along a tree-lined path towards the castle villa. He Fengyan found Luo Xianying's incessant chatter rather tiresome. "This is the castle villa area. Mind your demeanor. Also, no one cares who you are." Luo Xianying, wrapping her arm around Wen Yao's, playfully patted He Fengyan's shoulder. "I wasn't speaking to you. Oh, if someone says they do not care about me, you would know." He Fengyan initially intended to ignore her, yet could not help but respond. "Do you see her paying attention to you?" Luo Xianying was quicker with her retorts. "But she is not paying attention to you either." He Fengyan fell silent, pondering for a moment. Realizing he was not typically verbose, he chose to ignore Luo Xianying altogether. Luo Xianying glanced at him, then pulled Wen Yao, who had been walking in the middle, to the other side. "We are not on the same path as him. Smelly man. Not a single good one among them." Wen Yao, feeling somewhat shy and at a loss for words, could only remain silent. Just as she was gathering her thoughts to offer a polite reply, a familiar, gentle voice chimed in nearby. "Man. Not a single good one?" The voice lingered, its tone imbued with a playful curiosity. Upon hearing it, the trio suddenly halted. He Fengyan and Wen Yao turned to face the sound. while Luo, Shen felt a jolt in her heart and stiffly turned her neck. By then, twilight had settled, and a man clad in a white shirt stood in the shadows beneath a tree, leaning against a gleaming car. Half of him was cloaked in darkness, while the other half glimmered under the glow of a European street lamp, creating a stark contrast that rendered him almost otherworldly. His pale, slender wrist adorned with a silver bracelet. He rose languidly, his demeanor both relaxed and regal, casting a gentle smile toward the three. Yifengyan glanced at Luo Xianying, who realized her slip of the tongue and quickly amended her words, awkwardly smiling. Well, men come in different varieties. Some are certainly not good. But those like Commander Ming are undoubtedly one in a million, far beyond the reach of ordinary men. After speaking, she held Wen Yao's hand and, with a determined air, approached the man. I brought the lovely Miss Yao back, and now I shall take my leave. Adopting an attitude akin to a courteous waiter, she shed the previous confidence and bravado in the presence of Commander Ming, resembling an eagle turned into a quail. Mingchen, being somewhat eccentric, played along with the mood. He affectionately took hold of Wen Yao's now unbound hand and smiled at Luo Xianying, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Luo. Once Luo Xianying and the others departed, Mingchen turned his attention to the gentle beauty he had not seen for several days. He playfully pinched the soft palm of the girl, bending down with a smile as he asked, "Did you enjoy killing zombies outside the city?" Wen Yao appeared to still be adjusting to his touch. The warmth of his fingertips brushed against her palm, causing a tingling sensation that made her slightly uncomfortable. She lowered her eyelashes, responding softly, "It was all right." Mingchen gazed at her with drawn hand, his expression momentarily faltering. "Oh, so it is acceptable for others, but not for him." He lowered his gaze to the space where her hand had been, and his smile faded. "It seems you do not wish to see me at all." Wen Yao, still rubbing her tingling palm, looked up in confusion, entirely unaware of how he had reached such a conclusion. However, Mingchen chose not to elaborate, casually slipping his hands into his pockets as he walked ahead. Wen Yao watched his retreating figure, perplexed by his sudden change in mood, unable to decipher the depths of his feelings. As she followed him up to the 5th floor of the castle villa, she pondered for a moment before gently inquiring, "Are you unhappy?" Chapter 84, does that imply you have thought about it? Upon hearing this, Mingchen halted his steps, yet did not respond to her words. Wen Yao stood at the entrance of her suite, finding herself at a loss, uncertain whether to enter or remain outside. To step inside felt impolite, as if leaving him at the threshold, yet remaining there left her tongue tied. Eventually, she decided that the crux of the matter lay in his inexplicable and somewhat melancholic remark, and thus replied, "I did not mean to avoid seeing you." Her voice, gentle and devoid of any semblance of aggression, was soft and soothing. In the quiet corridor, it resonated as if sweetening the very air around them. Mingchen, with his long lashes lowered, patiently awaited her anxious clarification. At last, a smile akin to the gentle caress of spring unfurled upon his otherwise cool visage. Leaning closer, he whispered near her ear, "Does that imply you have thought about it?" Wen Yao immediately felt a tension envelop her. She had anticipated this cunning fox's antics. As Mingchen spoke, he lifted a strand of her hair, twirling it delicately around his fingers before politely releasing it. His deep, magnetic voice echoed in the grand, empty castle corridor. "Go take a shower first, after you're done. Come find me." His touch upon her hair was gentle, barely tugging at her scalp. Yet, Wen Yao felt her breath hitch, her scalp prickling with an electric sensation that lingered even after he had leisurely departed. Go take a shower, come find him afterward? For what purpose? As she pondered these ambiguous words, a flush crept to her ears, her mind awkwardly turning over the implications until she finally recalled, "Oh, to check if I am injured." With this thought, she cast her gaze downwards, a hint of regret in her eyes as she regarded her left arm. The injury on her arm was easily noticeable. Initially, she had intended to refrain from returning to the castle villa, planning to wait until her minor injury healed. However, someone had unexpectedly handcuffed her back, an unfortunate twist of fate. Wen Yao rummaged through her wardrobe, discovering that all the garments were either short-sleeved or loose long-sleeved, easily revealing her injury if someone were to roll up her sleeves. After much deliberation, she unearthed a white shirt-style dress with long sleeves, distinguished by 2 buttons at the cuffs that would prevent her from rolling them up. After taking a shower and donning clean attire, Wen Yao grasped a bag of gold coins and approached the suite door at the corridor's end. By this time, night had fallen, and the lavishly decorated retro room remained unlit, illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight. As she knocked on the door, Mingchen was still engrossed in lighting the candles. Once he had illuminated the entire living room, he turned to her, "Come sit." Wen Yao. To be honest, she was somewhat taken aback by the myriad of candles. A single light bulb could have sufficed for illumination, yet he insisted on the elaborate effort of filling the room with candles. It was quintessentially him, Mingchen, whose thought processes transcended the ordinary. The warm, orange glow of the candles danced whimsically, casting light across the leather sofa and the transparent glass coffee table, illuminating the corners of the vintage living room. Wen Yao had visited this space several times, but due to the absence of electricity and windows, it had always been shrouded in darkness. This time, however, she clearly observed the arrangement of the room. In the center, the sofa was surrounded by long tables, bookshelves, renowned paintings, and various decorative items. Most striking were the beautiful glass vases on the table, each holding a rose. The flowers had been arranged at different times. Some were wilted and withered. Others had shed petals onto the table's edge, while a few remained vibrant, glistening with dew, evidently freshly picked. Such opulent decor evoked memories of a fairy tale she had once read as a child. "Why have you lit so many candles?" Wen Yao could not help but inquire as she settled beside him. Mingchen reclined against the sofa, his shirt buttons haphazardly fastened, exuding an air of languid arrogance and sensuality. His almond-shaped eyes glimmered with mischief, their gaze lingering on her. "Do you not find it aesthetically pleasing?" Wen Yao dared not meet his gaze again after a fleeting glance, feeling a twinge of guilt as she replied, "It is beautiful, though perhaps a bit excessive. When I visited my hometown for ancestral worship, I never encountered so many candles." Mingchen casually plucked a rose from the coffee table, lightly brushing it against her nose twice before offering it to her. "Little wooden head, why are you so unromantic?" The soft petals of the rose grazed her nose, tickling her with a faint fragrance, causing Wen Yao to instinctively accept it, an unwelcome wave of nervousness washing over her. In moments of heightened tension, one often resorts to conversation to alleviate the discomfort. Remembering the matter at hand, she hastily placed the bag of gold coins on the coffee table and fibbed, "I wasn't injured this time." As she set down the bag, Mingchen reached for it as well. Whether intentional or not, their warm fingertips brushed against each other's cool skin. "What is this?" Startled by the brief contact, Wen Yao quickly withdrew her hand, her fingers curling slightly. "Gold coins for you." Mingchen noted her flustered reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he casually tilted the bag of coins. "So much? Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 85. As long as you don't kill me," with a nod, Wen Yao elucidated. The decamp assessment was conducted in teams. Acquiring a pennant entitled us to gold coins. I obtained all the pennants and distributed them amongst my teammates, and some of the instructors reciprocated by gifting their gold coins to me. Mingchen glanced askance at her, his peach blossom eyes brimming with amusement at her earnest explanation. "Is that so?" he murmured, his long lashes then lowered in reverence as he untied the mouth of the gold coin pouch with devout care, his gaze focused and his actions meticulous, as if it were not a mere bag of coins, but a meticulously prepared gift. Candlelight flickered softly, casting a gilded halo upon the man's handsome visage. The pallor and fatigue that had previously marked his complexion had abated, and his luscious lips possessed a newfound rosiness. The interplay of light and shadow upon his face rendered his already flawless profile breathtaking. Wen Yao averted her gaze, fixing it upon her palm, where crescent moon indentations had been etched by her fingernails. Mingchen upturned the pouch, spilling its contents onto the tea table. The gold coins cascaded down, producing a crisp, metallic chime as they collided with the glass surface. However, amidst the coins were 2 polished, lustrous pebbles. The man's eyes widened with curiosity at the sight of the black and white stones, as if he had stumbled upon a rare, and amusing treasure. He reached out and plucked them up. Upon seeing this, Wen Yao hastily extended her hand. Those aren't. She had casually tossed the pebbles into the bag, intending only to bring them back with her, but had forgotten to retrieve them. Beneath the candlelight, the man of captivating beauty curved his lips into a smile and tilted his head, meeting her gaze. Are these also a gift for me? The question hung in the air. To deny it now would be a rebuff. Very well, she thought, they are merely 2 stones. He can have them if he desires. Wen Yao retracted her hand and nodded agreeably. Yes, I found them by the stream and thought they were quite lovely, so I selected a couple. My sister used to enjoy collecting such stones for me. If you like them, I can gather more beautiful ones for you next time I go out. Observing her docile demeanor and listening to her mellifluous words, Mingchen felt a surge of emotion. He tentatively reached out and grasped her wrist, intending to draw her closer. Wen Yao was taken aback by his actions, a mixture of apprehension and confusion swirling within her. Before she could inquire, the man seemed to notice something. He lifted her wrist, scrutinizing it intently. What happened to your hand? He asked. He hadn't noticed before, but now, under the bright candlelight, he observed faint red marks on the inner side of her delicate wrist, present on both hands. Wen Yao glanced down. Those are from handcuffs. Handcuffs? Yes, I hadn't intended to return today, but someone brought me back in handcuffs. She proceeded to recount the entire incident, then inquired, I killed Instructor Fan from D Camp, who is Captain Fan's cousin. Will this have significant repercussions? I apologize. I didn't consider the consequences at the time. Why are you apologizing? Mingchen's eyelashes lowered slightly, and the smile on his face diminished, indicating his displeasure. Is everything truly all right? Well, Captain Fan. Wen Yao was not concerned about Captain Fan's potential retaliation against her, but rather worried about whether offending Captain Fan would cause discord between Mingchen and his key subordinates. The man merely offered an enigmatic smile. As he released her hand, he leaned closer, his head drawing near. Unlike the northern continent, the eastern continent has no explicit prohibition against killing. Whether killing is a crime is contingent upon the individual. However, the distance closed imperceptibly, and Wen Yao found herself enveloped in the flickering shadows of the candlelight. She raised her lashes involuntarily, her gaze colliding with his captivating peach blossom eyes. His irises were dark, now flecked with candlelight, resembling shimmering glass, beautiful and alluring. Yet this was not enough. The malevolent charmer leaned in closer, his breath caressing her ear as he murmured in a velvety voice, As long as the person you kill is not me, I will always protect you. Wen Yao was already on edge, and his proximity caused her heart to race uncontrollably. If everything is all right, then you can have the gold coins. I must take my leave, she stammered. She rose abruptly, as if fleeing some unseen horror, and hastily departed. Mingchen watched her hasty retreat, chuckling softly for a long while. Only after her white figure had vanished through the doorway did he reach out and pick up the jade-white pebble from the tea table, gently stroking it in his palm. It truly feels like a dream. The young woman who had once stood as his adversary, never hesitating to strike him, had now sheathed her claws and become as docile as a lamb, allowing him to do as he pleased. He had always understood Wen Yao. Her heart was pure, her integrity unwavering, and her nature benevolent. Had they not met on the battlefield, had there been no conflict of interests, one would discover that her character was exceptional, almost devoid of any temper. If you needed her comfort, she would provide it. If you desired something from her, she would likely grant it. She was always eager to assist those in need. In the northern continent, she had been the same, steadfastly standing by Shen Yichuan, silently protecting their comrades. But what of Shen Yichuan? He was blind to her jewel-like brilliance, oblivious to her tender care. He was like a blind man. At that time, he had often felt a pang of jealousy, wondering what might have transpired had they not been enemies, had he been the first to encounter Wen Yao. He did not know whether Wen Yao would have reciprocated his affections, but he would have done everything in his power to protect her, to cherish her, and to prevent anyone else from gaining an advantage over him. Mingchen, in a state of profound elation, set down the pebble, which landed on a glass tea table with a delicate chime. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the man leaned back on the sofa, a smile playing on his lips. The tenderness and affection in his captivating peach blossom eyes gradually receded, revealing the madness and wickedness that lay beneath the surface, tinged with boundless joy and vengeful delight. Shen Yichuan, I hope I never see you again. For every time I do, I will laugh at you. Chapter 86. The habit of the past is now a burden in the 13th base headquarters of Linha City, North Continent. A short man with a round head hurriedly descended from a vehicle, panting as he addressed the man in black who had been waiting outside. Captain Shen, it's all over. There's no hope. Shen Yichuan, his expression grave, demanded, what is the situation? The short man wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze filled with despair. The individuals who sneaked through the back roads into Drenched City have all gone missing. The monitoring chips implanted in them have been forcibly removed, and we cannot detect their life signals. I suspect that since the chips were removed, they must have been captured. Oh, and the path leading into Drenched has now been sealed off. Shen Yichuan maintained a stern silence for a moment before inquiring. What about the two individuals who infiltrated the Eastern Continent training camp with a group of refugees? The short man shook his head again, also without a trace. The training camp is equipped with strict surveillance scanning devices, and they did not carry monitoring chips, so their life signals are invisible. We cannot establish contact at all. Therefore, the mission assigned by the Lord has likely resulted in complete failure. Uneasy, the short man glanced at Shen Yichuan, who furrowed his brow and fell silent once more. As the most significant research district in the Eastern Continent, District 14 was notorious for conducting biological research experiments on living subjects, an act of complicity that led the Lord of the North Continent to assign a critical task to their 13th district, to map out the layout of the research building in District 14, so that it could be thoroughly destroyed in the event of war. Shen Yichuan had received this mission from the commander at the 13th base, and he had seized the opportunity to divert the horde of zombies towards District 14 using a newly developed special serum. He had hoped that this catastrophe would at least incite some chaos. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the combat capabilities of District 14 were far stronger than he had anticipated. The heavy rains of recent days had rendered the fuel unusable, allowing the zombies to mutate and resurrect freely. How had they managed to remain unscathed while capturing their dispatch personnel? After a prolonged silence, Shen Yichuan finally said, "You should go and rest for now. I will find an opportunity to personally apologize to the Lord." Upon returning to his quarters, Shen Yichuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a succulent plant on the wooden table. The blue ceramic bowl cradled the frost-kissed green foliage, a rare sight amidst the snow-covered expanse of the North Continent. He wondered where Wen Yao had found it. He recalled how she would always take the time to water it, and even place it in the sun when it shone. At the time, he had scoffed at the notion, believing that such a plant could hardly survive in the frigid climate of the north. Yet she had gently replied, "How can we know if we do not try?" Miraculously, the succulent had thrived and continued to live to this day. Shen Yichuan would have previously dismissed such trivialities. He had never paid attention to Wen Yao's actions or her fleeting moments of melancholy. He had always believed that in a world of chaos, one must adapt to the circumstances. The times of abundant resources and peace were long gone. To dwell on delicate emotions seemed frivolous and a waste of time. Yet, after teaching her calmness and rationality, he now found that in her absence, the moments of her occasional sentimentality were what he missed the most. In these days, he often found himself recalling the myriad of memories associated with her. She had once found a beautiful stone and joyfully presented it to him, only to leave in disappointment when he coldly suggested she occupy herself with more meaningful tasks. She had covered an injured stranger with a blanket, and he had chastised her for her misplaced compassion, urging her to move on, yet she had approached him with gentle words, asking him not to be angry. She had struggled with marksmanship, hitting the target only once out of 10 attempts, and he had deemed her wasteful of resources, giving her weapon to another teammate while she looked on, her eyes filled with apprehension, fearing to disappoint him. On one occasion, while on a mission together, they passed a road sign for Qingzhou City, a place she had longed to revisit. He had informed her that it was now a dead city overrun by zombies, rendering any return futile. She had remained silent, gazing out of the window for the entire journey, ignoring him for 3 days. Eventually, he had taken the time to bring her to the summit of Songping Mountain to witness the snowfall, promising to help her find her family, which had restored her spirits. And there were countless other moments. Human memory is a wondrous thing, often unveiling details and events that had gone unnoticed even in the moment. Their 7 years together felt interminable, filled with countless shared days. And now, the very habits he had once taken for granted became unbearable to endure. The thought of her, battered and taken to the eastern continent, at the mercy of Mingchen, transformed every recollection, every frame, every detail into a piercing thorn lodged in his heart. An unrelenting multitude of pricks penetrating deeply. Shen Yichuan was acutely aware that he ought not to dwell on such thoughts. Reason had admonished him repeatedly that it was futile, yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Even during this mission, he was swayed by painful emotions, attempting to send the 2 members of his team to seek news of Wen Yao. Shen Yichuan, do you not possess any emotion? Emotion? I would rather label it as a weakness of humanity, utterly useless aside from causing harm. Yet, ultimately, humans are creatures of emotion. It is not something easily surmountable. That is you, not me. That is you, not me. Not me. How ironic. Standing before the table, Shen Yichuan trembled as he reached out, gently pinching the small, white stone resting beside the succulent. Overwhelming agony engulfed him, and he could only repeatedly assure himself that Wen Yao was clever and resilient. Even in the eastern continent, she would surely live bravely and steadfastly, eventually finding a way back to the north. He understood her nature better than anyone else. After 7 years in the North Continent, with her strong emotional ties, she would never ally herself with that band of thieves in the east, even if she held a grudge against him. As long as she could return, he would never let her go again. He would personally tell her just how much he cared for her, and he would embrace her tightly, providing her with everything she desired. The man at the table furrowed his brow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He squeezed the stone tightly, and in an instant, it crumbled to shimmering powder, scattering across the table's edge. Chapter 87. Not a family. Not entering the same door as Wen Yao returned to her room, her ears burned with heat, and her heart raced inexplicably. It was difficult to articulate the tumultuous feelings within her. Yet, it seemed that the longer she spent in his presence, the more pronounced her reactions became. Mingchen, with his exquisite physique, striking features, and captivating voice, was truly a paragon among men. Over the years, even considering the countless male celebrities her cousin had pursued during their school days, none had ever matched his allure. Thus, it must be his extraordinary beauty that stirred such feelings within her. After all, it is only natural to appreciate beauty, and perhaps her reactions were not entirely unwarranted. Wen Yao touched her face, frowning as she picked up a cup from her desk, only to set it down moments later. It appeared that limiting her interactions with him would be wise. It was akin to being poisoned, as it led her to entertain unsettling thoughts. Not long after Wen Yao departed, Mingchen arrived at the door of a room on the 2nd floor of the villa. He leaned casually against the corridor wall, idly twirling a black firearm in his hand, while keeping an eye on the clock mounted on the opposite wall. As the minute hand clicked to 9, a tall man emerged from around the corner, followed closely by a slight companion. They had just returned from prison, and the man in front hummed a tune, playfully spinning a set of iron shackles in his hand. The smaller man, trailing behind, stretched his shoulders and yawned, exclaiming how exhausted he was, relieved that he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. In the midst of their conversation, an unexpected figure in white suddenly caught their attention. Upon seeing the individual standing before their dormitory door, the two exchanged glances. The slender man lowered his voice and inquired, "Why is Commander Ming here?" The tall man frowned in response. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Before they could ponder further, Mingchen lifted his head, smiling as he turned to them. "Captain Fan has returned instantly." Fan Lin felt a sense of foreboding. He was responsible for maintaining order in Port Bridge City, a jurisdiction limited to the city's survivors, and it was uncommon for matters concerning team members or significant criminals to require his coordination with Commander Ming. Thus, when there was no apparent reason for Commander Ming to involve himself, it could only mean trouble. Fan Lin lost his earlier bravado, bowing his head respectfully and humbly asking, "May I inquire what Commander Ming needs?" Mingchen, upon hearing this, smiled again. Rising languidly, he pointed to the iron shackles in Fan Lin's grasp. his voice smooth and amiable. "Could Captain Fan lend these to me for a moment?" Fan Lin dared not refuse and obediently handed over the 2 sets of shackles. After graciously accepting them, Mingchen smiled gently and said, "Extend your hand," taken aback. Fan Lin hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended his hand, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Commander Ming, have I done something wrong?" However, Mingchen said nothing, smoothly unlocking the shackles with his long, pale fingers and securing them around the man's left wrist. The other hand, he instructed. Panic surged within Fan Lin, but in the presence of such an imposing figure, he dared not question further, trembling as he extended his other hand. Witnessing this, the slender man felt despondent and instinctively offered his hands as well. It was important to note that Commander Ming held a firearm in his other hand. Typically, he would not carry a weapon unless it were absolutely necessary. If he did not extend his hands, the consequences would surely be more severe than mere shackling. Mingchen observed their hands with a smile, commenting, "How perceptive." Once both were securely shackled, he twirled the small key from the handcuffs playfully around his slender finger before withdrawing his hand and smiling politely at them. "You two shall endure these for 7 days." After dinner, with little to occupy her, Wen Yao intended to check her energy progress bar before sleeping. However, she unexpectedly discovered that her wound was seeping fresh blood. Despite having bandaged it with gauze, she was unsure how it had become unwrapped, as blood had soaked through, staining her white sleeve with a crimson line. Wandering around her room, she realized there was nothing available for tending to her injury. All her clothes and towels were pristine, and she did not wish to soil them. Reluctantly, she decided to venture downstairs, quietly making her way to the 3rd floor to find Dr. Lin. Linzeren was just about to exit his office when he spotted her, looking somewhat surprised. He politely asked, "Miss Yao, is there something you need?" Wen Yao grasped her sleeve, concealing her hand behind her back, and calmly inquired, "Do you have any gauze here, Dr. Lin?" Adjusting his glasses, Linzeren replied, "Of course we have gauze. I'll fetch some for you, but may I ask why you need it, Miss Yao?" After a brief pause, Wen Yao concocted a rather absurd yet defensible response. "I need it for play." Linzeren? Indeed, they were not family, nor could they enter the same door. Miss Yao and Commander Ming were truly suited to be companions. After all, it was merely gauze and not some vital medication. Without hesitation, Linzeren generously retrieved a large stack for her, smiling politely. "I hope you enjoy your playtime." Wen Yao replied, "Thank you," as she turned to leave with the gauze. Linzeren suddenly called out to her. When she glanced back, he maintained his professional smile and said, "Miss Yao, if you have the time, please remember to visit often and keep Commander Ming company. He truly is quite lonely." Wen Yao was perplexed as to why Dr. Lin had suddenly shared this with her. However, considering his kindness in providing her with so much gauze, she nodded, "All right." It seemed that those around Mingchen cared for him deeply, each one considering his well-being, even expressing concern for his solitude. As Wen Yao descended the stairs, she had to pass by the elevator on her way to her suite. Unprepared for anything amiss, she was taken aback when the elevator doors opened with a ding. Inside stood the charming man, who, upon seeing her, smiled with surprise and asked, "What brings you here?" Chapter 88. Naturally, I shall punish you myself. Wen Yao instinctively concealed her right hand behind her back, not only clutching a piece of gauze, but also bearing an injury on her forearm, blood staining her sleeve. "It's nothing, just passing by." Despite her composed response, the man standing at the elevator's entrance discerned something amiss. He tilted his head slightly, raising an elegantly arched brow, and inquired, "What amusing item have you hidden from me?" His voice, typically smooth and melodious, now carried an undertone of playful mockery as he approached her, akin to a playful banter. Wen Yao's heart raced, the tension overwhelming her, reminiscent of childhood days when one would be caught in a transgression. As he drew nearer, she instinctively stepped back, tightening her grip on the gauze. "It's just a sanitary napkin. Do you really want to see it?" She had hoped that such a term would deter him, but to her surprise, he responded with a gentle smile. "What could possibly be objectionable in that?" I truly underestimated this eccentricity. Mingchen had merely intended to tease her and had no genuine desire to pry into her private matters. However, as he leaned closer and glanced down, he clearly observed the crimson streak on her sleeve. It was a distinct line of blood, stark against the bright overhead lights in her pure white sleeve, unmistakably indicating that it was not a mere accident, but rather a result of the wound on her arm. Wen Yao, feeling increasingly anxious, yearned for an excuse to escape this oppressive situation, but it was evidently too late. Mingchen's delicate, pale hand quickly ensnared her wrist, drawing forth the hand she had concealed behind her back. "What is the matter?" The warmth emanating from his skin at the point of contact sent a shiver through her. And with no other recourse, Wen Yao averted her gaze and stammered an explanation. "It's not a zombie bite, just an accidental scratch." The button at her sleeve was unfastened, and her sleeve was gently raised, revealing the crude and unsightly bandage. Mingchen fell silent, the smile fading somewhat from his face as he firmly grasped her wrist and led her towards the elevator. Wen Yao dared to glance at his expression, fearing his anger, and hurriedly clarified, "It's really not serious. I don't consider an injury." So I thought before she could finish, his index finger touched the tip of his nose, and she heard his teasing voice. "Little liar, remember that a nose can grow longer with deceit." As they returned to the third floor and traversed several corridors, they arrived at an unoccupied infirmary. Wen Yao gazed at the bright fluorescent light. "What are you bringing me here for?" "Naturally, to punish you myself." As he spoke, the door was gently closed, and she found herself pressed onto the nearby bed, her sleeve once again lifted, lacking any medical knowledge or skill in bandaging wounds. Her makeshift bandage was a jumbled mess tied in a tight knot, which Mingchen struggled to untie for some time before finally conceding to retrieve scissors. Wen Yao watched the scissors with apprehension. "What are you doing?" Hearing her anxious query, the man chuckled softly. "Do I look like I'm about to redress your wound?" Wen Yao fell silent, quietly observing as the gauze was carefully snipped away. When the blade grazed her skin, his dexterous hands evidently tempered their force, transitioning to a bottle of an unknown ointment, patiently and meticulously applying it to the affected area. Once the gauze was successfully removed, revealing the scratch, Wen Yao sat on the bed, wringing the bedsheet, while Mingchen leaned over her. From her vantage point, she could see his slightly lowered eyelashes and prominent nose, each detail exuding perfection. Outside, an unexpected drizzle began to fall, the sound of raindrops pattering against the glass filling the silence. Within the room, the only sounds were the soft clinks of the medicine bottles and the faint rhythm of their breaths, accompanied by an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. Perhaps due to the familiarity of the situation, Wen Yao recalled the day Mingchen saved her. Upon awakening, he had also been clad in white, tending to her arm. He always seemed to exude a tranquil and carefree demeanor. Though occasionally a bit eccentric, he was perpetually gentle and patient. Mingchen, yes. Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes, feeling an inexplicable hesitation to voice what lingered on her lips. Unlike the time she had been grievously injured, this was merely a minor wound, and the pain was insufficient to overshadow the man's compelling presence before her. Once her arm was perfectly bandaged, he straightened and inquired, "What did you wish to say?" Noticing her flushed cheeks and silence, Mingchen's lips curled into an unintentional smile as he asked, "Are there any other injuries?" Wen Yao quickly shook her head. "None at all." Mingchen extended a finger to lift her chin, meeting her slightly flustered, shimmering gaze. "Really none at all?" His fingertip, warm against her skin, made her instinctively shiver. Meeting his deep, expressive eyes, she endeavored to maintain her composure in the charged atmosphere. "Truly none at all." "Very well. I shall trust you once more." Mingchen responded as he pulled her sleeve down, smiling. "Should I discover that you have concealed anything else from me, next time I may have to thoroughly inspect you." Wen Yao, already flustered by his touch, felt her cheeks heat further at the implication of thoroughly inspecting. Just as she prepared to flee, his alluring voice resonated in her ear. A favor, if you will. "What is it?" Chapter 89. Does she perhaps have affections for him? Mingchen seemed to be lost in some amusing thought, smiling as he extended his hand towards her, requesting, "Help me wash my hands." Use your special ability." His fire-based ability could light a candle, while her water-based ability could wash his hands. He truly knew how to toy with her. However, Wen Yao found it difficult to refuse this request. After all, he had just bandaged her wound, and his hands had inadvertently become stained with some ointment and blood. Assisting him was not too much to ask. She gathered a small sphere of water in her palm and sprinkled it over his hands. Mingchen, in turn, gracefully intertwined his fingers, gently scrubbing them in front of her. His movements were elegant and languid, imbued with an air of casual indifference. Yet, whether it was the exquisite beauty of his water-drenched hands or the alluring pink of his knuckles, Wen Yao instinctively averted her gaze, as if she were looking at something she ought not to see. Nevertheless, the man before her had no intention of letting her off the hook. After she withdrew her hand, he reached out with his damp fingers and tugged at her sleeve. "A bit more water, darling." The gentle sound of droplets hitting the tiled floor was accompanied by his sultry tone, low and slightly husky, his warm breath brushing against her ear, further amplifying the tension in the air with that ambiguous endearment. Wen Yao's heart raced, and she couldn't help but respond, "Mingchen, you promised." Yet, the charming rogue showed no sign of self-awareness, gazing down at her innocently. "What? Maintain some distance from me." Mingchen paused momentarily, his gaze darkening slightly beneath his long lashes before he replied, "I share my fire with you, yet you deny me the use of your water. What sense does that make?" Wen Yao's cheeks flushed as she inhaled deeply. Yet, when faced with his perfect, innocent visage, she began to wonder if the fault lay with her. After all, Mingchen had always been like this, playful and unpredictable. Perhaps it was unintentional, and she was reading too much into it. Wen Yao retracted her fingers, her voice soft as she murmured, "Thank you for bandaging my wound. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." After uttering the awkward words, she dared not meet his gaze, quickly stepping back and turning away. However, just as her hand grasped the doorknob, his deep, resonant voice called out Wen Yao. At the sound of her full name rapped in an intimate tone, her heart fluttered, as if something was poised to surface, leaving her feeling profoundly anxious. Mingchen lifted his eyelids, his gaze capturing her under the light, which danced in his peach blossom-colored eyes like scattered stars, revealing a hint of deep emotion and helplessness. "Do you genuinely not understand, or are you merely pretending not to?" Wen Yao halted, hesitant to turn back. "What do you mean?" The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a long while. Ultimately, it was Wen Yao who broke the stillness, opening the door. "It's quite late. I have to report to the training camp tomorrow." Mingchen watched her vanish through the doorway, lowering his gaze to his hand. After a moment, he conjured flames in his fair palm, evaporating the moisture left behind. As the mist dissipated, he let his gaze fall, a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. Despite his ears turning red and his breath becoming erratic, he still resisted any further contact with her. Initially, he could attribute her shyness to innocence, but with each encounter, doubt crept in. Had she truly not forgotten Shen Yichuan? Or, as Shen Yichuan claimed, was he the one she truly detested? Even if her body succumbed to his deliberate allure, did her heart resist his approach? Was her kindness towards him merely a repayment of a debt, rather than genuine affection? Wen Yao returned to her own room, her mind tumultuous and restless. She sat for a moment on the edge of her soft, comfortable bed before moving to the chair at her desk. Finally, she trembled as she lowered her gaze, gently pushing up her sleeve to poke at her slightly numb arm. The wound on her arm, treated with ointment, was nearly devoid of pain, leaving her with a sense of comfort and refreshment. Mingchen, once a medical student, had wrapped the bandage with perfect precision. Even the final knot he tied was neater than any she could manage, fashioned into a delicate bow. Wen Yao stared at her arm's injury for a while before lowering her sleeve to cover her face, taking a long time to recover from the blush and rapid heartbeat. For a moment, she questioned which of them had the greater issue. Was it possible that she had developed feelings for him? But they had not known each other for long. She had cherished Shen Yichuan for so many years. How could she easily fall for someone else simply because the person beside her had changed? Was she perhaps a hidden flirt, falling for one after another? As for Mingchen, over the past few months in Dongzhou, there had been countless moments when Wen Yao secretly pondered whether he had affections for her. Yet, after much contemplation, she always felt it unlikely. He was inherently this way, like a charming rogue, flirting with anyone he encountered, casting beguiling glances whenever their eyes met. When others condemned him, he feigned innocence, adopting a naive demeanor as if to say, "What have I done?" When they fell for his charms, he would simply laugh it off, embodying a carefree spirit that thrived on beauty and mischief. She still vividly recalled his flirtatious remarks during their time in the snowy plains of Beizhou. "What is the point of following Shen Yichuan? You'd be better off with me. I'll ensure you're well-fed and cared for, without worries for the rest of your life. That knife of yours isn't appealing. How about I trade it for a gun? It would be an honor to be stabbed by Miss Wen herself. Beautiful people should be with beautiful people, just like you and me." In Beizhou, there was a time when he lay on the ground, battered and nearly lifeless. As she passed by, hesitating on whether to deliver a final blow, he weakly coughed blood at her, leveraging his charm to elicit her sympathy, sparing him from her mercy. What happened next? Shortly after she walked away, a rugged vehicle pulled up beside her. The window rolled down to reveal a well-dressed man inside, smiling politely. "Thank you, Miss Wen, for your mercy. In the Qingping Mountains, there was that time they got lost and had to find their way together." He was engrossed in drawing on the ground, and she thought he was sketching a map. When she leaned in to see, he remarked, "Look, if we had a child, it would look like this." His bold teasing and feigned innocence were countless. Instances abounded. Many times, they had no real conflict, but his flirtatious nature and theatricality compelled their group to pursue him relentlessly. Even now, he had moderated his antics, but that was merely because they were no longer enemies. He simply found it less entertaining. A man like him, frivolous and playful to the core, would lose if one were to confront him seriously. Wen Yao took a deep breath, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. In the past, she had fallen for his charm so many times. If she were to be deceived by beauty again this time, she would truly be a fool. Chapter 90. Looking at the home, he cannot return to Wen Yao, return to the ancient castle villa purely by coincidence. Early the next morning, she set off for training Camp C to report for duty. Having missed the orientation for Camp C, she found herself at a loss after changing into her training uniform. It was Qiuji who, noticing her bewilderment, explained, "The training at Camp C is different from the closed-off training at Camp D. It follows a basic task execution model." "What kind of tasks are there?" Wen Yao inquired. "There are 3 types of tasks: indoor tasks, outdoor tasks, and overseas tasks. Outdoor tasks involve clearing zombies and searching for resources, similar to what we did at Camp F. However, these are conducted with the main force, making it relatively safe, and the rewards are considerably higher. Indoor tasks, on the other hand, are essentially menial labor, including cleaning the city streets, injecting zombie virus inhibitors into sewer stations, and inspecting manhole covers for signs of damage to report to superiors. This task can be likened to that of sanitation workers, lacking technical skill and purely physical labor. The upside is that it is almost devoid of danger, and it does provide gold coins as compensation. As for overseas tasks, these have been introduced for our batch of trainees at Camp C. They involve assisting on a ferry to District 14 of the Eastern Continent, also performing menial duties. Recently, not only have zombies been rampant outside the city, but sea monsters have also been terrorizing the coastal ports of Port Bridge City. They require additional manpower there. Wen Yao pondered. Sea monsters? She had heard of them and was aware of their existence along the coasts of the eastern and southern continents. However, having lived in the glacier and snowy plains of the northern continent for so long, she had never encountered such creatures. Now, hearing Qiuji speak of them, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Would slaying a sea monster yield any energy? Qiuji continued animatedly. "I heard that some individuals from Camp B will be selected to train as sailors, specifically to guard the ports against sea monsters." Wen Yao glanced at him, noticing his animated expression, and could not help but ask, "Do you wish to become a sailor?" "Why not?" Qiuji replied. "It is said that being a sailor allows one to embark on sea battles and enjoy fresh seafood daily. How delightful." The 3 types of tasks are allocated to the trainees at Camp C on a rotating monthly basis, and this time, it was unfortunate that Wen Yao and her group were assigned indoor tasks. They were not tasked with venturing out to slay zombies nor searching for tangible resources, but rather cleaning the streets. Most of the trainees receiving this assignment were quite pleased, as it was a low-risk, high-reward opportunity that allowed them to stroll through various markets or visit family in residential areas. Truly a paradise for the timid. However, for someone like Wen Yao, it was exceedingly dull. She had no particular obsession with gold coins and felt indifferent about shopping. The only utility of this task for her was to explore the map and earn gold for Mingchen. By the end of the month, she had accumulated a small pouch of gold coins and had become quite familiar with the 4 major districts of Portbridge City. On the last evening of the month, a torrential rain fell. Wen Yao, Qiu, and an unnamed older man completed a day of street cleaning and took a moment to rest in a dilapidated garage beneath a concrete building. Through the endless curtain of rain in the abandoned city, the older man gazed vacantly at a low bungalow across the way, staring intently for a full half-hour until the rain began to ease. Qiu, having glanced over several times, asked Wen Yao curiously, "What do you think he is looking at?" Wen Yao followed his gaze and replied calmly, "He is looking at the home he cannot return to." It was only later that she learned by chance that the unnamed man had not been without a name. He simply felt unworthy of one and chose not to share it. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had been imprisoned due to gambling and fighting. After enduring his sentence, he longed to return home to see his wife and daughter, only to find the city had fallen and his family scattered. He spent 7 years searching for his wife and daughter, repenting for his past. Yet, despite his good deeds and daily prayers, fate still offered him an indefinite farewell. "Huh?" Wen Yao suddenly asked, lost in thought. "Qiu, do you wish to go home?" Without hesitation, Qiu responded, "I do not." Wen Yao looked at him in surprise. The young man seemed to recall some painful memory and self-deprecatingly remarked, "My home is a run-down little place in the urban village of Portbridge City. I can return whenever I wish. It's just that there is nothing worth returning to in that dilapidated place." Wen Yao did not understand. "After all, it is where you once lived. Is there truly nothing you long for?" Qiu dismissed her concern. "What is there to long for? To reminisce about my mother passing away early? Or my father, that drunkard, beating me when he was intoxicated? Before the zombie crisis, I was still in school, getting beaten black and blue and going to class. And in the end, he blamed me for not getting into a good school and bringing him shame. At that time, I wished for this damned world to end. Never did I expect that it actually would." Though Qiu spoke with indignation and scorn, his eyes became misty when mentioning his parents and family. Wen Yao averted her gaze, looking down at the small puddle on the ground, where raindrops from the concrete eaves fell, creating ripples that spread outward. "I wish to return home, even if only to take a look. Unfortunately, Qingzhou City is too far from District 14 of the Eastern Continent and has long since become a desolate danger zone." During the monthly task settlement, there were 3 days of rest. Wen Yao bid farewell to Qiu and the others, and alone, she walked back to the ancient castle villa amidst the gentle drizzle. On the way back, she found herself inexplicably thinking of Mingchen. In this cold, reshuffled world, everyone had their own story, their own past. Baixido had her story, Qiu had his, and the unnamed older man had his. What kind of tale lay behind Mingchen? As a leader of District 14 of the Eastern Continent, she pondered, feeling a spark of curiosity. When Wen Yao returned to the ancient castle villa this time, Mingchen was not present. However, Fengyan was there. He informed her Commander Ming has likely gone out on a mission. He left the city half a month ago. Wen Yao nodded and casually asked, "When will he be back?" To her surprise, Fengyan looked taken aback. Commander Ming's movements are always unpredictable. It's likely that no one knows when he will return. No one knows. Wen Yao recalled that he used to inform her when he would leave, how long he would be gone, and approximately when he would return. So, did he only share this with her? Chapter 91. Eastern Coast Harbor. Mingchen's tasks for going out were somewhat known to Wen Yao as the most formidable ability user in the entire base. He typically undertook the perilous mission of collecting mutated specimens from various hazardous zones himself. Given the classified nature of the reagents being researched at the base, he seldom took many companions along, usually just Yasha and Da, both of whom had been by his side since the onset of the apocalypse and could be considered his confidants. He donned the heaviest crown, faced the greatest risks, and accomplished tasks that no one else could. Disregarding his eccentricities, he was indeed admirable. Wen Yao was puzzled as to why Mingchen did not inform her about his departure this time. However, after bidding farewell to He Fengyan, she proceeded to his suite's living room as usual. In his absence, the spacious, vintage-styled parlor remained unlit, exuding a chilling ambience akin to that of a haunted house. Approaching the sofa, she placed her bag on the glass coffee table, bent down to unzip it, and retrieved an assortment of odds and ends. Throughout the past month, she had wandered around the urban area of Guangzhou City, visiting several abandoned decorative shops, rummaging through the remnants to collect whimsical trinkets. She had found a realistic mini motorcycle model, beautifully colored rainstones, and 2 crystal ball toys that, despite being somewhat damaged, still exuded vibrant charm. In times of peace, these items might have held some aesthetic value. Yet, in a world where survival was paramount, they became overlooked and utterly worthless, merely burdensome. Previously, Wen Yao would only collect portable, pretty stones, disregarding such miscellaneous items. The sole reason she gathered these trinkets was that she felt Mingchen might appreciate them. In the current state of affairs, he seemed to be the only one with the leisure to cherish such baubles. After placing the gold coins and her collection on the coffee table, Wen Yao felt inexplicably like a scavenger. Although the items were exquisite, they appeared cheap and ordinary in the lavishly adorned room. She pondered whether he would value them. Never mind. If he found them unworthy, he would likely discard them himself, as she had merely picked them up on a whim. That day, Wen Yao spent only a brief time at the castle villa before leaving. During her subsequent 2 days of leisure, she ventured to the coastal area in the eastern part of Guangzhou City. This region was also suburban but boasted expansive beaches and rocky shores, alongside several docks. Initially, she wandered aimlessly, hoping to encounter sea monsters, but unexpectedly ran into a few youths from Camp A. Upon seeing her beauty, alone and clad in training attire marked with Camp C insignia, the youths approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Are you the little sister from Camp C? What brings you here alone? Do you need any help?" Within the training camp, a hierarchy existed among the 5 levels, often resulting in disdain from higher ranks towards the lower ones. The higher-ranked trainees frequently teased the strikingly beautiful girls from lower levels. Having spent considerable time in the camp, Wen Yao had faced this scenario multiple times, remaining unfazed as she coolly replied, "No need." As she tightened her grip on her gun and moved aside, the youths were undeterred and continued their advances. However, before she could take action, gunfire erupted from the beach, startling the group as they turned towards the source of the sound. Dark clouds churned overhead, distant thunder rumbled ominously, and the turbulent sea crashed against the black rocks, sending up frothy white spray. On one of the rocks stood a girl clad in an orange shirt and white trousers, her hair tied back in a ponytail, wielding a black gun, and she fired 2 shots toward the youths. Although the bullets did not strike them, it was evident they were aimed in their direction, prompting the youths to flee in a panic. Is that Captain Luo? What's she doing here? How should I know? But why is she shooting at us? Did we provoke her? After playfully dispersing the few ruffians, Luo Xuanxing jumped down from the rocks and approached Wen Yao, her vibrant and exuberant face adorned with a brilliant smile. "Miss Yao, what brings you here all alone?" Wen Yao was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance. She politely replied, "I was just wandering about. What about you, Captain Luo?" Luo Xuanxing holstered her gun at her waist and eagerly linked arms with Wen Yao. "Have you forgotten? Miss Yao, I oversee the eastern coast harbor of District 14. This is my territory, and I manage most matters here. Since you are visiting today, as your host, shall I show you around?" Inherently reserved and slow to warm up, Wen Yao was not accustomed to intimate interactions. Yet, given the enthusiasm of the S-rank commander from District 14, she felt compelled to accept the goodwill. With no pressing tasks that day, Luo Xuanxing quickly embraced her loquacious and affable nature, enthusiastically guiding Wen Yao through the docks and coastal life, resembling a tour guide. Wen Yao remained silent, absorbing a wealth of information from Luo Xuanxing's chatter, including their daily duties, the timing of sea monster incursions, the recent malfunctioning of monster detectors, and the state of seawater pollution. Knowledge, useful or otherwise, was rapidly accumulating. Wen Yao found herself surprised and could not help but ask, Captain Luo, shouldn't what you just share be considered confidential information pertaining to District 14? Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanqing remained unfazed. Classified information is of no consequence. You are, after all, Commander Ming's beloved. He undoubtedly shares everything with you. As commanders directly under his command, there is certainly nothing you are not privy to. Stationed at the Eastern Continent's 14th District seaport, Luo Xuanqing's daily interactions were primarily with ship captains, sailors, and a vast ocean. Boredom and solitude were her constant companions. Moreover, as a commander, she had to maintain a certain distance to preserve her authority. Finally encountering someone to converse with, she was determined to seize the opportunity. As they strolled along the beach toward the harbor, Luo Xuanqing proposed, "Would you care to observe our seaport ferry?" The largest, Chrysanoa in reference to mythological accounts, had undergone recent renovations and was now hailed as the 14th District's secondary base. With the successive fall of hundreds of survival districts across the 4 continents, humanity's territory continued to shrink. No one knew when the Eastern Continent's 14th District would meet the same fate. Should the southwestern city walls crumble, this ferry would serve as their fallback. In the current circumstances, the spread of the virus in the deep sea was slower, and the mutated sea monsters were fewer and less lethal than the zombie variants, making a sea voyage a potentially viable option. Following Luo Xuanqing's gaze, Wen Yao looked up at the towering vessel anchored in the turbulent, ink-blue sea. Against the backdrop of the somber sky, the waves crashed in rhythmic succession, while the colossal ship stood in silent majesty, truly magnificent, reminiscent of the maritime disaster epics she had watched in her youth. Noticing her curiosity, Luo Xuanqing led her aboard the ferry, continuing to elaborate on its features. Like the Eastern Continent's 14th District headquarters, the ferry's interior was highly advanced and modern, comprising 5 levels complete with an array of facilities, akin to a miniature human habitat. This is just like any ordinary ferry, nothing particularly captivating. Allow me to escort you to the marine biology laboratory. The scenery there is remarkably beautiful. With these words, Luo Xuanqing took Wen Yao's hand and descended the stairs to the -1 level. Traversing a lengthy metallic corridor, they soon arrived at the marine biology laboratory. A rectangular research platform occupied the center of the laboratory, surrounded by 3 walls of transparent glass tanks. The tanks were filled with a translucent blue liquid, within which various marine organisms floated. Jellyfish, fish, and algae drifted with the currents, the blue, undulating light casting a shimmering glow across Wen Yao's exquisite features. For a moment, she felt as though she were visiting an ocean park. Resting her hand on the glass wall, she inquired, "Do these marine organisms hold any research value in this era?" Although the Northern Continent's 13th District was also coastal, its frigid temperatures meant that even the ocean was a flowing glacier, nearly frozen solid, devoid of such diverse aquatic life and the threat of sea monsters. Consequently, there was no dedicated laboratory for marine biology research. Luo Xuanqing explained, "Indeed, as you do not reside by the sea, you may not be familiar with the menace of sea monsters in the eastern and southern continents. Like zombie hordes, sea monster groups attack humans en masse. You can think of them as aquatic zombies mutated by the same virus. They assault ships, raid ports, and even venture ashore to invade human settlements. Our research into the characteristics of marine life and their mutated sea monster counterparts is akin to studying zombie variants, analyzing their reproductive methods and understanding their traits in order to defend against and eradicate them." Wen Yao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that survival was a challenge on every continent. The Northern Continent endured extreme cold and perpetual blizzards. The Western Continent suffered from aridity and sandstorms, while the Southeastern continents, with climates more amenable to human habitation, faced not only the zombie crisis, but also the threat of tsunamis and sea monster swarms. Luo Xuanqing led Wen Yao to a small, curved cabin with a circular window. Through the window, they could see a distant glass wall, its surface punctuated by blinking red lights resembling alarms. "You are familiar with the southwestern city walls, yes? That is the killing ground for zombies. This, in turn, serves as the killing ground for sea monster swarms. Seawater conducts electricity, making it impossible to construct iron wire fences like those on land. Intercepting and eliminating these slippery creatures is a formidable task. In the early years, countless team members perished in this area. Eventually, Commander Ming ordered the transportation of a new type of durable glass material from the Eastern Continent's 1st District, constructing a glass wall in the shallow waters of this area. No matter how smooth or burrowing the sea monster's skin, they are helpless against this impenetrable barrier. Over the years, countless sea monsters have been stunned by it. Wen Yao was somewhat awestruck. Constructing a glass wall in shallow waters? It seemed almost beyond comprehension. Luo Xuanqing nodded. The engineering was exceptionally complex, beyond my understanding. However, the architectural blueprints were personally drafted by Commander Ming. He also stood guard here during the construction, ensuring everyone's safety. He stood on the coastal reefs, impervious to wind and rain, incinerating any approaching sea monsters. Undeniably, he is a prodigy. The Eastern Continent's 14th district has flourished into a super survival district second only to the Eastern Continent's 1st district, thanks entirely to his efforts. Wen Yao envisioned the scene. A man in a white shirt, his garments billowing in the wind, standing on the wave-battered reefs, casting flames upon the sea, igniting the sea monsters in the dampness. The spectacle must have been both awe-inspiring and exquisite. For some inexplicable reason, she felt nothing in Mingchen's presence, but when she heard tales of his glorious deeds from others, a faint, indefinable unease stirred within her. Obscure and perplexing, she could not quite put her finger on it, but it was a peculiar sensation. Chapter 93. Long time no see. Captain Shen noticing Wen Yao's prolonged silence. Luo Xuanqing turned to her and inquired, "What is the matter?" Wen Yao quickly extricated herself from the subtle emotions and shook her head, murmuring, "It's nothing." As evening approached, Wen Yao initially planned to return home, but Luo Xuanqing enthusiastically said, "Don't you wish to see the sea monster? The weather isn't great today, but tomorrow I'll arrange a boat and personally take you to the edge of the glass wall. Regarding tonight, she suggested, you can stay here. There are plenty of cabins on the ferry." After a moment of hesitation, Wen Yao nodded. From Luo Xuanqing, she learned that the sea monster was a mutated marine creature, akin to a viral mutation, functioning as a carrier of energy like zombies, and that she possessed water-based abilities. Thus, she speculated that this creature might aid her advancement even more than zombies. Meanwhile, a modified off-road vehicle halted near the ice river in Beizhou's Lina City. As the occupants exited the vehicle, an unpleasant and pungent odor assaulted their senses, reminiscent of a blend of fishy and sour smells, repugnant enough to induce nausea. Misha fanned the air, nearly retching, "What is that awful smell?" Mingchen, with an elegant demeanor, raised a gloved hand to delicately pinch his nose. Even his typically composed countenance was marred by a slight frown due to the odor. Among the trio, only Dahu remained unfazed, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What is that smell?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Do you find it pleasant?" Dahu inhaled again, his expression simple-minded. "It's not bad, just smells foul." Mingchen calmly pointed out, "The issue likely lies with that river. You should investigate." Dahu promptly obliged, foolishly taking a deep breath, only to find himself kneeling on the ground, retching. "Ugh!" The two standing nearby stared in silence. Mingchen's lips twitched slightly full. Misha, equally exasperated, pinched her nose and approached, delivering a slap to Dahu before dragging him back by the collar. The 10th district of Beizhou is separated from the 14th district of Dongzhou by the 13th district. They're using this noxious scent to divert the zombie horde, which has effectively led them all towards us in Dongzhou. Dahu, still kneeling in the snow, his face flushed, continued to retch. "Ugh," Misha remarked. In the early days of the apocalypse, garlic and chili were effective in repelling zombies. But after all these years, zombies have become immune to such things. How do they manage this? Didao replied, "Ah." Mingchen surveyed the man on the ground with an unperturbed gaze, raising an eyebrow. What else could it be but a newly formulated special agent? Zombies can mutate, and so can garlic and chili. He paused, lowering his gaze with a gentle smile. What a marvelous and intriguing world, always revealing delightful discoveries. Once Dahu finished retching, he rose from the snow. So, the boss means, we in the 14th district of Dongzhou can imitate this and lead the zombies towards their 13th district of Beizhou. Before Mingchen could respond, Misha interjected with a frown. Could you use a bit of common sense? Let us not even mention that we have no river in Gangxiao City. The climate in Dongzhou is not akin to the icy conditions of Beizhou. High-temperature gas molecules disperse rapidly. With this agent, we might end up suffocating ourselves before driving the zombies away. Mingchen sighed softly. Indeed, it's not wise to retaliate in kind. They had merely passed through this area, intending to investigate the cause before departing. Unfortunately, just as Misha opened the car door, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted nearby, soon followed by gunfire, bullets slicing through the air at remarkable speed. In a split second, Mingchen's long eyelashes fluttered as he instinctively shoved Dahu aside. The bullets struck the vehicle's metal exterior with a deafening clang. Dahu, momentarily stunned, quickly ducked behind the off-road vehicle, gripping his machine gun tightly. Boss? Misha rolled in the snow, and upon spotting a squad clad in black uniforms, her expression shifted. The off-road vehicle now served as the epicenter. With a dozen elite soldiers to the left, a military vehicle from Beizhou approaching from the right, and armed elite soldiers ahead, all while the icy river flowed behind them. In essence, they were encircled with no avenue of retreat. The situation was dire. Misha turned to Mingchen, calmly assessing. They came prepared, lying in wait for us. Dahu, alarmed, widened his eyes. What do we do? Yet, even with numerous guns aimed at his head, Mingchen remained steadfast beside the vehicle, his elegant demeanor unshaken as he clasped his hands together, fingers tracing the intricate patterns on his silver bracelet. Get in the car. Seeing his calm composure, Misha felt reassured and swiftly opened the door, pulling Dahu inside first. Gunshots rang out again, striking the vehicle as a warning. From a distance, a man in black commanded, "Take them down." With that command, dozens of armed individuals cautiously advanced, well aware of Mingchen's cunning nature from past encounters. Even without weapons in hand, they dared not lower their guard. Mingchen raised his lashes ever so slightly, his eyes twinkling as he addressed, "Long time no see. Captain Shen." Chapter 94. My sole adversary is Shen Yichuan. Shen Yichuan stood 30 meters away in the snow, his brow furrowed as he observed the white-clad man's composed smile. An inexplicable unease stirred within him. Surrounded and with so many weapons trained on him, Mingchen remained utterly fearless? Just how formidable was his power? Shen Yichuan scrutinized him with unwavering focus, his piercing gaze meeting that of the gunman to Mingchen's right. The gunman, understanding, wordlessly opened fire on the man in the center. Incredibly, after being shot at, the handsome man by the car remained unscathed, even leaning languidly against the vehicle while toying with his bracelet. His captivating eyes still held a smile, and snowflakes gently descended, alighting on his lightly frosted lashes. He wasn't hit despite being targeted. No, it wasn't a matter of hitting or missing. Where had the bullets gone? The silenced gunman was baffled, firing several more rounds at him. This time, the multiple projectiles revealed the cause. In a fleeting moment, a mere fraction of a second, the bullets transformed into a thin, crimson line beside the man, vanishing into harmless smoke. Was he an ultra-powerful esper? Ultra-powerful espers not only possess enhanced strength, but also perceive the world far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Their consciousness can seemingly transcend time, akin to watching a film in slow motion. The minuscule interval between the retina receiving information and transmitting it to the cerebral cortex could be warped and extended. In essence, he could react to stimuli that ordinary humans couldn't even register, a complete disparity in perception. The armed team members, belatedly realizing this, were dumbfounded. How could they capture him if bullets couldn't hit him at such close range? Mingchen leisurely raised his hand, and, as he did, the silver bracelet slid down his wrist. A cluster of brilliant flames erupted from his fair palm, reflecting off the bracelet with a faint, golden sheen. The next instant, they witnessed the gunman who had fired at him engulfed in flames. Seemingly from nowhere, flames erupted around him, causing him to emit a blood-curdling scream as he writhed on the snow-covered ground, his face contorted into a charred mask of agony. The composed man in white gently closed his fingers, and the flames intensified, burning fiercely for a mere 2 seconds before reducing the living person to ashes. An ultra-powerful esper. Pyrokinesis, instantly incinerating someone. Such overwhelming power deterred anyone else from rashly firing upon him. Mayasha and Didao, witnessing this from inside the car, were admittedly surprised. After all, their leader had clashed with them countless times before. Yet, he had never displayed his abilities in front of them, nor had he intentionally killed anyone, opting instead to playfully fire his gun. Now, however, he seemed to have shed his former pretense, discarding the last vestige of consideration and openly declaring war. Didao, who had been bracing his gun against the window, slapped his forehead. "Damn it, I was worried for nothing." Mayasha glanced at him, and Didao, finally understanding, chuckled and continued. With Miss Wen no longer on the team, why would the boss bother to play with him? Mingchen smiled at the diverse expressions of the crowd, callously incinerating a few more individuals. His eyes were cold and indifferent, yet his demeanor was gentle, making him appear both deranged and captivating. "My sole adversary is Shen Yichuan. Whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. For everyone who leaves, I'll let one go." He chuckled softly, his voice smooth and alluring, white mist swirling around his lips. "Rarely do I desire to kill so few." Fang Lanin, upon witnessing this, immediately turned to Shen Yichuan, her voice laced with anxiety. "What should we do, Captain Shen?" They had meticulously planned, but they had failed to anticipate Mingchen's formidable power. How had Shen Yichuan so easily shot him before, and how had Wen Yao repeatedly wounded him with her knife? He had rarely intervened in the past, even preferring to be injured rather than act, waiting for Mayasha and Didao to rescue him. Was it all an act? Had he been deceiving them for 6 or 7 years? It was preposterous and absurd. Who would be so deranged and idle? Everyone was apprehensive, and some, particularly those on the periphery, were pale with fear after witnessing Mingchen's incineration. They had already contemplated retreating. Only Shen Yichuan calmly observed Mingchen, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized the man's languid demeanor, attempting to discern his intentions. The two men locked gazes, a silent battle of wills unfolding. One was composed and focused, his presence steady and resolute, while the other was nonchalant, his eyes filled with amusement. After a moment, Shen Yichuan raised his hand, issuing a stern command. "Fang Lanin, lead them in retreat." Fang Lanin glanced at the other side, her eyes filled with concern. "Captain Shen." Shen Yichuan was resolute. "Retreat." "Yes." Hearing his permission, some released a sigh of relief and hastily retreated, while others glanced back with concern for their leader. Soon, the snowy expanse beside the frozen river was deserted, save for Shen Yichuan. The upright man was clad in a black uniform, a black gun in his hand. His features were chiseled, his eyes sharp, and his gaze was as deep as a dark abyss. Even though he was at a disadvantage, even though his teammates had turned to ashes before his eyes, he showed no sign of distress, fear, surprise, or even regret. His eyes revealed nothing, only a profound darkness devoid of emotion. Didao, inside the car, felt a strange unease and whispered, "Do you think Captain Shen might have awakened his powers too? Is he also an esper?" Chapter 95. The more one lacks, the more one wishes to flaunt. Mayasha squinted her eyes, for she was a spatial ability user. Normally, she could distinguish between ability users and ordinary people. However, today, Shen Yichuan was markedly different. She realized she seemed unable to discern his true nature. She could neither classify him as an ordinary person nor sense the existence of his spiritual essence. What could this mean? Had Shen Yichuan awakened an ability as well? Was he also an exceptionally powerful ability user? But how could that be possible? It had been less than 2 months since their last meeting. How could he have awakened his abilities in such a brief period? The Northern Continent was wholly unaware of the secrets behind the ability awakening serum and had never researched it at all. Even if one were to assume he had awakened his abilities through the serum, there was no way he could have become an exceptionally powerful ability user in such a short time. In response to her musings, Mayasha smacked Didao lightly. "Pay attention and do not underestimate him." Mingchen also regarded Shen Yichuan with contemplation. Yet his concern did not lie with the other's power shift. Rather, he pondered what it was that Wen Yao had once found appealing about Shen Yichuan. This question had plagued him many times before, ultimately concluding that it stemmed from their shared allegiance as comrades. He believed that had he encountered Wen Yao first, Shen Yichuan would have been rendered irrelevant. Yet now, he found that even after saving Wen Yao's life, and despite being able to offer her far greater benefits than Shen Yichuan, she seemed indifferent to his efforts. This left him questioning whether it was indeed Shen Yichuan's type that captivated her, a composed individual, reserved in speech, with a penchant for black attire. Shen Yichuan stood still, feeling unnerved under the man's gaze. "What do you want?" Mingchen pulled himself upright from the vehicle, trudging through the snow towards Shen Yichuan. "I seek nothing but to mock you. I had thought that Captain Shen would never mix personal interest with duty. Yet here you are, mobilizing so many to encircle me. Surely you have ulterior motives? Could it be for Wen Yao?" On the boundless snowfield, only a single vehicle remained alongside two men, one clad in black and the other in white. As Mingchen arrived before Shen Yichuan, he smiled lightly, circling around him as the snow crunched beneath his feet. The northern winds howled, and fine snowflakes danced down, though they had yet to engage physically. An unspoken tension lingered in the air, as their auras clashed silently. Upon hearing Wen Yao's name, Shen Yichuan finally grasped Mingchen's intent. "You won't kill me, Mingchen, nor would you dare." Mingchen toyed with a flame in his palm, dismissing Shen Yichuan's assertion with a laugh. "Oh, how can Captain Shen be so certain?" Shen Yichuan smiled calmly, his demeanor exuding a quiet strength that contrasted sharply with Mingchen's flamboyant charm. "If you kill me, you will only distance yourself from her. What does it matter that you saved her this time? Over the past 7 years, I have saved her countless times. In her moments of greatest vulnerability, it was I who helped her stand, who taught her to be brave and strong, to confront adversity head-on." Mingchen was taken aback by Shen Yichuan's composure, surprised by his calm, yet resolute words. Shen Yichuan seemed lost in a memory, his eyes glistening with a hint of red. "We have spent 7 years together, and she bears the marks of my training. What do you possess to compare with our shared past? Just because you saved her once? Or because, as a base commander, you can provide her with better living conditions?" "Huh." Mingchen exhaled a mist of breath, as if finding the notion laughable. "Do you think Wen Yao treasures such things? I believe you do not understand her at all." In the days leading up to this moment, Shen Yichuan had contemplated extensively, analyzing every detail of their previous encounters with Mingchen. His conclusions indicated that Mingchen's intentions were not merely superficial. He seemed genuinely willing to share resources with her, to risk himself for her, and to conceal his true strength while engaging with her. Despite his casual demeanor, it was highly probable that he truly harbored feelings for her. Ironically, this very affection was his vulnerability. Emotions are humanity's greatest weakness, regardless of one's power. A truth Shen Yichuan had grasped over the years. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the expression of the man in white. Infused with a hint of menace, "She is kind to everyone. You saved her, and she may reciprocate. But she will not love you, nor will she ever genuinely depend on you, for fundamentally, you are not of the same ilk." Mingchen lowered his long lashes, his gaze darkening slightly. "Is that so? What if I were to say, she is already my partner?" Shen Yichuan seemed to have heard a jest. "The more one lacks, the more one wishes to flaunt. If she truly became your partner, why would you not dare bring her to the northern continent to confront me?" As he spoke, he turned his head slightly, in that fleeting moment capturing Mingchen's momentary look of despondency. In the distance, within the off-road vehicle, Dahua inquired of Maisha, "What do you think they are discussing?" Maisha's arm, weary from holding her weapon, replied, "I do not know." Dahua continued, "Why has the boss fallen silent? I cannot shake the feeling that he may be at a disadvantage this time." Without uttering a word, Maisha responded with a swift slap. Smack! Dahua quickly shielded his head, his expression one of innocence and grievance. "I did not speak ill of the boss this time. I merely stated the truth." Before he could finish, he witnessed the man in black conjuring a golden blade in his hand, and in a flash, The blade pierced the heart of the man in white. In the next instant, the blade withdrew, crimson blood splattering against the gray sky. Mayasha and Di Dahua widened their eyes in shock, hastily raising their weapons. Boss! Alas, it was too late. Chapter 96. Why doesn't she cherish him? Shen Yichuan had already evaded the gunfire by diving into the snow, while Mingchen lay supine amidst the pristine expanse. Crimson droplets mingled with the frosty snow, leaving a striking trail upon the man's alabaster face, akin to the delicate strokes of red plum blossoms painted by a meticulous artist, enhancing his exquisite allure. By the time Mayasha and Di Dahu rushed over, Shen Yichuan had vanished. Disregarding everything else, they knelt to assist the man lying in the snow. Di Dahu pressed against Mingchen's rapidly bleeding chest, his heart pounding at the torrent of blood, and he was overwhelmed with terror, his eyes reddening as he cried. What do we do? He's been wounded in the heart. Mayasha surmised that their leader had truly lost his senses. Shen Yichuan was intentionally provoking him, diverting his attention, and he had willingly succumbed, allowing himself to be wounded in the heart. While an injury to the heart might not be immediately fatal for an ability wielder, it would undoubtedly result in a significant depletion of energy, requiring an extensive period of recuperation. Extreme blood loss could lead to complete exhaustion, potentially damaging the very essence of one's spiritual power. Mingchen's face paled instantly due to blood loss, his lips devoid of color, and his long lashes frosted with snow. Yet, a faint smile curved upon his bloodied lips. Mayasha, tell me, am I truly inferior to Shen Yichuan? Mayasha, bewildered by her leader's sudden madness and nonsensical words, exclaimed, Leader, conserve your strength. Don't speak. Mingchen turned his head toward Di Dahu, offering him a sickly smile. What do you think? Di Dahu's dark face was etched with anxiety, his chest heaving with indignation. How could you believe Shen Yichuan's words? You are the finest person in the world, far surpassing even 10 Shen Yichuans combined. Mingchen's eyes fluttered shut, and he chuckled softly, his eyes reddening. Is that so? Then why doesn't she cherish him? Leader. Wen Yao awoke abruptly from a peaceful slumber, her eyes fixed upon the clock on the wall before slowly turning to gaze at the seascape outside the cabin. Beyond the circular porthole, the indigo sea churned with white-capped waves, and the ferry's distinct rumble mingled with the sound of crashing waves. It was 4:30 in the morning, the sky still veiled in darkness, and the cabin was silent and empty. Awakening at this hour, Wen Yao experienced an inexplicable sense of solitude, a feeling of emptiness within. Unable to fall back asleep, she rose and retrieved her silver gun, venturing out. After encountering Luo Xuanqing that day, she was taken beyond the glass sea wall the following day to learn about various sea monsters, confirming her hypothesis that water-based ability users could level up more effectively by slaying sea monsters than zombies. Consequently, she proposed to Luo Xuanqing that she remain at the east coast seaport of Gangxiao City. Luo Xuanqing, with her vivacious and affable nature, readily agreed and provided Wen Yao with a comfortable cabin, even taking the time to personally instruct her in gunnery and sea monster slaying. As such, Wen Yao had been residing on this colossal vessel for a week. Descending the stairs that day, she was greeted by Luo Xuanqing, who had just concluded a meeting with the sailors. Her eyes lit up as she spotted Wen Yao, and she smiled warmly. Oh, Miss Yao, why are you up so early today? Wen Yao returned her gentle smile. I couldn't sleep. Luo Xuanqing approached and linked her arm with Wen Yao's. Perfect. That means an extra hour of shooting practice today. Wen Yao was inherently reserved and introverted, making it difficult for her to quickly form close relationships. However, Luo Xuanqing was an inveterate chatterbox and a natural socialite, perfectly complementing her personality. As a result, Wen Yao's initial shyness dissipated quickly, and it felt as though they had known each other for a long time. In just a few days, they had become close friends. Luo Xuanqing's lively nature even reminded Wen Yao of her sister. Many years ago, she had been a quiet and withdrawn little girl, afraid to speak to strangers. When her parents took her to her uncle's house to play, her sister would always take the initiative to play with her, linking her arm and sharing all sorts of fun things. Luo Xuanqing's leather boots tapped rhythmically on the deck as she approached a cage containing juvenile sea monsters, glancing at Wen Yao, who stood nearby with her gun. Ready? After Wen Yao nodded, she fired a shot, unlocking the cage. With a loud bang, the viscous, fetid black mass surged out of the cage, lunging towards Wen Yao. The girl, clad in a black uniform, held her silver gun with unwavering focus, swiftly firing at the gelatinous sea monster enveloped in a yellow aura. The first shot missed, the sea monster deftly dodging it. The second shot only severed one of its tongues. It was not until the third shot, when the sea monster was almost upon her, that she struck its bulbous body, causing it to explode and releasing a surge of energy that she absorbed. These black sea monsters, the fastest reproducing and most threatening to humans, were known as black mud. These mutated, soft-bodied marine creatures were jet black, took the form of freely deformable spheres, and possessed smooth, reflective skin. They were slimy and moved with remarkable agility. They had crimson eyes like those of a crab, and their mouths were grotesque, filled with countless slender, soft tongues and surrounded by sharp, closely packed teeth covered in blood. In short, they were exceedingly repulsive. Wen Yao glanced at the sea monster's remains, now a pool of foul-smelling black sludge, and sighed, "It's too agile. It's so difficult to kill just one. If they attacked in swarms, I wouldn't stand a chance. I'd rather use my blade." She had honed her swordsmanship for 7 years, achieving unparalleled skill, a stark contrast to her abysmal marksmanship. Her gunnery was only effective against stationary targets and slow-moving zombies. Against formidable, swift-moving, agile opponents, or even those at a distance, she was utterly useless. Luo Xuanqing shook her head. "No, you must practice your shooting. Sea monsters are different from zombies. You can kill these relatively soft-bodied juvenile sea monsters with a blade. But against the thick-skinned, resilient adults, your blade won't even make a dent. Only gunfire can rupture their bodies. We've already researched this extensively. Besides, you're an ability wielder. Ability wielders need to be accurate. Otherwise, even the most potent abilities are useless if they don't hit their target. Do you understand?" "I understand." Luo Xuanqing turned to face the gentle and beautiful girl, patting her shoulder. "Don't be discouraged, Miss Yao. I believe in you." Wen Yao met Luo Xuanqing's gaze and nodded firmly. "All right. One must step outside one's comfort zone and constantly strive to challenge and surpass oneself. If it feels difficult, then one should confront the challenge head-on." Chapter 97. This excruciating agony is beyond mortal endurance on this particular day. Luo Xuanqing dedicated her morning to coaching Wen Yao in marksmanship, followed by a meal at the ferry restaurant. Wen Yao gleaned from Luo Xuanqing that her swift ascent to the rank of commander, leading a naval squadron, stemmed from her upbringing as the scion of a high-ranking military family. Her lineage boasted 3 generations of distinguished military personnel. From the tender age of 3, she had a penchant for toy guns, and by 7, she was handling her grandfather's real firearms. Her educational path, from elementary school to high school, was paved with military academies. Even without the cataclysm, she was destined to become a military officer, a veritable paragon of talent and a heroic figure. Luo Xuanqing remarked, "So, don't be disheartened by my superior marksmanship. I simply had an earlier start." As they engaged in casual conversation, a shadowy figure materialized in the restaurant, hastening towards them. Luo Xuanqing, mid-bite of a grilled squid skewer, glanced up at the approaching man, his expression fraught with anxiety. With a playful grin, she quipped, "Well, look who it is. Captain He, what brings you here? Care to join us for some seafood?" He Fengyan, his countenance grave, responded with a reprimand. "How can you be so jovial? I've been sending you signals incessantly. Haven't you been paying attention?" Luo Xuanqing, taken aback by the scolding, retorted as she slammed her hands on the table and rose to her feet. "The maritime signal is unreliable here. What if I didn't notice? Why are you berating me? We are of equal rank. You have no authority to order me around." Wen Yao, witnessing the exchange, swiftly tugged at Luo Xuanqing's sleeve, imploring, "Captain Luo, please don't be angry." Upon hearing the gentle voice, He Fengyan finally acknowledged Wen Yao's presence. He cast a glance at her and softened his tone. "A major incident has occurred at the base. All S-class commanders are to return to headquarters immediately. Therefore, I must request that Captain Luo accompany us. Luo Xuanxing, in turn, tempered her anger. I'm refraining from arguing with you, for Miss Yao's sake. Wen Yao, sensing the urgency of the situation, prepared to bid Luo Xuanxing farewell. Then I shall. Unexpectedly, He Fengyan interjected, Miss Yao, you must accompany us as well. Wen Yao, a crisis at the base headquarters seemed to have little to do with an insignificant figure like her. The trio entered a black sedan, with He Fengyan at the wheel and Wen Yao and Luo Xuanxing in the back seat. He Fengyan maintained a solemn silence throughout the journey, and Wen Yao, sensing the tense atmosphere, wisely remained quiet. Luo Xuanxing, however, crossed her arms and voiced her curiosity. What grave matter necessitates the summoning of all S-class commanders? This has never happened before. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao's gaze shifted to He Fengyan's back, and her heart skipped a beat. The unsettling silence evoked a peculiar sense of unease within her. A crisis at the base headquarters, coupled with Captain He's grave demeanor and uncharacteristic irritability, suggested a dire situation. What could it be? Could it involve Mingchen? Meanwhile, in the medical ward corridor on the third floor of the ancient castle villa, a flurry of medical personnel bustled about, their brows furrowed with concern and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Lin Zurin emerged from the operating room, his hands stained with blood. He wiped his brow, inadvertently smearing 2 streaks of red across his forehead, adorned with this macabre war paint. He abandoned his usual refined and scholarly demeanor, erupting in a tirade. Does Chief Ming have a screw loose? Is he truly insane and self-destructive? Why would he court death? So what if he's an Esper, daring to injure his own heart? Well, he's done it now. Let him endure the agonizing pain every day. Mayasha, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, glanced up at him. Is it stitched up? Lin Zurin took a deep breath. With our medical expertise, stitching it up is not a problem. But it's the heart. Do you realize what it means to injure the heart? A ruptured heart would be fatal to an ordinary person. But he's playing with cardiac puncture. Mayasha took another puff, exhaling a slow stream of smoke, lost in thought. Lin Zurin continued his tirade. However, his life is not in danger. The bleeding was stopped in time, and his spiritual essence was not severely damaged. But he'll need at least a month to recover. With his heart freshly stitched, every beat will likely bring excruciating pain day and night. This torment is unbearable, beyond mortal endurance. Upon hearing this, Mayasha lowered her gaze and nodded. Dr. Lin, the seriousness of his condition must remain a secret between the 3 of us. Lin Zurin paused, momentarily perplexed. What do you mean by that, Captain May? Mayasha raised her eyes to meet Lin Zurin's, each word measured and deliberate. Chief Ming's heart has been pierced, and his spiritual essence has been damaged. Even if he survives, he will be crippled. He can no longer protect the East Continent 14th District Base. In the silent, narrow corridor, the man's dark pupils reflected the red-haired woman's face. Her freckles scattered across her skin, her hazel eyes calm and profound. Lin Zurin was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding and seriousness. I understand. After Lin Zurin departed, Mayasha turned and entered the operating room. On the operating table, Mingchen lay in a state of profound weakness. His hands and head were connected to 3 life-monitoring devices, their indicator lights flashing rhythmically, the heart rate tracing faint and erratic, the electronic beeping echoing in the sterile room. The man's eyes were closed, his handsome brow furrowed slightly, his complexion ashen. He had shed his former commanding presence, replaced by a fragile beauty born of his injuries. Mayasha stood reverently by the bedside, reporting, Boss, rest assured, I have spoken to Dr. Lin. This was indeed an opportunity to purge the internal ranks of the base headquarters. As Mayasha turned to leave, a black figure burst in. A burly man with tears streaming down his face, collapsing by the bedside. Boss, don't die. What will Mayasha and I do without you? His boisterous entrance caused the man on the bed to flinch, his eyes slowly opening. As their eyes met, Didaha choked with emotion. Boss, are you all right? However, the man on the bed, his expression weak and gentle, uttered a single word. Get out. He was already enduring excruciating pain from his torn heart, and the jostling only exacerbated it. Why couldn't this fool just die? Mayasha swiftly pulled the man away, slapping him across the head. Are you trying to shake the boss to death? Dito, oblivious to the pain in his head, asked with tear-filled eyes, is what Dr. Lin said true? Is the boss crippled and about to die? Chapter 98. I feel extremely joyful. Maya originally intended to reprimand Dito, but upon witnessing his sincere and sorrowful demeanor, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to do so. Ultimately, she could only pull him away from the operating room, saying, "He won't die. Stop bothering the boss." Mingchen shifted his gaze from their retreating figures and tilted his head to gaze at the blinding white light emanating from the ceiling. It reflected in his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, curving them into a sickly yet enchanting smile. He recalled the words spoken by Shen Yichuan, remembering the moment when the blade was thrust toward him. In that instant, he could have evaded the strike, but he chose not to. At that time, he thought, since Shen Yichuan was so resolute and confident, he might as well take a gamble. Let us see who the true loser is. When Lin Ziren entered, he noticed the harsh light might injure the eyes of the esteemed Commander Ming, so he reached for the nearby switch and dimmed the lights. Mingchen, sensing the movement, turned his head towards him, his lips curving into a habitual smile. "Thank you." Lin Ziren inquired with concern, "Commander Ming, how do you feel now?" Mingchen averted his gaze with a smile and replied earnestly in his melodious voice, "I feel extremely joyful." Lin Ziren, never mind, given his mental state, which had always been somewhat fragile, the pain he was enduring now certainly exacerbated his condition, so it was understandable. He then proceeded to professionally outline various post-operative care instructions and placed a pain relief medication beside Mingchen. "Now, Commander Ming, please rest well. I shall not disturb you further." When Wen Yao accompanied He Fengyin and the others back to the castle villa, the atmosphere within was quite tumultuous. The crowd moved about with serious expressions and hurried steps. Amidst this anxious ambience, her feelings of unease intensified. Wen Yao hurried up to the second floor, and just as she was about to press the elevator button, it opened with a chime, revealing a man in a white coat. Lin Ziren, lost in his thoughts, caught sight of Wen Yao and paused momentarily. "Miss Yao?" Wen Yao felt a sudden tension, as if a foreboding omen had struck her. Did something happen at the base? Lin Ziren smiled politely, though his voice bore a hint of fatigue. "Commander Ming has encountered an incident. You should go see him on the third floor." Recalling Maya's words, he cast a glance at the bustling crowd, then lowered his eyelids and sighed. He returned from this mission with severe injuries, affecting his heart. As an ability user, he can barely cling to life, but Wen Yao stared blankly at Dr. Lin, who could not bear to elaborate further. The situation is not optimistic. Wen Yao's expression tightened, her entire being frozen in place, her fingers instinctively curling at her side. The earlier sensation of emptiness now felt like a silver needle dropping to the ground, producing a jarring sound that reverberated in her ears. "All right, I understand." Wen Yao could not recall how she bid farewell to Dr. Lin. She only knew that as she walked down the corridor on the third floor, she felt somewhat dazed. Mingchen was in trouble. Mingchen was in trouble. For a long time, Wen Yao had harbored a rather fatal flaw, an inclination to develop a dependency on others, viewing those around her as exceedingly significant. Perhaps it was due to the 15 years of protection before the disaster, where her family provided her with an overwhelming sense of warmth, or the pain of separation from loved ones during the early days of calamity that left her with profound repercussions. This led her to regard comrades, superiors, and other close acquaintances as family, instinctively fearing for their lives. She had always hoped to overcome this weakness, preferring to grow strong independently in the East Continent rather than rely on anyone. Yet at this very moment, she realized she still held a psychological dependency on Mingchen. Unbeknownst to her, she would occasionally think of him, keeping his presence in her heart, knowing she felt safe with him around. Now, after not seeing him for several days, the news of his severe injuries was quite difficult for her to accept. In this world, no one treated her with such selflessness as he did. Without Mingchen in the East Continent's District 14, it felt as though she truly had no home. As an ability user, Mingchen was protected by spiritual essence. Thus, even though his heart was injured, it was equivalent to a moderate wound for an ordinary person, not affecting his normal activities. He chose a hospital bed and lazily reclined, succumbing to a deep sleep, half-conscious due to excessive blood loss and heart pain. Time passed, and as he gradually regained consciousness, he suddenly sensed some subtle movements nearby. Something soft brushed against his fingertips, tickling him, while he felt a pressure on his wrist, accompanied by a gentle, warm breath wafting against his sleeve. Realizing something, the man leaning against the headboard abruptly opened his eyes. It felt like early morning, the air cool and moist, with a dim blue light filtering through the curtain's gap, enveloping the room in silence. Only a warm orange desk lamp illuminated the space, casting a faint glow. Mingchen, in disbelief, stared at the girl beside him several times. When he finally shifted his gaze from the window back to Wen Yao, he froze completely. The spot where she had touched him tingled through the fabric, momentarily overshadowing the excruciating pain he was enduring. He had envisioned Wen Yao returning, speculated on her reaction upon seeing his injuries, and even planned how to feign distress to win her trust, all while anxiously wondering if she would care at all. Yet, unexpectedly, before any of his calculations could unfold, he was met with the sight of a gently obedient little soul. It was truly an unexpected delight. Her head rested on his wrist, and her tranquil visage bore long, dark lashes, slightly damp, with shallow breaths escaping her lips, which appeared soft and supple. Mingchen gazed at her for a moment, unable to suppress the movement of his throat, yet he hesitated to stir. He felt both a yearning for her and a dread of disturbing this precious moment, until his arm grew numb and lost sensation. The girl beside him seemed to sense something, drowsily lifting her head. Their eyes met, and when Yao's gaze sparkled as she asked, "Did you faint? Why didn't you wake when I called you last night?" Chapter 99. Perhaps lovers are more suitable than family. Mingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice a bit hoarse from a long sleep. "Did you call for me last night?" Wen Yao had initially asked out of concern, but the rich and soothing timbre of his voice immediately altered the atmosphere. Under the warm orange light, the man leaning against the headboard wore a slight smirk, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with emotion. Due to his injury, he wore his white shirt casually, the wrinkled collar revealing his fair skin and delicate collarbone. A glance lower revealed a faint trace of crimson blood seeping through the bandage on his chest, though he should have appeared as a pitiful figure. His handsome face transformed even the most tragic sight into a haunting beauty, evoking more sympathy than his usual spirited demeanor. Wen Yao dared not look at him any longer. She nodded and replied honestly, "I heard Dr. Lin say you were resting, so I called you once. When you didn't wake, I didn't call again. You aren't in any danger, are you?" Mingchen carefully studied the girl's face, and upon noticing the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, he felt a stirring in his heart. Tilting his head slightly, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might die?" Wen Yao found the question perplexing, but recalling her complicated feelings from last night, she reluctantly turned back to him. "I consider you family, so of course I wouldn't want anything to happen to you." Oh, he had hoped for more, yet she still regarded him merely as family. Feeling intruding in his resting space, and sensing an inexplicable tension in the air, Wen Yao decided to excuse herself. "I'm glad you're okay. You should rest well. I won't disturb you." She stood up, but before she could take a step, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. The moment their skin touched, a cool sensation surged through her, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Simultaneously, the man's low, ambiguous voice drifted to her ears. "Perhaps lovers are more suitable than family." The air froze in that instant, as if the words lovers had electrified the atmosphere. Wen Yao felt her ears heat up. Mingchen, I thought that wasn't what you meant." After her tentative statement, the man's deep, dark eyes locked onto hers, scrutinizing her expression to confirm the emotions hidden within her gaze, searching for evidence that she had indeed developed feelings for him. "What do you mean by that?" Wen Yao firmly stated, "You clearly don't like me." Mingchen was not in a hurry to confess. Instead, he patiently caressed the delicate skin of her wrist, gradually enticing her thoughts. "Oh, did I say that?" The tingling sensation from his touch spread throughout her body, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Wen Yao felt utterly flustered. "That day, the day you saved me, I thought." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, suddenly exerting a bit of strength, pulling her to sit on the bed. The unexpected movement caught Wen Yao off guard, nearly causing her to fall into him. Fortunately, Mingchen steadied her shoulder, leaning in closer. Darling. In that instant, her fingers tingled, and she found herself frozen, overwhelmed by the warmth of his presence. Besides the familiar scent of roses, there was now a hint of iron in the air. Mingchen's fingers gently threaded through her hair, his cool lips brushing against her ear, his breath laced with desire. In such circumstances, who knows who you thought I was? If I were to tell you that I mean exactly that. Wen Yao's heart quivered, her hands instinctively gripping the bedclothes. Yet, Mingchen showed no sign of retreating. He gently turned her head to meet his gaze, his eyes alluring and captivating, his lips nearly brushing against her face. So, darling, would you be willing to? The proximity, the posture, and the words were intoxicating. Wen Yao felt her mind go blank, her body seemingly enchanted, rendering her immobile. I don't know. And shall we give it a try? Noticing her lack of resistance to his intimate touch, Mingchen pressed further, placing her hand on his shoulder while his other hand caressed the back of her head. As their faces drew closer, their breaths intertwined. Wen Yao could hear his slightly hurried, shallow breaths, as well as the deafening rhythm of her own heartbeat, echoing in her ears, threatening to overwhelm her senses. She was uncertain if this constituted liking him. Yet, she understood that even knowing his intentions toward her were questionable, she could not withstand it any longer. It felt as though she instinctively surrendered, willingly succumbing to the allure of his enticing form. He had laid a trap for her, and she had fallen into it, seemingly without escape. Wen Yao resigned herself to the thought, while the man before her chuckled softly, lowering his head. Suddenly, something warm and soft pressed against her lips, gradually applying pressure, exploring and teasing. In that singular moment, her blank mind erupted in a burst of fireworks, the delightful tingles transforming into fragments of ecstasy that coursed through her veins, electrifying her entire being. Under the physiological stimulation, her long lashes fluttered, and her beautiful, clear eyes filled with a mist of confusion. In her haze, Wen Yao sensed something shatter within her while another part ignited, causing her body to tremble. She instinctively resisted, but was only held tighter. The back of her head was held by his hand, which gradually slid down, anchoring her shoulders, while her hands clutched at his shirt, wrinkling the fabric. Mingchen did not close his eyes. Rather, he continued to draw her deeper into his gaze, his lustful peach blossom eyes compelling her to succumb further. As he kissed her with increasing fervor, his fair, sensual atoms apple moving rhythmically. The subtle sound of their lips mingling broke the silence, and the urge within her body ignited like wildfire, with every cell clamoring for contact. Painful heartache intertwined with the pleasure of the kiss, driving her toward madness. But just as he intended to lay her back on the bed to deepen the kiss, a loud knock interrupted. The intruder's knocks shattered the room's intimacy. Boss, are you awake? Chapter 100. I bet right upon hearing the deafening noise, Wen Yao momentarily panicked, her awareness of the situation dawning upon her with a rush of terror and embarrassment. As if awakening from a deep slumber, she pushed Mingchen away and swiftly turned. Descending from the man's hospital bed, covering her mouth with her sleeve, she fled to the door, nearly stumbling as she opened it. Dahu was taken aback upon seeing her, chuckling as he inquired, Miss Yao, what brings you here? Wen Yao had neither the composure nor the inclination to answer his question. A tumult of chaotic emotions surged within her, rendering her too ashamed to face anyone. Without even discerning the identity of the person at the doorway, she pivoted and departed hastily. Dahu stared at the girl's hurried retreat, scratching his head in bewilderment. He recalled his pressing matter and, without further thought, dashed into the room, exclaiming, Boss, someone from District 1 of Dongzhou has arrived. Before he could finish his report, he suddenly felt a searing heat above his head. Touching it, he yelped in shock, Ouch! Boss, why are you burning? My hair. Ouch! Mingchen lay on the bed, his cheeks tinged with a faint red, resembling a beautiful maiden intoxicated. His expression remained serene, yet his eyes were icy cold, commanding, Get out. Ouch! Boss, I'm sorry, I'll leave immediately. Please don't set me on fire. 5 minutes later, Dahu, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a scorched bird's nest, entered the grand hall of the castle villa. His hair stood on end, wisps of smoke still rising from it. His already dark complexion was marred with soot, and his clothes were tattered and singed, making him appear as though he had just emerged from a bonfire, drawing curious glances from all present in the hall. Maisha expressed her astonishment. "I sent you to deliver a message to the boss, and you ended up stepping on a landmine?" With a woeful expression, Dahu lamented, "I really did. I don't know what has gotten into the boss. He seemed to have lost his mind. I hadn't even finished speaking before I ended up like this." Maisha furrowed her brow, waving her hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. "You should go wash your face and rest for a while. I'll come talk to you later." Wen Yao, on her way, ignored everyone around her, heading straight to her room on the 5th floor. Once inside and securely locked away, she finally began to calm down. Touching her flushed cheeks, she made her way to the bathroom. In a glass mirror beside the bathroom, the fair-skinned girl gazed at her reflection. Her cheeks were flushed, her delicate hair tousled, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture, appearing damp and alluring. Her lips, once a soft pink, had been kissed into a vibrant red, full and luscious, leaving an impression of lingering sweetness, tinged with a tantalizing itch. Lowering her lashes, Wen Yao turned on the faucet, listening to the water cascade with a gentle murmur as it flowed over her slender fingers. Amidst the sound of rushing water, her mind buzzed and her thoughts spiraled, as if enchanted, replaying the events of the recent past. Compared to family, perhaps a lover would be more fitting. That was precisely my intention. "So, darling, would you be willing to?" And she found herself irresistibly drawn in. Wen Yao turned off the faucet, suddenly uncertain about who was truly at fault between them. Mingchen, with his proud and elegant demeanor, always wary of others taking advantage of him. What was he doing now? Luring her into a trap? Once, she had met him with hostility, without an ounce of compassion or sympathy. Yet now she found herself tangled in complex emotions, nearly succumbing to temptation, almost sharing a bed with him. It all felt utterly absurd. The girl's beautiful eyes glistened, and she lowered her lashes as she removed her bracelet, shoes, and clothing, stepping into the shower, where the cascading water blurred the room in a haze of spring-like warmth. When Mingchen emerged from the shower, the bandaged area on his chest suddenly erupted with blood, an intensifying pain surging through him. Helpless, he called for Dr. Lin from next door to reapply pressure and bandage the wound. Not long before, Linzeren had encountered Miss Yao as she exited the room, greeting her only to be met with silence, leaving him puzzled about her rosy cheeks. Now, upon seeing the pale-faced commander, everything became clear to him. Linzeren was left speechless. After rewrapping the wound, he addressed the handsome man on the bed with a tone of earnest concern. "Commander Ming, while your injuries are not life-threatening, nor do they restrict your movement, you still require rest. It's advisable to avoid rapid heartbeats and strenuous activities. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint." Regarding Commander Ming's private life, Linzeren held no interest. What peculiarities or thrilling escapades he indulged in was inconsequential. However, having performed the heart suturing himself, he felt a sense of responsibility. Their relationship was that of doctor and patient, not superior and subordinate. As a physician, he did not wish for his efforts to be recklessly squandered, nor did he want his patient disregarding treatment in such a chaotic manner. Yet, after fervently advising the man, Mingchen maintained a smile, seemingly lost in thought, and remarked, "I bet right." Though Mingchen's complexion was pale, his expression was unusually gentle, his peach blossom eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Radiant and captivating, the sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. "Dr. Lin, you may not fully grasp the elation I currently experience." Linzeren, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend his words. Okay, he suspected that the commander's most pressing issue was not his heart, but rather his mind. No matter how much he advised him, it seemed unlikely that a single word would penetrate his thoughts. It might be more fruitful to speak with Miss Yao instead. Having become accustomed to playing along with him, Linzeren maintained a composed demeanor, slipping his hands into his white coat and politely smiling. "I shall not disturb your rest any further. Should you need anything, Commander Ming, do not hesitate to call me.